I won 500 million in the lottery, but my wife filed for divorce right before claiming the prize. Chapter 1, Spending 100,000 yuan on lottery tickets. Chen Zhi was making a delivery when his phone rang again. Seeing it was a local number, he instinctively answered. To his dismay, it turned out to be another debt collector. As soon as the call connected, the person on the other end launched into a barrage of threats saying they'd blow up his contact list, show up at his door, and even pursue legal enforcement. Furious, Chen Zhi shouted into the phone, "Collect, collect, collect, that's all you people do. Let me make this clear, I have no money, only my life. Do what you want." This was an era where debt was widespread, and Chen Zhi had become just another casualty of the times his financial bubble had burst. The cause of his debt was nothing unusual: mortgages, car loans, plus engagement and wedding expenses. Then he lost his job at a major tech company, and with his income slashed, he had no choice but to borrow more to pay off previous loans. What finally broke him was being scammed out of over 500,000 yuan by his uncle's brother-in-law. 6 months ago, that con artist roped him into a fake business venture. As soon as the factory was built, it was shut down for violations, and the man vanished along with all the cash in the company account. It was his uncle who introduced them. With nowhere else to turn, Chen Zhi had no choice but to seek his uncle's help. His uncle, Chen Zhi, was the village chief of Beitan village and came from a well-off family. After finishing deliveries that evening, Chen Zhi skipped dinner and drove his white Nissan Qashqai onto the expressway, heading out of the city toward his uncle's home. When he reached the outskirts of Beitan village, the car headlights revealed two vehicles parked by the roadside, one a Mercedes-Benz, the other a Land Rover. Two people were getting out of the Benz. From the passenger side stepped none other than his uncle, Chen Zhi. The driver was his cousin, Chen Yue. Next to the Land Rover stood two burly, bald-headed men, each built like a bear. One of them grabbed a box of liquor from the car and walked over to the Benz. Chen Zhi had a bad feeling he might have stumbled upon something shady. As he got closer, he quickly took out his phone and started recording. Sure enough, after a bit of half-hearted refusal from Chen Zhi, the burly man shoved the liquor box into the Benz's trunk. Behind Beitan village ran the Daking River, where sand digging had been a lucrative business in recent years. If Chen Zhi was right, these two guys were likely sandpit bosses bringing gifts to the village chief. He put away his phone, killed the engine, and got out of the car. Without caring about the two brutes nearby, he walked straight over. It was only then he noticed that Chen Yue's Benz GLE 350 was brand new, no license plate yet. Anger flared in Chen Zhi's chest. Well, uncle, he sneered. A brand new G-Wagon. Nice ride. Meanwhile, your nephew's about to have his house and car auctioned off by the court. I asked you for help and you said you had no money. If you're broke, where did this Benz come from the wind? Chen Zhi frowned. Xiao Zhi, that's not fair. You got yourself into debt, what's that got to do with me? I only agreed to help because we're family, but I really don't have the money. As for Xiao Hui's car, it's on a loan. The down payment wasn't even that much. He was clearly trying to dodge responsibility, and Chen Zhi had reached his limit. There was no room left for saving face between relatives. Don't play dumb with me, uncle. What am I, 3 years old? You're the one who introduced me to your brother-in-law. He took the money and ran. Who's to say the two of you weren't in on it together? You're accusing me? Chen Zhi roared, his face livid as he pointed a finger at Chen Zhi. Watch your mouth, kid. You better be ready to take responsibility for those words. Standing behind his father, Chen Yue, young and hot-headed, burst with anger as soon as he saw his dad lose his temper. He stepped forward and jabbed a finger in Chen Zhi's face. What the hell are you barking about? Watch your damn mouth. Chen Zhi's eyes turned icy. Yue, did you just curse at me? Curse you? I'm about to beat the crap out of you. Chen Yue shouted, swinging a punch at Chen Zhi's face. But Chen Zhi sidestepped it, grabbed his wrist mid-swing, and twisted it hard behind his back. Chen Yue cried out in pain. Dropping his car keys, Chen Zhi snatched them mid-air and flung him several steps away. Luckily, the two bold men moved fast and caught him before he fell flat. Still seething, Chen Yue shouted to them, "Hit him. Tonight's drinks are on me." The two hulking men, clearly seasoned street thugs, had been itching for action. At his words, they surged toward Chen Zhi like bulls. But the first one got hit with a flurry of punches before he could even throw one and collapsed, screaming in pain. The second one saw a blur of movement before a kick landed like a hammer to his neck. He, too, hit the ground and didn't he get up. Chen Guomin and his son were stunned. They hadn't even seen what happened and their two massive bodyguards were down. Chen Zhi dangled the Benz key in front of them with a smirk. This car's way better than my Qashqai. I'll take it for a spin for a few days. A rural family with a G-Wagon. You know exactly where the money came from. I've got the whole bribery exchange on video. The gift is still in the trunk, that's evidence. You've got 3 days to give me 300,000 to pay off my debts. Otherwise, I'm going straight to the authorities. The father and son stared at Chen Zhi, terrified by the gleam in his eye and the cracking of his knuckles. Neither dared say a word as he drove off in their Mercedes. Damn it, Chen Yue gritted his teeth and reached for his phone to call the police. But before he could hit send, his father stopped him. Don't call the cops. The car's got the bribe inside, didn't you hear him say he recorded it? Then what now? Chen Yue nearly lost it. That's a brand new car. I just started enjoying it. Shut up. Chen Guomin snapped, his face dark as coal. You remember how his mom ran off with a rich man when he was a kid? His dad tried to catch them in the act and ended up crippled. I heard Chen Zhi trained in Sonder since childhood to get revenge. Never thought he'd be this good. All these years his dad's been bullied in the village, and he never lifted a hand. That's how you know this kid is calculating. We'd better tread carefully. The two fallen thugs were slowly getting up and calling for backup. Chen Guomin rushed over to calm them down. Chen Zhi had a bribery video. The last thing they wanted was a public scandal. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi was in a great mood. The Benz had upgraded for D Berlin sound, he had to admit. The audio quality was amazing. Pure enjoyment. He'd long suspected his uncle wasn't clean. Now he was sure the old man had money. Of course, Chen Zhi wouldn't actually go through with reporting him. That'd be too harsh, even for a corrupt relative. Thinking of the bribe, Chen Zhi pulled over, curious to see what was in the liquor box. He doubted the Sampit boss would only give 2 bottles of wine. Sure enough, inside the box were bundles of 100 yuan bills, 10 stacks in total. 100,000 yuan. It was dirty money, and Chen Zhi couldn't use it to repay loans if questioned. He wouldn't be able to explain the source. But giving it back to a corrupt official? That didn't sit right with him either. Can't report it. Can't spend it. Can't return it. What to do? Suddenly, a mischievous idea popped into his head. He'd donate the dirty money on the official's behalf to a good cause. He'd use the entire 100,000 yuan to buy lottery tickets. Chapter 2, Spending 100k to win the jackpot. Chen Zhi pounced on her, and Liu Hong instantly woke up, shoving him away with a strong push. Caught off guard, Chen Zhi nearly fell off the bed. Liu Hong pointed her slender index finger at him and warned, "Don't touch me. Or we're done for real." Chen Zhi was furious. "Then why did you tell me to take a shower and brush my teeth? It's a hot summer night, and you reek of sweat. What's wrong with asking you to clean up? What's wrong? You obviously meant, go wash up, I'll be waiting for you in bed. You're overthinking it." Liu Hong sneered. "We're getting divorced tomorrow. You have no right to be in my bed. And I'm warning you, don't try anything stupid. That guy who forced his wife during marriage. He got 3 years. You wanna go viral on the internet for that?" Chen Zhi nodded slowly, his anger morphing into a twisted smile. He was smiling because he finally saw through Liu Hong's determination to get a divorce. That meant he no longer had to waste effort trying to win her back. Grabbing his pillow and summer quilt, Chen Zhi muttered, "Since I don't qualify to be in your bed, I'll sleep in the guest room. And for your own safety, I suggest you lock your door tightly. Wouldn't he want to be assaulted, would you? Rain falls when it must, and a woman leaves when she has made up her mind." Chen Zhi had experienced his own mother abandoning the family when he was young. He knew once a woman turns cold, nothing can bring her back. Lying in the guest bed, Chen Zhi tossed and turned. After all, they'd known each other for over a year, and had been married for more than a year. Now, this home of theirs was about to fall apart. He couldn't stay indifferent. Yes, this is a realistic society when a man has no money, there's no point talking about love, but he still felt deeply hurt by Liu Hong's heartlessness. Now that he was broke, she couldn't wait to take off. So what if he became rich again? Would she come crawling back, begging? As his mind spiraled through random thoughts, he casually scrolled through his phone and stumbled across a video. A content creator was shouting in disbelief, "Do you guys know about the jackpot tonight? Someone just won 560 million. That's a real mega prize, people." So how did they win it? According to reliable sources, just a few minutes before sales ended tonight, someone spent 100,000 yuan on lottery tickets all at once. Here's the crazy part: 50,000 entries, all the same number. Even crazier? 2 consecutive big number combinations. And with that, they actually hit the jackpot, 560 million. Has anyone ever seen luck this insane? Isn't this operation a little too smooth? Leave your thoughts in the comments, fam. Chen Zhi scoffed at the video. Smooth my ass, that's obviously insider manipulation. One hand passing to the other. He mentally dismissed it and swiped to the next video. But just a second after the video passed, his eyes widened in shock, his body trembled, and he shot upright in bed. He quickly swiped back to the previous video. He had to see those winning numbers again. One by one, he matched the numbers, and suddenly, his hands were shaking so badly he could barely hold his phone. That was the exact number he spent 100,000 yuan on. Which meant, the incredibly lucky 560 million jackpot winner mentioned in the video was him. He opened the comment section and was greeted by waves of skepticism. Some said it was fake news. One comment read, "I'm broke, not stupid. Nice try trying to trick me into buying lottery tickets." Another said, "Betting 100k in one go. Must be gotten their courage from a love song. Did they time travel back just to buy tickets?" And another, 50,000 tickets, all the same number, and it hit. What a coincidence. One after another. You telling me this isn't rigged? This is record-breaking stuff. Who buys that many tickets with a number that shouldn't even win? If there's no shady business here, I'll eat shit live on camera. Chen Zhi stared at the winning number, the consecutive string of big digits, and muttered, "Fine, go ahead and eat it." Because he knew this wasn't a scam. No internal manipulation. No staged drama by the lottery center. It was a prank. A petty stunt he pulled to spite that guy named Chen. And that petty prank just turned into a 560 million windfall. It wasn't that Chen Zhi had never seen money before. He just hadn't seen this much money. The sudden wealth gave him a surreal feeling, but mostly it felt amazing. His heart pounded so hard it could burst out of his chest. His mind was a mess. Winning over 500 million yuan meant he had to replan his whole life. Most pressing issue? How to claim the prize. The news had already gone viral. The internet was exploding with speculation. Everyone was waiting to see who the mysterious winner was. So if he went to claim the prize, should he buy a tiger costume? Or maybe a panda suit? With the whole country watching, revealing his identity was out of the question. Chen Zhi had no intention of making himself the target of national attention. Even if it didn't go viral, he still had to keep it a secret. The saying goes, unexpected fortune, unexpected disaster. And disasters usually come from poor secrecy. Then there was Liu Hong. Should he tell her? HMPH. If that woman knew he was now worth several hundred million, she wouldn't dare divorce him. She wouldn't be so mean to him anymore either. She'd probably melt like a little lamb the moment they hit the bed. Suddenly, Chen Zhi realized suffering wasn't all bad. Suffering was like a sieve, it separates the real from the fake. If she chose to abandon him in his darkest hour, then he had no obligation to share his fortune with her now. Still, considering they were once husband and wife, and now that he was filthy rich, he could be slightly generous when drafting the divorce agreement. At that moment, his phone buzzed, a WeChat message from Qin Yuwei. First, a short voice message, "Cousin, I've got a surprise for you. Open it and check it out." Chen Zhi didn't need to guess this punk was probably asking for his Mercedes back. He was ready to ignore it, but then he saw that Qin Yuwei also sent a file. That made him pause. If he just wanted to talk, a voice or text message would do. Why send a file? What was in the file? Could it be that Qin had secretly followed him when he went to buy that 100,000 yuan's worth of tickets and now, seeing the news of the jackpot, had come to claim a share? Had they seen the trending topic about the massive win and were now trying to declare ownership of those 50,000 tickets? Chapter 3, The Real Hammer. Chen Zhi clicked on the audio file, and what came out was actually Liu Hong's voice. I really don't understand what you are thinking. It's obviously very convenient to go to a hotel, or you can go to your office. Why do you have to come to my house? The person she was talking to was a man, and in the audio, the man had a strong and attractive voice. Didn't I come to your house just to find some excitement, to feel what it feels like to conquer you on your bed? You come to my house in broad daylight, aren't you afraid of being caught in bed? Caught in bed with an adulterer? Is Wu Dalang trying to catch him Ching? Aren't you afraid of having your ribs broken by a kick? Liu Hong said in a reproachful tone, you are the only one who can fight, right? He also exercises, running and hitting sandbags every day. A long time ago, his mother hooked up with a rich man. His father went to catch her in the affair, but was beaten and had his legs broken by the rich man. As a revenge for his father's murder, he was determined to avenge his father since he was a child and practiced kung fu hard. He also has 3 throwing knives. I saw them with my own eyes. The man said, ha. What kind of society is this where flying knives are still around, and the amorous swordsman has a ruthless sword? Then, the man suddenly burst into laughter. Liu Hong asked unhappily, what's so funny? The man couldn't stop laughing and said, it suddenly occurred to me that having your legs broken by being raped is actually hereditary, har ha ha ha. Is it glorious to rape a woman? Liu Hong was a little angry and said sternly, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, this is a society ruled by law. Don't mess around. If you cause me any trouble, I will never forgive you. The man said casually, am I that boring? As long as that guy doesn't bother me, I don't bother to pay attention to him. Okay, stop talking about these unhappy things. Liu Hong changed her tone to a very annoying one. He has gone to the town and won't be back. When he comes back in the afternoon, he will directly go to work as a designated driver. You should be at ease and don't let it affect your performance. The sand was so greasy that one could feel as soon as one listened to it, the mucus of desire was dripping out of every pore of her. The conversation between the two people became more and more explicit. It was obvious that they had already started the foreplay before they even got out of the car. Chen Zhi's blood began to boil, and the excitement of winning the lottery was replaced by a strong urge to kill someone. Although they were about to get divorced and he and Liu Hong would no longer have anything to do with each other, he could not stand someone cheating on him during his marriage. And it was so rampant that it even came home. What made him most furious was that he treated his wife as the closest person in the world, so he told her about his miserable childhood. I didn't expect that my miserable childhood would become a laughingstock in the mouth of the adulterer. This cannot be tolerated in any way, and these 2 sons of bitches must pay a heavy price for this. At this time, the phone rang. It was Qin Yuwei calling. As soon as the call was connected, his smug voice came out, how is it, cousin, did you hear it clearly? You have to thank me. If I hadn't discovered such a big secret in the dashcam, you would still be kept in the dark. Don't worry, I'll keep the originals for you. If my cousin returns my car tomorrow, I will give you all the documents intact. If it's after tomorrow, I can't guarantee that these things won't be posted online. Chen Zhi understood that Qin Yuwei, the bastard, checked the dashcam on the X-Trail and found that Liu Hong had cheated on him, so he cut this clip and made an audio file to disgust himself. Liu Hong has always been driving the X-Trail to and from get off work, while Chen Zhi rides a folding electric bike to work and goes straight to work as a designated driver after get off work. Because he had to go to his cousin's house, he drove the X-Trail to work today. This woman is really unscrupulous. She actually brought a man home while I was not at home. In fact, Chen Zhi had already noticed that Liu Hong was abnormal during this period of time, but he just didn't have conclusive evidence. The reason why Chen Zhi didn't think of checking the recorder of X-Trail was because he didn't expect Liu Hong to be so bold. Qin Yuwei converted the recorded video into an audio file, so there was no picture and it was impossible to see the recording time of the video. What Chen Zhi is thinking now is that if he sees the original video and confirms the recording time of this video, he can go to the property management to retrieve the surveillance footage of the community gate. You can see the true face of the rapist. Their hatred for his father's murder and for being cuckolded was irreconcilable. The strong hatred made Chen Zhi want to rush to Beitan village immediately to get back his X-Trail and the recorder. Fortunately, Chen Zhi had great self-control. The boiling blood and overwhelming anger did not make him lose his mind. Instead, he suppressed all emotions. There was no emotion in his tone, and he said calmly into the phone, "Your words really aroused my curiosity. Then I'll see what happens after tomorrow. Don't say your car won't be able to return tomorrow. Your car will still be unable to return in the short term." This answer was obviously beyond Chen Yuhui's expectations. He didn't expect Chen Zhi to be unafraid of threats. He asked in disbelief, "Haven't you thought about the consequences of the video being leaked to the internet? The whole network will know about the search for cheating. And what will your relatives and friends, the young and old men in your village, think of you?" "Shut up." Chen Zhi interrupted the other party lazily. "The video on the dashcam that was leaked to the internet has nothing to do with me. Because I have already divorced that bitch Liu Hong. As for the video of bribery at the entrance of Beitan village and the video of the box of wine in the trunk of the Mercedes-Benz that were leaked online, will it affect you? I can't guarantee this. Otherwise, you can sever your relationship with your uncle and clear yourself of all legal responsibilities." Obviously, Chen Zhi's answer made Chen Yuhui lose his handle in an instant. As long as you are not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. Similarly, as long as you are not afraid, it is the other person who is afraid. When Chen Yuhui found that his leverage could no longer threaten Chen Zhi, he immediately changed his attitude, said all kinds of soft words, and begged Chen Zhi to return the car to him. Chen Zhi was in no mood to waste time talking to him, so he just hung up the phone. "Now I have more important things to deal with. In the next room lies a person who has become my enemy and caused me great harm. What should I do next?" Chen Zhi found that he would be busy next, as there were several important things waiting for him to do. Divorce, receive a big prize, catch the adulterer. Early the next morning, Chen Zhi got up early as usual to exercise. When he came back from exercise, he found that Liu Hong had also gotten up early and was very busy, going in and out packing her things. "I really can't wait to leave this house." In fact, Chen Zhi hoped that this bitch would get out of here as soon as possible. Just looking at her made him sick. Liu Hong packed up all her cosmetics and was taking them out of the bathroom when she saw Chen Zhi coming back. She said coldly, "I just wrote a rough divorce agreement and sent it to you. See if there is anything that needs to be changed." Chapter 4 Just bought a Mercedes-Benz. The content of the divorce agreement is actually very simple. The gist is that the relationship between Liu Hong and Chen Zhi has broken down and their marriage can no longer continue. They have agreed to end their marriage through consultation, and both parties will have no joint property or debts after marriage, and each will be responsible for their own premarital property or debts, and so on. What this means is that Liu Hong will not bear a penny of Chen Zhi's debt. As for the distribution of property, it's all fucking bankrupt. Where is the property to be divided? As for the wedding house, there is still a loan of more than 3 million yuan to be repaid, but the price of similar houses in the community has fallen below 3 million yuan. Liu Hong is certainly not interested. But at the end there was a small compensation for youth, which required that the white X-Trail be transferred to her. The X-Trail's car loan had been paid off. Chen Zhi looked at the divorce agreement written by Liu Hong and couldn't help sneering. Liu Hong shook a piece of clothing and poked her head out of the bedroom while folding it. "What are you laughing at? Do you think there is anything else that needs to be modified?" Chen Zhi sneered and said, "I don't want to argue with you about the rest. You can't drive away the X-Trail because I've already sold it." "Sold it?" Liu Hong was shocked and immediately became furious. "Yesterday you asked me for the car keys and lied to me that you were going to look for your uncle. I didn't expect you to sell the car to pay off your debts." Chen Zhi sneered again. "I'm not selling the car to pay off my debts, but because I don't need it anymore. Because I just bought a Mercedes-Benz, there is no need to keep the Qashqai." "Benz?" Liu Hong screamed, her face full of disbelief. "How is that possible? Chen Zhi is clearly in debt and can barely make ends meet. Where would he get the money to buy a Mercedes-Benz?" Liu Hong stopped what she was doing and stood there looking at Chen Zhi. She didn't believe that Chen Zhi had the money to buy a Mercedes-Benz, but she also believed it a little. Because she always believed that Chen Zhi was a person that even his wife could hardly see through. Chen Zhi took out a brand new Mercedes key from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. Now Liu Hong could no longer remain calm. She put down her clothes, walked out of the bedroom and sat down on the sofa. This was clearly a sign of a long conversation. "Husband." "Hey." Chen Zhi raised his hand to interrupt her. "I don't deserve it. I haven't heard this name for a long time. It sounds harsh at first. Let's just call you by your name." Well, it's like this. Liu Hong said sincerely, can you tell me the truth? This debt explosion is fake. You are testing me, aren't you? Chen Zhi pretended to be cool and said nothing. Liu Hong tried to move closer to Chen Zhi and said, if you are testing me on purpose, I don't think it's necessary. Maybe I have been rude to you these days, but put yourself in my shoes. Who would be in a good mood when faced with a debt crisis? Chen Zhi remained silent and continued to watch her performance. In fact, I also know that you are very thoughtful and a very patient person. Liu Hong seemed to be lost in memories. For example, you insisted on practicing Sonder since you were a child, just to avenge our father. After so many years of practice, you have become very good, but you never fought back when you were bullied at school. Even now, some people in the village have bullied our father, but you have never fought with them. You told me that just being able to beat someone is not a skill. The real skill is to beat him up and leave him with nowhere to turn for help. So even though you were not strong enough, you persisted, and I admire that. But you can't use this method on me, because human nature cannot stand the test. Chen Zhi smiled faintly, yes, it really can't stand the test. Since I lost my job, some people have changed their faces. Now that the debt has just exploded, they can't wait to get a divorce. We don't have to get divorced. Liu Hong said, as long as we can keep living together, who would want to get divorced? I don't ask for great wealth and honor, I just want to be debt-free. Can you understand this? I don't understand. Chen Zhi shook his head. Since we've agreed to a divorce and you've packed your things, stop talking nonsense. Liu Hong stared at Chen Zhi for a long time. Then she got up, went into the bedroom and closed the door. Chen Zhi guessed that she was probably texting someone, asking them to check her financial situation. If she found out that I had a good credit and property under my name, she would not divorce me easily. Or, divorce can only be achieved after the property is divided. We are all educated people and not so easy to fool. Liu Hong works at the Jiangsu branch of Dade Xincheng accounting firm. She passed the CPA exam when she was 22 years old. CPA is the abbreviation of Certified Public Accountant. This certificate has high credibility and high value. It is said that passing the CPA exam can lead to promotion, salary increase and the peak of life. Unfortunately, it is too difficult to pass, and there are thousands of people trying to squeeze into one. Moreover, because there are many exam subjects and a long exam cycle, too many people give up halfway through the exam. What Chen Zhi admired most at the time was that she passed the CPA exam at such a young age. He thought she was a very hard-working and particularly self-disciplined person. And she is so beautiful, with big breasts, a slim waist and a perky butt, and a perfect figure. Especially her unique mouth shape and lively eyes make people's heart beat fast. What's even more rare is that one has extremely high emotional intelligence and stable emotions. For Chen Zhi, who had just joined a large company and was full of ambition and high aspirations, only a workplace elite like Liu Hong was worthy of him. Only now do I understand that extremely high emotional intelligence is simply a double-faced person, a she-wolf in sheep's clothing. At this time, Chen Zhi heard Liu Hong's phone ringing in the room. Liu Hong picked up the phone and listened for a few seconds before she suddenly opened the door and rushed out angrily, Mr. Chen, you are really something. You are pretending to be a big shot by using someone else's car. And it was stolen. Your cousin called me and they have called the police. Just wait to be arrested. Chen Zhi stared at the other person's furious face and felt a little scared. If it weren't for the debt explosion, I wouldn't have known that this woman changed her attitude faster than turning the pages of a book, and the way she changed her attitude made people feel cold all over. There's nothing more to say now, let's just pack up and get a divorce. Chen Zhi disagreed to transfer the X-trail to Liu Hong, and Liu Hong stopped talking and directly deleted this clause from the divorce agreement. It can be seen that she really can't wait to get a divorce and just wants to quickly sever ties with Chen Zhi, who is heavily in debt. After leaving the community, Liu Hong called an online taxi. Although she already knew that Chen Zhi was really driving a Mercedes-Benz, she would not ride in Chen Zhi's car. Because she was dragging 2 large suitcases, she would not let Chen Zhi know where she put her luggage. While they were waiting for the car, Chen Zhi had already driven his brand new Mercedes-Benz over, rolled down the passenger window and said to her, I'll go ahead and wait for you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Liu Hong looked at the brand new Mercedes-Benz GLE 350 with complicated eyes, and said gloomily, go to the notary office and wait for me first, and then go to the Civil Affairs Bureau after the notarization is completed. According to regulations, the divorce agreement needs to be notarized before going through the divorce procedures. Chen Zhi had never been divorced, so he didn't know that it would have to be notarized, but this was exactly what he wanted. Even if their divorce procedures have to wait for a 1-month cooling-off period to be completed, as long as this notarization is available, there will be no financial involvement between the two from then on. Liu Hong felt that the sooner she could get out of this misery the better, but in Chen Zhi's opinion, after the notarization, she wouldn't have to worry about Liu Hong dividing her property with her and could go and claim the prize with confidence. Chapter 5 Twins. The two of them got a notarized marriage at the notary office, and then went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to go through the divorce procedures. Of course, the first time you go to the Civil Affairs Bureau you can only apply for a divorce, and the actual process requires a 1-month cooling-off period. After completing the application procedures, Liu Hong was obviously relieved. After coming out of the government hall, she even gave Chen Zhi a rare smile. Although it will take a month to get the divorce certificate, we are completely separated from now on. Let us part ways amicably. I hope you can find your own happiness soon. Didn't you have a sweetheart named Shen Qinglin when you were in college? Now you can pursue her again. Chen Zhi smiled faintly. Thank you, I sincerely appreciate your blessing, and I wish you happiness. Liu Hong waved her hand casually. Goodbye, let's get the divorce certificate together in a month. Chen Zhi looked at Liu Hong's graceful back as she left, sneering in his heart. Don't think that the matter is completely clear now. You cheated on me during our marriage and used my childhood misfortunes as a joke. This matter must be explained. Chen Zhi recalled a discussion about whether a woman can bring good luck to her husband. It's said that sometimes a man gets promoted and becomes rich because he marries a wife who brings good luck to her husband. If this man becomes arrogant and changes his wife, his life will immediately take a turn for the worse and all good luck will turn into bad luck. It seems that Liu Hong is not a woman who can bring good luck to her husband. Looking back, I've been having all kinds of bad luck since I married her. But she had just asked for a divorce from me last night, and immediately I got the news that I had won the lottery. She was so eager to leave me, but in fact I was sending the plague to her. Just then, the phone rang. It was my childhood friend Chen Zhi calling. As soon as the call was connected, I heard him yelling, "What's wrong with you, kid? Why aren't you here at this hour? Not going to work anymore? Aren't you tired of crawling on Liu Hong all day? How many times did you do it last night? You're just focusing on the harem and ignoring state affairs, right? Where are you? Crawling and stabbing Liu Hong? This is really like rubbing salt into a bloody wound." If this was said to his face, Chen Zhi would definitely kick Sinew out. Although divorcing Liu Hong is like sending away the plague god, it is after all the breakup of a small family, and I will soon have to face all kinds of sadness from my family members. This actually affects my mood a lot. I'm still at home. Chen Zhi replied unhappily. What? Still home? What time is it and you're still home? The other cars have already left for half an hour. It was my boss who helped me load the goods just now, and he got angry at me. Come to me as fast as you can, right now, right now. Chen Zhi and Chen Sinew are childhood friends who grew up together naked. Now they deliver goods in the same car. Sinew delivers goods in the trade city. His employer is the Jiangju agent of Luo Hui Sausage. Sinew's partner quit some time ago, so he introduced Chen Zhi to work for him, and he has been working there for more than 3 months. It's just that Chen Zhi is in a hurry to claim the grand prize, so he has no mood to deliver the goods. Besides, if you have money, you should start your own business. There is no billionaire with a net worth of hundreds of millions who would drive a car to deliver goods for others. I have something to do now. Please tell the boss that I'm quitting. Please find another one. Quit it. Sinew interrupted Chen Zhi with a cry of surprise. Why? Not taking out a mortgage anymore? Are your online loans and credit cards going to continue to be overdue? Do you not want to get out of this situation? Or have you found a better job? Oh. Chen Zhi was not good at lying and was at a loss for words. I want to follow Zhenyu to the cold storage to kill chickens. That job pays more. 3 months ago, Chen Zhi had 2 choices. One was to follow Sinew to deliver goods, and the other was to follow Zhenyu to the cold storage to kill chickens. In desperation, Chen Zhi had to bring Zhenyu out and told a white lie. Well then, Sinew didn't force it, but then shouted, "Why didn't you say it earlier? I waited for you for nearly an hour." Chen Zhi quickly apologized. In fact, he was going to call Sinew early in the morning to tell him about this, but after being involved with Liu Hong, he forgot about it. Now that I have quit my job, I should go and claim the prize. It is a big prize of several 100 million yuan, so I must go to the lottery center in the provincial capital to claim the prize. However, before going to the provincial capital, Chen Zhi first went to the mall and bought a set of Ultraman clothes. I tried it on and it looked pretty good. It was a very good camouflage and no one would be able to recognize me now. But Chen Zhi thought again that he would need to show his valid ID to receive the prize, so his identity would not be hidden, at least the staff knew his identity. Now Chen Zhi just wants to collect the grand prize without anyone noticing. More importantly, he didn't want Liu Hong to find out that he had such a huge fortune in his name for the time being. If she knew that he was worth hundreds of millions, that woman would turn into a mad dog and would want to get a large share of the money, even if it meant taking the lawsuit to the ends of the earth. Although I'm not afraid of her, it's still troublesome to be targeted by a mad dog. Thinking of this, Chen Zhi's eyes suddenly lit up. He could use his brother's ID card to claim the prize. His twin brother is named Chen Zhi. When they were 3 years old, the two brothers went to get vaccinations, but the nurse mixed them up, and the eldest brother got 2 shots, but the second brother didn't. The overdose of vaccines caused Zhi to have a high fever that night and damaged his brain. Now his intelligence is only at the level of a 4 or 5-year-old. Because it was a medical accident, the town health center paid tens of thousands of yuan in compensation, and the family planning office also approved the Chen family to have a second child, and Chen Zhi's sister Chen Xian was born. It just so happens that I have my brother's ID card in my hand, so I can just use his identity to claim the prize. I went home and found my brother Chen Zhi's ID card and compared it with my own ID card again. They looked exactly the same, had the same date of birth, and even the ID number was only 1 digit different. Let my brother be a billionaire for once. After going out, Chen Zhi went to the mobile service center again and applied for a phone card using his brother's ID card. Then we drove to the provincial capital. Jiangju is more than 100 kilometers away from the provincial capital, and he arrived at the provincial lottery center in more than an hour. He went in directly in the Ultraman costume, and got 100% of the turning heads along the way. When you are led by the staff to the prize redemption room, you must show your true face because your identity needs to be verified. Soon, several leaders from the lottery center came in. Because the leader was also curious, he came in and asked Chen Zhi impatiently, "Mr. Chen, how did you know that this number would win?" Chen Zhi smiled and said, "I'm not sure if this number will win. But I was complaining in my heart, I was actually sure that this number would never win the prize." Several leaders were even more puzzled. "Since you are not sure that this number will win, why did you buy 100,000 yuan at once? And 50,000 bets were placed on just this one number." "Because?" Chen Zhi touched his nose. "I said I didn't want to win the prize, I just wanted to show my love, do you believe me?" Well, the leaders left disappointed. Because they found that they could not get any valuable information from Chen Zhi. I originally thought that the winner would say something like the I Ching or gossip. Chen Zhi won 560 million yuan, and the lottery center withheld 20% tax on his behalf, so he actually received 448 million yuan. As usual, the staff asked him if he wanted to donate. Chen Zhi donated 2 million. The remaining 446 million is the money that Chen Zhi can actually get. Chapter 6, It is impossible to manage finances. Chen Zhi received 2 checks. One was a transfer check for 446 million yuan, and the other check for 560 million yuan was taller than his if it was turned sideways. He needed to hold this large model of the check to be photographed and interviewed. After all the operations, Chen Zhi was soaked in sweat. This Ultraman suit was too damn thick, he almost died of heat. After finally completing the process, Chen Zhi fled in a hurry amid the questioning and siege of reporters. We got on the bus and returned to Jiangju. He didn't want to keep his money in a bank in the provincial capital, because when he wanted to use large sums of money, he might need to go to the bank where he opened an account. When he rushed back to Jiangju and arrived at the bank, it was already past noon and it was not yet time for the afternoon work. Fortunately, the bank does not close at noon and there are people on duty. When the bank staff saw Chen Zhi present the check for 446 million yuan with the word "prize redemption" marked on it, they looked at Chen Zhi as if he had seen a monster. I couldn't help but blurt out, "I spent 100,000 yuan to buy the same number, and it turns out that you are the one who won the 500 million yuan jackpot." Sure, Chen Zhi put his finger on his mouth and looked around vigilantly. The staff kept their mouths shaped like a goose egg could fit in, and quickly let Chen Zhi into the VIP room. And call the president immediately. From the content of her conversation, it could be heard that the president and his colleagues must be having a dinner together. But just a few minutes after the staff member hung up the phone, the president, vice president and others rushed to the VIP room. It's not that the bank leaders haven't seen billionaires with assets of hundreds of millions or even billions, but they want to catch a glimpse of this most legendary award winner. The president, vice president and financial advisor also came to the VIP room together. The financial advisor was the one who sold financial products to Chen Zhi. At first glance, financial products sound like they have very impressive returns, but Chen Zhi is well aware of the risks. Especially in the current economic downturn, there is a high probability that financial products will suffer losses, and it is even possible that all the money will be lost. Therefore, it is impossible to manage finances, and I will never touch financial products in my life. Compared with the high returns of financial products, the current deposit interest rates seem too low, with the 3-year fixed interest rate being less than 2%. On their way back to Jiangsu after receiving the award, Chen Zhi had already distributed the 446 million yuan. He decided to put 200 million into a fixed deposit and prepare the other 246 million for investment to see if he could find a good entrepreneurial project. Anyway, it's unexpected money, so I won't feel bad even if the investment fails. If the investment really fails, I will just give up and never invest again in this life. I will just live on the interest from the 200 million fixed deposit for the rest of my life. After some bargaining with bank leaders, Chen Zhi deposited 200 million yuan in large denomination certificates of deposit with an interest rate of 2.2%. Although deposit interest rates have been falling again and again in the past 2 years, and such a large denomination certificate of deposit is only 2.2%, the annual interest on 200 million yuan is 4.4 million yuan, and if the interest is paid monthly into the account, it is more than 360,000 yuan. He also split up the other 246 million and put 240 million into a 7-day notice deposit. After bargaining, the interest rate was 1.2%, and the interest was also paid into the account monthly. In this way, he can earn a total of more than 600,000 yuan in interest every month. The monthly interest of 600,000 yuan was too much for Chen Zhi, a rural kid who had been used to poverty since childhood, to spend even if he learned to spend lavishly. The remaining 6 million will be put in the card. Besides paying off debts, it can be regarded as pocket money. After the bank leaders left, only Chen Zhi and the financial advisor named Fang Xinyan were left in the VIP room. Chen Zhi looked at the string of numbers in the text message balance and was still in a state of disbelief. Fang Xinyan picked up another financial plan and patiently guided Chen Zhi. Mr. Chen, from the way you divided your bonus savings, I can see that you have deep insights into financial management. Since you have set aside 6 million in working capital, would you consider this financial management project? You don't need a lot, you can invest 3 million first, or 2 million is fine. Anyway, 3 or 2 million is just a drop in the bucket in your hands, and it's also an experience to try out high-yield products. Chen Zhi, who was gradually facing reality, couldn't help but look at the financial advisor twice. She wore a light grey short skirt suit, paired with nude stiletto sandals, a light blue silk shirt with a slightly open neckline, and a silver necklace. She looked beautiful, intellectual and capable. Chen Zhi didn't get annoyed by the other party's repeated sales pitch. After all, the beauty's attitude was somewhat ambiguous, and as a man he still felt quite useful. It seems that even if you work in a bank, it is difficult to remain neither humble nor arrogant when facing a young and handsome billionaire like yourself. If she knew that she had just divorced, I believe her level of ambiguous attitude would increase. Chen Zhi took a quick look at the introduction of the financial product and nodded. This financial product is indeed good. The rate of return is the highest among risk level R1. But I just won the lottery, and my thoughts are a little confused. I can't think about financial management for the time being. I will contact you in a few days if I have any needs in this regard. Fang Xinyan said enthusiastically, Okay, Mr. Chen, I will be your full-time personal financial advisor from now on. If you need anything related to banking, you can contact me at any time. Oh, really? Chen Zhi thought for a moment and said, Could you please help me withdraw 1.1 million in cash? No problem, Mr. Chen. Fang Xinyan refilled Chen Zhi's cup with tea. Please wait a moment. I'll ask about the cash situation at the counter first. Soon, Fang Xinyan helped Chen Zhi take out 1.1 million in cash and put it in a big bag for him. Originally, the bank had many gifts to give to big customers like Chen Zhi. Moreover, the gifts were very exquisite and much more valuable than the rice and peanut oil given to ordinary depositors. However, when Chen Zhi saw that the gifts all had the bank's logo on them, he didn't want to reveal his identity as a big customer, so he declined the bank's kindness. After coming out of the bank, Chen Zhi sat in the Mercedes-Benz in a daze for a long time. The windfall came too suddenly, and every step made him feel unreal. After adjusting his mental state, he finally became close to normal. The first thing I did after returning to normal was to use my brother's account to transfer 500,000 yuan to my own account. I operated on my mobile phone and paid off all my overdue credit card and online loan debts. Just now, I was in debt and my entire fortune was less than 1,000 yuan. But from now on, my brother's account has several hundred million yuan. This is my secret bank. Whenever I need money, I can transfer money from my brother's account to myself. The advantage of doing this is that even though you are a billionaire, no deposits can be found under your name. It feels great to be an invisible rich man. His debts had only been overdue for a short time, and he had just started collecting debts, and none of them had entered the litigation stage. Now that they had all been paid off, the sense of relief he felt after being debt-free was no less than winning the lottery. It's just that I can only feel this excitement by myself, and I absolutely cannot share it with anyone. The fact that you have won a big prize must be kept absolutely secret even from your family members. Keeping it a secret is keeping it a secret, but now that I have money, it's okay to share some with my family. Chapter 7. Sinew was beaten. Chen Zhi immediately transferred 30,000 yuan to his father. As soon as the money was transferred, my father did not receive it. Instead, he called me immediately and said, "Xiao Zhi, why did you suddenly transfer money to me? Do I need a reason to give money to my dad?" Chen Zhi said with a smile, "I have more money now, so I'll give a little to my family. Our family has been in a tight spot in the past few years, and we have to pay back bills even when purchasing goods from our small supermarket. It's just right for you to use it to settle the payment first. You just followed Sinew to deliver sausages, and you were able to save so much money in just a few months." Dad didn't quite believe it. Chen Zhi made up a little lie, "I don't make much money delivering sausages. The main source of my income now is doing research and development for a machinery factory. This 30,000 yuan is given by the R&D department, and there will be more and more in the future. Chen Zhi still has nearly 4 million in working capital, and he will receive more than 600,000 in interest every month." He wanted to send more to his father, but was afraid of scaring him. "If you suddenly give him hundreds of thousands of dollars, my dad will definitely think that the money came from illegal sources, so it's better not to scare him." After comforting his father and asking him to accept the money calmly, Chen Zhi immediately gave another 5,000 yuan to his sister Chen Xian. "My family conditions have always been poor. My single father, who has a lame leg, raised 3 children, one of whom is mentally retarded. The family of 4 suffered a lot. My little sister has been so sensible since she was young that it makes people feel distressed. After entering college, I have been working part-time in my spare time. The biggest complaint of today as college students is that the living expenses given by their families are too little and not enough to spend, and they just spend all day asking their families for money." But Chen Xian was the opposite. No matter whether her father or Chen Zhi gave her living expenses, she sometimes refused to accept them, saying that she still had money. Now that Chen Zhi is rich, he certainly can't let his younger sister suffer like that anymore. As expected, Chen Zhigang gave Chen Xian money and she called him immediately. "Brother, did you send it to the wrong person? I'll return it to you." Chen Zhi was speechless and had to send it again. "Xian Xian, my second brother is not old enough to be so confused. If you don't know how to transfer money, you will make a mistake. That's for you, take it quickly. Why did you suddenly give me so much money? I'm not short of money. I'm making a lot of money doing one-on-one work. If you have money, give it to my sister-in-law. Save it for paying off the mortgage." Chen Xian did not come back during the summer vacation, but instead found a tutoring institution to teach summer classes. "How can a student like you make money?" Chen Zhi said, "My second brother is making more and more money now, and our family doesn't have to live a tight life anymore. Go home when you have holidays and don't look for a part-time job. My second brother can easily support you." The brother and sister argued on the phone for a long time, and finally, under Chen Zhi's stern threat, Chen Xian muttered and reluctantly took the money. After hanging up the phone, Chen Zhi started thinking that he needed to go back to his hometown in the next few days to send some money to his grandfather. Grandpa's most beloved grandson's wife is gone. I wonder how sad the old man will be when he knows about this. It's better to spend money on that old guy in advance. Even though he was dizzy with money, the news of his divorce was not too devastating. Thinking of Liu Hong, Chen Zhi couldn't help but look at the bag of money on the passenger seat. There is no need to let her know that I am worth hundreds of millions. As long as she sees the more than 1 million in cash, the woman will immediately be devoted to me. But that kind of loyalty bought with money is worthless in Chen Zhi's eyes. The reason why he took out 1.1 million in cash was that 100,000 of it was to return to his uncle. Since I was able to win the prize, it was all thanks to my cousin, so I won't bother with him and will just put the 100,000 yuan of stolen money into his wine box. Although Qin Yuwei used that audio clip to threaten Chen Zhi last night, the man named Qin called Liu Hong again this morning, which made Chen Zhi very unhappy. But now that he is worth hundreds of millions and is a man who wants to do big things, he doesn't have the time to talk nonsense with someone named Qin. Chen Zhi just took out the remaining 1 million in cash for fun. Holding real cash in his hand would make it more real. Chen Zhi didn't dare stay outside for a long time and went straight home. Getting rich quickly is a good thing, but the huge sum of money comes too suddenly, making it difficult for people to adapt to it all of a sudden. The biggest feeling is the fear of gain and loss. I always feel that if huge sums of money can fall from the sky, can they also suddenly disappear? After returning home, he cooked a quick meal and fiddled with the 1 million cash at home. 100 bundles of red banknotes stacked together looked quite spectacular. After admiring it for a while, he began to wonder how to hide the cash. If your wealth is not exposed and hidden well, it will easily attract thieves. After going around the house, he finally placed the 100 bundles of cash neatly under the mattress in the living room. This bedroom was reserved for my dad and brother, but they only stayed here for one night. Chen Xian also stayed here for 2 days. Chen Zhi decided that he would sleep in the guest bedroom for the next period of time, and he would find time to clean out all the things in the master bedroom as trash. Moreover, the house had to be disinfected and painted to completely remove all traces of Liu Hong, because Chen Zhi felt sick at the thought of that woman bringing a bastard home. Every piece of furniture and every inch of floor seemed to be stained with her betrayal. He wanted to make this house look brand new, as if she had never existed. Only in this way can Chen Zhi completely get rid of the shadow of the past and start his life again. Having not slept well last night and having been busy since early morning today, Chen Zhi felt exhausted and his eyelids were drooping. He decided to take a nap first to get enough rest before making further plans. Sleeping with 1 million in cash was quite exciting. He couldn't fall asleep and tossed and turned for a long time before he could finally fall asleep. After waking up, he called Sinyu first. "Hello, I didn't go out today. How are you doing alone?" "How dare you call me, you idiot?" Sinyu said angrily. "You quit without even telling me in advance, and I was caught off guard. Fortunately, I called my second aunt's cousin over, otherwise I would have been exhausted today." "Don't complain," Chen Zhi said with a smile. "I'll treat you to a meal after get off work as an apology." Sinyu snorted. "Forget it, why should you apologize to your own brother? You should save the money to pay off your debts and get ashore as soon as possible." "Who are you looking down on?" Chen Zhi said. "Don't keep talking about paying off your debts. My financial situation is not that bad. I just picked up a brand new Mercedes-Benz today. Stop talking nonsense. What do you want to eat tonight? And take a look at my Mercedes-Benz." Sinyu didn't believe it at all. "You must be kidding. I know how many holes there are in your pants. With your current financial situation, how can you afford a Mercedes-Benz? Whether you can afford it or not, you'll know when you have dinner tonight." Hearing him speak so confidently, Sinyu began to wonder. Let's see the truth tonight. Don't try to fool me with a toy car. The two agreed on a time and place, and Sinyu and his cousin went there together after get off work in the afternoon. Because Sinyu was late in delivering the goods today, he would be late in picking up the truck, so Chen Zhi waited until it was almost dark before going out. When they were almost at the agreed hotel, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar local number. Chen Zhi thought that there were still some collection calls that had not been cleared up, and wanted to not answer it, but curiosity made him press the answer button. A timid voice came from the phone. "Is that brother Chen Zhi?" Chen Zhi was stunned. Who are you? I'm Zhu Haiyang, Chen Sinyu's cousin, please come to the Public Security Bureau. Chen Zhi's heart sank. What happened? Where's Sinyu? Zhu Haiyang's voice trembled. My cousin was beaten up, but the police handcuffed him and are going to detain him. Your sister-in-law is here too. Chapter 8 Enemies. When Chen Zhi heard his cousin's incoherent and confusing speech, he thought to himself, what is all this? He interrupted his cousin and asked, whose sister-in-law? Who is the sister-in-law you are talking about? What's her name? It's your sister-in-law. Zhu Haiyang still said timidly in a low voice, her name should be Liu Hong. Well, okay, Chen Zhi seemed to understand what was going on and asked, tell me who beats Sinyu. Zhu Haiyang said weakly, he is a very good fighter, very tall, and full of muscles. Chen Zhi's heart moved, and he asked, does that man speak with special force, and does his voice sound full of energy? Zhu Haiyang said quickly, yes, that person is obviously a martial artist. Just by listening to the sound of his voice, he sounds very powerful. That guy was really rude. I didn't dare to say anything when he hit my cousin, but he hit my cousin and kicked me twice. Now, Chen Zhi was more certain of his guess. He said to his cousin, don't worry. Tell me which police station you are in now. I'll be there right away. Please tell me the whole story in detail. Chen Zhi was driving while listening to Zhu Haiyang's narration of what happened. In fact, this matter was not complicated. Sinyu and Chen Zhi made an appointment to have dinner together tonight. After picking up the car, he drove his own car and took his cousin to the agreed hotel. On their way, Sinyu saw Liu Hong. At that time, Liu Hong was facing a tall and well-proportioned man with a big bouquet of flowers in his hand. Then Liu Hong threw herself into the arms of the handsome man, and the two hugged each other in the street. Sinyu certainly couldn't stand it, so he immediately stopped the car and went over to question Liu Hong. Liu Hong didn't care at all. She said that she and Chen Zhi had divorced and accused Sinyu of meddling in other people's business. Sinyu didn't believe Liu Hong's words and started arguing with her, accusing her of being unfaithful to Chen Zhi and even calling Chen Zhi. At this time, the tall and well-proportioned handsome man came up, grabbed Chen Sinyu's neck without saying a word, and told him to get out. Although the other party looked like he could fight, Chen Sinyu couldn't stand being choked and told to get out in the street, so the two of them started fighting immediately. Chen Sinyu was no match for the man at all. He was beaten black and blue by his combination of punches and fell to the ground. The opponent was so good at fighting that Zhu Haiyang didn't dare to move or even fart. He just quickly took out his cell phone and called the police. But the man kicked him twice and his cell phone flew away. Unexpectedly, the man called the police instead, and the police arrived quickly and took everyone to the police station. Zhu Haiyang said, the police who responded were from the Public Security Brigade of Jiangsu Public Security Bureau. We are now in the Public Security Brigade. Because I did not participate in the fight, it was not my turn to call the police. Now I have been released from the Public Security Brigade. The cousin started crying as he spoke. Brother Chen Zhi, please come over quickly and find someone you know. We need to send my cousin to the hospital first. He was beaten so badly, how can we not send him to the hospital? Chen Zhi got even more anxious when he heard this, and he stepped on the accelerator hard, driving very fast regardless of the city. He was like a slippery loach, slipping through any gaps he could find, except for not running red lights, passing through if possible, and forcing through if not. When he arrived at the Jiangsu Public Security Bureau, he knew his car was not allowed to enter, so he parked the car and told the guard that his classmate was arrested by the public security police and that he was there to seek bail. Only then was he allowed to pass. In the police station compound, he saw his cousin walking in circles. Although the two had never met before, they immediately knew each other's identity as soon as they made eye contact. Zhu Haiyang ran over and said, Brother Chen Zhi, you are here. What should we do now? Do you have any acquaintances in the police station? Call them right away. The guy who beat my cousin had an acquaintance. He beat my cousin, but the police detained my cousin and fined him. It's okay to hit someone. Chen Zhixin said, how can I have any acquaintances? We all come from rural areas and have just graduated and started working. We are still a vulnerable group in this city. But he still comforted Zhu Haiyang, don't worry, cousin, it's okay, I'll go in and take a look at the situation first. Zhu Haiyang followed Chen Zhi closely and quickly entered the lobby on the first floor, whispering as he walked, the police from the Public Security Brigade are very fierce. This is in the Municipal Bureau, not the Public Security Brigade, but the Public Security Detachment. Chen Zhi corrected him. It is now dark and most units have gone off work at this time, but the police station's office building is still brightly lit, and busy police officers are constantly coming in and out of the hall. It only means that frontline police officers cannot go to and from get off work on time, because illegal and criminal matters do not care whether you are off work or not. At this time, Chen Zhi saw that there were policemen escorting a few gangsters who were about to get on the elevator. But it was obvious that those hooligans were not convinced and did not cooperate at all. One of them, a sturdy thug, kept shouting crazily, "Why are you arresting me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am hanging out with? You better be polite to me and let me go immediately." He kept shouting and trying to break free from the police. At this time, the elevator door opened and two policemen wanted to push him in, but he suddenly exploded. He suddenly broke free from the police's grip, turned around and ran outside. Several policemen scrambled to catch him. But this guy was just crazy and looked like a calf. He bumped around recklessly and knocked away the police who tried to catch him. At this time, several policemen just walked out of the elevator. One of them had 2 bars and 3 4-pointed stars on his shoulders. He was tall and straight, and looked heroic. Upon seeing this situation, the 2-bar 3-star guy reacted extremely quickly. He caught up with the gangster at an extremely fast speed and grabbed the other's arm. This timid scoundrel tried to repeat his old trick to shake off his opponent. However, this 2-bar 3-star warrior was very agile and knocked the calf to the ground with a beautiful grab. He pointed his finger with high spirits and ordered the police who caught up with him, cuff him behind his back. I have to say, this police officer's series of actions are simply amazing. This scene made Zhu Haiyang couldn't help but give Chen Zhi a thumbs up. Awesome, really awesome. However, Chen Zhi turned his head away, pulled Zhu Haiyang, and turned into the corridor. Zhu Haiyang said anxiously, "Brother Chen Zhi, the Public Security Brigade is on the 2nd floor. Don't talk." Chen Zhi stopped him in a low voice, and deliberately walked in front of Zhu Haiyang to let him block his back. When he was almost at the end of the corridor, he saw the bathroom and turned in. Zhu Haiyang also noticed something was wrong, and after he came in, he asked in a low voice, "What's wrong, Brother Chen Zhi?" Chen Zhi said, "It's okay," but he felt very upset. Zhu Haiyang had asked him to find someone he knew to ask for help, but now not only did he have no connections to look for, he even ran into an enemy. Chapter 9, Criminal Police Team Leader. Zhu Haiyang saw something and couldn't help asking him, "Brother Chen Zhi, do you know that handsome policeman just now?" Chen Zhi ignored his question and said, "Go up and see how Sun Yu is doing." In fact, the police officer who was in the limelight just now was Chen Zhi's high school classmate Ding Haoyi, who was promoted to the head of the Criminal Police Brigade of Jiangsu Municipal Public Security Bureau just a few months ago. In high school, the two were in the same grade but different classes, so they had little interaction. Moreover, because of family reasons, the fact that his mother was a mistress spread among his classmates. Chen Zhi could not hold his head up in school and had always been a marginalized student. Ding Haoyi, on the contrary, is a prominent figure in the school. He is flamboyant and arrogant and likes to show off in front of others. To put it bluntly, he is the kind of person who lives in the eyes of others. Few people like this kind of arrogant person, and Chen Zhi dislikes him from the bottom of his heart. The most important thing is that I heard from my classmates that Ding Haoyi has an uncle who is a high-ranking official and has a strong backing, which increases his arrogance, so he is always surrounded by a group of younger brothers. Chen Zhi is completely different from him. They always avoid him when they see him, for fear of offending them. But he was worrying too much. Ding Haoyi was the kind of person who was chivalrous and would not bother to care about students like Chen Zhi who were so timid. What he can't stand are those students who want to be the boss. Anyone who dares to be more arrogant than him will be beaten. At that time, there was a real second-generation official in the school, and he had a group of younger brothers around him. The second generation of officials and Ding Haoyi are definitely not willing to give in to each other. The two have always been tit-for-tat enemies and have fought many times, with each having won and lost. In several battles, it was actually Ding Haoyi who fought on behalf of Chen Zhi. Because that second-generation official loves to bully people the most, he bullies whoever he catches, including Chen Zhi, who is a joke in the eyes of others. Ding Haoyi couldn't stand it and stood up for Chen Zhi, so several fights ensued. Since someone stood up for him, Chen Zhi couldn't possibly be ungrateful, so he wanted to treat Ding Haoyai to a meal, but Ding Haoyai simply looked down on him. The two people really met each other in their senior year of high school. Once after evening self-study, Ding Haoyai was left alone and had no younger brothers around him. A man who had sneaked in from outside emerged from the darkness and stabbed Ding Haoyai as soon as he came up. It was obvious that the man wanted to kill Ding Haoyai, and after stabbing him once, he wanted to stab him again. At this time, Chen Zhi happened to pass by. He immediately rushed forward, knocked the murderer to the ground with 3 punches and 2 kicks, and captured him alive. Later, after interrogation, it was discovered that this man was hired by the second-generation official. The second-generation rich man was used to being arrogant and could not stand being suppressed by Ding Haoyai. He even wanted to kill Ding Haoyai. Ding Haoyai managed to save his life, and only then did he realize that Chen Zhi was such a good fighter. Moreover, such a good fighter can be so tolerant. He is bullied all day at school but never fights back. Ding Haoyai immediately became interested in Chen Zhi and pestered Chen Zhi all day long after he was discharged from the hospital. Chen Zhi is the kind of person who is low-key and tolerant, and he would definitely look down on Ding Haoyai's arrogant style. But the cold but couldn't stand the warm face, so the couple kept sticking to each other. After a while, the relationship between the two people was pretty good. But Chen Zhi never participated in their small gang. After the college entrance examination, Chen Zhi was admitted to Beijing Institute of Technology and Ding Haoyai went to the police academy, but as old classmates, they still keep in touch with each other. After graduation, Ding Haoyai passed the joint examination for police academy graduates and was recruited to work in the public security agency. When he first started working, he was assigned to a police station in a remote township and was just an ordinary police officer. Chen Zhi heard rumors among his old classmates that Ding Haoyai might have been suppressed and retaliated by his enemies, and that he was deliberately exiled to a remote town. After all, he had suffered a disaster in high school, and they had been in contact with each other during the years in college. Chen Zhi even went to the township police station to see Ding Haoyai. At that time, he seemed to be suppressed. He was such a high-profile and arrogant person back then, but now he is in a dying state. I was very touched to see that my old classmate Chen Zhi still thought about me and came to see me. He just spoke in a very dull voice, "I won't work hard anymore." The word, hard work, is actually a sickle that harvests ordinary people. A person's life lasts only 30,000 days, so enjoy every day. I gave up and lay down. I will work as a security guard at a township police station for the rest of my life until I retire. In view of his neglected state and his lamenting about the fickleness of human nature, Chen Zhi often took time out to visit him in order to comfort him. More than a year later, Ding Haoyai was promoted to deputy director, and his condition improved significantly. He no longer sighed, and his arrogant nature gradually revived. Then Chen Zhi was busy finding a date, getting engaged, getting married, and then losing his job. His life was busy and chaotic, and he rarely kept in touch with classmates who were not in the same city. During the years when Chen Zhi was in misfortune, Ding Haoyai's career was smooth sailing. He served as deputy director for a long time and made continuous contributions, and was promoted out of turn. He was first transferred to the District Public Security Bureau. Within half a year, he was asked to be the squadron leader of the criminal police team of the Municipal Bureau. He then solved 2 major cases and became famous in the Jiangsu public security system. His deeds were even reported in the official media of the provincial department. He was trained by the organization and became a shining star in the Jiangsu police force. Chen Zhi heard from his classmates that the Ding Haoyai who used to like to show off and be arrogant has resurrected. Of course, those classmates who had ignored him before also became enthusiastic. When he was transferred to the District Public Security Bureau, some classmates took the initiative to organize a party to welcome him. When he entered the Municipal Bureau, even more classmates tried to curry favor with him. Chen Zhi lost his job at the big factory and was reduced to doing odd jobs everywhere. He felt so ashamed of himself that he never attended any of his classmates' reunions. Afterwards, some classmates told Chen Zhi that Ding Haoyai had publicly expressed his dissatisfaction with Chen Zhi at the banquet. Just a few months ago, Ding Haoyai solved another major case and was promoted out of turn, directly becoming the head of the Criminal Police Brigade of the Jiangsu Public Security Bureau. You have to know that he is only 29 years old. He is so young and has already been promoted to deputy director, and the key is that he is in such an important position. According to his classmates, In addition to his ability to fight and work hard, his uncle's transfer to the central government must have also helped his career. This time, Ding Haoyai was promoted out of turn. He did not need his classmates to organize a party to congratulate him. Instead, he took the initiative to organize a party and invited all his old classmates in Jiangsu to attend. Ding Haoyai also called Chen Zhi personally and invited him to the party. But Chen Zhi knew that class reunions were actually a platform for classmates to show their superiority, and only students who were doing well would attend such occasions. However, he was trapped in a quagmire of debt and could not extricate himself. He had fallen from being an elite in a large company to delivering goods, doing the lowest level of work in society. At the party, when classmates asked me about my situation, should I lie or tell the truth? Therefore, people should know themselves and not go to parties to serve as stepping stones or sitting targets. Chen Zhi tactfully said that he was not in Jiangsu and did not attend the party organized by Ding Haoyai. Chapter 10: Enemies on a Narrow Road. Regarding that party, Chen Zhi later heard from his classmates that at the banquet that night, Ding Haoyai drank a little too much and cursed Chen Zhi in front of everyone without any scruples. That kid is just an ungrateful idiot. He must have long forgotten how he was bullied in high school. Who stood up for him? Now that he has become rich, he becomes arrogant and looks down on us old classmates. He is so ungrateful and changes his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. If I run into him, I will teach him a lesson as an old classmate and let him know his own limitations. Seeing this, those classmates who usually fawned on him also followed suit, adding fuel to the fire. Yes, Chen Zhi is really different now. He is a top student from Beijing Institute of Technology, has a postgraduate degree and is extremely capable. As soon as I graduated, I joined Li Guan Automobile, one of the best companies in the new energy industry nationwide, with an annual salary of more than 200,000 yuan. I heard that not long after joining the company, he became the core backbone of the company's intelligent manufacturing team. I can't compare with him at all. Another classmate also chimed in, "You don't know yet, do you?" He worked at Li Guan for less than a year before he followed his team leader to Jipeng Automobile. Jipeng Automobile is a large company jointly owned by two top domestic financial groups and is very powerful. I heard that after he changed jobs, his annual salary suddenly increased to more than 300,000. According to this trend, it is estimated to be 600,000 now. The gap between us and others is getting bigger and bigger. I will feel embarrassed to invite them to class reunions in the future. I guess they don't think much of our little gathering. In order to please Ding Haoyai, these students uttered all kinds of sarcastic remarks. Ding Haoyai must have become more and more angry after listening to these words, and he started to speak without thinking. He threatened on the spot, Ding Haoyai, am saying this. I hope Chen Zhi can behave himself and not do anything illegal. If I get the chance, His words were full of threats, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was warning Chen Zhi not to fall into his hands, otherwise Chen Zhi would be in trouble. Although Ding Haoyai was a little too arrogant, Chen Zhi also knew that he was in the wrong. When my old classmate Ding Haoyai, with whom I had a very good relationship, stood up to congratulate him on his successful career, I should have been the first to do so, but I chose to avoid it. Anyone would feel resentful if this happened to them, thinking that they were looked down upon. What's more, Ding Haoyai is a high-profile person by nature, and he values face more than anything else. But now that things have come to this, there is nothing that can be done. Chen Zhi can only pray for the best of luck and hope that God will protect him from getting into trouble and falling into Ding Haoyai's hands. The matter of Sinew being beaten is already tricky enough at the moment. The other party obviously has connections. If Ding Haoyai gets involved, things will only get worse, and Sinew will be in real trouble. At this time, the chaos in the hall had gradually subsided. Chen Zhi carefully poked his head out and looked outside, guessing that Ding Haoyai should have left. Only then did he pull Zhu Haiyang, hurried out of the bathroom, and quickly went upstairs. Arriving at the security brigade on the second floor, the first thing Chen Zhi saw was the listless Sinew, with a bruised face and blood at the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that he had been beaten badly. He was squatting in the corner with handcuffs on, and it seemed that he had just finished taking a statement. Liu Hong was sitting on the chair next to her, looking indifferent, as if everything happening before her had nothing to do with her. Sitting next to her was a man wearing a V-neck t-shirt and a shiny Patek Philippe on his wrist. This man was just as Zhu Haiyang had described. His exposed arms had firm, high muscles, and it was obvious that he had trained hard. Even though he was just sitting, it was obvious that he was tall. Looking at Sinyu, who was beaten badly, Chen Zhi knew that facing such a strong opponent, Sinyu had no power to fight back at all. The scene before us was clearly not a fair fight, but a one-sided and brutal beating. But now, Sinyu, who was beaten like a pig's head, was handcuffed to the ground, while the guy who beat him was sitting there leisurely, holding a disposable paper cup in his hand, drinking water leisurely. He looked like a VIP here. Based on his instinct, Chen Zhi was completely certain that this person was the man Liu Hong had brought to his home before. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other. Chen Zhiqiang resisted the urge to beat the other party to a pulp, but his sharp eyes like a knife and the uncontrollable hatred on his face still exposed his emotions. The man also guessed Chen Zhi's identity. His eyes met Chen Zhi's, and his eyes were also full of hostility. The two men just stared at each other, and the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Chen Sinyu, who was squatting on the ground in a mess, saw Chen Zhi coming in, and immediately felt like he saw a savior. "Lao Zhi, you are here." "Shut up." The police officer in charge of the case immediately shouted at him, "Who told you to talk?" "Comrade police officer," Chen Zhiqiang suppressed his anger and tried to keep his tone calm. "Why is the person being beaten handcuffed, but the one beating him can sit comfortably? What's the logic behind this? Who are you? Who let you in?" The police turned around and stared at Chen Zhi unkindly. "What do you do?" Chen Zhi pointed at Sinyu. "This is my brother." Then he pointed at Liu Hong. "The one sitting there is my ex-wife. Today's incident was caused by her." "Ex-wife?" Sinyu's originally dim eyes flashed with surprise when he heard this. He looked at Chen Zhi again and asked anxiously, "Old Zhi, are you really divorced from her? What's going on between you two?" As he spoke, he looked at Liu Hong angrily again. "You are so heartless. I was beaten like that just now, and you didn't even try to stop me. Our two families have such a good relationship, I didn't expect you to be so cruel. I told you to shut up, can't you hear me?" The policeman kicked Chen Sinyu impatiently. Sinyu's body trembled, and he could only grit his teeth and swallow the rest of his words, but his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Now in the police station, Chen Zhi knew clearly that no matter how angry he was, he couldn't act recklessly here. Since he had no acquaintances who could help, he wondered if he could pay the fine and get Sinyu out on bail. "Comrade police officer, I would like to discuss with you whether it is possible to pay the fine and release my brother on bail." Chen Zhi tried to use a calm tone. The police officer in charge of the case sneered and said sarcastically, "Do you think the police station is owned by your family? Can you avoid administrative detention and pay a fine? You make your own rules. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Sinyu is causing trouble and disturbing public order. He will be detained for 5 days and fined 1,000 yuan. Since you have to pay a fine, just pay the money first." Chapter 11 let them calm down. Now Chen Zhi was anxious. If he couldn't get bail, would Sinyu really be detained and suffer? He said hurriedly, "According to the Public Security Administration punishment law, if the person being punished applies for administrative reconsideration or files an administrative lawsuit in accordance with the law and provides a guarantor, or pays a deposit of 200 yuan per day of administrative detention, he can apply for a stay of execution. We are now requesting an administrative reconsideration." He knew that the police officers handling the case were obviously biased towards the other party, but he was outnumbered and it was useless to argue with the police at this time. "We can only cite legal provisions to try to buy Sinyu a chance of survival. At the same time, we also hope that the police can truly act in accordance with the law and not go too far." Before the police could respond, the handsome man who had been sitting next to them drinking water suddenly sneered with disdain on his face. "Oh, you're here to educate people about the law at the police station. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? What kind of person are you?" Liu Hong also snorted coldly and said in a sarcastic tone, "You're still talking about paying the fine, as if you're so rich. If I ask you to pay the fine now, can you afford it?" While sneering, he glanced at Chen Zhi with a look of disdain on his face. The man then mocked, "Rich? If he had money, even a sow could climb a tree. I guess he is being chased by debt collection calls every day and can barely support himself, yet he is still pretending to be a big shot. I feel ashamed for him." These words were like thousands of steel knives stabbing at him, completely igniting the anger in Chen Zhi's heart. It was obvious that this woman had already told this bastard about her debt explosion. Thinking back to the conversation in the audio file sent by Qin Yuwei, When this couple used his childhood misfortunes as a joke, Chen Zhi felt his blood boiling and waves of unstoppable impulse surge up. No one could tolerate his wife's betrayal and her joining in with others to humiliate him. Moreover, the handsome guy was saying sarcastic words, staring at Chen Zhi with a provocative look in his eyes, and at the same time he put down the paper cup in his hand. Looking at his tense muscles, he is ready for battle, waiting for Chen Zhi to get angry. In fact, everyone at the scene could see that Chen Zhi's anger had reached its peak. But what no one expected was that Chen Zhi smiled the next second, but his smile was so cold that everyone felt the chill. Chen Zhi knew that no matter how furious he was, he had to restrain himself at this moment. The other party has connections, and these public security police are obviously biased towards him. If I make trouble with him in the police station, I will definitely not end up well. No matter what, you must not fall into the other party's trap. Chen Zhi sneered, Liu Hong, this man is the reason why you are in a hurry to divorce me, right? What nonsense are you talking about? This made Liu Hong feel like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Chen Zhi, let me tell you, you can say whatever you want about me, but you can't insult Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang and I are just ordinary friends, or rather, I work out in Mr. Wang's gym and he is my fitness coach. I'm divorced and in a bad mood. Is it wrong for me to want to find a friend to have a meal and relax? Chen Zhi insulted him in the street for no reason and even hit Mr. Wang. Now you say such insulting words again, I order you to apologize to President Wang immediately. Now Chen Zhi finally confirmed the identity of this man. It turned out that this man was the owner of the gym that Liu Hong went to. Chen Zhi had accompanied Liu Hong there twice and had never met the boss, but he knew that the boss's name was Wang Chuyang. Okay, I'll remember you. Chen Zhi didn't have time to argue with Liu Hong, so he ignored her and looked at the police officer in charge of the case. Comrade police officer, I am now Chen Zhi's guarantor. I am willing to pay a sufficient amount of bail for him and apply for a stay of execution of his detention. Anyway, he had plenty of money, so it didn't matter how much deposit he paid. Now Chen Zhi just wanted to use the money to rescue Sinyu and get him out quickly. We are living in a society ruled by law now. Some people cannot cover up everything by using their connections. Justice must be sought in this matter, but the prerequisite is that Sinyu cannot suffer here. However, the police still rejected Chen Zhi's request and asked Chen Zhi and Zhu Haiyang to leave. But how could Chen Zhi just leave like this? He had no other choice, so he began to consider whether he should call his cousin. He has a cousin named Chen Shaoyi, who is a member of the standing committee of the Jiangsu Municipal Party Committee and a disciplinary official. He was an official, and Chen Zhi's family lived a miserable life, which made his high-ranking cousin look down on them, and the two families hardly had any contact with each other. So Chen Zhi never thought that he had someone above him. But now Sinyu has been treated so unfairly, beaten like this and detained. Chen Zhi feels that he is poor and has little ambition. It is useless to talk about ambition when he is forced to this point. He can only bite the bullet and call his cousin to try. As soon as he took out his phone, Wang Chuyang stood up from his chair and pointed at Chen Zhi. I asked you to apologize to me, are you deaf? Chen Zhi glanced at him coldly, ignored him, turned around and walked out, preparing to call his cousin outside. I am a member of the disadvantaged group in this place and I cannot conflict with Wang Chuyang under any circumstances. As soon as he saw Chen Zhi was about to leave, Wang Chuyang jumped over and grabbed his collar. Stop right there. Chen Zhi raised his hand and pushed the other person's hand away. Seeing that the two were about to fight, a policeman shouted angrily, what are you doing? You dare to fight in the police station? Chen Zhi defended himself, police comrades, you saw it, he was looking for trouble. You didn't do anything. The policeman frowned and said to his colleague next to him, you are really the same kind of person. Let's handcuff him first and let him calm down. The policeman took the handcuffs off the wall and walked towards Chen Zhi. At this time, a tall policeman came out from the side of the door, stood at the door and said with a smile, it's so lively here, someone actually dares to fight in the public security brigade. Several policemen inside smiled at him. Captain Yang hasn't gone back yet. Who says it's not true? Some people are just too unreasonable nowadays. The police officer known as Captain Yang said, it is really outrageous. I think these two seem to have deep prejudices. They both need to calm down. How about finding them a secluded room to reflect on their thoughts? Several police officers in the office were stunned for a moment. It was obvious that they did not expect Captain Yang to make such a suggestion. I didn't know how to answer for a moment. Captain Yang continued with a smile, I am just passing by you and would like to give you a small suggestion. It is for your reference only. If you need a place, we have a detention room available in our criminal police team. The surveillance camera is broken, so it's quite quiet. If you need, you can invite these two to reflect in that room for a few hours. Several security police officers immediately understood what Captain Yang meant, and some of them smiled meaningfully. And Chen Zhi also understood that this Captain Yang was actually from the criminal police team. Chapter 12 Broken Arm. Chen Zhi and Wang Chuyang were taken into a room with a sign that read, Detention Room. The police locked the iron gate and said to the two people inside, you two should reflect on your problems in there. Come out when you have figured out your problems. After Chen Zhi realized that Captain Yang was actually sent by Ding Haoyi, he has been thinking hard. He thought to himself, this can't be such a coincidence, right? I just encountered a problem in the public security brigade, and a comrade from the criminal police team happened to pass by and gave me reasonable suggestions. Could it be that Ding Haoyi saw me in the lobby downstairs just now? By the time he was put in the holding room, he had basically figured out the ins and outs of this. First of all, he was absolutely sure that Ding Haoyi had definitely seen him. Captain Yang from the criminal police team would not come to the public security brigade to meddle in other people's business for no reason. In other words, he was sent by Ding Haoyi. There are two possibilities for Ding Haoyi's purpose. The first possibility is that he deliberately did bad things and intended to embarrass himself by letting the people from the public security brigade. The second possibility is that he actually wanted to help himself. Wang Chuyang looked at Chen Zhi, who was thinking hard, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Hearing that the police had gone far away, he sneered at Chen Zhi, boy, now it's just you and me here, use your skills if you can. The detention room was an empty room with nothing in it. If you got tired of standing, you could only sit on the floor. However, this empty house seemed to suit Wang Chuyang's taste. While sneering at Chen Zhi, he pressed his elbows against each other with both hands, making a cracking sound. It can be seen that he is warming up. Chen Zhi looked up at him and said calmly, now I am completely sure that there is something wrong between you and Liu Hong. But there is one thing I don't understand. You and that bitch cheated on me, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Why do you have to make it difficult for me? Wang Chuyang snorted domineeringly, it's because I don't like you. From the moment you entered the public security brigade, the look in your uncle's eyes had already made him angry. So this beating is inevitable, just to teach you a lesson. Be obedient and docile when you see an old man in the future. If you look at me like that again, I will beat you up every time I see you. As he pressed his elbow joints, you could see the muscles in his arms bulging with distinct edges, making him look very powerful. Chen Zhi was obviously timid. He suddenly rushed to the door, shook the gate, and shouted outside, someone come, someone wants to beat me up, this person wants to beat me to death. But at this time the corridor was empty and no one paid any attention to him. Wang Chuyang approached Chen Zhi slowly, step by step, and said in a cold voice, don't waste your energy. Can't you see what's going on? It's just to give us a chance to fight each other fairly. This opportunity for you is to let you feel how your brother was knocked to the ground by my violent combination of punches. As he spoke, his fist came towards the back of Chen Zhi's head with a loud bang. Chen Zhi dodged quickly. There was no way Wang Chuyang would let him go, he kept pressing forward with his fists waving. Chen Zhi could only dodge by moving around in circles, calling for help loudly while dodging. Wang Chuyang chased him for several rounds but didn't hit him once. He stopped walking, panting a little, and cursed, coward, if you have the guts, fight back. Are you still a man if you just run away? Chen Zhi also stopped and smiled at him, you threw so many punches, but you didn't hit me once. Are you still a man? Wang Chuyang's face changed and he roared, you still dare to be stubborn when you are about to die. He gathered up his strength and rushed forward once more, using all his strength in this punch. Chen Zhi stopped running away and instead turned sideways, raised his hand and accurately grabbed the opponent's wrist, then pulled him against the wall. With a bang, Wang Chuyang's punch hit the wall. Before he could withdraw his hand, Chen Zhi hit him hard on the forearm with his elbow. There was a slight crack sound, and then, Wang Chuyang let out a heart-wrenching scream. Without waiting for him to react, Chen Zhi grabbed his left wrist again and did the same thing to him, breaking his other forearm with an elbow strike. Both of Wang Chuyang's arms were broken. He was spinning in pain and the screams coming out of his mouth didn't sound like a human voice. Such a shrill scream echoed in the building. The police could not sit still and ran over to check the situation. When two security police came in, they saw that Wang Chuyang's face was twisted in pain and his screams were terrifying to hear. He suddenly roared, "What's going on?" Chen Zhi smiled gloatingly and said, "Coach Wang feels itchy if he doesn't practice for a day. Let him calm down here, but he can't sit still. He punched the wall while practicing boxing. Maybe it hurts." As he spoke, he pointed to the dent in the wall made by a fist. Wang Chuyang jumped up and wailed, "It was him. He broke my arm. Catch him now." The two policemen then noticed that Wang Chuyang's forearm was shaking and it was obvious that it had no support, which meant that the bone was broken. Chen Zhi remained unafraid and smiled nonchalantly, "Even if your arm is broken, it was because you broke it when you hit the wall. Don't try to blame me." Both of Wang Chuyang's arms were broken, so he must be sent to the hospital immediately. Until the matter is investigated clearly, Chen Zhi must remain in the detention room. Before the security guards could lock the door, Captain Yarn happened to appear again. "They have been calm for so long, isn't it time to let them out?" A public security officer said, "Captain Yarn, I didn't expect such a small matter to become so complicated. The man we just carried away had both his arms broken." Captain Yarn said, "His arm is broken. Send him to the hospital immediately." He pointed at Chen Zhi and said, "Is he okay?" The public security police said, "There are only two of them locked in this room, and one of them has a broken arm. He is the biggest suspect, and we must not let him go." Chen Zhi immediately yelled, "Police comrades, I have just made it clear to you that Coach Wang broke his arm because his hands were itching, so he punched the wall with his fists. You can't wrongly accuse a good man." Captain Yarn looked at Chen Zhi with a scrutinizing eye, walked into the detention room, and checked the dents on the wall made by fists. He said to the peace officer, "Isn't this very clear? He obviously broke his arm by hitting the wall. Besides, look at their physiques. The other one is a martial artist. If he hadn't broken his arm, do you think this Chen could beat him?" The public security police said in embarrassment, "Captain Yarn, the client broke both arms in the detention room. It's such a big deal, you have to give an explanation, right? He broke his arm by hitting the wall. Do we have to take responsibility for him?" Captain Yarn was a little angry. The surveillance in this detention room is sometimes good and sometimes bad. Just now there was a signal, and I saw Wang chasing Chen, and Chen was crying for help. I came here to tell you, that's it. If you don't believe me, go watch the surveillance. You can't blame anyone else for this. The public security police wanted to say something, but Captain Yarn said impatiently, "Let Chen Zhi come with me. Captain Ding wants to see him." The public security policeman asked in surprise, "Team Ding met him? What does that mean?" "It's nothing." Captain Yarn said as he walked, "Team leader Ding and Mr. Chen Zhi are old classmates. When an old classmate comes, let's call him over to chat about the past." He took Chen Zhi and left without looking back. He is an old classmate of Team Ding. The public security policeman murmured this sentence, watching the backs of the two people, stunned. Chapter 13 Righteousness. When they arrived at a door with a sign that read, "Captain's Office," Captain Yarn knocked on the door, took Chen Zhi into the office, and then went out and closed the door. Ding Haoyi's office is quite big. After all, he is at that level. According to the standard, he must have a large office. Moreover, the new office building of Jiangsu Public Security Bureau was built only a few years ago, and the layout of the building and office facilities are particularly advanced. Behind the large desk, Ding Haoyi sat in the boss chair with his arms and legs stretched out, looking quite impressive. When he saw Chen Zhi coming in, he deliberately put one foot on the desk and turned his boss chair around, his face full of unconcealable pride and arrogance. Chen Zhi laughed secretly in his heart. This boy is always like this. As long as he can show off in front of his old classmates, he will get great satisfaction. Thinking in his mind, he walked over to the sofa next to him and sat down. Ding Haoyi glared at him and said, "Who told you to sit down? Stand up straight. How did Wang Chuyang's arm get broken? What does it have to do with me if he broke it himself?" Chen Zhi smiled nonchalantly. "What? Do you dare to catch me if I don't stand up?" From what happened just now, he could roughly infer that Ding Haoyi must have intervened here. In other words, this kid not only did not hold a grudge, but also helped him secretly. On the surface, it seemed that Captain Yan was in cahoots with several public security police officers who were handling the case, and he was also deliberately favoring Wang Chuyan, wanting to give Wang Chuyan a chance to beat him up. Perhaps, only Ding Haoyai knew that even though Wang Chuyan had muscular body and was taller than himself, if they really fought, that bastard would be no match for him at all. Ding Haoyai was just helping himself in another way. In fact, this is in line with his nature. He is not a bad person by nature, he just likes to show off and is too ostentatious. Even if you really ask him to do those despicable and dirty things, he won't be able to do them. Ding Haoyai said in a serious tone, "You know, if it weren't for me, you guys would be in trouble tonight." Chen Zhi answered honestly, "I can see that. It must be you who helped." It seems that old classmates are really useful at the critical moment. Ding Haoyai raised his head and smiled proudly. "Har har, you still know that we are old classmates. I believe others have told you that you didn't come to that party, and I scolded you at the banquet and threatened to give you a hard time. Weren't you afraid?" Chen Zhi pretended to tremble all over. "I'm scared. Look, I'm so scared that I'm shaking all over. Get lost, and stop pretending in front of me." Ding Haoyai said, "But to be honest with you, I was really angry with you during those days. I thought you were really doing well and looked down on us low-income people. But no matter what I say or how much I curse, as we have been classmates for so many years, I definitely won't do something like turning against each other. But you know my personality, I am straightforward. If you irritate me, I will just scold you to vent my anger. Don't be angry." Chen Zhi smiled and said, "As long as you don't really want to retaliate against me, then I will forgive you." Ding Haoyai pouted and said, "You're so arrogant, and you still forgive me. Actually, I'm the one who forgives you. To be honest with you, after that party, a classmate told me that something might have happened to you because he had seen you working hard on the street, sweating profusely. Moreover, Japan Automobile was disbanded on the spot a while ago, which caused quite a stir. Of course, we think that based on your academic qualifications, your expertise and your abilities, if Japan Motors is disbanded, you can go to other major new energy manufacturers. But when I heard from my classmates that you were doing hard labor, I couldn't help but secretly investigate you. Of course, I am not abusing my power for personal gain or misusing public authority for personal gain. I just asked others in my capacity as a classmate. Only then did I realize that when you and your team leader resigned from Japan Auto's boss Zhai Xiangxing had personally talked to each of you and tried to retain you. Failure to retain them made Prime Minister Zhai furious. He said that unless you work for Japan Auto until you die, you will not be able to find any job in this industry if you leave Japan Auto. The team you switched jobs to is now all unemployed and can be said to have been banned by the industry. Now I understand. You didn't come to the party because you felt down and out, and were afraid of being laughed at by your classmates and were too embarrassed to come, right? I want to tell you why you are so disgusting. What is this? If you can't stay here, there will be other places that will stay. Zhai Xiangxing can dominate the new energy industry in Jiangsu, so why don't you look for opportunities in other cities? Chen Zhi said, "You are right, I also thought about leaving Jiangsu when I had no other choice. When I just graduated and started working, I came to visit you and told you about this, didn't I? My family situation is not good, so I went back to my hometown to find a job after graduation so that I can take care of my family. So Japan Automobile was disbanded on the spot. We were banned by the industry. We couldn't work in this industry, and we didn't want to leave Jiangsu. We had no choice but to do something else first. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I did all kinds of jobs in the past few days, driving for Didi, delivering takeout, and working as a rebar worker on a construction site. Anyway, it was all to support my family at the time, and I had a loan on my shoulders, so I didn't care how hard or tiring it was, as long as I could make money. But how much can you earn from these odd jobs? The wages you earn are not even enough to pay off your loan. So your debt has exploded, right?" Ding Haoyai interrupted Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi stared at him in surprise. "How dare you say you didn't abuse public power for personal gain? Don't say such harsh words." Ding Haoyai said, "Do I have the time to investigate you? It was just that when I was asking my classmates about you, I learned about your current real situation. It's okay, isn't it just a small loan debt? With your ability, as long as you leave Jiangsu quickly and find a job in a large new energy factory with a salary of hundreds of thousands a year, you will soon be able to turn your life around. I know you must be in a difficult situation now, and your old classmates can't help you much. Don't be fooled by my seemingly glamorous current situation. My salary is not that high, and I haven't saved much money in the past few years. I spend money lavishly, and I only have about 100,000 yuan in savings. I will lend you 100,000 yuan first, but you have to pay me back as soon as possible. He took out his cell phone and said, the limit for mobile phone transfers is 50,000 a day. I'll transfer 50,000 to you first, and then another 50,000 tomorrow. Don't try to deny your debt to me. I'm a policeman. If you do, you'll be in trouble. Chen Zhi's phone vibrated. When he opened it, he saw that there was an extra 50,000 yuan in the account. It has to be said that Chen Zhi was moved by Ding Haoyi's actions. He looked at the text message about the arrival of 50,000 yuan, lowered his head and did not dare to look at Ding Haoyi, because he felt his eyes were a little hot and was afraid that Ding Haoyi would laugh at him for being pretentious. Ding Haoyi was still explaining, when I was in school, I saw how powerful the police were, and my biggest dream was to become a policeman myself one day. In fact, it was only after I became a policeman that I realized that this job is not easy, the salary is not high, and the job is risky. Especially for those of us who work as criminal police, the work is extremely hard. Sometimes when we take on a case, we may have to work day and night for a long time, and it is common that we cannot go home for many days. Of course, for someone like me who has reached this position, if I want to make some money, there are still many opportunities. But you know me. I am the kind of person who cannot tolerate any injustice and cannot stand bad people or bad things. To be frank, this is a sense of justice. In order to maintain a sense of justice, we must first clean ourselves up, correct ourselves before correcting others, be upright and have a clear conscience, and then we can face bad people and bad things with a dignified and upright character. Chapter 14. Even my close classmates are so embarrassed to do it. Chen Zhi knew that Ding Haoyi was not just talking big to him. This guy was just being sincere. What he said to him was all from the bottom of his heart and all true. In that case, you should know that my buddy was beaten and detained. It was obviously because of that Wang Chuyan who used his connections to make the call. Don't you want to speak out against this kind of favoritism and abuse of power? Chen Zhi said with a smile. This matter is not my responsibility, Ding Haoyi said, but I asked my men to report it to the supervisory department. Where is my buddy? Chen Zhi asked hurriedly. He's been sent to the hospital. You can call and ask which hospital he is in. Chen Zhi stood up immediately and said, Old classmate, I am grateful for your kindness. I will repay you someday. I will go to the hospital first. As for the fact that Ding Haoyi transferred 50,000 to him and another 50,000 tomorrow, Chen Zhi did not refuse. Although he is now worth hundreds of millions and has no shortage of tens of thousands, Ding Haoyi is a person who cares about his reputation after all, so he might as well give him a chance to help him. What he needs is psychological satisfaction. Tell him in a few days that you have managed to get the money back, and then return it to him. After leaving Ding Haoyi's office, Chen Zhi immediately called Sinyu, but the phone on the other end was turned off. He quickly called Zhu Haiyang again. Only then did I realize that Sinyu's phone had fallen to the ground and was broken when he was beaten. At this moment, Sinyu is in Jiangju People's Hospital. Okay, tell him I'll be there right away. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Zhi heard Sinyu's anxious voice on the other end of the line. Old Zhi, how are you? You got out so soon. Didn't that bastard beat you up? Chen Zhi deliberately laughed loudly twice and said, I'm fine. When he walked out of the gate of the Public Security Bureau to get his car, he saw Liu Hong standing on the sidewalk on one side of the gate. Not only that, there was also a woman with two children next to them, one holding a younger one and one leading an older one. Looking closely, isn't he this Sinu's wife Shumai Huan? Shumai Huan was chasing Liu Hong and asked, Liu Hong, what's wrong with you? I'm asking you a question, why are you hiding from me? It was obvious that Liu Hong was dodging Shumai Huan and trying to avoid her. But Shumai Huan led the children and kept chasing her, asking, are you here for Sinyu too? What's going on? What happened? Don't scare me. Shumai Huan was crying. Seeing that Liu Hong was evasive, didn't answer her questions, and looked like she wanted to run away, Shumai Huan thought something big had happened to Sinyu and was so scared that she almost cried. The more Liu Hong tried to hide, the more she chased after him, dragging the child with her. Chen Zhi quickly ran over and shouted, Lao Huan, don't ask her anymore. Xu Maihuan turned around and saw that it was Chen Zhi. She quickly led the children to greet him and asked anxiously, Lao Zhi, you are here too, what's going on? Tell me quickly, don't scare me. What happened to Sinyu? Did something happen to him? Otherwise, why would Liu Hong not dare to face me? Chen Zhi didn't know how to answer her series of questions, so he picked up the child she was leading. Sinyu had a son and a daughter, the older one was 5 years old, and the younger one was only 2 years old. Chen Zhi glanced at Liu Hong's back and said to Xu Maihuan, let's go, get in my car. Xu Maihuan was so anxious that she said, then tell me first, what happened to Sinyu? Is he still alive? What nonsense are you talking about? He's fine. Chen Zhi said, he just got into a fight with someone and got punched a few times. I called the police and is now in the hospital on and for drip. Xu Maihuan also looked back at Liu Hong's back and asked, why doesn't she come with us? Where is she going? Don't bother with her. Chen Zhi said, next time you see this woman, just pretend you don't know her. What's wrong? Did you two have a fight? We didn't quarrel, we just got divorced. What's going on? Upon hearing that the two were getting divorced, Xu Maihuan became anxious again. Chen Zhi sneered, go to the hospital and ask Sinyu. He was beaten because of that woman. Why are you two getting divorced? What's the matter? Is it because of your debt? Along the way, Xu Maihuan kept anxiously asking Chen Zhi about the divorce. Chen Zhi knew that she was worried about him, but he still said impatiently, you are so young, why are you nagging so much? If you get divorced, you can't live together. If you really want to live happily together, who would get divorced? If I don't ask, who should I ask? Xu Maihuan was furious, how can I just watch you two get divorced? Quarrels are common things. I quarrel with Sinyu all the time, and we even get physical when we get angry. But aren't we still living well? It is inevitable that people will quarrel when living at home. If people get divorced after quarreling, the divorce rate will be 100%. Just shut up, don't mind my business, and go take good care of Sinyu first. Xu Maihuan is from their neighboring village. Chen Zhi, Sinyu and Xu Maihuan were all junior high school classmates. Although Xu Maihuan's name is Maihuan, she is actually not pretty at all. She is just barely presentable. Sinyu didn't study well in school and didn't get into high school. After graduating from junior high school, he started working. His starting point in life was low and his expectations for the future were not high. In today's society, he would be very satisfied if he could marry a wife smoothly and live with her wholeheartedly. In his expectations, Xu Maihuan is already the most beautiful girl he can pursue. Chen Zhi always laughed at the couple for being shameless and how they had the nerve to attack their own classmates. Since they were classmates in junior high school and grew up together, and Xu Maihuan married her best childhood friend, the relationship between Chen Zhi and Xu Maihuan was particularly real. Arriving at the people's hospital and getting off the car, Xu Maihuan suddenly realized and yelled, hey, Lao Zhi, where did you get this car? With your current financial situation, how come you still drive a Mercedes-Benz? When she got in the car in front of the Public Security Bureau just now, she was in a hurry and had something on her mind, so she didn't care what car Chen Zhi was driving. Now that I have calmed down a little after the journey, I can see clearly that I came here in a Mercedes-Benz. Chen Zhi smiled and said, how is the new car I just bought? What do you mean by my financial situation that I can't afford such a nice car? Who are you looking down on? Xu Maihuan was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but say meaningfully, if you really drive such a nice car, will Liu Hong be willing to divorce you? From the way you said it, it sounds as if that woman is very snobbish. Chen Zhi picked up her eldest daughter again and walked towards the ward building. Chapter 15, the calculation was accurate. When we arrived at the ward, Sinyu was indeed hanging on and for drip. There were 3 policemen in front of the bed. These were the inspectors that Ding Haoyi I mentioned, and they were taking Sinyu's statement. Now the inspection has basically completed the investigation. By checking the surveillance footage at the scene, they were able to prove that Wang Chuyang was the first to attack. And during the entire process, Sinyu had no chance to fight back at all, and was completely beaten by Wang Chuyang. It was Wang Chuyang who called the police after the beating. This was just the bad guy filing a complaint first. He also used his connections to find the deputy captain of the first team of the Public Security Brigade, who was the officer who led the police team to investigate the case. As a result, Sinyu, who was beaten, was detained and fined, while Wang Chuyang, who beat him, became the victim. Such obvious distortion of right and wrong, and favoritism and abuse of power constitute serious dereliction of duty, and the inspector said that it must be dealt with seriously. It is also necessary to seek the victim's opinion to see whether the victim still wants to hold the other party accountable. After the inspector left, Chen Zhi saw Xu Maihuan still wiping her tears. She was heartbroken. Her man was beaten like a pig's head. Which wife wouldn't feel heartbroken? Chen Zhi sighed in his heart. The saying that an ugly wife deserves a thin coat is absolutely true. Xu Maihuan is not very good looking, but she is self-aware and knows that she is average looking. Only Sinyu, who has low expectations for family and career, treats her like a treasure. So she cherishes their relationship very much, is devoted to Sinyu, and must really love her man. Chen Zhi advised her, "Lao Huan, please stop crying. You are so young, why are you always so nagging? It's just a few punches. Don't be fooled by the bruises now, they won't be noticeable in 3 to 5 days. You are talking without any pain in your waist, you didn't get hit, right?" Xu Maihuan said, "After all, wasn't it because of you that Sinyu got hit? You said you were blind, you had such a good college classmate, what was her name? Oh, Shen Qinglin. You didn't pursue her properly, but you were blindly attracted to a girl like Liu Hong. You just owe such a small debt, and she can't wait to divorce you. She is simply not a human being." Sinyu puffed up his swollen mouth and said vaguely, "She is not only not a human being, she is simply a vicious woman. You said that our two families have such a good relationship, and normally you and that woman are just like sisters. I went to question her about what happened this afternoon. When that man hit me, even if she had just pulled him back or tried to persuade him, I would have felt better. But she just watched coldly. Seeing me being knocked to the ground, she sneered. Anyway, I will remember her. If that woman runs into my gun in the future, I will definitely shoot her dead. If I had known she was such a person, I would have torn her apart in front of the Public Security Bureau just now." The couple was really a perfect match, and they started to curse Liu Hong in unison. Zhu Haiyan was standing next to him, and Chen Zhi felt very embarrassed. "Although I have applied for a divorce, I haven't received the certificate yet. Even if I get the divorce certificate, she is still my ex-wife, and that will be a lifelong mark." The couple was cursing their woman here, and Chen Zhi was also ashamed. After all, wasn't it because he was blind in the beginning? He actually fell in love with such a vicious woman. As the couple was cursing, Sinyu suddenly thought of something and said to Chen Zhi, Lao Zhi, it seems that your great-uncle's predictions are really accurate. You forgot that when you went to see him before, I went with you. He told you your fortune and said that you are destined to marry late. You must not marry early. If you marry early, you will definitely get divorced. You must get married after you are 32 years old. It seems that he got everything right for you." At this point, Chen Zhi suddenly remembered that his great-uncle seemed to have predicted everything that had happened to him over the years. "My great-uncle is an old blind man who can tell fortunes by feeling coins. Because he is blind and has never married, he is just an old bachelor and not many relatives and friends visit him." Chen Zhi and his father were among the few people who went to see him. "When I went to see Chen Zhigang the year he graduated, his great-uncle had calculated his career and marriage for him since he had just entered society. The single blind old man said that Chen Zhi would have bad luck in the future. The hexagram's words are quite smooth to say, something like, the ancestral property is declining, relatives are powerless, there are gossips and disputes, it's not good to see the officials, it's hard to get married, you meet the wrong person, you have a good pair of hands to grab money, but you don't have a bucket to save it. Anyway, it means that Chen Zhi is going to be unlucky." At that time, Chen Zhi had just graduated from graduate school and was about to join a large company. He was full of energy and confidence, and his future was bright. He must have been disdainful and a little angry about the words of this bachelor, old blind man, thinking, "I came to see you with good intentions and brought gifts, but you actually cursed me." Looking back now, my great-uncle calculated everything for me correctly, even predicting that I would marry the wrong person. His predictions were so accurate. Chen Zhi decided that when he returned to his hometown in a few days, he must ask his uncle to tell his fortune again. See if he can calculate that he has won the jackpot, and let him predict his future luck. When Xu Maihuan heard Chen Zhi say that he was going to ask his great-uncle for fortune-telling, she immediately became interested. "Take me with you when you go to have your fortune told. I'll tell Sinyu whether he will be in trouble this year. How could he suddenly suffer such a big loss? Just forget it." Sinyu said impatiently, "What do you mean by offending an official? Don't give me any nonsense." At this time, the nurse came in again and asked the family to pay the hospital fees first. Xu Maiwan was suddenly in a dilemma. She had just taken out a mortgage the day before yesterday and didn't have much money left. She said to the nurse, "Beautiful lady, can you pay the money later? You also know that my husband was beaten like this. The police just said that the person who beat him will pay the medical expenses first. Because of the special circumstances, the attacker cannot come over for the time being, but when he comes, he will definitely punish you." The inspector did say just now that the attacker would be asked to pay the medical expenses first, but they received a phone call and learned that Wen Chuyan had broken both arms and was unable to come to pay the hospital fees. The inspector was also concerned about how Wen Chuyan's arm was suddenly broken. But Chen Zhi was not worried. He knew very well that Ding Haoyi would handle the matter well. Just now in his office, Ding Haoyi said something very philosophical: true justice does not lie in strictly adhering to the letter of the law, but in not allowing those with subjective malice to exploit loopholes in the law. Chen Zhi stood up and said to the nurse, "I'm his buddy, let me pay the hospital bill for him first." Xu Maiwan was anxious. "Lao Ji, what are you doing? Whoever beats someone up has to pay for the medical expenses. Not only do we have to pay for the medical expenses, but we also have to hold him accountable for his legal responsibilities. Why should we pay this money?" While speaking, she winked at Chen Zhi. Actually, she was too embarrassed to say anything else in front of the nurse. But Chen Zhi didn't listen to her and followed the nurse out. Xu Maiwan was so anxious that she wanted to go out and get him back. She said to Sinyu, "Where does Lao Ji have money? His online loan is overdue, and his life is difficult. His wife even ran away because of this. How can we let him pay for the hospitalization?" Sinyu said, "How much money do you have on your phone? Let's collect it first. We have to pay back Lao Ji for the medical expenses he paid for us. This guy is just short of money now, so don't make things difficult for him." Chapter 16 by Yue Guan. At this time, Chen Zhi came back and saw the couple using their mobile phones to collect money. They even borrowed 1,000 yuan from their cousin to pay back their hospital fees. Chen Zhi took out his cell phone and showed them the text message he had just received about a transfer of 50,000 yuan. "Look, isn't this a lot of money for me? Just transferred another 50,000. The amount of money owed to online loans is nothing, it can be paid back in minutes." Sinyu was confused by what he said. "Lao Ji, what's wrong with you? A few days ago, my phone was bombarded with calls from debt collectors. How come I suddenly have money now?" Xu Maiwan also seemed to suddenly realize, "Yes, Sinyu, let me tell you. Lao Ji was actually driving a brand new Mercedes-Benz. He said he had just picked it up, and he was driving the Mercedes-Benz to bring us here just now." Sinyu was even more confused now. "Lao Ji, did you do something illegal? How did you suddenly become rich? Isn't it easy to be rich?" Chen Zhi smiled proudly. "I won a big prize. I won more than 500 million. What's the big deal about buying a brand new Mercedes-Benz?" Sinyu and Lao Wan showed disdainful expressions at the same time. Chen Zhi smiled secretly. "You guys wouldn't believe me anyway if I told you the truth." However, speaking of this Mercedes-Benz, Chen Zhi decided to change the car back as soon as possible. Early the next morning, Chen Zhi called Qin Guomin. "I'll go over and change the car after breakfast. You guys wait at home," he said. Qin Guomin on the other end of the phone was overjoyed and agreed repeatedly. "Okay, Xiaohui and I will wait for you at home. I won't go to your house." Chen Zhi said, "I will still wait for you at the entrance of the village. I will change the car back to the place where I changed cars that night." The reason why he didn't go to Qin Guomin's house was because he didn't want to see his cousin's aunt's ugly face. Ever since his brother-in-law absconded with the money, Chen Zhilai has visited his uncle several times, and Qin Guomin even pretended to agree and said he would find a way. "But my cousin's aunt's attitude is extremely bad. She is really short-sighted. Most rural women are narrow-minded. Once there is a little conflict, when I go to her house, she won't even pretend. She will just give me the cold shoulder, throw things around, and make indirect accusations. Chen Zhi doesn't bother with women. The only way is to turn a blind eye." After breakfast, Chen Zhi drove out and arrived at the entrance of Beitan village, the place where he drove away last time. After arriving, he called Qin Guomin and said, "I'm here, please drive the car out." Ask Xiaohui to put the memory card on my dashcam back intact, and it would be best to delete all the things stored in the computer. Those things can't threaten me. I'm divorced anyway. Even if they get out, they will be forgotten among relatives and friends after a while. But uncle, if your little trick gets out, it won't last forever. Qin Guomin hurriedly said on the phone, don't worry, I will definitely ask him to delete all the videos. Besides, that matter will never be spread out of our family's mouths. We are close relatives, and we don't want to air our dirty laundry in public. We have to keep everything a secret. Although Chen Zhi said that he was not afraid of Qin Yuhui exposing the recorder video, how could he really not be afraid? While her marriage was still intact, Liu Hong brought a man home to have affairs. Although she was divorced from that bitch, once the news got out, she would lose all face. After finishing the call, Chen Zhi got out of the car. The car had air conditioning, but he still felt stuffy sitting there. He walked to the other side of the road and stood under the shade of a tree. There was a gentle breeze and it wasn't too hot. A few minutes later, a car drove out of the village. It was a white Audi A4. The car was not going fast when it came out of the village, but as it got closer and closer to Chen Zhi, the driver must have seen him clearly, and the car immediately accelerated and rushed towards him almost madly. Chen Zhi's heart was shocked. Fuck, who wants to kill me? He quickly jumped to the side and hid behind a tree. I'm hiding behind the tree. If you have the guts, try to hit the tree. The Audi A4 drove up close and slammed on the brakes, stirring up a cloud of dust on the concrete road and filling the air with the smell of rubber from the tires rubbing against the ground. The car door didn't open immediately, apparently waiting for the dust to settle. At this time, Chen Zhi saw who was coming, and immediately, a huge joy surged in his heart. With an uncontrollable smile, he quickly jumped from behind the tree to the road. As the car door opened, a beautiful figure got out. Looking at this familiar figure, Chen Zhi instantly felt like a spring breeze on his face. What is a real beauty? It is that even if you only look at her, your depressed mood will be swept away, making you feel like a spring breeze, and every pore is filled with freshness and sweetness. The beauty smiled at him and said, "How is it? Is this way of greeting creative?" Chen Zhi replied exaggeratedly, "Too creative, beating is love and scolding is love, I can only say that you love me to the extreme." The beauty smiled and kicked him, "Let me love you again." Chen Zhi couldn't help but look closely at the woman in front of him. She wore a refreshing white sports vest, which perfectly outlined her slender yet powerful waistline, and paired it with a pair of light blue sports leggings. The blue and white were clearly contrasted and full of vitality. Her black hair was casually tied into a high ponytail, her delicate skin glowed a faint pink in the sun, her big eyes were like black grapes, full of lively light when she looked around, her lips were as bright and juicy as ripe cherries, and she smiled at Chen Zhi, revealing her pearly white teeth. Chen Zhi was so fascinated by what he saw. She is Shen Qinglin, Chen Zhi's classmate in high school and college, the campus belle of Beijing Institute of Technology, his ex-girlfriend, and his white moonlight. It has been 4 years since I last saw her. Not only is she more beautiful than before, but her temperament has become more mature. She is so intriguing from the inside out, and one look at her can make people feel like they are sitting in the spring breeze. How is it? Have you seen enough? Is there any change from before? Shen Qinglin asked him. I haven't seen enough, even if I watch it for a lifetime, I won't see enough. Chen Zhi said seriously. You're just jealous. Shen Qinglin said with a smile, I heard that you got married a year ago. You already have a wife, but you're still saying jealous things here. Is that fun? Chen Zhi smiled and said, you are well informed. It's not that she's well informed, it's that she's always paying attention to the most important man in my life. I'll never forget her. How is your wife? What does she do? Is she prettier than me? When Liu Hong was mentioned, Chen Zhi's expression looked somewhat unnatural. He didn't want Shen Qinglin to notice, but he couldn't pretend in front of this smart woman. He wanted to show his joy when talking about his so-called wife, but he couldn't, because he knew that as long as he was pretending, it would not escape Shen Qinglin's eyes. Shen Qinglin blew a breath on his face. What's wrong? Did I hurt your heart by asking this? Your ex-girlfriend is so heartless asking about your wife. Do you think I don't care about you? I know you are married, and I am not jealous at all. Am I wrong for not being jealous? Don't forget, we broke up peacefully at the beginning. Chen Zhi shook his head, grabbed her little hand and rubbed it in his hand. This is a taboo topic. There is a saying that goes, don't talk about other women in front of women. Okay, you're right, I asked this abruptly. Then I wish you all the best, and I wish you a happy family and a long life together. Ooh. Chen Zhi made a disgusting sound, that's so fake. It's true, I'm sincere. Shen Qinglin looked at Chen Zhi seriously. This is an era of not getting married. There are not many women who are reliable and can live a down-to-earth life, including me. You know me, I am a person who loves adventure. If it weren't for my personality, how could anyone else marry you? I can't honestly enter into marriage, take care of my husband and children, so I ask you to cherish her. At least according to marriage standards, I am not qualified, so you should cherish a good wife who is qualified. Chen Zhi remained silent. Chapter 17 Hug and Comfort. Shen Qinglin was right. She had unorthodox ideas. She didn't look like a traditional girl who would take care of her husband and children, start a family and build a career. Even the so-called feminism seemed outdated to her. She thinks that women should not get married while working hard for their careers. Even if they do get married, it should be a new type of partnership, similar to a dink family, and they will definitely not have children. But her thinking is not suitable for a single-parent family like Chen Zhi's. My grandfather still has old ideas and favors boys over girls. Although my second uncle is doing better, he is not liked by my grandfather because he only has 2 daughters. Grandpa nominally has 2 grandsons, but the eldest, Chen Zhi, is mentally retarded, so all hopes of continuing the family line rest on Chen Zhi. How desperate would Grandpa be if Chen Zhi didn't get married or didn't have children after getting married? What's even worse is that Shen Qinglin is very ambitious. She has a long-cherished wish that she will never marry a rich or powerful second-generation man. She wants to become a strong woman on her own and will not get married until she earns 100 million yuan. She went to Chen Zhi's home several times, and after understanding the situation, she realized that she was not suitable for the Chen family and could not delay Chen Zhi's continuation of the family line. Although the two were once deeply in love, in the end, reality and reason overcame emotions and they chose to break up peacefully. At this moment, Chen Zhi looked at his ex-girlfriend, with whom he had broken up 4 years ago, and felt that these 4 years were like a dream, as if they had just broken up yesterday and met again today. Every moment of their time together came to mind. It's really fate that the society is so civilized, but because of ideological concepts, people in love cannot be together. But who can be blamed for this? It's not wrong for a grandfather to look forward to having a great-grandson. It's also not wrong for a father to hope that his family can be complete. The fault lies with my own family, which is broken and needs a housewife who can take care of their housework, support their husband and children, and carry on the family line. Shen Qinglin observed Chen Zhi's expression. What's wrong with you? You don't seem happy to see me. Chen Zhi shook his head. No, I was a little unhappy at first, but when I saw you, my mood instantly improved. What's making you unhappy? Shen Qinglin said, glancing at the Mercedes-Benz G. Look, you're driving such a nice car, and you're living a good life. What else can you be unhappy about? This car is not mine, it belongs to my cousin. Chen Zhi recounted the origin of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and his debt crisis. The only thing he concealed was the fact that he had won the lottery. Finally, he said, my debts have exploded, and my wife is gone. I went to the Civil Affairs Bureau yesterday to submit a divorce application. I will be able to get the divorce certificate in 29 days. Shen Qinglin stared at Chen Zhi with complicated eyes. No wonder I felt that you were in a bad mood when I saw you. You were happy, but you seemed to be hiding something. When you see me, do you feel like crying, just like a child who has left home sees his mother? Then, he opened his arms. Come on, give me a hug, and give me some comfort. I understand. Chen Zhi reached out and embraced her. The soft fragrance of the girl entered his arms, and the sweet scent of the girl instantly overwhelmed him. This familiar scent, which lingered in his dreams many times, came back again. Oh, or maybe she is no longer a girl. She is the same age as you, and is also 29 this year. She is truly ripe like the reddest apple on the branch, with some parts fuller and firmer than before. Just as Chen Zhi was immersed in this warm, sweet, dreamy feeling and unable to extricate himself, he found that Shen Qinglin's hands were moving around. He immediately stopped her. What are you doing? Be quiet, don't move, and don't disturb me from enjoying the beauty. Don't yell. Shen Qinglin shook him vigorously. I was just about to operate the phone in your arms and input your bank card number. I'll transfer you 300,000 yuan. This is the maximum I can afford at the moment without affecting my financial situation. Don't feel any psychological pressure. If you have money, you can pay it back. If you don't have money, I won't ask you for it. Chen Zhi shook his head and said, now my debt explosion problem is basically solved. I understand your intention and I appreciate it. You don't need to transfer the money. Shen Qinglin tapped Chen Zhi's shoulder with her chin a few times. Is it the male chauvinism that's causing trouble again? Is your self-esteem getting to you again? Let me interview you. For a man, the most painful and embarrassing thing is to show weakness in front of the woman you love, and let the woman you love the most see your most incompetent side. This is the most unbearable thing for you, right? Chen Zhi chuckled, that's true, but it's not suitable for me now. Then he started thinking, he definitely couldn't tell anyone about his winning the lottery, but how could he explain to Shen Qinglin that his financial situation had improved? At this time, he heard the sound of a car engine coming closer and closer. He glanced sideways and saw his white X-Trail driving out of the village quickly. He quickly said, the man surnamed Qin has come out. I really don't want to be separated from him. Unexpectedly, Shen Qinglin hugged him even tighter. I can't bear to hold him like this. What will happen if Qin comes? Chen Zhi smiled helplessly and thought, she will always be the rebellious Shen Qinglin. He patted Shen Qinglin's back gently, and finally, the two of them parted reluctantly. At this time, the extreme had already driven up close. The father and son surnamed Qin in the car had already seen Chen Zhi and Shen Qinglin hugging each other. Qin Yu spat fiercely, how shameless. They actually hugged each other in broad daylight and in public. Qin Guomin said disapprovingly, weren't they dating when they were in college? Later, they broke up because Shen Qinglin didn't want to have children. We broke up, so why are you doing it again now? Qin Yu yelled indignantly. It was obvious that he was envious and jealous. Shen Qinglin is the campus beauty of Beijing Institute of Technology. In her hometown, she is a top-notch beauty who can't be found in any of the surrounding villages. Every young man in the village regards Shen Qinglin as his dream lover. Qin Yu, as the son of the village chief, thinks he is superior to others and he is even more fanciful. But it is out of reach. After the father and son got out of the car, Chen Zhi handled the matter in a businesslike manner and took the initiative to greet his uncle first. Qin Guomin nodded, then said to Shen Qinglin, why haven't you left yet? Your third grandfather is still waiting to hear from you. Chen Zhi didn't understand what they were talking about and looked at Shen Qinglin. Shen Qinglin explained, third grandpa has some money deposited in the bank. He has been in poor health recently and his money is running out. My family members took the deposit certificate and wanted to withdraw the money, but the bank insisted that they go in person to withdraw it. I told the bank that he is now unable to move around easily and cannot go out, and there is no branch in our town. If I ask my third grandfather to go to a branch in the county, his health will not allow him to do so. The bank staff said that their door-to-door service is only limited to urban areas and cannot cover rural areas. Anyway, let us figure it out ourselves. Just now we wanted to get third uncle into the car and insisted on going to the bank, but as soon as he got in the car, third uncle started to poop and pee. We had no choice but to carry him back. I am so angry that I want to go to the bank to argue with them. It is so inhumane. Qin Guomin said, you should go quickly. I think the bank is also following the rules. It will probably be useless even if you go. If the bank insists on not coming to the countryside to provide services, we will find another way. Hearing this, Chen Zhi's heart moved, and he asked Shen Qinglin, which bank does your third grandfather deposit money in? CCB, what's wrong? Shen Qinglin asked. Chapter 18 Betting. When Chen Zhi heard that her third grandfather's money was deposited in CCB, he knew what was going on and said to Shen Qinglin, don't go to the county town yet. Wait until I change the car and go with you to take a look. Maybe I can help you in some way. Upon hearing what he said, Qin Yu opened his mouth in disdain, but eventually swallowed the words back. His greatest attention now was on his Mercedes, and he just wanted to change the car as soon as possible. He couldn't wait to hand the keys of the X-Trail to Chen Zhi and said, cousin, these are your car keys. I didn't move anything in the car, do you want to check it out? In fact, he had some hidden meaning in his words, which meant that he put the memory card of the dash cam back intact. Chen Zhi looked at him and took his car keys. I got into the car first to check the situation inside, then turned on the dash cam and pressed the replay button to make sure the video in the card had not been deleted. Then he got out of the car and took the father and son named Qin to the Mercedes-Benz. He opened the car door and said to Qin Yuhui, "Go up and take a look. Is there any problem? I didn't touch anything in your car. If you have any questions, please raise them now. I will not be responsible later." Qin Guomin must have checked the box of wine in the trunk first. Seeing that the box of wine was still there, he was obviously relieved, and he picked it up to weigh it. It seemed that he was eager to open it and check it. Seeing Chen Zhi staring at him, he could only resist the urge to open the bottle and check it. He gave Chen Zhi a dry laugh and said, "It's just 2 bottles of wine. They don't look like expensive wine. Do you think I can try it tonight?" Chen Zhi sneered, "Uncle, if you can drink such good wine, I will give you 500 million. If you can't drink it, give me 500 million, do you dare to bet?" Qin Guomin's face suddenly turned green. He knew that Chen Zhi must have opened the wine box and found out that there was not wine inside, but 100,000 yuan. Needless to say, Chen Zhi must have taken a video of the 100,000 yuan in the wine box to preserve evidence. If you really make him angry, including the video he filmed that night of himself accepting bribes, you can form a complete chain of evidence. As if he was afraid of getting burned, he quickly pressed the electric tailgate and closed the trunk. Then he pulled Chen Zhi to the other side of the car, took out his cell phone mysteriously, and said in a low voice, "Xiao Zhi, I know there is something wrong with your current financial situation. You see, your uncle used the down payment for your cousin to buy a car, and he emptied out all the family savings. I finally managed to collect 50,000 yuan these past 2 days. I'll transfer it to you." As he said this, he looked towards the car, implying that Shen Qinglin should not see their transaction. He would keep Chen Zhi's secret and would not let Shen Qinglin know that Chen Zhi was in debt. In fact, his real purpose was to prevent Shen Qinglin from discovering that he and Chen Zhi were dividing the 100,000 yuan of stolen money equally. Chen Zhi knew very well that the man who wanted to split the stolen money with him was simply trying to drag him into the trap in order to shut him up. "Not to mention that I have plenty of money now, even if I didn't have money, I would never take such money." He refused directly, "Thank you for your kindness, uncle. Now I know that you are not well off, so I won't embarrass you. My cousin and I are in business together, that is between him and me, I shouldn't come to you. Besides, he absconded with the money, which is a crime in itself, and I am not the only one who was cheated. Everyone else called the police, but I didn't feel comfortable reporting it because it involved a relative relationship. I have thought it through. I will file a report with the police. When the case is solved and the suspect is caught, I can get my money back." Then he walked towards Shen Qinglin and said, "That's it, you guys do your thing, Shen Qinglin and I will go take a look." Qin Guomin's face was uncertain, but he still followed him and said politely, "Look, it's already this late, we're already home, come home with me, I'll ask your aunt to cook some delicious dishes, and we'll have lunch at my house." Chen Zhi rejected his false invitation, put his arm around Shen Qinglin's waist, and said to her, "Turn around. I'll go with you to visit your third grandfather." Qin Yuhui, who was standing next to them, looked at the two of them being so affectionate, and his eyes were so jealous that they were about to spit fire. He didn't dare to say much because the car hadn't been changed just now. Now that the car keys were in his hands, he finally couldn't help it. "Har har, cousin, don't delay things, let Sister Qinglin go to the county town immediately, and ask her to come back quickly if she can't get it done. If you follow along and see what the result is, what can you see? The bank has a rule that it does not provide door-to-door service in rural areas. Can you change the bank's rule?" Chen Zhi glanced at him and ignored him. This disdainful attitude made Qin Yuhui even more angry, and he said directly, "Cousin, if you have connections in the bank, or are a big depositor in the bank, I would believe you if you can help me. Now that your own debts have exploded, the bank will sue you next, so don't get involved. You can't help me with this, the more you help, the more trouble you'll cause." Chen Zhi knew very well that this guy deliberately lifted the lid in order to embarrass himself in front of Shen Qinglin. This is the kind of person he is. He thought that if it were him, he would never show weakness in front of the woman he loves and would definitely try every means to conceal the fact that he had a huge debt. Little did he know that Chen Zhi had already told Shen Qinglin his true situation. This is probably what is meant by "a gentleman is open and honest, while a villain is always worried." Before Chen Zhi could say anything, Shen Qinglin was surprised and angry. "What? Chen Zhi, you are in debt? Is this true? How could you possibly be this bad? You didn't tell me these things just now. Shen Qinglin pretended really well. Chen Zhi laughed secretly in his heart. At the same time, a sweet and warm current flows through. What is tacit understanding? What is a tacit understanding? Just like the unspoken cooperation between Shen Qinglin and I. He immediately acted angry and said, Xiao Hui, you are full of shit, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I, a top student at Beijing Institute of Technology and a team elite in a large company, be in debt, let alone suffer a debt default? If you want to make up a story, make it reliable. Besides, why did you arrange this strange thing for me? Qin Yuwei stiffened his neck and said, how did it become me who was talking nonsense? I just told the truth. I was afraid that if you went to her third grandfather's place, you would not be able to accomplish anything, but would instead make things worse. Chen Zhi made up his mind and said, Xiao Hui, if you say so, I'll make a bet with you. If I can get it done, what about you? Qin Yuwei said, if you can really call the bank people here, I can do anything. At this time, Qin Guomin immediately scolded his son, Xiao Hui, what nonsense are you talking about? What kind of bet are you making? If Xiaozhi can really call the bank's people, wouldn't that solve the big problem? Don't bet on it. Qin Guomin was an experienced man. He knew that Chen Zhi was in debt and his financial situation must be very bad, but even so, there was no guarantee that he had any acquaintances in the bank. What if I can really use my connections to call the bank staff over? Qin Yuwei totally failed to understand his father's thoughts and still insisted on making a bet with Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi said, if you lose, I won't make things difficult for you. How about this, you come with me, and if I can get the job done, you yell 3 times, I, Qin Yuwei, look down on people, and then learn to bark like a dog and crawl out. Qin Yuwei laughed out loud, that's easy. If I lose, I will accept the loss and do as you say. But what if you can't do it? Chen Zhi said, if I lose, I will be the same as you. Shen Qinglin said, then it's a deal. I'll be the middleman, and you all can go to third grandpa's house together. Qin Guomin had no choice but to follow them. Chapter 19, the situation is stronger than people. Qin Guomin was helpless about his son's stubbornness, but at the same time, he and his son actually had similar ideas. It is believed that if Chen Zhi admitted the debt crisis in front of Shen Qinglin, he could not afford to lose face. So he deliberately bluffed and made a bet with Qin Yuwei. Actually, he just wanted to scare Qin Yuwei and make him give up. Now that the two of them have made a bet, Chen Zhi must be in a difficult situation. Let's see how he ends up. The group arrived at the third uncle's house, and Chen Zhi followed them in to take a look. Shen Qinglin's third uncle was in very bad health indeed. The old man was lying on the kang and couldn't get up. This situation is really just as Shen Qinglin said, it gets worse day by day. If the money he saved is not withdrawn quickly, when he dies and his family members go to the bank to withdraw the money, there may be a farce of proving your father is your father or asking the father himself to do it. Now he wanted to withdraw the money while the old man was still alive, but his health condition made it impossible for him to go to the bank. The bank also refused door-to-door service on the grounds that the countryside was out of service area. This rule is indeed a bit inhumane. Chen Zhi immediately took out his cell phone and called Fang Xinyan. As soon as the phone was connected, Fang Xinyan's warm greetings were heard. Chen Zhi said, hello, Manager Fang. Are you busy now? I have something to trouble you with. Fang Xinyan on the phone quickly said, no hurry, no hurry. If you have any questions, just let me know, Mr. Chen. It's like this, my third grandfather is having some problems right now. Chen Zhi recounted the old man's current condition and reported the location of Beitan village. Fang Xinyan immediately said, it's okay. I'll talk to the president and ask him to tell the county branch to send some staff down. That's great, thank you very much, Manager Fang, you really helped me a lot. Fang Xinyan on the phone chuckled, Mr. Chen, you are so polite. This little thing is not worth mentioning. Serving customers is our responsibility. Besides, isn't it your honor to be here? You are our best customer. Chen Zhi thanked him again and said a few polite words to the other party before hanging up the phone. The father and son surnamed Xin were listening nearby. Chen Zhi deliberately turned on the speakerphone, so the father and son and Shen Qinglin could hear clearly the content of his conversation with Fang Xinyan. From the content of the call, it can be heard that Chen Zhi and the other party are not acquaintances, but business relations, and Chen Zhi is indeed a high-quality customer of the other party. At this moment, the father and son surnamed Chen stared at each other in shock. How is it possible? He is clearly a defaulter with huge debts, yet he is still a high-quality customer of the bank. He can't even pay back the money. Where does his high quality come from? Chen Yue rolled his eyes, as if he had thought of something, and suddenly laughed out loud. Cousin, you really are worthy of being my cousin. It's amazing that you can come up with such a good idea. Chen Zhi said, what do you mean? Chen Yue said proudly, I understand, you must have made an agreement with others on the way, and asked them to cooperate with you and perform a double act for us here. Chen Zhi said with disdain, just wait and see whether it's a double act or not. As long as she notifies them, it will only take 20 minutes to drive from the county town to here. Let's wait here and see if the bank staff will come. Then everything will be clear, right? Chen Yue felt that his guess must be correct, and said confidently, just wait for a few dozen minutes. If no one from the bank comes, then I will wait and see some people barking like dogs and crawling out of here. Less than 30 minutes later, a black Passat stopped outside the gate, and then 2 bank employees walked in. Chen Zhi greeted him warmly and took 2 staff members into their house to handle the old man's business. The father and son surnamed Chen were stunned from the moment they saw the bank staff. Just now, Chen Guomin actually agreed with his son's guess. He felt that Chen Zhi must have found someone, and then the 2 of them talked on the phone and acted out the show for them. He would never believe that a person with huge debts would be a high-quality customer of the bank. But now bank staff really come to the countryside to provide door-to-door service. Although the father and son couldn't figure out the connection here, one thing was very clear, Chen Yue lost the bet. He had to shout, Chen Yue, look down on people 3 times, and then crawl out like a dog barking. But how could Chen Yue do such a thing? He is already in his 20s. In front of everyone, he said that he looked down on others and then crawled out like a dog barking. How can he, the son of the village chief, survive in the village in the future? Thinking of this, while Chen Zhi entered the house, he lowered his head and walked out, wanting to slip away quickly. Hey, Shen Qinglin shouted at him mercilessly, Yue, where are you going? Just now you made a bet with Chen Zhi, and I am the middleman. No matter who loses, he has to accept the defeat. If anyone wants to cheat, I, as the middleman, will not be polite. Chen Yue ignored her and quickened his pace to escape, but Shen Qinglin grabbed him by the clothes. At the same time, he shouted into the house, Chen Zhi, come out quickly. He's trying to cheat. Before Chen Yue could break free, Chen Zhi ran out of the house and grabbed Chen Yue's wrist. Chen Yue immediately cried out in pain, ouch, ouch. He applied force to his hands. Be gentle, you've almost broken my wrist. Chen Guomin had witnessed Chen Zhi's power with his own eyes, and when he saw him attacking his son again, he immediately panicked. He quickly came over and advised, don't do it, Xiaohui, you have to accept the loss. Just do what I said just now. As he spoke, he winked at his son, meaning that you should not make Chen Zhi angry, because if he does, neither of us can beat him. Let us not even mention the humiliation Chen Yue suffered. He is the son of the village chief, and is usually the crown prince of the village. Anyone who sees him has to nod and bow and smile at him. But now he is asked to pretend to be a dog, which is a great shame and humiliation. But the situation is stronger than the person. Chen Zhi is such a good fighter. If he cheats, it will be even more disadvantageous once the fight starts. He had no choice but to follow the agreement and shout 3 times in the yard, Chen Yue, look down on others. Then he barked a few times, lay on the ground and crawled out. The people in the yard couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw how embarrassed he looked. Chen Guomin had already run away before his son learned to bark like a dog. It was his son who looked down on others, not the father. Shen Qinglin grabbed Chen Zhi's arm and was laughing so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. Chen Zhi looked at his ex-girlfriend and felt that the relationship between the two had never really been severed. After not seeing each other for 4 years, we meet again now, and we still have the same natural spiritual connection as before. He couldn't help but say, Lin, you haven't been to my house for several years. Grandpa and the others often talk about you. They all miss you. Shen Qinglin held Chen Zhi's arm and straightened him up, and at the same time secretly pinched his arm. If you want me to go see Grandpa, just tell me straight away. Why beat around the bush? Okay, I'll go with you. I miss them, too. Chapter 20. The village chief has another evil idea. Originally, according to the principle of reciprocity, Shen Qinglin wanted to visit Chen Zhi's family. Chen Zhi was already in Shen Qinglin's hometown, Beitan village, so he should visit Shen Qinglin's parents first. Looking back, when Chen Zhi and Shen Qinglin were in love, Shen Qinglin's parents were quite supportive of Chen Zhi. Although she was a little confused about his single-parent family situation, she was quite satisfied with Chen Zhi in other aspects. Moreover, they knew very well that their daughter had rebellious ideas, and hoped that through marriage with Chen Zhi, they could make their daughter calm down and preferably follow Chen Zhi back to Jiangju to work. However, Shen Qinglin was ambitious and the two ultimately failed to be together. After the breakup, due to family reasons, Chen Zhi quickly found a partner and got married. In this way, in the eyes of Shen Qinglin's parents, Chen Zhi is now a married man. If he goes to Shen Qinglin's house again, he is afraid that the other party's parents will think too much, so Chen Zhi decided not to go for the time being. Chen Zhi's hometown, Nantan village, is separated from Beitan village by Zhongtan village, and the straight line distance is only 7 or 8 miles, so there is no need for two people to drive a car each. Shen Qinglin wanted to get into Chen Zhi's car and ask him to take her there and then send her back. But to her surprise, Chen Zhi locked his car, proposed to take Shen Qinglin's Audi A4, and asked her to drive him home. Shen Qinglin looked puzzled and asked, "What do you mean? Why don't you drive your car?" Chen Zhi smiled and said, "Driving your car will save me gas money." Shen Qinglin stared at Chen Zhi's face for a few seconds and said firmly, "There must be other reasons, you just don't want to tell me." Chen Zhi pretended to be helpless and spread his hands. Okay, I admit that I can't hide anything from you. I thought you liked to do things unconventionally. Usually men drive and women sit on the passenger seat, so I wanted to do the opposite. You drive and I sit in the passenger seat, this is more in line with your style." Shen Qinglin curled her lips and said, "Forget it. If you don't want to talk, I won't ask. I won't embarrass you. Get in the car." In fact, the real reason was that Chen Zhi felt disgusted as soon as he saw the white SUV. In the past, Liu Hong drove this car to and from get off work most of the time, and also took other men to his home. He thought the car was too dirty. A girl as clean as Shen Qinglin is not suitable to sit here. He decided to sell the car after driving it back and buy a new car that was low-key yet luxurious. The two got in the car, and Shen Qinglin started the car, but instead of driving south, he drove north. Chen Zhi was surprised and asked, "Is this the opposite of what the new era is doing? We agreed to go see my grandfather, where are you taking me?" Shen Qinglin snorted, "I haven't visited Grandpa for several years. Can I go empty-handed? I'm going to town to buy some gifts." Chen Zhi said, "Why buy a gift? My family runs a small supermarket and we have everything. Grandpa also has an orchard, growing watermelons, melons, and all kinds of fruits, what else can you buy?" Shen Qinglin rolled her eyes at him and said, "I would rather buy 2 more pounds of peaches and carry them with me than go empty-handed. This is the most basic etiquette." When he arrived in the town, Shen Qinglin originally planned to go to the largest supermarket in the town, but when he arrived at the entrance of the supermarket, he changed his mind. She felt that the only things in the supermarket were cigarettes and alcohol, and she didn't want to bring these to her grandfather. So she found the best tea shop in town and finally chose a Weishan de Honpao. I also asked the store owner to brew and taste it. The tea soup is bright orange yellow with a rich aroma, which has both floral and fruity scents and a unique rock flavor. The tea leaves are firm and dark in color, and the price is relatively high in this store. Shen Qinglin was very satisfied and asked the boss to pack it into 2 boxes. Chen Zhi understood that she had prepared 2 gifts, one for her grandfather and one for her father. Afterwards, Shen Qinglin went to the largest supermarket and bought a lot of snacks. Chen Zhi knew without asking that this was bought for his brother Chen Zhi. Although Chen Zhi's family runs a small supermarket, this does not prevent Shen Qinglin from expressing her feelings with these snacks. It was almost noon, and the July sun was scorching the earth mercilessly. Occasionally, a heavily loaded truck would pass through the town, and the asphalt road under the scorching sun seemed to become soft under the pressure of the tires. They drove to Nantan village and parked the car outside Grandpa's orchard. As soon as they got out of the car, they felt that it was a little cooler here than elsewhere, and the air was filled with the faint fragrance of fruit trees. My grandfather's 3 blue brick and tile houses are right in the center of the orchard. As the 2 men walked into the orchard with gifts, they heard dogs barking inside. Shen Qinglin glanced at Chen Zhi and said with a smile, "Da Huang has forgotten me. I have been here several times before and it could recognize my footsteps. Now that we've come in, it's barking there, and it seems like it didn't even hear your footsteps. Chen Zhi smiled and said, maybe Da Huang is getting older and his hearing is not that good anymore. As the two approached the three blue brick houses, Da Huang finally recognized Chen Zhi's footsteps, and immediately stopped barking, let out a cheerful cry, and ran towards him on three legs. The other front leg was curled up, and it was obvious that Da Huang had a limp. Da Huang first got intimate with Chen Zhi for a few times, then turned back and sniffed Chen Qinglin for a while, as if trying to recognize this familiar girl, and then pounced over to interact with Chen Qinglin. At this time, Chen Zhi's grandfather Chen Kejian walked out from the fruit bushes with a basket of fragrant pears in his hand. My grandfather is almost 80 years old this year, but he is in very strong health. His ears are not deaf, his eyes are not blurry, and his back is not hunched or collapsed. He was wearing a half-worn straw hat and his sweatshirt had a few holes in it, but it was washed clean. Grandpa saw Chen Qinglin at first sight, and a look of surprise instantly appeared on his wrinkled face. Isn't this Qinglin? You are still thinking about me, Grandpa, and come to see me, an old man. From Grandpa's happy smile, it can be seen that he is happy from the bottom of his heart to see Chen Qinglin again. Chen Qinglin smiled and said, I've always been thinking about Grandpa. I haven't come to see you for several years. You won't blame me, right? Grandpa deliberately frowned and said, it's my fault. How can I not blame you? You haven't come to see me for 4 years. Come here every year from now on, and I will forgive you. Having said that, he asked Chen Qinglin to hurry into the house. Chen Zhi touched Da Huang's head and asked his grandfather, why is Da Huang's leg lame? Grandpa's face darkened. It was because of the big wolfhound in that bastard Hao Qiang's house that bit him. Chen Zhi was puzzled. Da Huang was in the orchard the whole time and didn't go out. How could he be bitten by the big wolf dog? Grandpa said angrily, the day before yesterday, Hao Qiang brought the town staff to the orchard and said that they wanted to re-measure our orchard, saying that the previous acreage was wrong. I don't know what evil ideas that bastard is up to. He came if he wanted and brought his big wolf dog with him. As soon as the dog came in, it pounced on Da Huang. Judging from its posture, it would be able to bite Da Huang to death in a few more bites. I picked up a hoe and swung it left and right a few times, but I didn't hit the dog. If it hits me, I must kill it. It is true that evil people raise evil dogs. Chen Zhi remained silent. The Hao Qiang that Grandpa was talking about is the village chief. Come to think of it, that bastard is also one of Chen Zhi's enemies in his account book. When Hao Qiang was young, he was a gangster in the city. Later, he returned to the village and became the village director through election. In fact, he didn't make any money outside and wanted to go back to the village to get benefits from the collective. Nowadays, many village heads have more or less some background in organized crime. When they can't make it outside, they come back to reap the collective benefits. Chapter 21 Transfer of Assets. Of course, Chen Zhi can ignore the fact that Hao Qiang controls the village committee and infringes on collective interests, and he will not regard Hao Qiang as one of his enemies for this reason. The reason why he listed that guy as an enemy in his own account book was because when Hao Qiang was hanging out in the county town, he was very close to the rich man that Chen Zhi's mother was with. Later, Chen Zhi's father went to catch an adulterer and had his leg broken. Although Hao Qiang was not one of the murderers, he was part of the gang that beat him up. Moreover, after this incident, he helped the gang to clean up the aftermath and intimidated and threatened the Chen family. Later, the rich man's company grew bigger and moved its headquarters to a big city. Hao Qiang returned to the village and became the village director. Over the years, he has been bullying Chen Zhi's family, and he bullied them to death. Putting all these things together, Hao Qiang has become a completely qualified enemy. Chen Zhi took the basket from his grandfather, and the three of them and the dog walked back together. Walking along the path between the fruit trees, there is a medium-sized open space in front of you, which can be considered a yard. There are 3 houses with green bricks and blue tiles, which look quite old. At this time, a woman with flour on both hands walked out of the house quickly. Oh, isn't this Qinglin? This girl is getting more and more beautiful. I haven't seen you for several years. As she spoke, she reached out to take the gift from Chen Qinglin's hand, wiped the flour on her hands on her apron, and affectionately took Chen Qinglin's hand and walked into their house. You are such a thoughtful kid. You even remembered to come and see your grandfather. How is it going? Are you married? Where is your partner from? Does he or she also work in Beijing? He pulled Shen Qinglin into their house so affectionately, and just glanced at Chen Zhi's eyes and ignored him. Chen Zhi was somewhat puzzled and shouted behind the two women, "Aunt, when did you come? And why are you so partial to me? You don't even look at your own nephew, but you are so affectionate to a stranger." This woman, who looked to be around 60 years old, was Chen Zhi's aunt, Chen Yufang. From childhood to adulthood, the eldest aunt has always been the one who loves Chen Zhi the most, especially after Chen Zhi's mother left home. The eldest aunt often came to take care of their family of 4. I just don't know what happened today. It seemed like my aunt had something against Chen Zhi and looked a little angry. Grandpa also went into the house. Chen Zhi stood alone in this so-called courtyard, looking at the 3 blue brick and tile houses in front of him in a daze. These 3 houses were built by the collective in the past. My grandfather has been working in the orchard since he was young, so it can be said that he has been tending to fruits and vegetables all his life. In terms of fruit tree management technology, he says he is second to none in the village and no one dares to claim to be first. After the collective economy ended, my grandfather contracted the village orchard. At that time, the reform and opening up was in progress, and a lot of work was needed to be done. Rural areas were developing at a rapid pace, and many specialized households emerged. At that time, my grandfather was a professional fruit tree farmer in the village, and he was also one of the first people in the village to become rich. After a few years, the family became rich and bought a car for Chen Zhi's father to run transportation. It can be said that their family was the richest in the village at that time. Later, Hao Qiang returned to the village and became the village chief. He was jealous of the orchard and instructed his brother to bid for it with Chen Kejian. Through a series of shady operations, most of the orchard was taken away, and Grandpa Chen Kejian only retained a very small part. This was because Chen Kejian's nephew Chen Shaoyi was a senior official in the city, so Hao Qiang did not dare to go too far. But he knew that Chen Shaoyi's family was not on good terms with his uncle Chen Kejian's family, so he dared to openly fight for the orchard. However, managing fruit trees requires very professional skills. Hao Qiang and his gang only think that growing fruit trees can make money, but if we really ask them to take care of them, they are simply laymen. Within a few years, a good orchard was ruined. Later, seeing that the orchard was not making any money, all the fruit trees were cut down. I just heard from my grandfather that Hao Qiang brought the town staff here to cause trouble again. It is obvious that he has no good intentions. I wonder what evil intentions he is up to? But at this time Chen Zhi had already made up his mind. He was rich now and had a certain confidence. Moreover, even if there was a conflict with Hao Qiang's gang, they had been protected by people in the town and were very familiar with the people in the town police station, but he was no longer afraid now. Ding Haoyi told himself that he would not be anyone's umbrella, but if he encountered those things of favoritism, fraud, and distortion of right and wrong, he would never turn a blind eye. This gave Chen Zhi a reassurance. To put it bluntly, Ding Haoyi is the backer behind him. He would not create difficulties for Ding Haoyi or let him use favoritism and corruption to protect himself. As long as he could give himself fairness and justice, that would be enough. So, I am now considered a rich and powerful person. Well then, let the revenge plan that I have secretly vowed since childhood begin today. Hao Qiang wants to take over my grandfather's orchard. I will make sure that bastard gets beaten to a pulp and no one else will be able to do anything bad with him. Chen Zhi also thought that his grandfather had a very rough life and had never enjoyed any happiness. Now that he finally had money, he must let his grandfather enjoy life. I brought some cash back today to give some money to my grandpa. Of course, he also knew that no matter how much money he gave his grandfather, the old man would not be willing to spend it on himself. So Chen Zhi wanted to buy some furniture and appliances for his grandfather. He would be reluctant to buy them himself, but if he bought them himself, the old man would have to use them even if he didn't want to. Thinking of this, Chen Zhi immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. "Zhenyu, are you off work?" Like Chen Xinyu, Chen Zhenyu is Chen Zhi's best buddy, who grew up together naked. A few months ago, Chen Zhi was faced with changing jobs again. At that time, he had 2 choices. One was to follow Xinyu to deliver goods, and the other was to follow Zhenyu to the cold storage to kill chickens. Later he chose to deliver goods. Because the delivery is in the city, I can go out to work as a designated driver after picking up the truck in the afternoon. The cold storage where Zhenyu kills chickens is in the town here. If he goes back to the city after get off work, it is very inconvenient to go back and forth. It would be nice to go back to his hometown after get off work, but during that time he found that something was wrong with Liu Hong, and he was afraid that living separately from Liu Hong would accelerate the deterioration of their relationship. The day before yesterday, Chen Zhi told Sinu that he wanted to resign and stop delivering goods. The reason he gave was that he wanted to follow Zhenyu to kill chickens again. It was almost 11:30 now. Chen Zhenyu on the other end of the phone said, "It will be time to get off work in 10 minutes. Do you have any instructions?" Chen Zhi said, "I transferred 30,000 yuan to you." As soon as the words came out, Zhenyu on the other side was obviously startled and screamed, "Why did you suddenly transfer money to me? Aren't all your credit card and online loans overdue? Where did you get the money to transfer to me?" "Oh, I see, you want to transfer assets, right?" Chapter 22, What's the point of talking about something? How come you have such a rich imagination? Chen Zhi scolded, "Money is a bastard, spend it and earn it again. If my debts are exposed, I can work hard to earn money to get out of debt, but can I stay in debt for the rest of my life? The overdue debts have been paid off long ago, so don't think about that. This money is for you to buy things. After get off work, you immediately go to their home appliance store in town and buy a large air conditioner for about 10,000 yuan and a 70-80-inch TV. Pull it to my grandfather's orchard and have them come over to install it after lunch. In addition, you can go to where the surveillance cameras are installed and ask them to come and take a look at the terrain of the orchard. Aren't there surveillance cameras now that can be installed independently, don't need to be charged, and use solar panels? Ask them to bring a few more models so I can choose. After you finish these two things, go buy some roast chicken, pig's trotters or other braised food, and come to Grandpa's house for dinner while Auntie makes dumplings." After Chen Zhi finished speaking, Chen Zhenyu on the other end of the phone was silent for more than 10 seconds, as if he had not yet recovered from the shock. Then he said, "I saw that you sent me 30,000 yuan. Okay, I'll do it right away." At the same time, he muttered, "You are really mysterious. A few days ago, your debt was overdue and we were discussing whether we could raise some money for you to ease your debt pressure. How did you become a nouveau riche all of a sudden?" Chen Zhi said, "I said I won the lottery, do you believe it?" "I don't believe you, sir. Okay, I'm done. I'm about to get off work. See you later." When he entered the room, he saw his aunt holding Shen Qinglin's hand and talking affectionately. It is obvious that what the eldest aunt is most concerned about is Shen Qinglin's marriage problem. When she learned that Shen Qinglin was not only unmarried but also resisted marriage from the beginning, she began to persuade her again. "Qinglin, our ancestors have all been farmers, and the old generation has passed down the tradition that men should get married when they are old enough, and women should get married when they are old enough. Even though Xiaoji has been married for more than a year, I still think he got married too late. Many young people in the village who are about his age are already in school. You are already 29 years old this year. If you don't get married quickly, won't it delay your ability to have children? This woman, you should give birth to a child as early as possible, otherwise it will be difficult to give birth if you give birth too late." Shen Qinglin said playfully, "Aunt, if that's the case, then I'd rather not have a baby. The thought of having a baby is horrible, I can't bear it." The eldest aunt glared at her in reproach, "Why do you still think like this? If you don't get married and have children, who will you rely on when you get old? If you live in a nursing home, why should the people there take such good care of you? Even one's own children may not be filial to their parents, let alone outsiders. You are still young and nothing matters. But when you get older and your parents pass away, you will realize that it is really not good to live without relatives in the world. Why are you so disobedient, kid? If you were obedient, you would marry Xiaoji soon. You two would be a perfect match." As she spoke, my aunt's eyes turned red. At this time, Grandpa also sincerely sighed, "Qinglin is a good child. If such a good girl is my granddaughter-in-law, it is a blessing from my previous life. But why do you have to work in a big city? What's so good about Beijing? I heard that the smog in Beijing is particularly severe and the winter is extremely cold. You said you would come back to our place, where the winters are not cold and the summers are not hot. The climate here is the most nourishing. Let us not talk about those old things. Look, Xiaoji is married now, but you are still single. Listen to your grandfather and your aunt, and quickly find an honest and reliable young man to marry." Chen Zhi immediately took advantage of the situation and said, "Grandpa, you still miss Qinglin. It just so happens that she is not married yet, so I might as well divorce Liu Hong in a few days, and it would be best for me to marry Shen Qinglin, because she is the real first wife. What he meant by saying this was actually to give Grandpa a shot of prevention. Because the fact of his divorce from Liu Hong could not be concealed after all, and sooner or later, Grandpa would know about it. I don't know how sad Grandpa will be when he hears this news. Now I give him the psychological expectation of divorce, so that the old man won't be hit too hard when the time comes. Grandpa immediately glared at her and cursed, "What nonsense are you talking about? Marriage is a lifelong thing. How can you get divorced so easily when you are living a good life? The important thing is that you work hard for me and let me have a great grandson as soon as possible." "Qinglin, are you right?" Chen Zhi's words made the eldest aunt alert all of a sudden. She glared at her nephew, then looked at Shen Qinglin, as if she smelled something dangerous. So she stopped persuading Shen Qinglin to get married quickly, and instead took Shen Qinglin's hand and said, "Qinglin, you two are in luck, as my aunt is making dumplings here. Let's have lunch here this afternoon. With the addition of the two of you, we will definitely have to pack more, so you can help your aunt with the work." Shen Qinglin immediately looked bitter. Because since she was a child, what she hated most was doing housework. It can be said that this girl has had different ambitions from others since she was a child. She felt that women should not just be concerned with household matters and cooking, so she was unwilling to learn how to fry and cook from her mother since she was a child. My aunt had already experienced her thoughts and ideas a long time ago. But it was obvious that the aunt was deliberately trying to make things difficult for her at this moment. Shen Qinglin did not hide it. "Aunt, you know me well. I can't do housework. I can't help you with anything." The eldest aunt said forcefully, "It is because you can't do it that I have to ask you to do it. As a girl, if you can't even cook or make dumplings, how are you going to live in the future? Let us not say that you have learned to serve others. Even if you want to eat, you can make it yourself and it will be convenient to eat." Without further ado, he pulled Shen Qinglin to sit across the table and said, "I'll roll the dough while you make the dumplings. I'll make a few first and you watch. The dumpling skin should be held like this, firmly. Don't put too much stuffing, otherwise it will easily come out when wrapping. Then press the edges tightly and create folds, so that the dumplings look good and taste good." Shen Qinglin had no choice but to follow the instructions here and there. It can be said that since she was a child, her mother forced her to learn how to make dumplings, but she always refused. But now she is embarrassed to refuse her aunt. She finally managed to squeeze out a dumpling and held it out to her aunt. "Look, aunt, is this it?" The eldest aunt grabbed Shen Qinglin's wrist with her flour-covered hand, and with her other hand she was counting the wrinkles on the dumplings one by one. "It's auspicious to have 12 folds. I remember when Xiaoji's mother came to our house for the first time, we made dumplings to entertain her. Xiaoji's mother also helped to make dumplings. She was really good at it. The dumplings she made could stand upright in clear water without sinking to the bottom. It was because of her skill that this marriage was arranged." Chen Zhi knows his aunt best. She is a shrewd person. Now, in front of Shen Qinglin, he actually brought up something irrelevant, including his mother, the cruel woman who abandoned her husband and children. It is obvious that this was done intentionally by my aunt. Chapter 23, considering investing in a startup. In fact, the aunt had something subtext that she didn't say. What she really wanted to say was probably Liu Hong. Because Liu Hong is good at housework. When she came to my house to meet my parents for the first time, she was not shy at all and immediately rushed to cook. She cooked delicious dishes. Doesn't the book say that if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach? Liu Hong's move not only captured the man's stomach, but also the stomach of the man's family, and at the same time captured the hearts of the entire family. The eldest aunt knew that Shen Qinglin was extremely smart, so she deliberately said this indirectly, actually to warn Shen Qinglin and Chen Zhi. She knew that Shen Qinglin had a rebellious personality and never played by the rules. If Shen Qinglin couldn't forget her old love, this worldly rebel might not even consider that Chen Zhi was already a married man. She doesn't even consider the secular perspective and insists on maintaining an ambiguous relationship with Chen Zhi. Isn't that destroying someone else's family? Now the entire Chen family is waiting for Liu Hong to get pregnant quickly and add a child to the Chen family. If something goes wrong and everything becomes chaotic, why would they still have children? Chen Zhi knew that his aunt was overthinking, but he couldn't explain it. At least I can't tell my family now that I have submitted a divorce application. I have to let them accept this slowly. Besides, Shen Qinglin is still the same Shen Qinglin. Just now on their way to the town, the two of them had already discussed Shen Qinglin's career. Now Shen Qinglin already has a small-scale AI large model team and has developed several multi-language pre-trained models. We have also made certain achievements in deep learning and related strategy modeling and algorithm research, and have begun to provide AI large model intelligence services in this regard to some companies. In other words, Shen Qinglin's ambitious career has just achieved certain results, and her belief in not getting married or having children is even more resolute than when she just graduated. How could she suddenly have the idea of coming back and marrying herself? My aunt is really worrying too much. After a while, the dumplings were wrapped. The aunt really didn't treat Shen Qinglin as an outsider. She asked Shen Qinglin to clean up the scene. Then she mysteriously pulled her nephew outside and found a corner. Chen Zhi thought that his aunt was warning him not to rekindle his old relationship with Shen Qinglin and destroy their good family. Unexpectedly, the aunt turned around and asked him, "Xiao Zhi, tell me the truth, do you owe a lot of debts and can't pay them back now?" Chen Zhi asked curiously, "How did the news spread so quickly? Who told you this, aunt?" The eldest aunt frowned and said sternly, "Don't worry about who told me this. Not only do you have debts that you can't pay back, but many creditors have come to your house to collect debts from you. Besides, you also stole Xiaohui's newly bought Mercedes-Benz. I heard they are looking for you and want to arrest you." Chen Zhi knew what was going on as soon as he heard it. "Aunt, did you hear these words from Qin?" When the eldest aunt saw that her nephew had guessed correctly, she no longer concealed the truth. "Yes, I heard your cousin tell me when I went to the market yesterday." "Just tell me the truth, do you owe a lot of debts and did you steal Xiaohui's car?" "This is no small matter, you have to tell me the truth. You know why I came here today? It's because of you. My aunt is afraid that you will get into trouble outside. If you really committed a crime, I would arrest you. You said you suffered so much since childhood." When my aunt said this, she choked up and tears fell. Chen Zhi quickly wiped away his aunt's tears and said, "Aunt, I know you are doing this for my own good, I won't hide it from you. It is true that there was some debt some time ago, but you know your nephew, he is a top student from a prestigious university, his ability is there. These debts have been settled. You said that I drove away Xiaohui's car, and that is also true. I was just mad at them both. Now I have returned the car to him. Nothing happened. Moreover, your nephew not only paid off all his debts, but now he has a large amount of savings." "Really? Xiaozhi, don't lie to your aunt. She's always worried that something might happen to you guys." "I didn't lie to you, aunt. I was in debt some time ago because the design and development work I did for other companies had not been settled yet. Now that it has been settled, I have a lot of savings in my hands. Just now I asked Zhenyu to go to town to buy an air conditioner and a big TV for Grandpa, and also install surveillance cameras for Grandpa's orchard." The aunt was shocked. "Really? Why are you spending money so lavishly? If you have money, save it. You still have a mortgage now. Once Liu Hong gets pregnant, you will be the only one working. Once the baby is born, the family expenses will increase immediately. How can you not save some money?" "It's okay, aunt, don't worry. I have planned all this." As their mother and daughter were talking, they heard Da Wang barking again, but after a few barks he stopped. Chen Zhi knew that Zhenyu had arrived. Accompanying Chen Zhenyu was a surveillance company in the town, who were carrying several types of surveillance samples. The aunt saw them discussing the issue of surveillance and felt that what Chen Zhi said this time should be true. If he was in debt, how could he have the spare money to buy so many things for Grandpa? Now my aunt was finally relieved. She came here in a hurry today just to confirm whether her nephew had robbed someone else's car and owed a lot of debts. But she couldn't ask her old father right away, for fear of making him anxious too. She originally planned to ask indirectly to see if her family knew about it. After finding no problems with her father, she prepared to make dumplings for her father. After lunch, she went to Chen Zhi's father to see if he knew about it. Now seeing that her nephew looked so wealthy, the aunt finally felt relieved. During lunch, Zhenyu asked Chen Zhi, "Sinyu called me yesterday and said that you wanted to follow me to kill chickens and had already informed me. When did you call me?" Chen Zhi said without even looking up, "I just had that thought, I didn't say I've already told you." Zhenyu said, "It's no use for you to say hello to me. I'm not going to do it now." "Oh." Chen Zhi looked up at him. Why don't you do it? Didn't you say that killing chickens there is profitable and you can earn extra money? That was in the past. Chen Zhi said, our company may be sold next. We want to sell it to Date Group. I heard that people from Date Group have started talking to their boss in the past few days. Chen Zhi was a little puzzled. It's doing well, why do you want to sell it? Zhenyu said, I must have done well in the past. And you also know that Yao Chen Group is the best breeding enterprise in our area, or in our entire city. It's just that the market has been bad in the past 2 years, and it has lasted for a particularly long time. Did you know? Working in breeding, hatching and cold storage, one's livelihood depends on market conditions. If you catch a good market trend, you can make a fortune. If you catch a bad market trend, you may lose hundreds of thousands of dollars every day. Think about it, in the past, there were so many professional breeders in our area. Among so many breeders, some made a lot of money at the beginning and became nouveau riche. But later on, as time went by, they were all eliminated, and only the Yao Chen Group survived. But I didn't expect that this time, this wave of bad market conditions would last too long. Our boss has invested hundreds of millions of dollars over more than 2 years and he really can't hold on any longer. Date Group is one of the top feed and breeding companies in the country. It is wealthy and powerful, and no matter how bad the market conditions are, or how long they last, they will be able to withstand them. Therefore, they also like to acquire breeding companies that cannot withstand the sluggish market conditions across the country. In the past few years, when the market was not good, Date Group also came to acquire us, but our boss held on. This time I really can't bear it anymore. Date Group is deliberately lowering the price. It seems they want to get it for free. Once the acquisition is successful, I heard that Date Group's management is very strict, so we probably won't be able to make any extra money. So we all decided that if we were acquired by Date Group, we would quit. Hearing this, Chen Zhi's heart moved. Chapter 24 Don't think about good things. The reason why Chen Zhi was tempted was because he heard from Zhenyu that Yao Chen Group was now in a state of being taken advantage of. He thought of the more than 200 million yuan he had in hand, and he wanted to use the money to invest or find a business project. Yao Chen Group has now reached the point where it can no longer sustain itself, which means that the company has become a non-performing asset. Often at times like this, it provides others with the opportunity to pick up bargains. Date Group wants to take advantage of the bargain, but aren't there other units that also want to take advantage of the bargain? He asked Zhenyu. Date Group deliberately lowered the price in order to get Yao Chen Group for free. Does it think your boss is a fool? Can it get it for free if it wants to? Zhenyu said, how else can it be called taking advantage of someone's misfortune? I heard from an official that our boss has reached the end of his rope and can no longer borrow money from the bank, so he has to borrow a lot of money from private individuals. By now, he may no longer be able to make ends meet. But now the market is still sluggish, and no one knows when it will get better. At this point, we can only be at the mercy of others. Chen Zhi asked, how much money did Date Group give? It is said that Date Group only offered 100 million. 100 million. Chen Zhi asked, then how much should Yao Chen Group be worth? Zhenyu said, I can't say how much it is worth. But I heard from others that our boss has invested 500 to 600 million yuan in the entire Yao Chen Group. If the market is good, a market value of 1 billion yuan will not be a problem. What? Chen Zhi was also indignant for the Yao Chen Group when he heard this. He said, the Date Group is not trying to pick it up for free, they are trying to rob it for free. They want to buy a company with a market value of 1 billion for only 100 million. If it were me, I would rather throw it away than sell it to him. Zhenyu laughed and said, your thinking is typical of being angry but not supporting your family. Date Group is very experienced in this area. They have already investigated clearly that the total foreign debt owed by our boss is about 100 million. If the company is sold for 100 million yuan, our boss will not have much money left, but he will be able to get out of it safely. But if he doesn't sell it, the entire company will not be able to operate, and once production stops, the business will go bankrupt. Imagine if a bankrupt business, including its hatcheries, breeding farms, cold storage, regardless of the site or equipment, were all sold, how much could it fetch? It can be said that although 500 to 600 million yuan was invested in the initial stage, when it came to selling the equipment and factory buildings, they could not even be sold for tens of millions. By then, our boss will owe tens of millions in foreign debt, and he may never be able to pay it back in the rest of his life. Now Date Group is forcing him to make the final choice. Chen Zhi nodded. He understood the principle of choosing the lesser of two evils. What he said just now was just out of anger. He felt that Date Group was too shady. He had also heard that in the 1990s, there were dozens of large-scale breeding companies in this county alone. There was a breeding company called Tongjiang Group, which had grown to a very large scale. In the eyes of the Tongjiang boss, the Yao Chen Group was still a younger brother at that time. The boss of Tongjiang Group started out as a small breeder, but in just over a decade he built a very large breeding enterprise, which expanded rapidly. In addition to large-scale construction and crazy expansion, his own spending on food and drink was also extravagant. It is said that at that time, there was nothing in the local area that suited his taste for dinner every night. Every weekend, I need to go to the provincial capital to eat. However, because it moved too fast and expanded with high leverage, when it encountered a particularly long industry winter, Tongjiang Group was the first to collapse. In traditional farming, staying the course is seen as a common strategy for dealing with cyclical fluctuations. Therefore, when the industry encounters a cold winter, even if they lose tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands every day, they cannot stop production. They can only invest money, endure the hardship, and wait for the industry winter to pass. In other words, the characteristics of the breeding industry determine that they cannot stop at will. For example, once the chicks in a chicken farm are hatched, they need to be fed and managed for epidemic prevention every day. If production is stopped midway, it will lead to large-scale deaths of chickens or the spread of disease, and the losses will far exceed the daily losses. There is also the rigidity of fixed costs, and once production is stopped, it will lead to customer loss, and even the need to redevelop the market and rehatch chicks after resuming production, which will make the cost even higher. So even if the cold winter comes, we can only persevere. However, that wave of industry cold winter lasted too long, and in the end the boss of Tongjiang could no longer hold on. He had to disappear from the world and ran away with the last bit of money he had left. The company stopped production instantly, and all the backlog of products in the cold storage was snatched away by employees. Creditors came one after another, taking away anything of value. In the end, even the tiles on the factory roof were taken away by the creditors. The outcome was horrific. The boss of Yao Chen Group is a big boss from this town and is considered a prominent figure in this town. Chen Zhi has also heard others talk about him. He said that there were many large-scale breeders who did a good job or did bigger business than him in the beginning, but later they encountered wave after wave of bad market conditions. Those who took too big steps and had too high leverage gradually went bankrupt in the test of time. The boss of Yao Chen Group has been seeking stability in its operations over the years and has not dared to add too much leverage. He has only made as much money as he has and has also reserved a certain amount of risk capital. However, this time the market conditions were not only fierce, but also lasted for too long, with no improvement in more than 2 years. There is a saying among farmers, even if you have millions of dollars, the hairy stuff doesn't count. These furry creatures are all mouthfuls. They need to eat, drink, defecate and urinate every day, and they continue to lose hundreds of thousands of dollars every day. It seems that even if the boss had always been playing it safe, he had to increase leverage to maintain operations in the end. The leverage has been increased to the extreme, and now we are at the end of our rope and can only let others take advantage of the situation. Date Group is a large national enterprise with deep roots and abundant financial resources. Many small and medium-sized enterprises have been pushed to the brink of collapse by this rare industry winter in many years, but the Date Group doesn't care even if it holds on for another 2 years. So they dare to buy these so-called non-performing assets. As long as the industry's cold winter is over, Yao Chen Group will be a high-quality asset with a market value of over 1 billion yuan in their hands. This is probably the so-called winner-takes-all phenomenon. Chen Zhi was thinking that he was going to invest more than 200 million yuan in starting a business, so it would not be a problem for him to buy Yao Chen Group. The question is, after buying it, is it a high-quality asset or a non-performing asset? No one can tell. It all depends on when this wave of industry winter will pass. Even if I buy it for 100 million yuan, use another 100 million yuan as operating capital, and hold on for another year, what if the market still doesn't improve after a year? It is possible that more than 200 million yuan will be wasted. The most important thing is that I know nothing about that industry. After taking over, if I don't have a strong team that is completely loyal to me, I won't be able to do it. In other words, in the hands of Date Group, Yao Chen Group is a high-quality asset that can generate a tenfold return, but in the hands of others, it may be a hot potato. Chen Zhi was a little discouraged again, thinking that he had no confidence in trying the breeding industry. It was better not to think about those good things. At this point in the conversation, he was no longer interested in the topic. My eldest aunt and her friends were even less interested in this topic. What she was interested in was the children's marriage. Zhenyu is his distant nephew, the same age as Chen Zhi. He is already 29 years old this year and still has no girlfriend. The eldest aunt asked, "Zhenyu, how is your boyfriend going? Are you dating him now?" Chen Zhi pretended to cover his aunt's mouth and said, "Aunt, didn't you hear what others said? Nowadays, when you meet someone who is working, don't ask him her how much she earns a month when you meet an unmarried person. Don't ask him her if she has a partner when you meet a student. Don't ask him her how many points she got in the exam. It's not even the new year yet, and you're already urging me to get married." Chapter 25 Bold Woman. The eldest aunt opened Chen Zhi's hand and said, "Stop talking to me about those useless things. If you're already 29 and still not married, you should urge them. Zhenyu, tell the truth to your aunt, are you talking to her now? How far has it progressed?" This question made Zhenyu look worried and he really didn't know how to answer it. At this time, Da Wang came into the house hopping on 3 legs, with his tail between his legs and his eyes flickering, as if he was very scared. Grandpa immediately became alert, put his chopsticks on the table, and said, "Did that bastard Hao Chong bring the big old dog in again? I fought him." At the same time, everyone heard the sound of a group of people shouting and noisy, and it was obvious that a lot of people had entered the orchard. Chen Zhi pulled Grandpa to sit down again and said, "Grandpa, eat your meal and drink your wine slowly. I'm here, so don't worry about anything." Zhenyu stood up and wanted to follow Chen Zhi out, but Chen Zhi held him down and said, "Don't move, just eat your meal. I can take care of it." As he said that, he grabbed a pair of chopsticks and walked out. He came out of the house and saw a lot of people among the fruit trees, laughing and picking fruits to eat, as if they were at home. Although I couldn't count them clearly at once, there seemed to be about 10 people. As they picked the fruits, they walked deeper into the orchard, picking out the biggest and best ones to eat. He picked it from the tree, wiped it with his hands and ate it directly. He took a bite and threw it away, cursing, "Damn it, this one looks big, but it's not sweet." Walking in from the orchard entrance, there are grape racks made of cement purlins on both sides of the main road. The rose-scented grapes in my grandfather's orchard are large, thick, and fragrant, and now is the season for them to mature. There were a few people tearing grapes apart, picking out the big, black ones to eat, wasting them as they ate, and more than they ate was thrown away. Chen Zhi was immediately furious and shouted, "Stop it." This situation made Chen Zhi furious. This orchard has taken all my grandfather's hard work. The old man is nearly 80 years old. Taking care of such a large orchard by himself would require a lot of energy and physical strength even for a young person. These bastards came in and destroyed the fruit, which was so hard to grow. They have no consciences at all. He pointed to the man who was destroying the grapes nearby and said, "Listen, pick up the grapes that have been thrown on the ground and eat them all for me, one by one." These guys are all young men, with colorful hair, and they look like thugs at first glance. After hearing what Chen Zhi said, the gangster retorted, "Are you kidding me? Can you eat grapes that have fallen on the ground? Learn how to eat grapes for me." He sounded like he was joking, but there was something unfriendly in his eyes. At this time, a young woman ran over from the bushes and yelled at Chen Zhi, "Chen Zhi, what do you mean? I brought my friends to my grandfather's orchard to pick fruits on site. Why are you meddling in other people's business? My friend, you're just going to let him eat the grapes from the ground." This young woman is Chen Yang, the youngest daughter of Chen Zhi's second uncle. Chen Zhi's grandfather Chen Kejian had 2 sons and 2 daughters. The daughter was older and the 2 sons were younger. The second son was born in 1974. He has 2 daughters. The eldest daughter is married. Chen Yang is the second daughter. She is 24 years old this year and has not yet married, but she has had many boyfriends. After hearing what Chen Yang said, Chen Zhi understood. It turned out that this group of people were not brought by Hao Chong to cause trouble, but were brought by Chen Yang to the orchard to pick fruits on the spot. But is this called picking on the spot? Such a big apple, they took 2 bites and threw it away. The good bunches of grapes were picked one by them, becoming so incomplete. How can Grandpa sell them? Just as he was about to speak, a woman came over from behind. Chen Zhi judged that this person should be a woman from the fact that she was wearing a small camisole and had a bulging chest. Of course, he did not rule out the possibility that she was a special person from Thailand, because it was difficult to tell whether she was a man or a woman by looking at her face. The person's eyeshadow was too dark, making her look like a panda. She had black and purple lip gloss on her lips, a shiny bald head, and large, shiny earrings that were bigger than her ears. The woman seemed to have a bad temper, and she pointed at Chen Zhi and said, "Chen Yang, who is this grandson? This is your grandfather's orchard, why would he mind his own business? Who is this blind fellow who didn't pull up his pants properly and exposed this thing?" For some reason, Chen Zhi felt particularly angry when looking at this kind of bad girl. He took out a chopstick and pointed it in his hand, saying, "Keep your mouth clean. If you dare to curse again, the circle on your ear will disappear immediately. Do you believe it? I don't believe your mother's bullshit." The woman immediately showed a ferocious expression and cursed, "I dare you to curse me 800 times, I fuck your mother, R." Before she could finish her words, the bold woman let out a scream. At this time, other people also gathered around. The group of people were frightened by the bold woman's screams, but they didn't see what happened to Chen Zhi. Moreover, Chen Zhi was more than 10 steps away from her, so it was impossible for him to do anything to her. But seeing is believing. Some people saw clearly that the earring on the bold woman's left ear was missing, her earlobe was torn, and blood was dripping. Some people nearby also noticed that when Chen Zhi raised his hand just now, it seemed like something flew out of his hand. Now that I think about it, it should be the chopsticks he was weighing in his hand just now. In other words, from a distance of more than 10 steps, throwing the chopsticks in the hand would be enough to knock the bold girl's earrings away and tear her earlobe at the same time. This guy has some skills. Chen Zhilu's move instantly shocked everyone. The bold girl was still screaming while pulling her ears. Chen Yang was so angry that her face turned pale. She pointed at Chen Zhi and shouted, "Chen Zhi, are you still a human being? They are all your sister's friends. They just came to Grandpa's orchard to pick some fruits. Why did you come and start fighting? Look, her ear is torn apart." Chen Zhi's face was as cold as frost. He said, "Stop talking nonsense. Get them out of Grandpa's orchard. They are not welcome here." Chen Yang was even more angry now. She rushed to Chen Zhi like a belligerent quail, put her hands on her hips, and shouted with her neck stiff, "Chen Zhi, what qualifications do you have to yell at me? This orchard belongs to your grandfather, and even more so to my grandfather. Everyone who really has a say in this orchard has had a turn, and it's not your turn. What kind of work did you do for your grandfather's orchard? What kind of efforts did you make, and what contributions did you make? You know, the fertilizer in Grandpa's orchard comes from my dad's processing plant." Chen Yang seemed to be getting angrier and angrier as she spoke, and squinted her eyes with disdain on her face. "Chen Zhi, let me tell you, you are a debt-ridden guy, don't think we don't know. Now everyone in the village knows about this. You are in debt and can't pay it back. The debt collectors are blocking your door. Is it because he can't make it in the city anymore and is running back to the orchard to hide?" The person who heard this must have been frightened and angry, and he was holding a pair of chopsticks in his hand, obviously intending to use them as a hidden weapon to hit someone. Chapter 26: Jealousy and Hate. She was yelling at Chen Zhi here, and a young man came from the depths of the orchard, pulling up his trousers as he walked. Obviously he had just gone to the toilet. This young man was obviously the leader of the group. He was very tall and burly, looking quite intimidating, and had a rebellious look on his face. After coming over, he hugged Chen Yang and said, "Baby, who is this grandson? Don't be angry, your husband will help you vent your anger. Do you think it's better to break one of his arms, or to beat him till his teeth are all over the floor?" Chen Yang knew Chen Zhi well. She knew that Chen Zhi had been practicing Sonder since he was young and was determined to avenge his father. Moreover, Chen Zhi had really been practicing flying knives since he was young. All of them, his close relatives, knew about it. At this moment, Chen Zhi was holding a pair of chopsticks in his hand, and she had just witnessed Chen Zhi's chopsticks hitting out with both strength and precision. Even though there are more than a dozen of them, if a fight breaks out, who knows who will be hit by Chen Zhi's chopsticks? Chen Yang pressed the big guy's arm, signaling him not to be impulsive, and said, "Don't worry about it, he is my second brother. I'm just reasoning with him now. He was a poor man who was in debt and had come to hide from his debts in my grandfather's orchard. Just as he was talking about this, several more people came in from outside the orchard, using small carts that were used to transport goods, and were pulling large boxes. When he saw the crowd, he asked, "Excuse me, is this Chen Kajin's orchard?" Chen Zhi saw the man who was installing the air conditioner and TV for his grandfather coming and said, "This is it. Come in." Then he turned his head to look at Chen Yang and said, "See, the air conditioner cost more than 10,000 yuan, and I don't even know if the color TV is 70 or 80 inches, I just bought it randomly. You have made a great contribution to Grandpa in the orchard. Have you bought these things?" Then another person came in, also using a small cargo cart, dragging several small boxes. Chen Zhi pointed at the man and said, "Look, this is the surveillance camera I installed for my grandfather's orchard. It has an independent solar power supply. You are so filial, why don't you install surveillance cameras in your grandfather's orchard? And think about it with your conscience. Your grandfather is almost 80 years old. Is it easy for him to take care of such a large orchard alone? Many of the people in the village who are about the same age as my grandfather, not to mention those who have passed away but are still alive, have their children wipe their feces and urine. We don't need to take care of Grandpa, he is still working hard. Haven't you heard the saying, an inch of silk costs 1,000 lives, a spoon of rice costs 100 whips? How much sweat did Grandpa have to shed for every apple and every grape? It is understandable that you bring people in to pick fruit to eat, but you cannot let them waste it. I said, pick up whatever is thrown on the ground and eat it, then get out immediately." Chen Yang was speechless for a moment, her face turned grim with anger. She looked at the backs of the installers, somewhat confused. It was obvious that the word had spread throughout the village that Chen Zhi was in debt and couldn't pay it back, and he had already gone bankrupt. So where did he get the spare money to buy such a big air conditioner and such a big TV for his grandfather? Several surveillance cameras are also required. To buy so many things, it would cost tens of thousands of dollars. Could it be that all the things about him in the village were just rumors? Could it be that the truth is just the opposite of the rumor, and Chen Zhi is now rich and has a lot of spare money? Over the years, her family has always lived much better than her uncle's family. Not only is the family happy, but it is also very wealthy. Now that he was suddenly outshined by Chen Zhi, the feelings of jealousy and hatred were particularly strong. But even though her family is rich, she can't afford to take out tens of thousands of dollars to buy something for her grandfather. So frustrating. Of course, these emotions of jealousy and resentment can be put aside for the time being. The key issue now is that Chen Zhi doesn't give any face at all. Everyone at the scene was my friend, or rather, my boyfriend's best friend. I just made a boast that I would take them to the orchard to pick and eat as much as they wanted, just like they were at home. The picking hasn't even started yet and I'm being kicked out. Do I still have any face left? How can I hold my head up in front of these people in the future? However, if they really let these people go and fight Chen Zhi, they were afraid that he would use the chopsticks in his hands as darts and hurt someone, and the matter would get out of hand and there would be no way to resolve it. Just as he was struggling, Shen Qinglin came over from the room and said to Chen Zhi as he walked, "Chen Zhi, forget it, don't bother with them. These are all Chen Yang's friends. Let each of them pick some and take them home to eat." Shen Qinglin just didn't want Chen Zhi to come into conflict with these people, so she felt that someone had to step forward to mediate. Give Chen Yang some face, and everyone can get out of the situation smoothly, and at the same time, Grandpa's orchard will not suffer any losses. Chen Yang had met Shen Qinglin and knew that she was Chen Zhi's ex-girlfriend. Didn't they break up a long time ago? How come we are together again now? Chen Yang was surprised, and at the same time a malicious thought popped up in her mind. I can take a picture of Chen Zhi and Shen Qinglin together and send it to Liu Hong. Show Liu Hong that her man has rekindled his old relationship with his ex-girlfriend and is getting together again. Let Liu Hong and Chen Zhi quarrel over it, it would be better if they get divorced. You kid 1T give me face. It has to be said that Shen Qinglin is so beautiful that her appearance instantly brightened the eyes of the gangsters at the scene, and almost everyone was stunned. The big guy who was hugging Chen Yang did not hide his greedy eyes at all. He couldn't help but pinch Chen Yang's arm. "Hey, baby, who is this beautiful girl? She's so stunning." Seeing her boyfriend almost drooling, Chen Yang became even more angry and pushed her boyfriend away. "You're such a flower maniac, be careful or you'll go blind. Why are you angry? What happened to me?" What's wrong? Sister Fei's ears have been torn off. What do you want to do? Just swallow your anger and leave in disgrace. Originally, Chen Yang didn't want to make a big deal out of the situation, but her boyfriend's infatuated look completely infuriated her, and she couldn't get rid of the hatred in her heart without making a big fuss. Now I just want my boyfriend and Chen Zhi to have a dog-eat-dog fight, so that both of them will suffer losses. Chen Yang. Shen Qinglin shouted, can you calm down? Even though you have more people, can you defeat Chen Zhi in a real fight? You know him better than I do. I don't care. Chen Yang screamed and kicked her boyfriend. Hit him, go ahead and hit him. The big guy grinned and rubbed his fists. This is not easy. Just as he was about to attack Chen Zhi, he heard someone running towards him shouting, Brother Xiao. Chen Zhenyu ran over from the room holding his phone. Brother Xiao, Brother Feng asked you to answer the phone. The big guy was stunned for a moment. Chen Zhenyu. He took the phone from him and put on a flattering smile on his face. After a few hums and ahs, he returned the phone to Chen Zhenyu and laughed dryly. Brother Feng has something to ask me, I have to go first. He waved to the others and said, let's go back quickly. The bold girl called Sister Fei, her big earrings have now been found by someone. She is staring at Chen Zhi with vicious eyes, as if she is eager to kill Chen Zhi. But when she heard Brother Feng calling Brother Xiao, she knew that her loss today was in vain. She was sensible. At Brother Xiao's order, she and the others turned around and walked out. But as she turned around, she gave Chen Zhi a fierce look that said, just wait. Chen Yang refused to accept this and tore the back of her boyfriend's shirt. Coward, bastard. Bang. Chen Yang had only uttered 2 words when her boyfriend slapped her in the face. Stupid, are you going to leave or not? Chapter 27, Snob and White-Eyed Wolf. Chen Yang left unwillingly, her face full of anger and unwillingness. In fact, Chen Zhi was a little unwilling to let it go. The orchard that my grandfather had worked so hard to tend was destroyed by these guys. The ground is now a mess. Logically, they should be made to pay for it. But Shen Qinglin came over and quietly pinched the flesh on his waist. Chen Zhi understood that Shen Qinglin was hinting at him to quit while he was ahead and keep the peace, so he said nothing more. As they walked into their house, Chen Zhi asked Zhenyu, what were those people doing just now? And who is the Brother Feng you mentioned? You're not going to get mixed up with these shady people, are you? TSK. Zhenyu said, others don't understand me, but you don't understand me. Can I deal with those gangsters? Then how do you know them? Zhenyu explained, the leader is Yin Yan's so-called boyfriend, Duan Xiao, who is the head of more than a dozen villages in this area. Chen Zhi interrupted him, what is chicken head? Why not duck head or goose head, but chicken head? Shen Qinglin next to him couldn't help but burst out laughing. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Let Zhenyu finish what he is saying. Zhenyu went on to say, in the breeding industry, their chicken head is the small boss in the industry chain. This little boss specializes in serving local farmers. They provide other farmers with supplies such as chicks, feed, and medicines, and are also responsible for establishing sales channels and underwriting adult chickens. There can be several chicken heads, like Duan Xiao in a town, and each chicken head is responsible for an area. When farmers buy chicks from our company, they have to sign a purchase and sales contract, which stipulates that they must use our company's feed and medicines. The company also provides technical guidance, and even if the market is not good, we will buy back the mature chickens at a protective price. Of course, this is all clearly written in the contract, but when farmers actually operate, they will do some tricks in order to make more money. For example, buying cheap feed and veterinary drugs from elsewhere. If the market is good and the price of broiler chickens is high, the farmers will lie and claim that there is a high loss of chickens and many have died, leaving only a few. They will then sell only this small portion to the company and secretly sell the rest at a high price. This violates the contract terms, so the profession of chicken head came into being. Their chicken head is responsible for monitoring and managing the farmers in this area to prevent them from doing anything tricky. These chicken heads basically have 2 characteristics. One is that they have a bit of gangster nature, so that they can intimidate the breeders and prevent them from doing anything wrong. The second type is those who can become their boss, who have some connections with the company leaders and supervisors. After all, this job is quite lucrative. The Brother Feng whom I just called is a supervisor of our cold storage named Ji Ruifeng. You can also understand him as the general boss, who manages the bosses of several towns and villages. Duan Xiao just followed Ji Ruifeng. He often goes to the cold storage, so I know him. When I saw Chen Yang's attitude just now, I was afraid that you two might start fighting, so I quickly called Ji Ruifeng. Even though Duan Xiao acts all cocky outside, he doesn't dare to act rashly in front of Ji Ruifeng. You also saw that, after Ji Ruifeng called, the guy immediately left obediently. The three people entered the house and saw the home appliance seller installing an air conditioner. Grandpa and aunt were shocked. As soon as Grandpa saw them coming in, he immediately said, "Xiaozhi, all the things in Grandpa's orchard combined are not worth the money for the air conditioner. Why are you wasting money on it?" Grandpa pointed at the big TV that had just been unboxed and said, "Look how big this TV is. How can it fit in my room? Do I have to go outside the window to watch TV?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone laughed. In fact, who doesn't he like good things? My grandfather just felt sorry for the money. He complained, but his eyes were fixed on the big TV. He couldn't hide his joy on his face and asked the installation master questions. When he learned that this was called a laser TV, was 80 inches and cost more than 10,000 yuan, the expression on my grandfather's face was one of joy, pride, and a bit of pain. He couldn't help but mutter, "I never thought that an old man like me, at such an old age, could catch up with the new society and watch laser TV. I used to hear people talking about lasers and thought they were amazing, but I never thought they were used to make televisions." My aunt took over the conversation. Yes, there was a movie called Death Rays on Coral Island, which was about lasers. Watching his aunt and grandfather having a heated discussion, Chen Zhi could truly feel that the father and daughter were happy from the bottom of their hearts. Being able to make the old man happy was exactly what Chen Zhi wanted, and he was even happier. Thinking of this, he thought about buying another refrigerator for his grandfather. Grandpa is right. He is old now and has moved into the new society, but he still doesn't use a refrigerator. No, I must buy one for Grandpa. So, he asked the air conditioner installer and placed an order on the spot for an additional large refrigerator. Grandpa and aunt couldn't stop him even if they wanted to. Having already bought so much, Grandpa really doesn't want his grandson to spend any more money. Grandpa complained, "Xiaozhi, you want to buy a refrigerator again? Are you deliberately making trouble with Yang Yang? Just now Yang Yang said that you didn't make any contribution to Grandpa, but what contribution did she make? She also said that the fertilizers used in my orchard were all brought from your second uncle's processing plant. That is absolute nonsense. Your second uncle's processing plant can't produce fertilizer at all. I just asked him to call the chicken farm and get a few truckloads of chicken manure because I saw that he was familiar with the people at the chicken farm. I paid for it myself. What does it have to do with Yang Yang?" The eldest aunt said indignantly, "Yang Yang has learned bad things. Why is she hanging out with people like that? Look at the people she brought with her. A woman with a bald head and lips painted black, looking like a monster. And that guy, is he the one she's looking for? He doesn't look like a good person at first glance. If it were someone else, I, as her aunt, would definitely go out and scold her. But that kid doesn't respect his elders at all, and I'm too lazy to even go out." Grandpa sighed, "Yang Yang is a child who is really not on the right path. As a grandfather, I can't control her, and I don't think she has much affection for me." At this point, Grandpa sighed again, "The second son has no affection for me, let alone the next generation." Their second brother, in Grandpa's mouth, refers to Chen Zhi's second uncle Chen Shaoshan. The eldest aunt also sighed deeply. It's not that the second son has no family affection, he only has family affection for those who are doing well. He would not acknowledge any of his brothers and sisters who were not doing well. The eldest aunt's words made Chen Zhi and his grandfather fall into silence. My aunt is right, my second uncle is a snob and an ungrateful person. In fact, in Chen Zhi's memory, his second uncle was not only a snob and an ungrateful person, but also a traitor. In recent years, his family has been plagued by internal and external troubles and has been bullied by others. Not only has his second uncle failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a brother, but he has become friends with people like Hao Qiang. Thinking of this, Chen Zhi felt very disappointed. Chapter 28 Multimillionaire. Back then, my grandfather was a professional fruit tree farmer in the village. His family was wealthy and he treated his two sons equally. He let the eldest son learn to drive first, and later let the second son learn to drive. After my father learned how to drive, I bought him a big truck and let him do transportation. The second brother was lazy, and at first he followed his eldest brother in transportation, but he couldn't stand the hardship of long-distance travel. I used my connections to find a job at a large breeding farm and drove a car for the owner. Later, the farm where he drove a car went bankrupt and Chen Xiaoshan had no car to drive. But while driving for his boss, he saw a business opportunity, so he started dealing in chicken feathers and opened a chicken feather factory. The so-called chicken feather factory collects chicken feathers from poultry farms and slaughterhouses, and then processes them into products for different purposes through various processes such as sorting, cleaning, disinfection, drying, or crushing. These chicken feather products can be used in many industries such as animal feed, fertilizer, medicine, and decoration. Because Chen Xiaoshan opened his chicken feather factory early, he also earned his first pot of gold. Later, as more people started doing this business, competition became fierce, raw material prices increased, but product prices dropped a lot, and the profits of the chicken feather factory became lower and lower. Chen Xiaoshan transferred the chicken feather factory and opened a duck intestine processing factory. Although this industry is dirty and smelly, the profits are considerable, which also allowed Chen Xiaoshan to catch a good time. There is almost no young person in today's society who doesn't like to eat duck intestines. Especially the spicy duck intestines, which are addictive. Up to now, his processing plant has about 100 people. Although it is not large in scale, it makes quite a lot of money. I heard that Chen Xiaoshan's net worth must be at least tens of millions. He is also considered a wealthy man in Nantan village. Chen Xiaoshan has a house in the city, but his family still lives in Nantan village most of the time. Because duck intestines are byproducts of cold storage, his duck intestine processing factory is right next to the Yaoqian Group's cold storage in Shashi town. He lives in his hometown and it is convenient for him to commute. But he lived in his hometown and basically ignored and had no contact with his father and eldest brother's family who also lived in the village. Instead, he has close contacts with his second sister's family and several cousins who live in the provincial capital. There is no other reason, just because several cousins either make a lot of money in business or become high-ranking officials. His second brother-in-law is even more powerful. He is the boss of a large private enterprise in the provincial capital and a wealthy family. Regardless of whether his second sister's family looked up to him or not, Chen Xiaoshan went to the provincial capital all day long to get close to his second sister. As a result, the four siblings were divided into two camps. The eldest aunt is close to Chen Zhi's family, and the second oldest is in cahoots with the second oldest sister. These two camps basically keep to themselves and rarely interact with each other. As the saying goes, a family should not be bullied by outsiders. This is a very helpless thing for old man Chen Kejian. His family and his eldest brother Chen Keqian's family have never gotten along well. This relationship cannot be improved by his efforts alone, as there are complicated pasts involved. The second daughter, Chen Yumei, was adopted by her aunt when she was young. She was full of resentment towards her parents. When she grew up, Chen Yumei married into a wealthy family and almost did not admit that she was the daughter of the Chen family. Because of these things, even though old man Chen Kejian's second daughter was rich and powerful and his nephew was a high-ranking official, he was still bullied at will. This directly led to Hao Qiong becoming unscrupulous and instructing his brother to compete with old man Chen Kejian for the orchard. He blatantly manipulated the situation and finally took away most of old man Chen's orchard. When old man Chen Kejian was bullied, he could only swallow his anger and was powerless to resist. Because in addition to the second daughter's resentment towards her family, the nephew also has a bad relationship with his second uncle's family, and the son is also disloyal, which leads to the result of family members are not bullied by outsiders. At this time, the eldest aunt packed up the dumplings that she had just taken out and put aside, and was going to send them to Chen Zhi's father, Chen Xiaoshan. She had called him before lunch and asked him to ask her older brother not to cook lunch, and that her eldest aunt would eat with her old father before sending it to the father and son. While filling the dumplings, the eldest aunt muttered, "It doesn't matter if the dumplings are cold. I'll fry them with some oil when I get there. Fried dumplings taste better." Poor father and son, there is not even a woman in their family, and they can't even afford a meal of dumplings for an entire year. Only when I come here can I improve my life. Liu Hong is also busy with work and can't come back often. If they were closer, Liu Hong would definitely be able to find some time to come over every now and then to make dumplings for him and his father. The eldest aunt's words were both a feeling from the bottom of her heart and were also meant for Shen Qinglin to hear. In fact, it was to remind Shen Qinglin of the special circumstances of this family. What was needed was not a particularly capable woman, nor a workaholic. What was really needed was a housewife who could manage the housework and be in charge of everything inside and outside the house. Shen Qinglin was extremely smart, so how could she not understand what her aunt meant? She secretly gave Chen Zhi a helpless look, then leaned close to his ear and whispered, "I was obsessed with you, but now it seems I should completely give up that idea." Chen Zhi was speechless. Knowing that his eldest daughter was going to visit her eldest son, the grandfather had already packed some fruits for her to take to the two of them. Chen Zhi saw that there were too many fruits and they couldn't fit on his aunt's electric bike. He said to his aunt, "Aunt, don't ride your bike yet. Let's go together. Qinglin also wants to go over to see my dad and my brother." "That's fine." The aunt stopped loading dumplings into the car and asked Chen Zhi and Shen Qinglin to carry them separately. Originally, Chen Zhi came back with cash, intending to give his grandfather tens of thousands of dollars, but now there were outsiders present, and in line with the principle of not showing off one's wealth, he wanted to come over and give it to his grandfather after the installers left. After getting in the car, the eldest aunt said, "Qinglin, this car is not cheap. I heard that cars in the fur circles are very expensive." Shen Qinglin smiled and said, "Aunt, you are quite knowledgeable, but my car is the cheapest among the fur circles. It is not worth much. That should be several $100,000. The eldest aunt said with a complicated expression, "You are a girl, why do you earn so much money? Haven't you heard people say that in today's society, the more outstanding the girl, the harder it is to get married? If it's hard to get married, then I'll live alone for the rest of my life." Shen Qinglin said playfully, "It just so happens that I don't plan to get married." My aunt was so angry that her eyes bulged and she didn't know what to say. Chen Zhi's home is at the southern end of the village, not far from the orchard. Walk past the two newest rows of houses in front, turn onto this east-west street, and go forward. The third house on the west side with a big poplar tree at the door is Chen Zhi's house. Under the old locust tree at the corner of the street, there were a few women sitting to enjoy the cool air. Seeing the car coming, the women's attention was immediately focused on the Audi A4. The car turned around, and one of the women immediately shouted, "Isn't that Chen Zhi in the car? It's strange, why did he change cars? The person driving doesn't look like his wife to me." Among these people, there was a woman sitting high in the middle, pouting with an arrogant look on her face, chewing a piece of ants climbing a tree in her hand. She was Chen Zhi's second aunt Niu Jinju. Their ants climbing a tree in Niu Jinju's hand was just bought from Chen Shaoxin's store by other women. She thought her uncle's shop was too shabby and never set foot there. It was just that the weather was very hot and she wanted to eat ice cream, so she sent another woman to buy it for her. Niu Jinju's family runs a duck intestine processing factory and has assets worth over 10 million. Among this group of women, she is a wealthy woman who has always been arrogant and domineering. Moreover, the reason why she, a wealthy woman with assets of over tens of millions, condescended to come among these ordinary rural women and participate in this rural intelligence base, was just to find some sense of superiority from these ordinary peasant women and enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. At this time, she heard the woman ask if Chen Zhi had changed his car, and Niu Jinju's lips curled even more. "He can change his car. Haven't you heard? Chen Zhi is in debt and his creditors are blocking his door all day long. The court is going to auction his house and car soon. I think his car may be taken away by the court, so he can only rent a car to go home. The woman driving the car is a DD driver, right?" Chapter 29 The Journey of Revenge begins. At this time, the woman who was running errands to buy ice cream said, "When I went to buy ice cream just now, I saw Chen Shaoli chasing Hao Shun and not letting him go. Hao Shun bought a lot of cigarettes and alcohol, and he said he bought them for the village committee. Chen Shaoli asked him to write an IOU, but he refused, so Chen Shaoli held him back and wouldn't let him leave." Some women said, "Isn't this obvious? Hao Shun didn't buy anything for the village committee. He had guests over today. It's obvious that he just didn't have enough wine and came to get more." Another woman said, "It must be like this, it's not the first time. I understand it all. As long as Hao Shun comes to buy things with the big wolfhound from Hao Qiong's family, he is taking chicken feathers as a token of authority. What it means is, you see, I came here with the village chief's dog, and the things I bought are for the village committee. Otherwise, why would he bring a dog with him when he comes to buy things?" The errand girl said, What I mean is that Hao Shun always bullies Chen Shaoli and deliberately refuses to pay his debts. Isn't it a coincidence that Chen Zhi is back? Will there be a fight? Niu Jinju curled her lips again and said with disdain, how dare those two cowards get into a fight? Now that my son is back, maybe I should give Hao Shun some more gifts. Another woman said, Chen Zhi has been hitting sandbags at home since he was a child, saying that he wanted to avenge his father. Could it be that he hasn't mastered it yet? Niu Jinju suddenly burst into laughter. I've mastered it. I've mastered the art of being a coward. It's not like you haven't seen it before. His father was bullied in the past. When have you ever seen Chen Zhi fight with others? At most, he protected his father and took a few beatings for him. As he spoke, he squinted his eyes and pouted his lips as he looked towards the store. Both of them are cowards. I feel ashamed for them. I am too embarrassed to say that I have any relationship with his family. The Audi turned around, and Chen Zhi, who was in the car, also saw the electric bike in front of the door of his store and the big wolfhound tied there. He recognized that the big wolf dog belonged to Hao Chong's family. His grandfather's big yellow leg was lame because he was bitten by that vicious dog. In fact, this is not the first time that this vicious dog has bitten another dog. Several people in the village have been bitten by this big wolf dog. Several small dogs in the village were bitten to death by it. Grandpa was right. Evil people raise evil dogs. This big wolf dog is definitely an evil dog. It relies on the power of its master and is as ferocious as the big wolf dogs of the Japanese devils back then. Shen Qinglin first saw the old men under the shade of the big poplar tree. They were playing chess noisily. This chess game, which uses small stones and wooden sticks as chess pieces, is called Xia Die Gun or Xia Wu Gun or even Xia Liu Gun by the locals. The rules are relatively simple, but also quite interesting. All the elderly people, both men and women, can play it. Shen Qinglin smiled and said, don't they say that old men like to play with old ladies? Why are there groups of old men and groups of old ladies? Why don't they sit together and play? Before Chen Zhi could speak, the aunt in the back seat sighed deeply, those women don't come to the store to play. Haven't you heard the saying, there are many gossips around a widow's door, and there are also many gossips around an old bachelor's door. Xia Zhi's father is a bachelor and he needs women. What if those women come to the store to play and Xia Zhi's father takes a few more glances at them? The women didn't give him the chance to take advantage of them. Although the eldest aunt's tone was light and seemed to be sarcastic, Chen Zhi and Shen Qinglin could hear deep grief and indignation in her voice. Chen Zhi could fully understand his aunt. In fact, Chen Zhi had already felt what his aunt said. In other words, as a lame bachelor, my father was definitely despised by the villagers. The women came to the store to buy things, and left quickly after making their purchases, not wanting to say a few words to my dad. It seemed that if they talked too much, their dad would have bad thoughts about them and do something bad to them. A few years ago, when Chen Zhi first felt the contempt of the village women for his father, he felt strongly insulted. But they are powerless to change this situation. Until now, he has been unable to change the way others view his father. But at this moment, Chen Zhi felt that he had the ability to change the status quo. He made up his mind to find a way to let his father remarry as soon as possible and find a gentle, considerate, understanding woman who can show off in all aspects to be his father's concubine. Just as my aunt said, this family lacks a housewife who can take care of everything inside and outside the house. Anyway, my family has plenty of money. Isn't it said that in today's society, the greatest asset of a woman is youth and beauty, and the greatest asset of a man is money? As long as you have money, there will be plenty of women to choose from. With a stepmother, the family became lively and my father and brother could have hot meals every day. The more Chen Zhi thought about it, the more excited he became. He even went a little crazy thinking about this question. It was not until the Audi stopped at the door and Shen Qinglin pushed open the door and wanted to get out that the big wolf dog let out a crazy bark, waking Chen Zhi from his meditation. My aunt didn't know whose dog it was, but when she saw the ferocious look of the big wolf dog, she was too scared to get out of the car. Whose dog is this? Why is he bringing his dog with him when he comes to buy things? I won't go down yet. I will wait until he leaves. I am afraid of dogs. Shen Qinglin retracted her leg that had just stepped forward and closed the car door. It was obvious that she was also afraid of this ferocious big wolf dog. Chen Zhi thought for a moment and said, then you two don't go down yet. I'll go down to see whose dog it is and tell him to buy his things and leave quickly. In fact, at this time, Chen Zhi had already made up his mind that this evil dog that was helping the tyrant must not be kept. Although dogs are loyal friends of human beings, and abusing and killing dogs are both uncivilized and immoral behaviors, such a vicious dog that has committed crimes repeatedly is not protected. Killing it is actually protecting humans and other weak animals. Chen Zhi got out of the car just to see who brought this big wolf dog here. Was it Hao Qiang? No matter who it is, I have to find a reason to get rid of this big wolf dog. Now that I have money and a backer, the days of keeping a low profile are completely over. I will start my journey of revenge by killing a vicious dog. At this moment, in the convenience store, Chen Zhi's father, Chen Shaoli, was arguing with a middle-aged man in his 40s. The middle-aged man was dressed to look like a decent human being, wearing trousers and a shirt with the shirt tucked into the trousers and a tie. He wore a pair of sneakers on his feet and his long hair was parted in a 3:7 style. This person is Hao Shun from this village. He is a member of the village committee and serves as a mediator. The so-called mediator's main responsibility is to mediate disputes and conflicts among villagers. But no one had ever seen Hao Shun mediate for any family. As one of Hao Qiang's followers, he bullied people by taking advantage of the power of Hao Qiang and caused many disputes and conflicts in the village. He came to the store and took out 2 boxes of bottled Tsingtao beer, 2 packs of slim Taishan cigarettes, as well as several hams and canned fish. The 2 boxes of Tsingtao beer had already been moved to the footrest of his electric bike outside. Now he came back to get the cigarettes, ham and canned food, and asked Chen Shaoli to put them in a convenient bag for him to carry away. Chapter 30, Can't Afford to Die. In fact, Chen Shaoli had been on guard against him for a long time. When he saw that he didn't mention the money and turned around to leave, he limped a few steps to catch up with him. Although he was holding Hao Shun's clothes, he had a humble and flattering smile on his face, and said in a pleading tone, "Hao Shun, are you scanning the code or paying with cash?" Hao Shun glared at him and said, "Are you pretending to be stupid? Didn't I just tell you? The village committee is entertaining the town's working group, and there's not enough wine. I'm coming to get some wine and cigarettes. Just put it in the village committee's account. The village committee owes me too much money. I have saved tens of thousands of yuan in the past few years." Chen Shaoli said with a bitter face, "You also know that my family is in a difficult situation. It is not easy for me to run a small store with my lame leg. I really can't make ends meet. Let's pay this time first." Hao Shun shouted arrogantly, "I don't have any money, I can't pay." "Then write an IOU, otherwise you won't have any proof when you go to the village committee to settle the bill." Hao Shun said angrily, "Just put it in the account yourself. The village committee has plenty of money. How can they owe you money?" As he said this, he pushed Chen Shaoli hard, trying to shake him off. But Chen Shaoli held on very tightly and staggered, but did not let go. Hao Shun was completely furious. He raised his hand and swept away the row of calcium milk on the counter, and shouted angrily, "If you don't let go, I will beat you to death." The flying calcium milk hit the liquor on the shelf, and 2 bottles of liquor fell to the ground and shattered, making 2 loud bangs. The room was immediately filled with a strong smell of alcohol. When Chen Shaoli saw Hao Shun was furious, he became intimidated. Hao Shun took the opportunity to forcefully open Chen Shaoli's hand, turned around and walked out with the cigarettes and food in his hand. But when he reached the door, his head hit a solid chest. He looked up and saw that it was Chen Zhi who had returned and was standing at the door with an angry face. Looking at Chen Zhi's tall and well-proportioned figure, Hao Shun couldn't help but tremble with fear. But he knew very well that Chen Shaoli and his son Chen Zhi had always been cowards, and they had been bullied a lot in the village over the years. Sometimes Chen Zhiming was so angry that his whole body trembled, but he never dared to resist. Even though he looks angry now, what else can he do to himself? Thinking of this, Hao Shun regained his momentum and tried to push Chen Zhi away, shouting, "A good dog doesn't block the road." However, this time he did not achieve the expected effect. Chen Zhi stood there like a mountain, motionless. "Hey, what do you want to do?" Hao Shun shouted, "Get out of the way quickly. Don't block the way. The village committee is waiting for me to take something back to entertain the working group." Chen Zhi said coldly, "It's no problem to buy things, just settle the bill first. Also, if you damage something in the store, in addition to compensating for the damage, you also have to restore the store to its original condition. Pay the bill first, then pick up the things on the floor." Hao Shun didn't push Chen Zhi, and his confidence was shaken again. He softened his tone and said, I don't have any money with me now. Let your dad keep the account first. At this time, Chen Zhi said, Hao Shun, what's the point of me keeping accounts? You have to write an IOU. Chen Zhi said, from now on, our store will only accept cash transactions and will not accept credit. Don't say you can't write IOUs anymore, but the money the village committee owes my family must be paid off as soon as possible. Go and find the village chief to settle the bill. That's the village committee's business. My opinion doesn't count. Hao Shun looked angry and said, I always keep accounts before buying things here. Since you're doing cash transactions, why should I buy yours? I don't want it. As he said this, he threw the cigarette and food in his hand to the ground and tried to run away. But he couldn't walk away. Chen Zhi grabbed his collar and almost lifted him up, picked up the things and put them back in place. Hao Shun also had a temper. For so many years, it was always people like them who bullied Chen Zhi and his son. Now, seeing that Chen Zhi dared to attack him, he immediately became furious and punched Chen Zhi. Before his fist touched Chen Zhi, his wrist was grabbed by Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi grabbed his fist and smashed it against the wall. Your claws are itchy, right? Let me scratch them for you. Hao Shun didn't want to hit the wall with his hand, but he couldn't control himself. It was as if this arm was no longer his own, but a toy in Chen Zhi's hand. His hand was thrown up and hit the wall more than 10 times, causing Hao Shun to scream in pain. Before he could react, he was punched several times in the stomach. He felt that all his internal organs were deformed and his body was hunched over in pain. Chen Zhi pushed him hard, and he collapsed to the ground, holding his stomach, curled up like a shrimp, and humming there. Chen Zhi took out his phone and recorded him, don't play dead here. Tell me the truth, who sent you to mess up my store? Hao Shun grimaced in pain and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, no one. Who threw the things on the ground? Hao Shun stopped talking. Chen Zhi said, put it back where you took it from. Chen Zhi next to him was already confused. He never expected that his son would dare to fight with Hao Shun. He knew that he had stirred up a hornet's nest. It's easy to beat up Hao Shun. Even 20 of him are no match for his son. But Hao Shun came here under the banner of the village committee, or in other words, he came here under the banner of running errands for Hao Qiang. If he beat Hao Shun, would Hao Qiang spare their family? Seeing his son asking Hao Shun to pick up something, he woke up as if from a dream and limped over. Xiao Zhi, don't be like this, talk it over, I'll pick it up, I'll just pick it up. Chen Zhi said nothing, and went over to take a picture of the mess in the store, then pointed the camera at Hao Shun, making my store like this, isn't that making trouble? Hao Shun's face turned purple from the pain and he managed to say, I didn't mean it. Chen Zhi smiled and put away his phone, your words are enough, as long as you admit it. As he said this, he raised his legs and kicked Hao Shun again, causing Hao Shun to scream in pain. He raised his hands to resist randomly and began to beg for mercy, Chen Zhi, stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Chen Zhi quickly came up to stop his son, Xiao Zhi, what's wrong with you today? You are going to cause a disaster for our family. Chen Zhi supported his father, who was about to fall down due to nervousness and fear, and said, Dad, don't worry, nothing will happen. From today on, our family will never be bullied by anyone again. How is it possible, son? Chen Zhi's face turned pale with fear. For so many years, other people don't know what happened in our family, but we too know it clearly. We can't afford to offend them. Chen Zhi said in an unquestionable tone, Dad, we won't mess with anyone, but I won't allow anyone to mess with us. Listening to his son's powerful words, Chen Zhi looked up at his son with a firm face and sharp eyes. He was moved and somewhat infected. But then, he shook his head painfully and said, No, son, our family's current situation doesn't allow us to be tough, and we will never be tough. Your father has told you about what happened in the past. When he was young, he was also full of hot-blooded and would not submit to anyone. Our family was rich at that time, and your father was not a disabled man with a limp in one leg like he is now. How could I have imagined when I was at the peak of my career that I would end up like this? We can't afford to offend, so we can only accept it. If you don't admit it, then we can't live like this anymore. Don't forget, you have a brother in the same situation who needs someone to take care of him, and your sister is still in college. Your father was just like you when he was young, he would rather break than bend. At that time, I couldn't understand why some people were bullied but didn't dare to resist, thinking that the worst that could happen was death. I would rather be beaten to death than be scared to death. But now I know that we can't even afford to die. At this point, Chen Zhi was choked with sobs and could not continue speaking, while 2 lines of tears rolled out. Looking at his father's old and haggard appearance, and his crippled leg, Chen Zhi felt a pang of pain in his heart. Chapter 31, Let the Dog Bite. My father was right. When he was young, he was as youthful and energetic as I am now. Moreover, my father at that time was much more successful than I am now. Among his peers in the countryside, he was the best in every aspect. My father was born in 1970, his zodiac sign is dog, and he got his driver's license when he was 18 years old. You have to know that in 1988, when my father was 18 years old, although the reform and opening up had already begun for several years, the development of rural areas was not that fast. The so-called 8 major members ideology during the collective era still has a profound impact on the vast rural areas. The so-called 8 major positions refer to salespersons, waiters, ticket sellers, drivers, etc. At that time, there was a saying about drivers: if you can turn the steering wheel, you won't change it even if you are given a county magistrate. What's more, Chen Zhi was his own boss at that time. He bought his own truck and had a large orchard. He was not only the richest man in the village, but also one of the richest families in the surrounding villages. In addition, Chen Zhi was tall and handsome, so he naturally became a popular target among unmarried girls in the surrounding villages, and the threshold of his house was often broken down by matchmakers. Both his personal and family conditions are first class. As a young man, Chen Zhi must be somewhat arrogant and frivolous, full of vigor and vitality. He looked down upon ordinary rural girls. Later, through an introduction, Chen Zhi married a female accountant from a state-owned enterprise who was paid by the government, or more precisely, a so-called payee of the government, named Tan Peimai. Tan Peimai graduated from a technical secondary school where she studied accounting. At that time, as long as one could pass the technical secondary school entrance exam, one could escape from farming and become a state employee who ate food from the state treasury. After graduation, she was assigned to a state-owned winery in the county and worked as an accountant in the finance department. However, just a few years after she started working, she encountered a wave of layoffs. The company went bankrupt and the workers had their years of service bought out and became laid-off workers. As the saying goes, a phoenix that falls into the water is no better than a chicken. Tan Peimai's so-called iron rice bowl was broken and her value plummeted. Her dream of marrying a man in the system was shattered, and she could only marry Chen Zhi, a professional in transportation. In the first few years of his marriage, Chen Zhi was considered a winner in life in the eyes of others. His family was rich, he was a professional in transport, and he married a former state-owned enterprise accountant who was so beautiful. At that time, who among the neighbors did not envy Chen Zhi? However, after only a few years of good times, Chen Zhi entered into nightmare mode. The cause of the nightmare was that Yu Rueyong, the former director of the county winery, came back, founded his own small winery, and hired Tan Peimai to be his accountant and also his mistress. The relationship between Chen Zhi and Tan Peimai took a sharp turn for the worse, and they quarreled for several years. In the end, Chen Zhi's leg was broken and the couple divorced. From then on, Chen Zhi became a disabled person with a lame leg, raising 3 children by himself and living a difficult life. To make matters even more difficult, a few years later, Hao Chong returned to the village and became the village director. He started to find fault with Chen Zhi and bully him in various ways. The villagers gradually distanced themselves from Chen Zhi because they were afraid of Hao Chong. No one dared to stand up and say a word to him. Even his brother Chen Shaoxian became close friends with Hao Chong. Now when the father and son recall those past events, they sigh with sadness. When Hao Shun saw Chen Zhi holding his son and trying to dissuade him with tears and snot, he knew this was a good opportunity to escape. He endured the pain in his body, climbed up, hunched over, and tiptoed out. The small shop was converted from 2 southern rooms. The house was not big. Although Chen Zhi and his father were immersed in memories of the past, he could see Hao Shun running away, but he pretended not to see it. He thought to himself, even if you run 20 steps away, I can still catch you. There were 2 boxes of beer on the pedal of Hao Shun's electric bike, and a big wolfhound was tied to the bike, so it was not easy for him to run away. But it was obvious that Hao Shun had no intention of running away when he came out of the house. He quickly went around to the other side of the electric bike. In his opinion, he was completely safe here because the big wolf dog was by his side. Then, he yelled at the house, "Mr. Chen Zhi, you bastard! How dare you order your son to beat me? I'm here to work for Kui Wen. If you dare to hit a village cadre, that's against the law. I'll call the police right away. Chen Zhi, isn't that bastard powerful? Go to the police station and try if you're brave enough." Cursing, he kicked the box of beer hard. The 2 boxes of beer were in glass bottles. The boxes were kicked down and fell to the ground, making a sound like beer bottles bursting. Then, he kicked the box below and shouted, "Don't you want money? Scan the code or pay in cash. Fuck you, I don't want it anymore. Leave it for you two to drink. I'll stuff you to death." Chen Zhi in the store was so angry that his face turned pale, but he still held his son tightly and said, "Xiaoji, don't be impulsive. Let him curse. This kind of thing has happened to me and my father more than once or twice. Keep your head down. What can't you bear? If you bear it, it will pass and we can still live a good life. If you really make a big fuss, we won't be able to live like this anymore." Hao Shun was still yelling and cursing outside, and Chen Zhi was in no hurry to go out. He held his father's shoulder and said, "Dad, I just said that we are not afraid of him anymore. We won't cause trouble, but no one should think of bullying us again. You know, I could have beaten them before, but I never did it because I knew that if I beat a small shrimp, a more ferocious one would come and I couldn't afford to offend him. It really got out of hand and we were taken to the police station. People like Hao Qiang were on friendly terms with the people in the town all day long and they were biased towards them everywhere, so we didn't dare to make trouble with them. But now it's different. I assure you, our family has a backer. If those officials dare to bend the law for personal gain and confuse right and wrong again, we will bring them down together." Chen Zhi stared at his son in disbelief. When his son said that his family had a backer, he found it unbelievable. He knows all his relatives and friends well. His cousin Chen Zhi is powerful, but he doesn't care about anything that happens at home. Where did this backer come from? Chen Zhi said, "Dad, I will explain this to you in detail later. Now I have to go out. This kid is too bullying. We must not let him go. If our family wants to be proud from now on, we must start by dealing with this kid." Hearing his son speak so confidently, Chen Zhi grabbed his son's hand and involuntarily let go. Although he didn't dare to believe it completely, he felt that his son was right. Before Chen Zhi left, he took out his cell phone and called Shen Qinglin, "I'm going out right away. Please record everything that happens next." Seeing that Chen Zhi didn't dare to come out despite his scolding and smashing, Hao Shun became even bolder and scolded more vigorously. At this time, Chen Zhi strode out of the house. Hao Shun was secretly happy and was waiting for Chen Zhi to come out. He cursed more and more harshly, cursing all his ancestors, just to completely anger Chen Zhi. As Chen Zhi approached, he leaned over and untied the rope of the big wolf dog. Chapter 32, Revenge. Chen Zhi understood that Hao Shun was cursing so harshly just to lure him over so that he could let the wolfhounds bite him. In fact, this was exactly what Chen Zhi wanted. He had been looking for a reason to kill the vicious dog from the very beginning, but he didn't expect Hao Shun to cooperate so well. It would be disrespectful to refuse. Chen Zhi pointed at Hao Shun and said, "I didn't expect you to be so good at cursing. Well, if you have the guts, keep on cursing. I'm going to beat you until your teeth are all over the floor today." When Hao Shun saw Chen Zhi coming, he was about to turn to the electric car. The big wolf dog had already become restless and barked wildly, its wildness completely aroused. He suddenly let go of the big wolf dog, and the big wolf dog roared and pounced on Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi pretended to be panicked and raised his hand and waved it, as if he wanted to use his hand to block the big wolf dog's bite. Hao Shun was now overjoyed, for he knew that Chen Zhi was finished. This big wolf dog had been specially trained to pounce and bite people's arms, and would not let go once it bit them. Moreover, the German black hound had a strong bite force and could bite off thick bones in one bite. It was summer, and Chen Zhi was wearing short sleeves. If his arm was bitten, it would most likely be lost. Sure enough, Chen Zhi's gesture of waving his hand to block attracted the big wolf dog. The big wolf dog acted skillfully, leaped up, opened its bloody mouth, and bit Chen Zhi's arm fiercely. But Chen Zhi's move was just a feint. His purpose was to make the big wolf dog jump up. At the moment when the big wolf dog jumped up, Chen Zhi kicked the softest part of the big wolf dog's lower abdomen, which is the most vulnerable part of the dog's body. Moreover, Chen Zhi's kick was fierce and accurate, and the jumping wolf dog was kicked into the air by this kick, and at the same time, it let out a long scream. With a thump, the vicious dog, whose body had already gone limp, fell to the ground, its limbs twitching, and a large amount of blood quickly gushed out of its mouth. It was obvious that it would not survive. Hao Shun's eyes widened, he couldn't believe what he saw. How could it be possible that such a big wolf dog was kicked to death with just one kick? In Hao Shun's opinion, dogs have strong vitality. A wolf dog this big may not die even if it is stabbed or beaten several times by an ordinary local dog. A strong adult bumping into the wolf dog would do little harm, but Chen Zhi actually kicked it to death with just one kick. How could this kick be so powerful? Hao Shun stood there frozen, lost in thought, when suddenly his neck felt tight and Chen Zhi grabbed the back of his neck. When he came to his senses, he realized that he had fallen into Chen Zhi's hands again, and he was so frightened that his whole body turned cold. Chen Zhi pinched the back of his neck and stared at him with a half smile. "Grandson, don't you like to curse?" "Curse? I saw you were very eloquent just now. Keep going, curse in a variety of ways, and I will let you go. I don't like to hear you keep cursing with those cliches." Hao Shun felt cold all over, his knees went weak and he wanted to kneel down, but his neck was pinched, as if he was being dragged, so he couldn't kneel down. He was so scared that he stuttered, Chen Zhi, you, don't bother with me, please forgive me, I was wrong." Before he could finish his words, he was slapped hard on the face. Hao Shun felt as if half of his face was put into hot sand, burning with pain. Chen Zhi attacked from both sides, slapping Hao Shun dozens of times in an instant. Hao Shun's face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he felt like his face was no longer his own. He begged for mercy. "Stop hitting me, stop hitting me, stop hitting me, Chen Zhi, Grandpa Chen, please spare me." Chen Zhi dragged him back to the store. "I said, pay the bill first, then clean the floor, hurry up." Hao Shun nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Pay the bill, I'll pay the bill right away, I'm a bastard, I deserve to die." As he spoke, he took out his cell phone. His eyes were a little swollen, and he squinted and scanned the code, asking, "Brother Chen Shaoli, how much is it?" After paying, he started looking for cleaning tools like a headless fly. Chen Zhi said, "The tools in here are not for you. I order you to pick up the broken glass with your hands." Then he pulled down 2 convenient bags, put all the glass in the bags, and clean up the wine on the floor for me. Hao Shun almost cried, "Chen Zhi, Grandpa Chen, I beg you, I dare not grab the broken glass with my hands." "Are you scared now?" "It's too late. You don't dare to grab it with your hands. Aren't you dressed decently? Take off your shirt and use it as a rag to clean the floor. I'll count to 3 and start immediately, otherwise I'll stuff these glass shards into your mouth. 1, 2. Hao Shun was so frightened that he trembled all over. He quickly took off his shirt, then squatted down, wiped the broken glass and wine on the ground, picked them up and put them into a plastic bag. But there was a lot of liquid in the 2 bottles, and the shirt soon got wet. Hao Shun wanted to wring the wine out of the shirt, but in the process, glass shards pierced his hand, causing him to scream in pain. He looked at Chen Shaoli with pleading eyes. "Brother Chen Shaoli, please, let me go." Chen Zhi raised his hand to stop his father, who looked reluctant. "Dad, don't worry about it. He must clean it up today. This is already a light punishment. If he dares to do this again in the future, I will definitely make him swallow the broken glass." Hao Shun knew Chen Zhi was not joking, this guy was really angry. He endured the pain of the broken glass piercing his hand and bleeding, cleaned the floor, and put the broken glass and shirt into a plastic bag. Chen Zhi then spat out a word coldly, "Get lost." Hao Shun, as if he had been pardoned, ran out tumbling and crawling. His eyes were now even more swollen, leaving only a crack through which he could see the road. Trembling, he turned the key of the electric bike and wanted to ride away quickly, but his hands were full of broken glass. When he stepped on the accelerator, he screamed in pain. He knew he couldn't ride the bike, so he didn't want the electric bike anymore and ran away. He wanted to rush to the village committee and find his backer Hao Qiang and ask Hao Qiang to avenge him. It became a scenery on the road and attracted many strange looks from villagers. Because Hao Shun is Hao Qiang's little follower. These people usually act arrogantly in the village. They always beat others. No one has ever seen them being beaten by others. Not to mention, like today, Hao Shun was shirtless, his face was swollen like a pig's head, and there was blood at the corners of his mouth. Moreover, his hands were covered in blood. It could be said that he looked as miserable as could be. What was even more embarrassing was his expression. He looked like a stray dog, running away in panic. The villagers immediately started discussing, what on earth is going on? Who beat Hao Shun? Yer, who is so bold. Beat him up. He doesn't want to live anymore. See. His running to the village committee to look for Hao Qiang. Chapter 33. The pot exploded. Hao Shun fled in a panic, leaving the body of the big wolf dog there and also taking the electric bike with him. This caused an uproar at the entrance of the convenience store. The ones who were really going crazy were the old men who were playing stone chess under the big poplar tree. At the beginning, Chen Zhi beat up Hao Shun in the convenience store, and 8 or 9 old men who were playing chess immediately became restless. They quickly ran to the door of the convenience store but didn't dare to go in. They could only hold on to the door frame and try to see what was going on inside. Then, Hao Shun rushed out of the store, cursing loudly outside. The old men on both sides of the door looked at him in surprise, as if they didn't know this person. Hao Shun looked like a shrew cursing on the street, completely different from before. In the past, if someone in the village provoked him, he would not waste any time and would just start beating them up. But today, he met his match. The old men also felt that Chen Zhi had changed. Chen Zhi and his father had always been bullied in the village. When had they ever fought back? Not to mention actively hitting someone. What's going on today? It feels like everyone is abnormal. What surprised the old men the most was that Chen Zhi actually kicked the village chief's big wolf dog to death with one kick. This shocked the old men and they couldn't believe that this was really happening. These 8 or 9 old men have lived in the village for 70 or 80 years, and they have never heard of a dog being kicked to death. In the past, it was very difficult to kill a dog in the village. You had to tie the dog's neck with a rope and hang it on a tree, then scoop a bucket of cold water down the dog's throat. After the dog choked to death, you would stab its neck with a knife to let the blood. After tossing and turning for a long time, the dog would still struggle. Dogs are very tenacious. Even if you hit them on the head with a stick several times, you won't be able to kill them with just one kick. The key point is that this big wolf dog belongs to the village chief Hao Qiang. The village chief often strolls around the village with a big wolf dog. When the villagers see him, they stay away from him because the dog will bite people. The villagers didn't even dare to look at the dog being beaten, let alone at its target. But Chen Zhi actually beat the village chief's dog to death. After Hao Shun ran away, the old men came to their senses and began to talk in unison. Xiao Zhi, you are in big trouble. This big wolf dog belongs to the village chief. If you kill it, will the village chief let you go? Some old men suggested, run quickly, it's not too late to run now. The village chief will bring people here soon and you won't be able to run away. There was an old man who was the oldest. He knocked on the door with his walking stick and said, Xiao Li, please check how much money you have. Give them all to Xiao Zhi and tell him to go as quickly as possible, the farther the better. Just like when we went to Guangdong before, don't come back once you leave, or you'll be in trouble. After hearing what the old men said, Chen Zhi couldn't help laughing. Especially when the old man in his 80s told him to go to Kanto, he felt like he had traveled through time. What era is it now, and he is still going to Guangdong? It seems that this third uncle's thinking is still stuck in decades ago. The entrance to the convenience store was bustling, and their village intelligence base, at the east corner of the street, was also bustling. In the eyes of women like Niu Jinju, even if Chen Zhi encountered Hao Shun bullying and taking things from the canteen without paying, Chen Zhi would not dare to do anything. But what they didn't expect was that not long after Chen Zhi went in, Hao Shun ran out of the store in a panic. He hid behind an electric bike and yelled at the store, looking like a coward. The women probably guessed what was going on. Niu Jinju looked more carefully and was quite excited. Oh, look, Hao Shun is going to do something big. Didn't you see that? He deliberately hid behind the electric bike and cursed very harshly, hoping to lure Chen Zhi out. You see, he is holding the buckle on the dog chain. If Chen Zhi comes out, he will definitely let the dog bite people. Their women were timid, and 2 of them were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Yes, it seems to be true, but the big wolf dog is too fierce, we dare not let it go. Hao Qiang's wolfhound is biting people. You can hear it barking so fiercely now. It scares me even when I hear it. If it really lets go and pounces on someone, it could bite them to death. Niu Jinju's family was rich and she was also very courageous. She sneered disdainfully, "It's not that easy to bite someone to death. At most, they'll bite off a few pieces of flesh on the face, but it won't kill anyone." When the big wolfhound pounced on Chen Zhi, the women screamed in fear. The timid ones covered their eyes and dared not look, fearing that they would be frightened by the bloody scene and have nightmares at night. But no one expected that the big wolf dog not only failed to bite Chen Zhi, but was kicked to death by Chen Zhi. Although the women didn't have much experience, they knew that it was not easy to beat a dog to death, let alone kick it to death. But this impossible thing is actually happening right before our eyes. The group of women were so shocked that they couldn't recover for a long time. It was not until the old men over there started to get angry that they came to their senses and started talking as well. He was both scared and shocked by the strength of Chen Zhi's kick. It seemed that he had been practicing kung fu by hitting sandbags since he was a child, and he had really mastered it. Niu Jinju felt particularly uncomfortable when she heard others praising Chen Zhi. She hated to hear others praising Chen Zhi the most. In the past, few people praised Chen Zhi. Occasionally, when someone said that Chen Zhi was sensible and a good student since childhood, she felt uncomfortable. Her family is rich, and her husband is well connected in the village. He has a good relationship with town officials, wealthy people, and the village chief, Hao Qiang. They are superior to my uncle's family in every aspect. But the only thing is that she has only 2 daughters and no sons. Although my uncle's family was poor and his eldest son was mentally retarded, his second son, Chen Zhi, was handsome, smart and capable, and had been a good student since childhood. In the eyes of my father-in-law, Chen Zhikar is a treasure. Normally Niu Jinju doesn't want to think about this and feels uncomfortable when it is mentioned. Now seeing Chen Zhi kicking a big wolf dog to death with one kick, the women are still praising Chen Zhi for his fighting skills. For them, this is like rubbing salt into the wound. Niu Jinju shouted angrily, "Are you all stupid?" Chen Zhi was like a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. He didn't know where he kicked the dog, maybe he kicked the dog's eggs. He just happened to kick the dog to death. This time he is finished. He didn't even look at whose dog it was and he dared to beat it and even killed it. I think he will have to pay for the dog with his life. After she said this, the women began to worry about Chen Zhi again, thinking that Chen Zhi was really in danger this time. Maybe it's true as Niu Jinju said, that Chen Zhi would lose his life for killing the village chief's dog. In the Audi A4 car next to them, my aunt was crying. If Shen Qinglin hadn't pulled her back, the aunt would have gotten out of the car and fought with Hao Shun. Hao Shun's intention was very clear. He wanted to lure Chen Zhi out and let the dogs bite him. Everyone saw it, so how could the eldest aunt not see it? She couldn't let her nephew take any risks. Such a big and vicious dog, as big as a donkey, could really bite someone to death. Fortunately, Shen Qinglin locked the car door, and my aunt couldn't get out of the car no matter how hard she tried. Chen Zhi kicked the big wolf dog to death with one kick. Although it happened in a split second, it almost frightened my aunt to death. Now that the big wolf dog is dead, my aunt is still crying out of fear. Shen Qinglin helped her aunt down from the car. Seeing her crying like that, Chen Zhi felt sad and warm at the same time. This is her real aunt. I had no motherly love in my childhood, but fortunately my aunt filled the gap in family affection. He walked up to my aunt, took her hand and said, "Aunt, don't be upset. The dog didn't bite me, and I beat it to death." The eldest aunt held her nephew's hand tightly, as if she was afraid that he would run away. "Xiaozhi, don't do this kind of thing again in the future. I was so scared just now that my eyes were blurry. A bite from such a big dog is no small matter. How could you be so reckless, kid?" At this time, Chen Shaoli limped over, his face still very pale. Obviously he had not yet recovered from the shock. He also took his aunt's other hand and said, "Sister, let's go inside and talk." As he said that, he sighed deeply. This sigh was full of helplessness and unwillingness, but it also made people feel that he was letting out a breath of air. He turned his head and looked at Shen Qinglin again, with a smile on his face. "Qinglin is here too. She hasn't been here for several years. Come in and sit down." Chen Shaoli has always been thinking about Shen Qinglin, who almost became his daughter-in-law. He felt particularly close to her when they met again after 4 years. Chapter 34 The village chief is over. At the gate, Chen Zhi's brother Chen Dazi hid under the gate tower, not daring to come out. Shen Qinglin had sharp eyes. When she saw him, she smiled and waved, "Brother Dazi, come here quickly. I brought you something delicious." When he heard that there was something delicious to eat, Chen Dazi bravely came out from the corner, holding a long plastic gun in his hand. Shen Qinglin asked him, "Brother Dazi, what are you doing with the gun?" Chen Dazi pointed at the dead dog on the ground and said, "I want to beat the dog. I just saw the dog trying to bite Xiaoji. I'm his brother, so I have to protect him." As he spoke, he waved the plastic gun in his hand. Shen Qinglin took his plastic gun, pulled the bolt, and fired a burst of bullets. "Your gun is good, but I bought you a better one." After saying that, he went back to the car to get it, and at the same time shouted to Chen Zhi, "Chen Zhi, what's in your travel bag? Why don't you take it out when you get home?" Chen Zhi went over and took the bag. While holding it in his hand, he gave Shen Qinglin a sly smile. Shen Qinglin glared at him and said, "There must be something wrong with your smile. Tell me the truth. What are you thinking?" Chen Zhi looked at the snacks and plastic gun in Shen Qinglin's hand, blinked and said, "We are thinking the same thing." He unzipped his travel bag and took out a plastic gun. "I bought this in Jiangsu. It's bigger than the one you bought, and has more functions." When Dazi saw that both of them had guns, he immediately ran over, snatched the two plastic guns, and held all three guns in his arms, grinning from ear to ear with joy, as if he had obtained some treasure. Chen Zhi deliberately said, "Brother, you already have 3 guns, give me one." Dazi immediately handed a plastic gun to Chen Zhi. "Here, now we both have guns. If a dog bites you again, just shoot it to death." Shen Qinglin looked at the two brothers standing together with guns in their arms, feeling a little dazed. She had discovered before that the two brothers looked too much alike. If they wore the same clothes, had the same hairstyle, and stood together without talking, it would be difficult for outsiders to tell who was the eldest and who was the second. The two brothers are almost 30 years old. Their intellectual development levels are different, but they look so similar. Genes are really amazing. The eldest aunt leaned against the window of the store and shouted, "Xiaoji, Qinglin, don't stand outside, come inside and talk." Everyone entered the house, and Shen Qinglin gave the tea she brought to Chen Shaoli. Chen Shaoli runs a small shop and has everything he needs, except for such expensive tea. He knew at first glance that the tea was good and definitely not cheap, and he was very worried. "Qinglin, you just come to see me, why buy such an expensive thing? Young people should know how to save money and not spend it recklessly." The eldest aunt pulled her nephew and pointed outside and said, "Xiaoji, look, the dead dog is still there. Hao Shun didn't even want his electric bike and ran away with his bare chest. He must have called someone to do it. What are you going to do next?" Chen Zhi understood in his heart that his aunt was right. As Sun Tzu's Art of War said, "Do not rely on the enemy not coming, but rely on what you have to wait for him." Hao Shun must have gone to look for his baka, Hao Qiong. Hao Qiong usually likes to bully people in the village. After suffering a loss this time, he will definitely not let it go. He is likely to bring a group of people with him, and maybe even bring weapons. If there are a lot of people coming with iron bars and machetes, it will be difficult to deal with them alone. And Hao Qiong must have felt that he was in the right this time. First, Hao Shun was beaten, and second, he kicked his big wolf dog to death. If a fight breaks out between villagers over this matter, the people at the town police station will definitely side with them after calling the police. After all, they eat, drink and have fun together all day long and are all acquaintances. However, Chen Zhi was well prepared. He wanted to make sure that the other party was not in the right even though they thought they were in the right. As for the other party coming with a large group of people, if there are too many people and you can't defeat them, then the whole family will retreat and close the door. If the opponent dares to break in through their door, don't blame me for being rude with my flying knife. He comforted his aunt. "Aunt, you are right, don't worry, I can handle it. Please close the convenience store first and don't do business in the afternoon. Aren't you going to come over and fry dumplings for my dad and brother? Everyone, come inside." Everyone went home, but Chen Zhi stood on the street, looking at the surrounding terrain and thinking about installing a few surveillance cameras in his home. We have already started a confrontation with Hao Qiong and his men, and some preventive measures must be used. He clearly arrived at Beitan village that evening, but he did not go home to visit because he drove away Qin's new car and also beat up 2 drivers. If Qin Guomin and others are not afraid of my reporting and insist on taking revenge on the spot, or call the police on the grounds that I stole the car, I will bring trouble to my father and others when I go home. Today I finally couldn't bear it anymore and beat Hao Shun. It gave my dad a little relief, but it will definitely cause trouble later. It depends on whether you can handle it properly. At this time, Hao Shun had already run to the village committee. When we entered the village committee compound, we saw the village chief Hao Chong's Audi A6 in the yard. Next to it was a Porsche Cayenne and a Land Rover Range Rover. Hao Shun breathed a sigh of relief, his heart at ease. He was worried when he ran to the village committee just now. He knew that Hao Chong had gone to the Green Origin Hotel in town to drink at noon, and he was afraid that the village chief would go to the county town to sing karaoke after drinking. In that case, he didn't dare to call the village chief to come back and avenge him. Now we see the village chief's car in the yard, which means he is back. What made Hao Shun even more delighted was that if Hao Chong wanted to gather people to deal with Chen Zhi, he could only call for people from the battlefield of Daking River in the north. The village committee is a formal team and it is certainly impossible for them to employ a group of vicious thugs. The Cayenne and Land Rover belonged to several battlefield bosses, which meant that the best fighters happened to be in the village committee. Now, as long as the village chief sees his miserable appearance and tells him that his big wolf dog was killed by Chen Zhi, the father and son surnamed Chen will be dead. The village committee compound was newly built a few years ago. There are 9 tall tiled houses in a row on the front. The wide balconies are tightly sealed with dark brown aluminum alloy. The construction specifications are obviously not low. On the east side of the compound are functional rooms such as the kitchen and storage room, and on the west side are several spacious garages. Hao Chong's exclusive office has a sign that reads, Village Director's Office, hanging on the door. When you walk into the room, you will find that the decoration style is quite luxurious, with a large desk and leather boss chair that looks very grand. In addition to soft sofas and exquisite coffee tables, the room also has a special kung fu tea area with a large ebony tea table in the middle, which is hard in texture and deep in color, surrounded by exquisitely carved mahogany armchairs. Sitting on the main chair was Hao Chong. He was in his 50s, short and fat, with a round head, a face full of flesh, and eyes that were squeezed into slits. Although he is not tall, he exudes a strong energy, with thick arms and a bulging belly, and he has the majesty of a village cadre who can't just take bin buns as dry food. The air conditioning temperature in the office was very low. Hao Shun ran all the way under the scorching sun with his bare chest. He was covered in sweat. As soon as he entered the room, he shuddered and felt that the sweat on his body had frozen. His voice rose several pitches involuntarily, and he shouted in a trembling voice, Village chief is finished. Chen Zhi rebelled, look at how he beat me. Chapter 35 Call people from the battlefield. Who the hell are you cursing? Before Hao Shun could finish his words, Hao Chong threw a teacup at his head. Although the teacup was not big, it still hurt when it hit his head. Hao Shun shrank his neck in fear. Village chief, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about that little bastard Chen Zhi. Who are you talking about? Before he could finish, someone next to him interrupted him with an angry shout. I said Chen Zhi. Hao Shun looked at the other party's big bear-like body and stammered. There were 3 other people sitting at the tea table, 2 of whom looked like big bears. You could tell from their appearance that they were brothers. They were the 2 bosses of the battlefield who were beaten by Chen Zhi that night. They were brothers. The eldest was nicknamed Big Dog Shit and the second was nicknamed Second Dog Shit. These 2 brothers are the second and third in command on the battlefield. Sitting on the other side was Jing Biao, the top leader on the battlefield. He was a big and sturdy man, his black t-shirt was stretched tight by his muscles, his square face had hard lines, and there was a scar on his face that ran from the tip of his left eyebrow to his right cheek, making him look like a ferocious centipede. The triangular eyes were sinister and fierce, as if they were ready to devour someone in the next second. At noon, Hao Chong and the 3 of them drank at the Green Source Hotel. After drinking, they went back to the village committee to drink tea and chat. The topics they talked about were basically all about the battlefield, because Hao Chong was also one of the shareholders of the battlefield, but it was a hidden shareholder. Zheng Biao, Da Gosha, and Ergosha are the bosses of the sand field on the surface, but in fact they are also working for others. There are other people behind the sand field, and the families of several county cadres also have hidden shares. That night, Big Dog's Hit and Second Dog's Hit suffered a loss at the hands of Chen Zhi. They were usually domineering and could not swallow this humiliation, so they wanted to take revenge immediately. He immediately called Hao Chong to inquire about Chen Zhi's situation, and even wanted to go directly to Chen Zhi's hometown and arrest his entire family. But Qin Guomin was afraid of being reported, so he took great pains to suppress the matter, and even called Hao Qiong to ask him to persuade the two bastards not to touch Chen Zhi for the time being. Because once Chen Zhi is touched, he will expose the fact that the two bastards gave money to each other, and many problems in the battlefield will be exposed, and everyone's interests will be damaged. I must take revenge on Chen Zhi, but not now. I have to find another reason later. For his own benefit, Hao Qiong spoke up for Qin Guomin and temporarily appeased the two bastards. Today, they came to the Nantan village committee to drink tea. The two bastards remembered the beating by Chen Zhi, and their hatred was aroused. Just now, she was complaining to Hao Qiong, "When have we ever been so cowardly? We were not allowed to get back at each other after getting beaten. We have both been so frustrated these past few days." Hao Qiong said, "You two feel aggrieved, but I don't. Am I a good-tempered person? The key point is that you two have linked Qin Guomin and Sha Qiang together, and this relationship must not be known to anyone. If Chen Zhi reports it, everyone will know that you two gave money to Qin Guomin, and then they will dig up the big things we did, and I'm afraid the higher-ups won't be able to suppress it." When Hao Qiong mentioned big things, the two bastards immediately fell silent. After all, the matter involved two lives, and we cannot lose the big picture for the sake of small details and attract attention. At this time, Hao Shun ran in with a horrified look on his face and said that he was beaten by Chen Zhi. When the two bastards heard that it was Chen Zhi who beat them again, they became eager to try again. Hao Qiong also instantly became furious and slammed the tea table. "What's wrong with Mr. Chen? You are so bold that you dare to hit you. Are these three of them feeling itchy these days? Don't worry, I'll get someone to call you back right away." When the two bastards saw the opportunity, they immediately volunteered, "Let the two of us go. We underestimated him that night. We didn't expect that guy to know some kung fu. He will definitely not suffer any loss today." Hao Qiong glared at them and said, "Didn't I just tell you? No matter who goes, you two can't go." Big Shit said, "What happened today is different from what happened that night, and what happened that night is in the past. Today he beat Hao Shun, we went to avenge Hao Shun, and nothing else was involved." Hao Qiong glanced at Hao Shun and waved his hands at the two bastards, meaning that they should not talk nonsense in front of others, and some secrets should not be talked about too much. "You two can't show up for a short time. You think you are here for Hao Shun's beating, but Chen Zhi may not think so. If he thinks you two are settling old scores together and gets angry, and then posts a video or something, you two know the consequences." Upon hearing this, the two dog shits became discouraged again, but they were obviously unwilling to give in, with a look of dissatisfaction on their faces, and sat there panting and trying their luck. Zheng Biao is worthy of being the big boss of the battlefield. He is very calm and has not said a word until now. He just stares at Hao Shun with a sinister look. Seeing how calm Zheng Biao was, Hao Qiong felt that he also had to have the temperament to remain calm even when faced with a catastrophe. He calmed himself down, looked at Hao Shun's miserable appearance, sneered, drank 2 sips of tea slowly, and then asked, "Did you go to Lao Q to get things under the banner of the village committee again? If I'm not mistaken, he went to my house and brought the big wolf dog over before he left." Hao Shun said with a sad face, "Yes, village chief, that's what happened. I feel that the man surnamed Chen looks down on me. As long as I say that the village committee wants to entertain people, the man surnamed Chen will obediently take the things. Wouldn't it be more convincing if you lead the big wolf dog over there? I didn't expect that little bastard Chen Zhi to be so stupid. Not only did he ask me to pay the bill immediately, he also said that the village committee's debt to his family had to be settled immediately." When Hao Qiong heard this, he got angry again. This kid is really arrogant. It's okay to settle it. Let him bring the account book to me and see if he dares to come. Hao Shun's eyes flickered, and he stammered, "Village chief, you are right, Chen Zhi is too arrogant. He not only beat me, but also beat the big wolf dog. What? He dared to hit my dog." Hao Qiangting stood up and said through gritted teeth, "In this village, no one dares to hit my dog. Anyone who dares to touch my dog doesn't want to live anymore." Hao Shun quickly followed the village chief's words and said, yes, that kid just didn't want to live. He actually beat the village chief's big wolf dog to death. He is simply lawless." "What did you say?" Hao Qiong stared at Hao Shun in disbelief. "Say it again, he beat my dog to death. Is he really dead? What shot him?" He is. Hao Shun began to hesitate again. He felt that he must not tell the village chief the actual situation. If the village chief knew that it was him who let the dog bite Chen Zhi, which led to the dog being kicked to death, would the village chief forgive himself? He just took a stick and kicked and hit me. I couldn't stop him. He ended up beating the big wolf dog to death. Waste. Bastard. The furious Hao Qiong slapped Hao Shun twice. Hao Shun's face had long been swollen like a pig's head, so swollen that he didn't dare to touch it with his hands. Now he was slapped twice and screamed in pain. Hao Qiong looked at Jing Biao, who had been silent with a cold face, and said, "Call the battlefield and ask 10 people to come over." The villagers killed the village director's dog for no reason, so it was justified for them to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect that we were right. Chapter 36, Coming from a Martial Arts School. When Jing Biao heard Hao Qiong's suggestion to call a dozen people from the battlefield to deal with Chen Zhi, he stared at Hao Qiong with a cold look. Can you be more promising? You are just a young man, do you think you are worth calling 10 people? I think you are really going backwards as time goes by. Hao Qiong defended himself. Didn't I tell the eldest and second brothers that Chen Zhi has been hitting sandbags and practicing sonder since he was a child because of his mother's incident? I heard that he also practiced flying knives, and was determined to avenge his father. This guy is really good at martial arts, otherwise the big guys like the eldest and the second brother wouldn't suffer at his hands. Zheng Biao glanced coldly at big dog shit and second dog shit. You two are also useless. You usually make a lot of noise and seem quite capable, but that night you two couldn't beat one person, and you're not ashamed. The two bastards stared at each other and said, "We were careless that night. We didn't expect that boy to have some skills. If we were to go there now, we would beat him till he was left with only one breath left. Don't just talk big." Zheng Biao stood up, picked up the teacup and drank it all, then wiped his mouth. You all said that the boy knows some kung fu, which makes me interested. I've been bored these days, so I'll go there myself and kill him. Hao Qiong breathed a sigh of relief. It would be best if Jing Biao could take action personally. No matter how Jing Biao beat Chen Zhi, his side would remain invincible. Even if the matter got out of hand, they could announce to the outside world that the big wolf dog was raised by Jing Biao. Chen Zhi beat someone's dog to death. How could that person not seek an explanation? They started fighting over a disagreement. It was a mutual fight, and Chen Zhi was the one who started the trouble first. Hao Qiong was absolutely confident that Jing Biao would take action. Zheng Biao and those two pieces of shit are totally different. The two bastards rely on their big size and have some fighting power, but they are only strong because of their size. If they meet an opponent who is trained, their brute force will be useless. But Jing Biao graduated from a regular martial arts school. He has been taller than his peers since he was young. When he was in the 3rd grade of primary school, he was taller than the junior high school students. But his academic performance is terrible and he is totally not fit for school. Before he finished elementary school, his parents sent him to a martial arts school. Since I can't make a living from culture, I'll try martial arts. Now it seems that the life plan his parents gave him was quite right. If Jing Biao wasn't good at fighting, he wouldn't have become the boss on the battlefield, bought several houses in the city, driven a Porsche Cayenne, eaten delicious food and drank spicy drinks all day long, and went to nightclubs from time to time. You go ahead, it's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Hao Qiong said, but it's okay, you do have some skills, I'll just practice with you. After you have beaten him into submission, make him use his head to push the big wolf dog to the gate of the village committee and kneel there. When to let him get up depends on my mood. Zheng Biao kicked the chair back, walked out and kicked Hao Shun. Come with me, lead the way to find that guy. Okay, I'll lead the way. I'll lead the way. Hao Shun nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. As for this notorious battlefield leader, Hao Shun had only heard people say how good a fighter Jing Biao was, but had never seen him in person. Now that Jing Biao is going to take action personally, Hao Shun is flattered. He didn't expect that the top leader on the battlefield would personally take action to avenge him. What a great honor this is. Before he made a move, Hao Shun's scalp tingled just by looking at Jing Biao's sinister and ruthless aura. He knew that if Chen Zhi didn't die this time he would be crippled. Just as the two were about to walk out, there was a knock on the door of the village director's office. After knocking 3 times, the door lock clicked and a man pushed the door open and walked in. Hao Shun was so frightened that he gasped and took several steps back involuntarily, because the person who came in was none other than Chen Zhi. Zheng Biao had never met Chen Zhi and didn't know him. Seeing the young man suddenly come in, he couldn't help but frown and said coldly, "Who let you in? Get out." Chen Zhi ignored him and walked straight towards Hao Qiang with an account book in his hand. When had Zheng Biao ever been ignored like this? He was immediately furious. When Chen Zhi walked past him, he raised his leg and kicked him, shouting, "Get lost." Chen Zhi dodged quickly and raised his leg to sweep towards the opponent's left leg. Zheng Biao suddenly lost his balance and his huge body fell to the ground with a bang. The floor tiles were hard and the fall was very solid. Fortunately, Zheng Biao had practiced this before, so he instinctively raised his neck when he fell to the ground and did not hit his head. Moreover, he reacted quickly. After falling down, he immediately jumped up and punched Chen Zhi with a straight punch. The punch was powerful and accurate, and was delivered at an extremely fast speed. But Chen Zhi's kick was faster. Before his fist touched Chen Zhi, he was kicked in the chest by Chen Zhi again. His body quickly retreated, and with a bang, his back hit the wall, shaking the whole room. The two of them started fighting. The two bastards couldn't sit still anymore, so the two brothers immediately joined the battle. But they probably forgot how they were knocked to the ground by Chen Zhi that night. As the two men rushed up, one was knocked down by a whip kick, and the other was instantly hit with 7 or 8 punches in the face and also fell to the ground, perfectly replicating the scene of being beaten that night. Hao Qiang and Hao Shun were stunned and stood there frozen. Zheng Biao crashed into the wall. His fighting power was still basically there, but he did not attack again. Instead, he quickly judged the gap in fighting power between himself and the opponent. He felt severe pain in his chest, a feeling of suffocation, an itchy throat, and he felt like he was going to vomit blood, which frightened him. Chen Zhi is quite tall, but has a well-proportioned figure, and when he stands up straight he gives people a gentle and refined feeling. Such a young man has such powerful explosive power. Zheng Biao was a big, strong man with thick skin and strong muscles. Even if a car hit his chest, he might be able to withstand it. He didn't expect that the other party would kick him so hard that his throat would feel salty. This only shows that there is a huge gap in combat power between myself and the other party. Now the two bastards were lying on the ground, struggling and screaming in pain. Even if they were pulled up, 3 people together might not be Chen Zhi's match. Zheng Biao didn't dare to act rashly. Chen Zhi pointed at the 3 of them and looked at Hao Qiang, "Village chief, what do these 3 people do? Why did they attack me as soon as I came in?" "Oh, it's a misunderstanding." Hao Qiang had recovered from his shock and tried to force a stiff smile. "They are all my friends. You were just talking to them. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive." As Hao Qiang spoke, he walked out from the tea table and tried to persuade them. He had been involved in society since he was young and was a veteran in fighting. Although he had never practiced Sonder, as soon as the two sides fought, he realized that Zheng Biao and the other 3 were no match for Chen Zhi. This shocked him greatly. He originally thought that Zheng Biao had practiced kung fu and would be able to knock Chen Zhi down with his own strength. It seems that he had greatly underestimated Chen Zhi's fighting ability. Ever since Chen Shaoli's leg was broken more than 20 years ago, news has spread in the village that Chen Zhi has been hitting sandbags, practicing Sonder, and vowing to avenge his father. Over the years, Hao Qiang has never taken it seriously. It is normal for a son to swear revenge when his father's legs are broken and he becomes disabled. As for practicing Sonder with sandbags, it was just a momentary impulse driven by hatred. Hao Qiang spent all his time hanging out with aggressive and violent people. After a long time, he felt that there was no such thing as kung fu. At most, you can improve your attacking and dodging abilities and increase your flexibility through Sonder and boxing practice. To put it bluntly, true combat effectiveness is determined by size and strength. Height and weight are the absolute strength. But Chen Zhi's move today opened Hao Qiang's eyes. First, I didn't expect Chen Zhi to have such willpower and to study hard for more than 20 years. Second, I never expected that Chen Zhi could improve his combat effectiveness to such a level. At this moment, facing Chen Zhi, Hao Qiang was obviously timid. Chapter 37, Beating a dog requires consideration of its owner. Hao Qiang knew that he was also one of Chen Zhi's enemies. Chen Zhi must remember everything that has been done to Chen Shaoli over the years. If he doesn't find a way to suppress Chen Zhi next, he will probably suffer a great loss. Now, even if the 5 people in the room attacked Chen Zhi together, they would not be able to beat him. Shocked and frightened, Hao Qiang could only put on a forced smile to prevent the conflict from escalating. Chen Zhi pointed at the two bastards and sneered, "I know these two people. What a coincidence. I just dealt with them a few days ago. I knew they were running a sandpit, but I didn't expect they were friends with the village chief." Hao Qiang laughed dryly, "They are just ordinary friends. They have nothing to do today and come to chat casually. Chen Zhi, do you have something to talk to me about? There must be something wrong." Chen Zhi shook the account book in his hand and glanced at the silent Hao Shun. "Just now this person went to my store to buy something, but he didn't pay and let his dog bite people. I remembered that the village committee had been delaying paying debts to my grocery store for several years. I can't afford to run a small business anymore, so I should settle the bills." Hao Qiang rolled his eyes and laughed dryly. Yes, I know the village committee has a debt with your store. However, the village committee is in financial difficulty at the moment, so we will wait until the accounts are collected and settle your account first." "Is that so?" Chen Zhi flipped through the account book slowly. "I took a general look and have a question. Since the village committee is financially tight, why does it spend so much on entertainment? I've calculated that the things the village committee takes from our store for entertainment is only a small part of the cost, and the bulk of the cost is spent on other things, so the village committee's entertainment expenses are a huge sum. I was wondering if someone was using the name of the village committee to take things from my store and use them for themselves. How about I send the account book and accounts to our village work group? I don't understand, but there must be someone in the village who understands. Everyone has their own accounts of the village committee's income and expenditure, so I posted it in the group for everyone to discuss whether someone is using public funds for personal gain and using the public name to run their own affairs." As he spoke, he looked at Hao Shun and said, "For example, this guy just came to my store and said that a working group had come to the village and that they didn't have enough cigarettes and alcohol to entertain them. But when I came over to take a look, I didn't see any working group. Could it be that the working group he was talking about was these guys who were running the battlefield?" When Hao Qiang heard that Chen Zhi was going to send the account book and accounts to the village work group, he was shocked again. Indeed, the village committee entertained visitors from higher levels, and the things they took from the canteen were only a small part of the entertainment expenses. They still owed tens of thousands of yuan just for this, and all the entertainment expenses added up would definitely be a huge expense. He has been in control of everything in the village over the years, but many villagers are aware of the village committee's accounts, but they dare not speak out. No one dares to question it, let alone report it. If Chen Zhi sent the account book to the village work group, the impact would be very bad. The village work group includes police officers from the town police station and staff in charge of the area, and everyone in the town can see the messages in the group. Thinking of this, Hao Qiang pretended to be angry and scolded Hao Shun. "Tell me the truth, is what Chen Zhi said just now true? Did you go to Chen Shaoli's store to get something under the name of the village committee? You bastard, I think you should quit your job as a mediator." While cursing, he said to Chen Zhi, "I am shocked by the problem you raised. I never thought that some individuals in the village committee could do such a thing. We must investigate it thoroughly and will not tolerate it. From now on, whenever you go to your store to get something, tell your dad that it must be paid in cash and no one is allowed to write an IOU to avoid confusion. How about this, the village committee will settle the previous accounts with your family first, you leave the account book, and I will conduct a self-examination among the village cadres." As he spoke, Hao Qiang called the brigade accountant Chen Shaoshan and asked him to settle Chen Zhi's debt immediately. Chen Zhi handed the account book to the accountant and pointed at Hao Shun and said, "Some cadres in the village committee have serious problems. Not only do they abuse their power for personal gain, but they also secretly take things from my home under the name of the village committee. Just now, this guy even led a big wolfhound to bite me on purpose. Village chief, you must investigate this carefully and deal with it seriously. This is intentional injury and I have preserved the evidence. If necessary, I will report the case to the public security authorities." Chen Zhi seemed to be getting angrier and angrier as he spoke. In a rage, he suddenly raised his leg and kicked Hao Shun to the ground. "Village chief, you don't know how dangerous it was. Fortunately, I have practiced before. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been seriously injured if not killed." A surge of angry blood rushed to Hao Qiang's head. Chen Zhi was too arrogant. This kid is actually taking advantage of me. I endured it again and again, and gave in again and again, but he actually raised his hand and hit someone in the office. Does he still think of himself as the village chief? Hao Qiong gritted his teeth, veins throbbing on his forehead. He is not a tolerant person. When he was young, he was a gangster in the county town. He was brave and aggressive. After returning to the village and becoming the village chief, he acted even more arrogantly. No matter what, Hao Shun is also his subordinate. When beating a dog, you have to look at the owner. What's the difference between Chen Zhi beating his men in front of him and slapping him in the face? Hao Qiong couldn't help but say, then let's call the police. It seems that the truth really needs to be thoroughly investigated. In fact, when saying this, Hao Qiong felt a strong sense of humiliation. With his past as a gangster and his current position as the village chief who has the final say, and with 3 of the best fighters around him, he was forced to make the only choice to call the police. For him, this was the worst possible way to be a coward. Chen Zhi smiled and said, "We should have called the police a long time ago. I think this matter can be elevated to the level of a criminal case." As he said this, he took out his cell phone, opened a video and handed it to Hao Qiong. It was a video in front of the convenience store. Hao Shun deliberately let the dog bite people, and he kicked the big wolf dog to death. Hao Qiong was stunned again. This scene was too shocking for him. He raised the big wolf dog, and he knew very well how tenacious dogs are. Just now Hao Shun said that neither a man nor a dog could beat Chen Zhi. He still found it unbelievable that Chen Zhi beat a big wolf dog to death with a stick. After all, the big wolf dog was so ferocious, how could it be easily killed? Now after watching the video, I realized that Chen Zhi didn't even use a stick. He just kicked the big wolf dog to death with one kick. In Hao Qiong's opinion, this is simply impossible, but he has to admit that this video is real. After the shock, Hao Qiong remembered what Hao Shun had just said to him. This bastard Hao Shun not only went to Chen Shaoli to get things under the banner of the village committee, but also deliberately brought a big wolf dog to bully others. This bastard has done this more than once or twice. Nothing happened before, so Hao Qiong just turned a blind eye. After all, everyone was trying to bully Chen Shaoli. But at this moment, Hao Qiong realized how much trouble Hao Shun had caused him. If Chen Zhi posted this video online, he, as the village chief, would also be pushed to the forefront. After all, the big wolf dog was his, so he must be responsible. Moreover, the video clearly shows Hao Shun yelling and provocative outside the store, holding a dog leash in his hand, with the intention of luring Chen Zhi out and letting the dog bite people. Chen Zhi is right, this is intentional injury. Although Hao Qiong's heart ached when the big wolf dog was beaten to death by Chen Zhi, from another perspective, it was also a good thing. If the big wolf dog really bit someone, he would also be held jointly responsible. Chen Zhi had the video in his hand, which was irrefutable evidence, so why did he call the police? Hao Shun was beaten in vain, and his dog died in vain. The more Hao Qiong thought about it, the angrier he became. Anger rose in his heart, and he was filled with evil. He had no place to vent his anger, so he jumped over and started kicking Hao Shun. Hao Shun was kicked so hard that he screamed and rolled on the ground, begging for mercy. But Hao Qiong couldn't stop at all. He wished he could just beat to death this guy who had caused trouble for him and brought him bad luck. Chapter 38, Traffic Jam. Chen Zhi took the settlement money and walked away in a deliberately arrogant manner. Hao Qiong, Jing Biao and others stood in front of the window, looking at Chen Zhi's back in the yard, gritting their teeth in hatred and their veins bulging. When have these people in society ever suffered such a loss? Everyone felt that they had suffered a great humiliation. Needless to say, Jing Biao and the 2 bastards felt extremely humiliated when they were beaten. Even Hao Qiong, who did not take any action, felt that he had no chance of survival in the future. He has absolute power and is the final say in the village. As the village chief, he usually puts on airs. And with his background as a gangster, every time the villagers see him, they all feel a little bit of respect for him. But today, Chen Zhi didn't take him seriously at all, and he still had to put on a smile. The thought of it made him feel humiliated and he could hardly control himself. The 2 bastards were furious and yelled, "Call some help! Hurry up and call some more people, bring weapons. I'm going to chop that guy up with my own hands." Zheng Biao glanced at them coldly with a gloomy face. He said nothing and no one knew what he was thinking. Hao Qiong looked at Jing Biao with an inquiring look and asked tentatively, "What do you think we should do about this? We can't just let it go like this." Zheng Biao snorted coldly and did not comment. Hao Qiong said, "To deal with this guy, you can't be as direct as you are with others. Even if we call more people, that kid is very skilled. If we fail to catch him and let him run away, there will be endless trouble. I think there are some important principles to follow when dealing with him. First, don't act rashly if you are not fully prepared. Second, if you do act, you must completely resolve the consequences. What he said was true, but he himself felt it was a bit against his will. Because at this moment he had a strong sense of fear. Revenge is definitely necessary, but it must be fully prepared, with one strike ensuring the strike hits the target without any subsequent trouble. This idea can only arise from great fear. Let's do it this way. Zheng Biao turned and walked towards the tea table, grabbed his phone and car keys, and walked out, saying, "Get ready in the next few days and take decisive measures against that kid." Not long after Chen Zhi left the village committee, he heard someone calling him from behind. He turned around and saw that it was the village accountant Chen Xiaoshan. Chen Xiaoshan smiled widely. "I'll go with you. Didn't you kill the dog? And Haoshan's electric bike is still outside your house. I'll go get it back." "Very good," Chen Zhi said with a smile, "but we have to drag it away quickly, otherwise in the hot summer, the dead dog will stink if left there in a short time." Chen Xiaoshan and Chen Shaoli are of the same generation, and according to their family tree, they are quite close. However, after Hao Qiong returned to the village to become the village chief, he formed a village committee and asked Chen Xiaoshan to be the village accountant. In fact, he was using him to suppress the Chen clan members in the village. Although he is not as vicious and cruel as Hao Qiong and others, as a member of Hao Qiong's gang, he always feels like an accomplice. Chen Zhi's family had stopped dealing with him a long time ago. But now when the two of them walked together, there was no sign of grudge on Chen Zhi's face. The two of them talked and laughed all the way, just like old friends with a very good relationship. Seeing the two of them walking back together so intimately, the group of women at the east end of the street who were waiting to see something big were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Chen Zhi killed the village chief's dog. The village chief must be furious and then gather a group of people to beat Chen Zhi to death. If he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. This is what will definitely happen next. But Chen Xiaoshan, as Hao Qiong's follower and the village committee's accountant, dared to talk and laugh with Chen Zhi and be so intimate after such a big incident. What does Chen Xiaoshan mean by this? Is he going to revolt? Then, Chen Xiaoshan took great effort to get the huge dead dog onto the electric bike, then bowed and nodded to Chen Zhi to say goodbye, and rode away on the electric bike. The women were stunned. It was not until the back of the electric bike turned the corner and disappeared that they exploded with a buzz like green bin flies hit by a stone, and started talking in a flurry. What's going on? Doesn't Chen Xiaoshan know that the big wolf dog was kicked to death by Chen Zhi? He definitely doesn't know. If he knew, would he still dare to chat and laugh with Chen Zhi? Even if he was pretending, he would have to pretend that he had a deep hatred for Chen Zhi. Then what's going on? Did Chen Zhi make up a lie to deceive Chen Xiaoshan, and Chen Xiaoshan believed it? Niu Jinju became more and more angry as she listened to the women's discussions. She had come to this rural intelligence base after lunch, intending to find out something, brag a little, enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention, and then go back to take a nap. The reason why I have persisted until now and not taken a nap is that I want to see Chen Zhi make a fool of himself, to see him being beaten half to death by the village chief's men, kneeling down to beg for mercy, compensating the village chief for the huge loss, and even dressing up in mourning and holding a funeral for the big wolf dog. But to her disappointment, she saw nothing. She didn't see Chen Zhi being beaten, nor did she see him paying for the damages or being insulted. This made her extremely disappointed. She had wasted her nap just to see this. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she couldn't help but scold those women. I think Chen Xiaoshan should know what's going on. Didn't you see that Chen Zhi just went out? He must have gone to give money to the village chief and apologized. He paid a lot of money, and the village chief spared him. Otherwise, it would be strange if he could come back alive. After hearing what she said, the women fell silent. Continuing with the previous topic, Niu Jinju found it unpleasant, but following Niu Jinju's words, the women felt it was impossible. From Chen Zhi's cheerful expression, it can be seen that he definitely did not go to give money or apologize to the village chief. The village chief treats his big wolf dog as a treasure, and he is not going to let the matter go by just paying some money and apologizing. And don't you know what the village chief's style is? Not to mention beating his beloved dog to death, the village chief would just hit or kick anyone who said something wrong. If Chen Zhi apologized because of the dog incident, he would definitely not get away with it easily. But since Neo Jinju had said so, who among these ordinary rural women would dare to refute her? Her family is rich, with assets worth over 10 million yuan. For some rural women whose families can't even afford 10,000 yuan, 10 million yuan is simply an astronomical figure. When chatting in this rural intelligence base, Neo Jinju doesn't say anything and everyone can express themselves freely, but if she sets the tone for a topic, then her opinion will prevail. The one with money is the boss, whatever she says goes. When Neo Jinju saw that the women were silent, she knew what they were thinking. In fact, she herself knew that what she had just described, that Chen Zhi's apology, was indeed outrageous. Everyone knew that if Chen Zhi met the village chief, he would not be able to come back unscathed. Neo Jinju felt bored and upset. There was no point in sitting any longer, so she yawned and stood up to go home for a nap. At this time, a small truck was seen entering the village with several large boxes in the truck bed. It was obviously a truck delivering home appliances such as refrigerators, air conditioners, and color TVs. As the car drove past, a woman said enviously, "Look at the huge boxes on the car. What a big refrigerator it must be. The boxes of the air conditioner and TV are so big, who bought them?" Among the women there is one nicknamed Little Radio, who is the backbone of the village's intelligence base and Neo Jinju's most loyal bootlicker. Seeing that Neo Jinju was in a bad mood this afternoon, she wanted to take the opportunity to compliment her and make her happy. Yes, a box that big must be a very large refrigerator. Such a large refrigerator must cost more than 10,000 yuan. Not many families in our village can afford it. Then he looked at Neo Jinju and said, "Your family bought it, right? Look, there are such big air conditioners and TVs. I don't think other families can afford it." After hearing this, Neo Jinju felt a little better. She pouted and said, "My family didn't buy it. My refrigerator, air conditioner, and other things were just replaced a few days ago. They are all the best and still new. But you are right, as soon as you look at the size of the boxes, you can tell that the refrigerator and air conditioner are particularly large. If it wasn't bought by my family, then it must have been bought by the village chief's family. Others can't afford such expensive things." As he was speaking, he saw the delivery truck that was driving by stop. A man wearing work clothes with a home appliance brand logo got off the car, trotted over to the women, and politely greeted them. "Hello, auntie, I want to ask you where Chen Zhi lives." Chapter 39, Continuous Face Slapping. The women were all shocked at the same time, and the Little Radio couldn't help asking, "Why are you asking about his family?" The man smiled and said, "He must be delivering the goods. He bought the appliances and we are going to install them at his home." The women looked at each other and fell silent. No one expected that these extremely expensive home appliances were actually bought by Chen Zhi's family. This was completely beyond their expectations and was a slap in the face to Neo Jinju. Just now, the radio station complimented Neo Jinju, saying that if it wasn't bought by her family in the village, such a large appliance could only have been bought by the village chief's family. But in fact, it was bought by Chen Zhi's family. Moreover, when Chen Zhigang came back by car, Neo Jinju kept saying that Chen Zhigang owed a lot of debts and could not pay them back, and the creditors went to his house to block the door all day long. Now it seems that is not the case at all. Everyone can see that Chen Zhi's family has been living a tight life these years. More than 30 years ago, Chen Zhi's family was the richest in the village. But ever since Tan Pei Mai hooked up with a rich man and Chen Zhi went to catch her cheating and had his leg broken, his family's life quickly went downhill. After all, Chen Zhi became a cripple and unable to work, and he had 3 children to take care of, one of whom was mentally retarded. Even the best family was ruined. So when Neo Jinju said just now that Chen Zhi was in debt, the women thought it was possible. But now it seems that is not the case at all. Not only is his family not in debt, but they seem to have made a fortune. As soon as she saw the women's expressions, Neo Jinju knew what they were thinking. This made her feel very embarrassed and jealous. She immediately questioned the deliverman angrily. "You must be mistaken, are you sure it was a man named Chen Zhi who bought these appliances?" The deliverman was a little confused. He always felt that this group of women was weird. This woman was particularly powerful and questioned him angrily. He said, "It was definitely not bought by Chen Zhi, but by a man called Chen Zhi. He left me the address and asked me to deliver it to Chen Zhi's home." When Neo Jinju heard that it was bought by Chen Zhi, she could not accept it anymore and said arrogantly, Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. Chen Shaoli's family is almost dying of poverty. How can they afford such expensive home appliances? The Chen Zhi you mentioned is in a lot of debts and can't pay them back. His door is blocked by creditors all day long. He can't even afford a flashlight, let alone home appliances. The deliverman laughed and said, "So we are not talking about the same person, right? Anyway, the man named Chen Zhi who bought these home appliances is very rich, and this is our second trip to deliver goods to his house." At noon, the air conditioner, refrigerator, and color TV that he had just bought for his grandfather were installed. Aren't they going to be delivered to Chen Shaoli right away? What? Chen Zhi bought an air conditioner, a color TV, and a large refrigerator for his grandfather. Niu Jinju couldn't believe it at all. Tell me where his grandfather lives. The deliverman said, his grandfather grows an orchard, so we deliver it to the orchard for installation. Now, Niu Jinju was speechless and could not say anything anymore. She had already felt a tightness in her chest, and now it was even tighter. She couldn't even describe how uncomfortable she felt. I don't know if it was anger or jealousy, but I just felt terrible. She was so angry that she snorted coldly, turned around and went home. The delivery man was really confused and didn't know why the woman was so angry. He then asked others, "Aunt, please tell me, where does Chen Shaoli live?" Niu Jinju left, and the women pointed to the west. "Over there is a big poplar tree in front of his house, and there is also a small shop." The deliverman thanked him and went back to direct the delivery truck to turn around and go to Chen Shaoli's house. Now, the women started discussing heatedly again. Everyone agreed that Chen Zhi must have become rich. Niu Jinju just said that he owed a lot of debts and couldn't pay them back, and his creditors blocked his door. They must be jealous. Everyone in the village knows the relationship between her and Chen Zhi's family. Niu Jinju's family crushes Chen Shaoli's family in terms of economy and other aspects, but there is one thing: Niu Jinju has no son, and this is her biggest concern. Especially since her father-in-law favored his grandson Chen Zhi and doted on him immensely, this was the thing that Niu Jinju could not tolerate and made her extremely jealous. So when Niu Jinju said that Chen Zhi was in a lot of debt, we could only think that she was jealous and deliberately spread rumors and slandered him. In fact, not only did Chen Zhi not owe any debt, he was getting richer and richer. Some women sighed and said, Chen Shaoli has finally come to an end of his hardships. Thinking back to the past, his family was so wealthy, but just because he married such a wife, his happy family was ruined. Chen Shaoli was tall and handsome, a great guy, but he was beaten to a cripple. For so many years, it was really hard for him, a disabled person, to raise 3 children. Some women echoed, "Who says it's not? Look at his house. More than 30 years ago, it was the best house in our village, and the furniture and home appliances were also the most advanced at that time. But more than 30 years have passed, and the house is still the same house, and the furniture and appliances are still the same ones bought more than 30 years ago. Many families in the village have become rich, but his family has not changed much in more than 30 years. Now it seems that Chen Shaoli has finally made it. Chen Zhi is an ambitious child. He has been sensible and good at studying since childhood, and was admitted to a prestigious university. I heard that he works at a car factory in Jiangsu, earning tens of thousands a month. The women all talked a lot and praised Chen Zhi. Anyway, since Niu Jinju is not here, they can act freely. If Niu Jinju were here, they would definitely not dare to say so. After a while, Niu Jinju came back from her nap as expected. This was completely expected by the women. As everyone knows, seeing Chen Zhi buy such expensive air conditioners and large refrigerators for his home, Niu Jinju must be extremely jealous. She will definitely not be able to stay at home and will come out after a while. In fact, she came out just to ask for trouble. Sitting at the street corner, I kept looking to the west. Seeing the installation workers coming in and out, Niu Jinju was so angry that the fire in her stomach was about to burst out. In particular, she found out that Chen Zhi bought more than one air conditioner. Not only was there one in the main room, but there was also one in the convenience store. This made Niu Jinju so upset that she almost had a heart attack. Their home appliances had not been installed yet when Chen Zhi and the woman driving the car came out chatting and laughing. They got into the car together, with the woman still driving. When passing the village intelligence base, the women stretched their necks and tried hard to identify who the woman in the car was. At this time, a woman finally saw clearly and couldn't help but exclaimed, I recognized her. Isn't this Chen Zhi's ex-girlfriend? They were college classmates. The girl was from Beitan village. She was a beauty in our surrounding villages. She had a good figure and good looks. I don't know why, but they later broke up. Another woman said, "This is strange. Chen Zhi has been married for more than a year, how come the two of them are together again? Is it like what they say on TV, that they are still connected?" The women burst into laughter. Niu Jinju didn't laugh along. Her face turned a little blue because she was angry. He said viciously, "What do you mean by lingering relationship? I think this is an adulterous couple. That woman is not a good person either. She is already married but she still tries to seduce him. Chen Zhi is not a good guy. If he wants to flirt with her, he should just marry her. Now he is eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. How can he call people after doing such a thing?" Chapter 40 seems to have been cheated. Shen Qinglin originally planned to come over to take a look at his grandfather and Chen Shaoli, and then go back quickly. Because she was extremely busy at her company in Beijing, she took the time to come back this time because of some family matters. Unexpectedly, I came to Nantan village for a visit, but I saw Chen Zhi doing several big jobs. She saw with her own eyes that Chen Zhi installed large appliances in his grandfather's house and also in his own home. More importantly, Chen Zhi had already started the revenge plan he had been preparing for more than 20 years, allowing Shen Qinglin to witness the beginning of a landmark event. However, Shen Qinglin certainly couldn't stay there any longer. She had to hurry back to pack her things and return to the capital. Chen Zhi also had to go to Beitan village to drive his car back. Shen Qinglin was quite worried about Chen Zhi, and couldn't help but say on the way, "I know you can beat me, and I think you seem to have made a fortune, and you are very wealthy. But this does not mean that you are rich and powerful. Today you ruthlessly offended the village chief. The village chief used to be involved in gangs and is still in that circle. I'm sure he won't give up. The fact that they didn't cause you any trouble right away means the problem is more serious. It means they used their brains to do something. They were in the dark, and your family was in the light. It's hard to guard against them. There's nothing we can do about it." Chen Zhi said, "I'm just afraid of their revenge. I've been tolerant before, but what have I gotten in return? You also saw today that the village mediator dared to come to my house under the banner of the village committee and eat and take things for free. It will only be even more excessive in the future. It has come to this, even if I cannot defeat you, I cannot endure it any longer, not to mention that I have practiced for so many years." Shen Qinglin nodded. "If you keep giving in, the other party will only get worse. If you can't bear it anymore, you don't need to bear it anymore. There is no other choice. However, necessary precautions are still necessary. They are planning revenge. You can't just sit there and wait. You have to think of some countermeasures. Tell your dad not to open the store too late and close it in the evening, and don't go out at night if you have nothing to do. Didn't I agree with the surveillance installer that after I finish installing it for my grandpa, I'll come to your house to install it? When you get back, have a good talk with them. Don't be afraid to spend money. Install the cameras in more places, both visible and hidden, and require 360-degree surveillance without blind spots. When you are not at home, check the surveillance on your mobile phone more often, especially at night, and check it out when you have nothing to do. In addition, you must be extra careful in Jiangju, after all, you are their real target." Chen Zhi didn't say anything, but stared at Shen Qinglin's face in a trance. Shen Qinglin couldn't help but turn her head and glance at him. "Why are you looking at me like that? Can't you see enough?" Chen Zhi blurted out, "Why do I feel that the more I look at you, the more you look like an old lady?" Shen Qinglin was so angry that she stretched out her hand and held Chen Zhi's arm, pinching it hard. "You want to be beaten, right? How dare you say such a rebellious thing?" Chen Zhi grimaced in pain, rubbed his arm and said, "I mean, you sound like an old lady when you keep nagging. Since you care so much about me and are so worried, why don't you stay and help me solve the problem? It's okay, we can still talk about life." Shen Qinglin glared at Chen Zhi resentfully. "You're dreaming, brother. Then why don't you come to Beijing to help me, and we can open a husband and wife shop? I tried so hard to keep you at the beginning, but you still came back resolutely. In fact, I understood at that time that if two people who love each other cannot be together because of various problems, it is no different from looking down on each other. The result is the same." The car fell silent and neither of them spoke anymore. Although nothing can be seen on his face, it is obvious that there is a strong atmosphere of sadness in the car. After a while, Shen Qinglin adjusted her mood and said calmly, "Although you are quite calm when talking about divorce, I know that no matter how much you pretend not to care, you still need time to get out of the psychological shadow. Forget the unhappiness as soon as possible and start a new life. Now their whole family's hopes are on you. You can't live just for yourself, you have to consider your family. Find an honest, reliable and decent woman to marry, have a baby as soon as you get married, or wait until you are pregnant before getting the marriage certificate. If you don't hurry up, when you have a child, your grandfather may not be able to see it anymore." Shen Qinglin smiled and said, "The criteria for choosing a spouse should be someone who can cook well and make dumplings. Take more time to come back and make dumplings for uncle and brother Dazhi." Chen Zhi nodded silently. He couldn't describe the feeling in his heart, but it was very uncomfortable. When they arrived at Beitan village, Chen Zhi said to Shen Qinglin, "Logically, since you came to visit my grandfather and my father, I should go to your house to visit your uncle and aunt. But I am afraid they will miss me too much, so I won't go today. I will definitely go when I have the chance in the future. I really miss them." "Okay, it's settled," Shen Qinglin said, and suddenly moved closer to Chen Zhi, took the initiative to kiss him, and then looked out the car window shyly. "Okay, you can go now." After the two broke up, Chen Zhi drove his X-Trail back quickly. After all, the surveillance camera operator was about to arrive. The car passed by the village intelligence base and immediately attracted the attention of the women. A woman couldn't help but say, "Isn't this Chen Zhi's car? I recognize it." Rural women are outspoken and clearly afraid of Niu Jinju, fearing that what they say would upset her. But these words were clearly a rebuttal to what Niu Jinju had just said, that Chen Zhi's car had been taken away by the court. As expected, Niu Jinju got angry immediately after hearing this and angrily said to the woman, "You are the only one who has eyes. We still don't recognize that it is Chen Zhi's car? Isn't it just a broken car worth tens of thousands of dollars? I heard that he bought it with a loan, and he still hasn't paid off the loan." As she said this, she curled her lips and said, "A car like this, we wouldn't even look at it, it's so shabby. It's so hard to get married, but he buys such a cheap car and pays off the loan without any shame. Just think about it, our Qianqian bought a big Mercedes when she got married. Our Yang Yang hasn't gotten married yet, so we bought a car to play with, and it's all a BMW. Anyway, we have money, so we can play around as we want." As soon as these words were spoken, the women began to compliment him. In the eyes of these ordinary rural women, Mercedes-Benz and BMW are things that are out of reach. They don't know much about cars, they just know that Mercedes-Benz and BMW are expensive. If you know a little about cars, you will find that Niu Jinju's eldest daughter Chen Qian bought a Mercedes-Benz A200 when she got married, and Chen Yang drove a white BMW X1, which is considered the cheapest car in the BMW series. Whether it's Chen Qian's Mercedes-Benz or Chen Yang's BMW, they actually just bought a car logo. They have a limited budget but still buy so-called luxury car brands just to show off. Fortunately, rural people basically don't know much about cars, and they are intimidated when they see Mercedes-Benz and BMW, so Niu Jinju's family's pretentious effect is quite good. In the past, Niu Jinju was most satisfied when she showed off her daughter's Mercedes-Benz and BMW and received compliments from women. But today, for some reason, when the women complimented her, she was not in the right state and seemed a little absent-minded. Mainly, she felt as if she had been cheated. Chapter 41, A Bed Full of Money. She learned the news that Chen Zhi owed a huge amount of foreign debt and was blocked by creditors all day long from Qin Guomin's wife Yarn Lanxiang when she went to the market yesterday. The two families are relatives. Qin Guomin is the village chief of Beitan village. The snobbish Chen Shaoxin must be close to this cousin. Whenever Niu Jinju met Yarn Lanxiang at the market, the two would always chat for a while. Yarn Lanxiang would not tolerate any injustice. Her son's newly bought Mercedes-Benz was snatched away by Chen Zhi. With her hot temper, she would definitely call the police immediately and take people to Chen Shaoli to make a scene, forcing Chen Zhi to return the car immediately. It's just that Qin Guomin was afraid to take action and was determined not to make the matter worse, which made Yarn Lanxiang very angry. Now that he met Niu Jinju, he finally found someone to vent his anger on. He cursed Chen Zhi in front of Niu Jinju. She also exaggerated the fact that Chen Zhi was in debt, saying that Chen Zhi had robbed her son of a Mercedes-Benz worth more than 1 million yuan, and described Chen Zhi as an unforgivable criminal. Niu Jinju loves to hear this kind of words the most. Isn't Chen Zhi the beloved grandson in his grandfather's eyes? It would be best to arrest him immediately and put him in jail. Then we'll see if his grandfather still loves him. Today Chen Zhi asked a woman to drive him back in an Audi. Niu Jinju did not mention that Chen Zhi had robbed someone's Mercedes-Benz, but changed it to Chen Zhi's car being taken away by the court. It's because she doesn't want the women to know that Chen Zhi now has a big Mercedes-Benz. No matter if it was stolen or robbed, she simply couldn't accept it as long as others knew that Chen Zhi drove a Mercedes-Benz. Yarn Lanxiang said that her son's big Mercedes-Benz cost more than 1 million yuan, which immediately surpassed the Mercedes-Benz owned by Niu Jinju's daughter. Her daughter's Mercedes-Benz cost about 200,000 yuan and was the cheapest one. Niu Jinju couldn't stand being outdone, so she kept her mouth shut and didn't reveal the fact that Chen Zhi might come back driving a big Mercedes. But now seeing Chen Zhi driving back in his own X-Trail, Niu Jinju couldn't stand it either. Didn't Yarn Lanxiang make it clear? Chen Zhi drove away her son's big Mercedes-Benz and left his own broken Qashqai behind to take turns driving. Yarn Lanxiang also said that Chen Zhi was blocking the road and robbing a car, which was a crime, and clamored for the police to arrest him. Niu Jinju was just waiting to see this joke. But now it seems that this joke can no longer be seen. Chen Zhi drove his car back, which meant that the other party's big Mercedes was returned, so what was there to arrest? The more Niu Jinju thought about it, the angrier she became, and she felt that she had been deceived by Yarn Lanxiang. She stood up and walked to the corner to call Yarn Lanxiang. As soon as the phone call went through, she shouted angrily, "Her cousin, you are talking too much. Yesterday you told me that Chen Zhi robbed your Mercedes-Benz and wanted the police to arrest him. How could that be possible? Just now I saw Chen Zhi driving his own white car back home. It didn't happen at all. Why did you lie to me?" Niu Jinju originally thought that when she questioned the other party would find excuses to evade the question. Unexpectedly, Yarn Lanxiang did not find excuses, nor did she curse Chen Zhi with gritted teeth like she did yesterday. Instead, he smiled and said on the phone, "Second sister-in-law, I didn't lie to you. Chen Zhi did take turns driving the car with Xiaohui. I was very angry at the time, but he returned the car this morning and nothing in the car was moved. It seems that he just switched over to drive it for fun. As a young man, I have never driven such an expensive luxury car. If anyone doesn't like it, I can understand that they just drive it for fun, as long as they return it as soon as possible." Yarn Lanxiang's attitude changed 180 degrees, which made Niu Jinju very angry. "I originally thought that the other party was on the same side as me, but I didn't expect that he would betray me in just one day." She was so angry that she didn't want to listen anymore and hung up the phone directly, cursing Yarn Lanxiang. Of course Yarn Lanxiang understood why Niu Jinju was angry. Her family doesn't get along with Chen Zhi's family, and they hope Chen Zhi will suffer misfortune all day long. Their second aunt was looking forward to Chen Zhi being caught by the police, but now it seems she will be disappointed. In order to comfort Niu Jinju, Yarn Lanxiang called her back. Niu Jinju picked up the phone angrily and said in a vicious voice, "What's wrong? What lies are you trying to make up to deceive me?" "No, second sister-in-law, don't be angry. I forgot to ask you just now, Chen Zhi is divorced, you are his second aunt, do you know about this?" "What? Chen Zhi is divorced?" Niu Jinju's mind immediately popped up the image of Chen Zhi and his ex-girlfriend being intimate. Putting all this together, Yarn Lanxiang's news seems to be somewhat credible. Originally, Chen Zhi's divorce should have been good news for his second aunt, who never wished him well. But Niu Jinju couldn't be happy considering the reason for Chen Zhi's divorce. She guessed that Chen Zhi might have divorced because of a rekindled relationship with his ex-girlfriend, which meant that Chen Zhi no longer wanted his wife. This conjecture was hard for Niu Jinju to accept. Because if a man changes his wives frequently, he must be rich first. If he doesn't have money, it will be difficult to get married, let alone change wives. Only when life is too comfortable and one has a lot of money, will one want to stir up trouble and change wives frequently. The more Niu Jinju thought about it, the angrier she became. She angrily rebuked Yarn Lanxiang, "What does it have to do with me whether he gets a divorce or not? My family and his family haven't had any contact for many years, you know that. I don't want to hear whether he is dead or alive." As soon as Yarn Lanxiang heard this, she knew that Niu Jinju had misunderstood, and she quickly said, "Second sister-in-law, do you think Chen Zhi doesn't want his wife anymore?" "That's not the case. His wife doesn't want him anymore. Didn't he owe a lot of debts that he couldn't pay back? The debt collectors almost called him and his wife's phone so much that his wife couldn't stand it anymore, so they divorced. But his wife is a very nice person. She just called me to apologize. She said that Chen Zhi stole Xiaohui's car. She didn't know about it at first, but later when she found out, she advised Chen Zhi to return it as soon as possible. She also said that she saw Chen Zhi clearly through this incident and decided to divorce. Look, she's already divorced, but she still called me to ask if Chen Zhi had returned the car. What a nice girl she is. Yarn Lanxiang's words confused Niu Jinju again. The other party said that Chen Zhi was divorced, and she thought the news might be true. But when she heard that Chen Zhi was in debt and the couple's phones were bombarded with calls from debt collectors, she felt that something was not right. If Chen Zhi owed so much debt and couldn't pay it back, where would he get the money to buy an air conditioner and a large refrigerator for his grandfather, and replace all the home appliances with the most expensive ones? How could a debtor come up with so much money? Moreover, Niu Jinju always felt that Yarn Lanxiang's words were not true. Chen Zhi's wife has divorced Chen Zhi, and she still has to apologize on Chen Zhi's behalf. Does she have this obligation? This doesn't sound reasonable. In fact, not only Niu Jinju thought it was unreasonable, but Yarn Lanxiang also thought it was unreasonable. As a cousin's aunt, she had hardly any communication with her cousin's wife. Now that her cousin's wife is a thing of the past, she should have even less communication with her. Unexpectedly, their ex-cousin's wife called to apologize and spoke so affectionately. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that there was something wrong. But I can't figure out where the problem lies. In fact, she had no idea that Liu Hong called this former cousin, with whom she had hardly communicated, apologized, and talked about all sorts of things, just to get her to talk. Liu Hong wanted to get the details of Chen Zhi's debt from Yarn Lanxiang. Because the fuse for Chen Zhi's debt explosion was that Yarn Lanxiang's brother absconded with the money and cheated Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi had been looking for Qin Guomin for some time, asking him to help find a solution. Liu Hong just wanted to confirm whether there was any fraud in the fact that Chen Zhi owed a huge debt. She suspected that Chen Zhi had discovered her affair and had set her up with Qin Guomin and others. The reason why Liu Hong suddenly had this idea even after submitting her divorce application was because she found bundles of big red banknotes under the bed in the second bedroom. She had packed up all her things and then went to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Chen Zhi, determined to leave that home and never go back. But today she found that there were still several things she hadn't taken out, so she went back after noon. Anyway, I still had the key to their house, so when I opened the door and went in to look around, I was shocked to find that the bed was full of banknotes. I counted them and found that there was a full million. Looking at the red banknotes in front of her, Liu Hong was stunned. Chapter 42 The Dumb One is Doomed. Liu Hong comes from the countryside. Her parents are ordinary farmers and her family is ordinary. She has only been working for a few years and her salary is average. After following Chen Zhi, I thought Chen Zhi was a potential stock and felt that he had great potential in the future. But in fact, after Chen Zhi got together with her, not only did things not go well, but he became more and more unlucky. In short, Liu Hong has never seen big money. Now, suddenly there was 1 million cash in front of her, which made her dizzy. She even fantasized that it would be great if she and Chen Zhi didn't owe so much debt and their family really had 1 million in savings. But she also knew that this was just wishful thinking, because Chen Zhi's debt was real. Although she had filed for divorce and thought that the debt would be gone after the divorce, the debt collection calls continued. Of course, she also knew that it would take time for the debt collection calls to stop. What Liu Hong didn't know was that Chen Zhi had actually paid off his debts. It's just that the card and loan platforms have subcontracted the collection business to a third party. Before the creditor notifies the third party to stop collection calls and text messages will continue in the next few days. Just when Liu Hong was at a loss as to what to do with the huge sum of 1 million, the phone rang. As soon as she saw it was from an unfamiliar number, she knew it was another collection call. She never answered strange calls in the past few days, but today she picked up one for some unknown reason. As soon as the call was connected, the other party immediately verified her identity and clearly pointed out that she was the wife of the debtor Chen Zhi. They claimed that Chen Zhi had lost contact and demanded that Liu Hong notify Chen Zhi to pay back the money within 2 hours, otherwise they would come to his workplace and make various threats in a bad tone. Strangely, Liu Hong was not angry this time. Instead, she asked seriously, "Are you sure Chen Zhi owes money to your platform?" Could this be a mistake? I thought he should be rich and not in debt. This immediately made the debt collector feel that they had caught him, and they said, as Chen Zhi's wife, you know that he has money but still refuses to pay back the debt. What's the nature of this? This is a malicious loan fraud, which is a serious violation of the law, and he must bear the corresponding legal responsibility. Liu Hong was not threatened, but rather secretly delighted, and asked, what kind of legal responsibility? Can you still arrest him? The other party responded, it is impossible to determine the legal liability now. We need to initiate litigation procedures. After the case is filed and reviewed, the judicial authorities will make a decision. Liu Hong couldn't help but blurt out, if the family has 1 million in cash now, and he still owes you money, is this serious? For some reason, the other party remained silent. Perhaps in the eyes of debt collectors, normal people would not speak like this, and it seems like they are making fun of them. Afterwards, the debt collector made a bunch of threatening remarks, demanding that the person in charge deal with the debt within 2 hours, otherwise measures would be taken. After hanging up the phone, Liu Hong began to speculate about the origin of the 1 million. Perhaps because she was guilty, she initially thought that Chen Zhi might have discovered her infidelity and wanted to divorce her, but was afraid that she would share the property. He and his uncle staged a scene in which his brother-in-law absconded with the money and was in debt, hoping that Liu Hong would take the initiative to file for divorce. After all, the family was in debt and had no property to divide, so Liu Hong had to leave the house with nothing, so that Chen Zhi could both break up with her and take revenge on her. Based on this guess, Liu Hong called Yarn Lanxiang and tried to get some information from her by talking about all sorts of things. But after the call, she denied this speculation. She felt that Chen Zhi was not that stupid. If he wanted to transfer property and divorce, there was no need to let the debts explode. After all, this would have a huge impact on his credit rating. Chen Zhi would not joke about his future. Since Chen Zhi's debt crisis is true, where did the 1 million come from? He even laid it out neatly under the bed, fearing that others would find it. Could it be that the money came from an illegal source? The more Liu Hong thought about it, the more it made sense. Under normal circumstances, Chen Zhi could not come up with 1 million yuan. Now that he suddenly appears, it is very likely that he has robbed or stolen something. When Liu Hong thought that the money was the proceeds of Chen Zhi's crime, she felt both fear and a hint of malicious pleasure. She felt that something would happen to Chen Zhi soon. She immediately called Wang Chuyang. Wang Chuyang had both arms broken. He had just undergone surgery last night. Today, the anesthetic had worn off and he was in severe pain. The ringing of the phone annoyed him. The sister who was accompanying the patient picked up the phone and looked at it. She said, "It shows female customer Liu. Do you want to answer it?" When Wang Chuyang heard it was Liu Hong, he was in so much pain that he said angrily, "Hang up, don't answer it. This bitch screwed me over. If it weren't for her, would my arm have been broken? She's such a jinx." My sister hung up the phone silently. She knows her brother. He is a playboy and has affairs with other women. His relationship with his wife is bad and they are now in a cold war. My younger brother was in the hospital for surgery. Many relatives and friends came, but his wife was nowhere to be seen. This shows how bad their relationship is. Their female customer Liu, who called just now, was, needless to say, one of the women with whom my brother had an ambiguous relationship. It was because of her that my brother's arm was broken. The sister thought that her brother was in his 30s and owned a gym, so she couldn't say anything. As soon as the phone was hung up, it rang again. It was Liu Hong again. My sister hung up again, but the other party persisted and continued to call. Wang Chuyang was so annoyed that he was about to explode with anger. He said, "Pick it up and give it to me. I'll ask this stinky woman what she wants to do." It is understandable that Wang Chuyang is so irritable. He is now exhausted both physically and mentally. Not to mention the physical pain, the psychological blow is even greater. Wang Chuyang has always had a high opinion of himself, thinking that he is rich, tall, and strong, and is a handsome, rich, and handsome man. As long as the female clients who go to his gym are a little bit pretty, 90% of them will be won over by him. He loves to conquer other people's wives the most. For people like Chen Zhi who don't have a good life, he can gain a great sense of superiority when his wife is conquered by him. But what happened last night completely shattered his sense of superiority. The body he was so proud of was vulnerable in front of Chen Zhi. He was played around like a doll and his two arms were easily broken. It was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Moreover, he thought he was rich and powerful, and was friends with L.V. Weidong, the captain of the 1st Brigade of the Public Security Brigade, so he could turn right into wrong. However, he did not expect things to turn around so quickly. Liu Weidong said that there was a high probability that he would suffer a loss in silence. The surveillance in the detention room was sometimes good and sometimes not. When Wang Chuyang chased Chen Zhi and beat him, the surveillance was normal and recorded everything. But his arm was broken and the surveillance camera was broken. We can only infer from the intermittent surveillance footage that he chased Chen Zhi and beat him, and there were traces of his fists on the wall, as if he hit the wall too hard and broke his arm. Although this statement is far-fetched, Liu Weidong does not recommend pursuing it further. Because if he investigates further, his violation of regulations in handling the case will be exposed, and even if the truth about Wang Chuyang's broken arm is found out, he will still be punished. Now that Liu Weidong is being monitored by the inspector, whether or not to continue the investigation depends on Chen Zi's attitude. Therefore, Liu Weidong advised Wang Chuyang to suffer in silence. Wang Chuyang was extremely upset. I finally understand the saying, there is no eternal friendship, only eternal interests. Liu Weidong sacrificed him for his own benefit. He was betrayed by his friends, but he was powerless to resist. If we insist on finding out the truth, Liu Weidong will be the biggest obstacle and we may end up in trouble. What shocked him even more was that Liu Weidong told him that Ding Haoyi, the captain of the criminal police brigade, was Chen Zhi's classmate. It turned out that the advice given by their colleagues in the criminal police team was to set a trap for them. After learning this, Wang Chuyang became even more depressed, knowing that he had to suffer the consequences. Chapter 43 It's better to shoot him. Having lived for more than 30 years, Wang Chuyang has never felt so powerless. My previous confidence and high spirits now seem so ridiculous. It turns out that I am the clown. In this bad mental state, looking at the two broken arms, Wang Chuyang naturally thought of the fuse Liu Hong. He felt that this bad luck was all caused by Liu Hong. He began to recall what Liu Hong had told him about what happened after she and Chen Zhi got married. At that time, both of them thought that Chen Zhi was an unlucky guy. He had been unlucky since childhood and everything went wrong after he started working. But now Wang Chuyang himself is in trouble. Looking at it from another angle, Chen Zhi graduated from a prestigious university and had a high starting point in his career, but he started to have bad luck after he met Liu Hong. He had been doing well for more than 30 years, but ended up in this situation after he met Liu Hong. It turns out that Liu Hong is the real jinx. Just as he was immersed in a bad mood, Liu Hong kept calling to harass him, so Wang Chuyang naturally became furious. His sister picked up the phone and held it to his ear. Before Liu Hong could say anything, Wang Chuyang yelled, "Hit, hit, hit, why are you calling, you bitch? Don't you know that I can't answer the phone now? You, a jinx, don't think you've done enough to harm me? What do you want?" Liu Hong held the phone, stunned. She knew that Wang Chuyang was in a bad mood because of a broken arm, but he shouldn't be so angry with her. Words like bitch and jinx stabbed the most painful part of her heart like a knife. This is probably what is called a guilty conscience. These two words are what Liu Hong can't bear the most, but now she was scolded by Wang Chuyang. Liu Hong burst into tears and choked up instantly. "Yangzi, even if you scold me, I will listen no matter how harshly you scold me. But how can you say that I am a jinx? Woo woo woo." Originally, Liu Hong married Chen Zhi, thinking she had found her true love. Who could have thought that Chen Zhi was such an unlucky guy, messing up her good life and making her a debtor? Later, Liu Hong finally hooked up with Wang Chuyang, the owner of a gym. Wang Chuyang is impeccable in every aspect. He is financially wealthy, and his looks and figure are beyond reproach. Although he was a married man, Wang Chuyang promised Liu Hong that he would divorce her as soon as possible, so Liu Hong didn't care too much about the issue of his wife. Liu Hong thought that she could start a new life after escaping from Chen Zhi's hell, but she didn't expect that Wang Chuyang's arm was broken before the good days even began. Moreover, from what Wang Chuyang said, he blamed Liu Hong for the broken arm. Liu Hong was also caught off guard by this result. When she was in the public security brigade, Liu Hong felt that Wang Chuyang was very stylish, rich and powerful, and she thought she had found the right person. Later, the public security brigade put Wang Chuyang and Chen Zhi in the detention room, and Liu Hong felt relieved. She knew that this was a deliberate arrangement by the public security brigade. Because Chen Zhi arrived at the public security brigade, he was full of hatred towards her and Wang Chuyan, and the two would fight as soon as they met. The public security brigade just wanted to give Wang Chuyan a chance to teach Chen Zhi a lesson. Liu Hong knew that Chen Zhi had been practicing sonder and exercising, but she felt that Wang Chuyan was a better fighter. Last night, Liu Hong came out of the public security brigade and waited for Wang Chuyan at the gate of the public security bureau. After waiting for a long time, Wang Chuyan didn't show up, but Chen Sinyu's wife came and kept asking her questions. Then, she saw Chen Zhi coming out unharmed, and she immediately had a bad feeling. Sure enough, after making inquiries from many sources, Liu Hong received shocking news: both of Wang Chuyan's arms were broken. No need to ask, it must have been Chen Zhi who did it. Liu Hong understood how much hatred a man could have for someone who cheated on him. Locking them both in the same room would mean a fight to the death. When they were in the public security brigade, the way Liu Hong and Wang Chuyan sat together clearly showed Chen Zhi their relationship. Liu Hong knew that Chen Zhi would find out about this sooner or later, and she didn't want to hide it anymore. I thought I had Wang Chuyan's protection, so I wasn't afraid of Chen Zhi. Unexpectedly, Wang Chuyan was no match for Chen Zhi and both of his arms were broken by Chen Zhi. What's even more frightening is that Chen Zhi doesn't have to bear any legal responsibility. Liu Hong was scared now. Why didn't she know that Chen Zhi had this ability before? She knew that Chen Jining could harm her badly now, and Wang Chuyan could no longer protect her. At this moment, Wang Chuyan scolded her so unscrupulously. Liu Hong felt aggrieved but could only endure it. She couldn't turn against Wang Chuyan, but she also didn't want to give up on Wang Chuyan just like that. More importantly, she wanted to discuss something with Wang Chuyan. She found out that Chen Zhi had obtained 1 million in cash through criminal means, and she had to think about how to use this to send Chen Zhi to prison. Liu Hong had no experience in this area and no acquaintances, so she could only rely on Wang Chuyan. Only by sending Chen Zhi to jail could she feel at ease. She even thought that it would be best if Chen Zhi was shot to death for killing people and robbing money, so that the future troubles could be completely solved. Liu Hong wiped her tears, suppressed her grievance, and said with a sob, "Yangzi, don't be angry, I have something important to tell you. Is it convenient for you to talk now?" "It might be inconvenient, so if you have something to say, say it quickly. If you have to fart, fart quickly." Liu Hong lowered her voice and said, "I came back to get something and found a pile of cash under the bed in the second bedroom. I counted it and it was exactly 1 million. Just think about it, his debts have exploded, and I know his family's financial situation. He can't even come up with 10,000 yuan, let alone 1 million. If I had 1 million, I would have used it to pay off my debts long ago." The money was neatly laid out and hidden under the mattress, probably because he was afraid that someone would find it. "I think this money was either stolen, defrauded, or even robbed from someone. He thought I would never come back after leaving home, and no one would find the money under the bed, but he didn't expect me to come back to look for it. What should I do now? Should I call the police and arrest him immediately? I think it would be best to arrest him and execute him. Wouldn't that be revenge for you?" Wang Chuyan was silent, and quickly judged the significance of this news to himself. Liu Hong was right. Given Chen Zhi's current financial situation, he simply couldn't come up with 1 million in cash. He also hid the money neatly under the bed, which showed that he was guilty and the money did not come from a legitimate source. No matter whether it was stolen or robbed, this 1 million was enough for Chen Zhi to bear. Maybe this was only part of his stolen money, and there was still some hidden somewhere else. Wang Chuyan had seen Chen Zhi's skills and had no doubt that he got the money through illegal means. Wang Chuyan thought for a moment and said to Liu Hong, "Don't leave now. Keep an eye on the money. I'll talk to my friends first to see how to deal with this matter. This is a great opportunity, we must seize it and take this guy down. I think this may be just part of his stolen money. Can you look somewhere else to see if there is more? I'll contact you after I've discussed it." The friend Wang Chuyan was talking about could only be Lu Weidong. He has many police friends, but most of them are grassroots police officers. Their highest ranking one is LV Weidong, the captain of the public security brigade. Wang Chuyan asked his sister to find LV Weidong's phone number, called him, told him the situation, and asked him what to do next. Unexpectedly, LV Weidong on the other end of the phone hesitated. "The situation you are talking about is that a huge amount of cash of unknown origin appeared in the home of a non-public official. Generally speaking, a case will not be filed for the crime of having huge amounts of property of unknown origin. What you said is just speculation, there is no concrete evidence. There haven't been any thefts or robberies recently, so I don't know where to start. Upon hearing this, Wang Chuyang became anxious. We are not just guessing, this is a logical chain of evidence. He owed nearly 1 million yuan in debt and couldn't pay it back, and his debts exploded. His wife knows his family's financial situation best. Given his situation, he can't even come up with 10,000 yuan, so how can he have 1 million? He even hid the money under the mattress. It was not obtained legally. Isn't this evidence? But Lu Weidong still felt that this could not be used as a basis for filing a case. Wang Chuyang was so anxious that he almost jumped out of bed in anger. In his opinion, the 1 million that Chen Zhi hid under the mattress must have been obtained through illegal means. I didn't expect LV Weidong to be so dogmatic. He could logically prove that the money came from illegal sources, but he didn't want to file a case. Was he just going to let Chen Zhi go? Later, after much persuasion from Wang Chuyang, Lu Weidong agreed to temporarily summon Chen Zhi. He felt that what Wang Chuyang said made sense. Since the money came from an illegal source, summoning Chen Zhi for questioning might reveal some clues. Once there is substantial evidence, a case can be filed for investigation, and perhaps a major case can be solved. Chapter 44. I thought it was just a formality. To be on the safe side, Lu Weidong asked Liu Hong to take a photo of the 1 million yuan on the bed and send it to him. Judging from the photo, the 1 million was neatly placed under the mattress. This way of putting money was indeed very suspicious. Combined with Chen Zhi's current financial situation, there are many suspicious points about him. However, since there are no other direct clues and evidence, we certainly cannot file a case just because of this abnormality. Moreover, since no case has been filed, the public security organs have no right to check Chen Zhi's accounts and transactions. It seems that the only way at the moment is to summon Chen Zhi. Lu Weidong immediately arranged for his men to call Chen Zhi and inform him to come to the public security brigade. At this time, it was already dark. Chen Zhi was eating dinner at home and being scolded by his father. To be precise, it can't be considered a lesson. Given Chen Shaoli's current state of mind, how could he have the confidence to teach his son a lesson? He just felt sorry for his son's money, and tried to persuade him earnestly. Xiaozhi, I now believe that you have indeed earned some money through part-time work. But even if you earn money, you can't spend it like this. You have had a rough time at work in the past 2 years, losing your job and your company going bankrupt. Look, just based on your graduate degree from a prestigious university, you were forced to deliver goods with Chen Zhi. It is normal to have ups and downs in life. I think it is good to be able to bend and stretch when things are not going well for you. But once you have earned some money through part-time jobs, you should be frugal and not spend it lavishly as soon as you have the money. What's the point of spending so much money? Why is it meaningless? Chen Zhi said with a smile, all the things I bought are what our family needs. Our family's conditions were difficult in the past. You yourself said that basically everything in our home is from 30 years ago. Other families in the village have caught up with the better society and are using all their high-tech gadgets, but our family has remained stagnant. At least I have money now, so I have to catch up. I feel like this is just the beginning. I am going to renovate my house in a few days. I will throw away these shabby furniture from 30 years ago and replace them with new ones. Stop it. Dad interrupted him, why didn't I notice you were so fond of showing off before? What are you decorating your home for? The furniture is in great condition, why should you change it? With all the things you bought now and such a big refrigerator, usually it's just your brother and I at home. How much stuff can we put in such a big refrigerator? It doesn't take much and it wastes electricity. Chen Zhi defended himself by saying, although this new type of refrigerator is big, it uses less than 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity a day. This is energy saving, our old refrigerator was a waste of electricity. Don't preach to me. Dad waved his hand and said, it doesn't even use a single kilowatt-hour of electricity, and this refrigerator alone costs more than 10,000 yuan. Does our refrigerator consume a lot of electricity? How many years will it take for the electricity bill to reach 10,000 yuan? There is also a TV. If we buy such a big TV, do we need to open a cinema at home? Anyway, your brother is here to take a look. Doesn't it look different if it's bigger or smaller? The last thing you should buy is an air conditioner. This thing has been in use for a long time since I bought it. Now that it's hot, it can only be used for a few days. Just hold on and it will pass. Air conditioners are a waste of electricity. Even if you buy one, I won't turn it on. Chen Zhi shouted, please don't say that, it scares me. You've spent the money and bought everything, you can't just leave it there as a decoration. Dad, it's so hot, we have to turn on the air conditioner. Besides, the store is air conditioned, so the food won't spoil easily. Dad sighed and said, I feel bad seeing you spend so much money. Didn't you see that your aunt was also feeling distressed? Your aunt and I have discussed this. If you want to buy something for your grandfather, just buy it. He is so old, it is only right that he enjoys himself. But it's really not right for our family to buy so many things. Have you spent all your money now? I haven't touched the 30,000 yuan you sent me that day, so I'll send it back to you. Chen Zhi quickly held his father's hand and said, Dad, just take the flowers and buy whatever you want. I have money in my hand. You should be able to see that I really made money this time. In the past, buying a house, buying a car, getting engaged, getting married, etc. were indeed quite tiring. Think about it, I didn't give you much money, right? When I had no money, I gave you less. Now that I have money and am well off, I will give you more. Otherwise I'll give you another 20,000. As he said this, he took out his cell phone again. The frightened father quickly held his son's hand and said, forget it, let's do it this way for now. I won't send it back to you, and you don't have to send me money either. I haven't touched the 30,000 yet. I'll give it back to you when I've spent it all. My dad didn't bother about installing surveillance, nor did he ask how much it cost. It can be seen that what happened today made my dad feel scared. It's just that he didn't want to show his fear to his son, so he kept it to himself and didn't discuss what happened during the day with his son. Dad didn't say anything, and Chen Zhi didn't say anything about it either. After all, everything has to have a beginning. When being bullied, especially a family that has been bullied for many years and is unable to fight back, the beginning of this resistance will definitely involve facing fear, difficulties, and other unimaginable challenges. There is no way around it. Who made the family have so many historical problems? These things are like an abscess, which will burst sooner or later. When it bursts, you must go through the pain before the disease is completely resolved. The current situation is that the more I comfort my dad, the more it seems like I'm trying to cover up something, which will only magnify his fear. Therefore, it is better for everyone to play ostrich, choose to ignore, and face this unknown danger and fear with an escapist mentality. Before finishing his dinner, Chen Zhi received a call from the Public Security Brigade. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Chen Zhi thought it was still a debt collection call and refused to answer it. Although I have paid off all the debts, I still receive occasional collection calls in the past 2 days. The platform responded that it had notified the third-party collection agency, but it could not stop the collection calls completely all at once, and it would take about 3 to 5 days for the collection calls to gradually disappear. Later, the strange number continued to call, so Chen Zhi picked up the phone. The other party introduced himself as being from the Public Security Brigade of Jiangsu City Public Security Bureau. After confirming Chen Zhi's identity, the other party asked Chen Zhi to come to the Public Security Brigade for questioning. Chen Zhi thought that it was probably because Wang Chuyan had his arm broken. He knew very well that if the police really wanted to find out the truth about Wang Chuyan's broken arm, even if the surveillance camera was broken at the time and there was no direct evidence, it would be possible to prove through forensic examination that his arm was broken due to external force. It wasn't broken by hitting the wall itself. There were only 2 people in the room at the time, so it was easy to conclude that I had broken his arm. However, since Ding Haoyi took advantage of the Public Security Brigade to confuse right and wrong and commit favoritism and corruption, the other party did not dare to investigate the matter thoroughly. Now if the Public Security Brigade wants to summon me, it will just be a formality at most. Chapter 45, Stunning the Mountain. Therefore, Chen Zhi did not take this matter to heart and said, I can't get over it now. I am not in Jiangsu, I have returned to my hometown. I have something to do in my hometown, so I'll go there when I go back in a few days. No, you must come here immediately. The other party's tone became a little stern. The issue you are involved in now is a bit serious. It's not that you can come whenever you want. Now I order you to come here immediately to accept questioning and investigation. I really can't go right now because I have something going on at home. How about tomorrow? When I get home tomorrow, I'll go to your place right away. About what time? before 10 in the morning. Well, we'll wait until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. If we don't see you in person after 10 o'clock, we'll send someone over and ask you to come over. After hanging up the phone, Chen Zhi thought about the matter. Since I said that I had something going on at home and couldn't go back, and I would go tomorrow, and the other party didn't insist too much, it meant that the matter was not serious. However, from the other party's tone, I could sense his urgency, as if it was not just a formality. He really wanted to call Ding Haoyi, tell him about this, and ask for his opinion. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Although he and I are old classmates and we had a good relationship in the past, which has been instantly restored and seems to be even deeper, I cannot call him every now and then. Besides not wanting to annoy him, another point is that I also don't want him to look down on me. It seems like I have no ability to solve any problems, and I call him whenever I have something to do. Then I'll go over there tomorrow and see what the other party wants to ask me. Chen Zhi stayed at home for one night. After breakfast the next day, he returned to Jiangju and went directly to the Public Security Brigade. The two policemen from the Public Security Brigade questioned Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi was sure that he had never seen these two people before. One of the two people was asking questions while the other was taking notes. The expressions on their faces were quite serious and the tone of the one asking questions was also very stern. He started by making a show of force. Chen Zhi, I believe you know why I invited you here without me saying anything. Tell me about your situation. Chen Zhi smiled. What do you want me to say? How do I know why you called me here? The other party raised his voice. Don't rely on luck. If we didn't have a certain grasp of the situation, we wouldn't have called you over. Chen Zhi said, since you know everything, why bother asking me? The other party slammed the table and said, what's your attitude? Let me tell you, saying it yourself and having us say it for you are two completely different things. Although Chen Zhi had never been to such a place, he had heard of the police's rhetoric when handling cases. Moreover, he had a clear conscience and was not afraid of the other party's threats. He said calmly, you don't have to scare me. Just ask whatever you want to ask. I will tell you the truth about what I know. I don't know, and no matter how clever you are, I can't answer you. It seems you don't want to cooperate. I am fully cooperating now, but your incoherent words make me not know what to say. The other party sneered, it seems that you still don't understand the current situation. Well, I can give you some time to think it over carefully. Then he said to the police officer who was taking notes, keep an eye on him. Let him reflect on himself here. When he wants to speak, call me. After saying this, the policeman went out. The policeman in charge of recording closed his notebook and said nothing. He just stared at Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi was not in a hurry. If you are willing to waste time with me, then let's waste time. Anyway, I don't have anything to do now. At noon, a policeman came to take over the shift from that policeman and brought Chen Zhi 2 steamed buns and a small bowl of vegetables. Chen Zhi smiled and said, that's good. We are not related at all, but you still provide meals for us when we come here. The policeman glared at him and said nothing. After dinner, I continued to do this. Chen Zhi knew that a summons like theirs could not last more than 24 hours. Moreover, if it is a general case to summon relevant personnel, such summons should not exceed 8 hours. As time passed, Chen Zhi's thoughts became clearer and clearer. He felt that the other party must have another reason for calling him over, and it should not be because of Wang Chuyang's broken arm. Because if the other party wants to ask about that matter, there is no need to scare them. When I first arrived, the words the other party said were obviously meant to scare me, and they wanted to get useful information from me that they didn't know. But Wang Chuyang's case does not require these words of rhetoric. Now Chen Zhi was a little confused. What did they want to know from him? At the end of the afternoon, the policeman who was in charge of questioning came back. The tone was even harsher than at the beginning, and he used the same tactics as before to scare Chen Zhi. But Chen Zhi didn't buy it at all. If the other party fought to the end just because of breaking Wang Chuyang's arm, it might be a bit troublesome. But if it weren't for that incident, Chen Zhi would have a clear conscience and would not be afraid of being intimidated by the other party. When the other party saw Chen Zhi's stubborn attitude, it seemed that he had completely lost his patience. So he started to use his big move directly. Chen Zhi, it seems that I need to give you a little hint. Where should I start? He seemed to be thinking for a few seconds, then said, how about we first talk about the $1 million you hid under your mattress? What do you think about this? Chen Zhi was stunned. He never expected that the other party would try every means to scare him, and it turned out to be because he discovered that he had $1 million hidden under his mattress. It was obvious that they believed the $1 million was not obtained in a legitimate way. But there were no other clues or evidence, so they summoned me and wanted me to voluntarily explain the source of the money. Chen Zhi couldn't help but laugh. Can I tell you where this money came from? I am not a public official, so there is no need for me to report my property to you. But there is one thing I want to make clear. I have always been a law-abiding citizen and I will never do anything illegal or criminal. This money was earned in an honest and upright manner, but I don't need to explain it to you clearly now. The other party sneered. Since you don't want to explain why the $1 million was hidden under the bed, let's change the subject. You owe so much debt that you can't pay back, and now your debts have all gone bankrupt. You are still young and facing credit problems. You will definitely be sued next. Don't you want to use this $1 million to pay off your debts? This question seemed to stump Chen Zhi, and he remained silent. Chapter 46. Give me half of the premarital property. Chen Zhi thought for a while, then said calmly, you know me quite well. It's just that the information you heard from others is too outdated, because my debts have been paid off and I am now debt-free. Do you think we will believe you? The other party said, taking out his phone, flipping through a few screenshots, and holding them in front of Chen Zhi. Look, just now, your wife received a lot of collection text messages. Does this mean that you have paid off all your debts? Chen Zhi stared at the other person seriously and nodded. Yes, I have paid it back. Believe it or not. Chen Zhi, be quiet. The other party slammed the table. He was completely enraged by Chen Zhi's nonchalant expression. Do you think it's fun to lie with your eyes open? Your confrontational attitude will only make your crime worse. The other party's rage did not scare Chen Zhi at all. Instead, he stood up and made a gesture to leave. Sit down, the other party roared again. Chen Zhi glanced at him contemptuously. I really won't sit down. He pointed to the screenshot on the other party's phone and said, look, this is the collection text message I just sent to my ex-wife. Then I will call this platform and you can listen to it. As he spoke, Chen Zhi took out his mobile phone and called the official customer service number of that platform. On the phone, he communicated with the other party's customer service and further confirmed that his debt to the platform had been completely paid off. The customer service also explained to him in detail how to issue a settlement certificate and apologized for the collection calls and text messages not being stopped quickly. His call was on speakerphone, so the two policemen could hear it clearly. After the call, Chen Zhi's face was even more playful. Excuse me, do you believe the conversation between me and the customer service, or do you believe the false information my ex-wife provided to you in order to bring me down and discredit me? The two policemen were speechless. Chen Zhi continued, let me review the matter again. Now I am completely sure that this matter was caused by my ex-wife. She found $1 million in cash under her bed at home, and then told you solemnly that the money did not come from a legitimate source and must have been obtained through illegal means. You have neither evidence nor clues in this regard, so you called me here to scare me. But I am upright and have a clear conscience. No matter how you scare me, you will not get the result you want. So, I hope this conversation ends here. You have locked me up here for a day for no reason. Can you let me go now? The two policemen looked at each other. The person in charge of the questioning stood up and walked out. It was obvious that he was going to ask for instructions. Not long after, he came back, gave Chen Zhi a stiff smile, and said, we will continue to investigate this matter. So far, it may be a misunderstanding. Mr. Chen, please go back first. If there are any follow-up questions, I hope you can continue to cooperate with our work. Chen Zhi said calmly, it is a citizen's duty to cooperate with the police. If you have any further questions, please call me. But I still want to give you a piece of advice, don't just believe one side of the story. It is better to investigate thoroughly and take certain measures after there is enough evidence and clues. The two policemen could only laugh dryly and politely escort him to the corridor. At this time, Lu Weidong walked out of another office with his hands behind his back, staring at Chen Zhi's back with a gloomy face. The two police officers asked him, Captain Lu, should we notify Wang Chuyang right away? Liu Hong is still at home looking at the $1 million in cash. If Chen Zhi suddenly comes back, she might be caught off guard. What did you mean by notification? Lu Weidong said angrily, that couple is not good people. They just cause trouble for us. She deserves to be caught off guard. After leaving the public security brigade, Chen Zhi drove home immediately. When I got home and opened the door, I saw the house was in a mess. Liu Hong was squatting beside the bed in the second bedroom, frantically tidying up the open sheets with her hands, and the 1 million in cash was so conspicuously placed on the mattress. When Liu Hong heard the door open, her body suddenly stiffened. She slowly turned her head and met Chen Zhi's gaze. There was a flash of panic in her eyes, but then she forced herself to remain calm, stood up, and unconsciously tugged at the corners of her clothes with both hands. Seeing this scene, Chen Zhi's anger suddenly rose up. He walked up to Liu Hong and asked, "What are you doing here? Why did you mess up my house?" He deliberately emphasized the word, "my home." Liu Hong took a step back, her eyes flickering, and whispered, I just wanted to take a look. How can I not be worried when your money comes from an unknown source?" Chen Zhi snorted coldly, worried. "I think you want to report me so that you can send me to jail and take all the property for yourself. You are so heartless, we are husband and wife, and you treat me like this." Liu Hong curled her lips and said disdainfully, "Husband and wife? Look at you now. You were in debt before, and now you suddenly have so much money. Who knows if you have done anything illegal? I don't want to be frightened by you." Chen Zhi laughed in anger. He walked forward, grabbed a wad of money, and shook it in front of Liu Hong. "Don't you think this money came from an illegal source? Let me tell you, I earned this with my own ability. I have plenty of money now, but you only know how to be vain and unfeeling." Liu Hong stared at the money with a greedy look, but she said stubbornly, "Humph, who knows whether it's earned cleanly or not? Since you have money, we haven't really divorced yet. This money is marital property, and you have to give me half." Chen Zhi threw the money hard on the bed, pointed at Liu Hong's nose and said, "You still want to share my money? No way. You went to the police behind my back and tried to put me in jail. Do you think I would let you succeed? And what happened between you and Wang Chuyang has been made public, and this matter has just begun." Liu Hong was frightened by Chen Zhi's momentum. She bit her lip and said timidly, "Don't go too far. I should have a share of this money." She was still very smart. She did not respond to Chen Zhi's words, but instead focused her attention on the money. Chen Zhi could see that she was avoiding the main issue, so he took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, and said with a sneer, "Okay, you want money, right? But don't you look at your current situation? With your intention of cheating me, you won't get a penny. Get out of here right now, this house is no longer yours." Liu Hong wanted to say something else, but when she saw Chen Zhi's cold eyes, she knew she would be in trouble. "I had no choice but to pick up my bag in shame," muttering as I walked away, "Just wait, this matter is not over yet." Staring at her panicked back, Chen Zhi also threw a sentence at her, "I don't think it's over yet." Bang! Liu Hong slammed the door and ran away. Chapter 47, Unjust Death. Listening to the sound of high heels hitting the ground in the corridor getting farther and farther away, and gradually seeming to sink into the ground, Chen Zhi knew that the money could no longer be kept here. In other words, the dream of sleeping with money has been realized and it has been satisfying, so you should save it quickly. Since you've already shown off your wealth, keeping so much cash at home will attract thieves. Once Liu Hong turned against him, she was really evil-hearted. She was sure that the money she had earned was not legitimate, so she immediately used her connections in the police. It was obvious that she was determined to get herself into jail. If Chen Zhi was heartbroken because Liu Hong couldn't wait to divorce him because of his debt, then this time she wanted to get herself into trouble, which had completely angered Chen Zhi. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Since the other party has started to torture me to death, I will not be polite. No matter whether it is her or Wang Chuyang, this matter is really not over. That night, Chen Zhi called the lock opening company and asked someone to come and change the door lock. When they divorced, I saw how thoroughly Liu Hong cleaned up the mess, and I knew she had no plans to come back after she left. I didn't expect her to come back and search, and she even searched the second bedroom. Then the locks must be changed. Since the divorce application has been submitted and the divorce agreement has been notarized, this family no longer has anything to do with Liu Hong. In principle, she no longer has the right to enter this house without permission. It's just that the two of them haven't got their divorce certificate yet, and if she comes back without permission, you can't sue her for breaking the law. The next day, as soon as the bank opened, Chen Zhi went to deposit the 1 million yuan, of course, using his brother's identity and bank card. The divorce has not been finalized yet, so I don't want any property under my name. After saving the money, he went to the hospital to see how Sinyu was doing. When I entered the ward, I saw Xu Maihuan peeling grapes for Sinyu. Chen Zhi immediately pretended to vomit. Isn't this disgusting? It's good to be hospitalized, but it also comes with showing off your affection. You just got hit by 2 punches, it's not like your hands are paralyzed. Do you still need others to feed you grapes? After hearing what he said, Sinyu became even more aggressive. Not only did he act as if he was enjoying it and let Xu Maihuan feed grapes into his mouth, he also reached out and touched Xu Maihuan's thigh. You just went through a divorce, so I won't discourage you. But this is a typical example of positive energy. Please learn from me in the future. An ugly wife, thin clothes, and a torn cotton-padded jacket, these are the treasures of us old farmers. When you start your second marriage, you must adhere to this principle of choosing a spouse. Don't just stare at a beautiful woman and be unable to move. Look at her inner self. The inner beauty is the most beautiful. Xu Maihuan nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 don't be fooled by her pretty face. You must stay away from women with a heart as vicious as a snake in the future. Only then did she react and became furious. She stuffed a peeled grape into Sinyu's nostrils and said, "Who are you calling ugly? After all this time you still think I'm ugly, so why did you marry me and even lie to me about giving you 2 children, you duplicitous bastard?" Chen Zhi quickly tried to persuade the two of them. As I said, Xu Maihuan is not that pretty, just barely presentable at best. She knows what she looks like and knows that she is not pretty. But her knowledge does not mean she can accept others telling her she is ugly. When Chen Zhi pulled Xu Maihuan away, Sinyu, the injured soldier, was hit even harder and was slapped several more times. After finally calming down, Xu Maihuan angrily said to Chen Zhi, "Why haven't the people who beat me sent the medical expenses yet? Look at how Sinyu was beaten. Not only did we suffer, but he couldn't go to work. How much money did he lose in a day? Besides, I can't go to work and have to stay here with you. We got beaten, missed work, and had to pay for it ourselves. This is too much of an abuse." The police that came that night said they would ask the person who beat him to pay for his medical expenses, but they didn't keep their word. Chen Zhi thought, the guy who beat people up also came to the hospital, but he didn't come to give money, he also came to be hospitalized, and his condition was even worse, with both arms broken. However, Chen Zhi didn't want to discuss these things with the two of them. What if Xu Maihuan was not careful with her mouth and guessed that he was the one who broke that guy's arm, and it would be bad if others heard it. Originally the night before, Chen Zhi felt that Wang Chuyang had beaten Sinyu, and he had broken his arm, so the two sides were even. Anyway, I have money, so I paid for Sinyu's medical expenses and lost wages, and I also wanted to give him a little more. But now I'm thinking, why should I spend this money? That bastard Wang Chuyang had no grudge against Sinyu, yet he beat him so badly with just one blow. Sinyu, such a great guy, had to stay in the hospital for several days because of the beating. If you hit someone, you have to pay the price. You can't be exempted from responsibility just because his arm is broken. So he said to Sinyu, "Call the inspector now and ask him to urge the other party to send the medical expenses as soon as possible. Say that the hospital is asking for payment again and we can no longer afford it." Sinyu felt a little guilty. "I'm not good at speaking, why don't you call the inspector?" Chen Zhi could see that Sinyu was not bad at talking, but he just had a psychological trauma towards the police, so he didn't want to make the call. Xu Maihuan also noticed Sinyu's little thoughts. She was a hot-tempered person and had no psychological trauma towards the police, so she immediately took out her cell phone and called the inspector. On the phone, she excitedly explained the situation to the inspector and asked him to urge Wang Chuyang to pay the medical expenses as soon as possible. It also emphasized how badly Sinyu was beaten, and that a lot of money had been spent on treatment in the hospital, and that he would need continued treatment in the future, but the attackers had never assumed their due responsibilities. After hanging up the phone, Xu Maihuan was still muttering angrily, "Wang is such a bastard. He beat me up like this and still wants to cheat me without paying. No way." Chen Zhi comforted her, "Lao Huan, don't get really angry. Anyway, we are in the right, so we are not afraid that he will not compensate. If the inspector doesn't care, we will continue to call." Not long after, the inspector responded, saying that they had notified Wang Chuyang and he would go to the hospital as soon as possible to deal with the medical expenses. Wang Chuyang did promise on the phone to deliver the medical expenses to the injured immediately, but he was only doing it temporarily to perfunctorily inspect the situation. How could he be willing to pay for the medicine? I only beat Chen Zhi, and the injuries were just some superficial ones from punching and kicking, but Chen Zhi broke both of my arms, which is a serious injury. But Chen Zhi, who beat people, is still at large and has not sent a penny. In other words, I, who was seriously injured, have to pay for the medical expenses, lost wages, etc. for those with minor skin injuries. Is this fair? After hanging up the phone with the inspector, he called Lu Weidong. As soon as the phone call came through, he expressed his psychological imbalance with great grievance. Then he said, "Captain Lu, is this the way we handle problems? Is this still a society ruled by law? Is there still law? Is there still fairness and justice?" Moreover, the inspector just told me on the phone that my behavior has already involved personal injury, and the medical expenses are only part of the civil compensation. He hopes that I can face it positively and obtain the understanding of the parties involved as much as possible. If the parties insist on holding me accountable for my legal responsibilities, my 2 broken arms may have to recover in the outpatient clinic of the detention center. I feel wronged. Captain Lu, we can't afford to suffer this loss in silence. Chapter 48: The Side Effects of Using the Back Door. Lu Weidong on the other end of the phone was so annoyed that he said coldly, "The inspector is right. Now you only have 2 choices, either pay the medical expenses and say nice words to the other party with a humble attitude to gain their understanding. If you feel you have been wronged, then go to the detention center's outpatient clinic and get your arm healed first." Wang Chuyang's voice was filled with tears. "Both of my arms are broken now. I am seriously injured and disabled. How can I pay for the medical expenses and still be humble and say nice things to people? How do we get there?" Lu Weidong sneered, "Crawl." Then he hung up the phone. At this moment, Wang Chuyang felt powerless. In the past, he felt that with the support of his friend Lu Weidong, he could basically do whatever he wanted. For example, that evening, he beat Chen Zhi violently, and after being beaten, the other party was fined and detained. This is all thanks to his good friend who is the captain of the Public Security Brigade. But now, he suddenly discovered that taking the back door also has side effects. If he and Lu Weidong did not have this relationship, he would never be able to swallow the anger of having his 2 arms broken. Isn't Chen Zhi an old classmate of the head of the criminal police detachment? Then he can also file a complaint himself. If the city fails, he can go to the provincial government. If the provincial government fails, he can go to Beijing to file a complaint with the emperor. In a society ruled by law, I still don't believe that there is no place to seek justice. But if this is done, Lu Weidong will inevitably be involved. At that time, Lu Weidong was the one who confused right and wrong and arranged for Chen Zhi, who was beaten and injured, to be detained and fined. It was also he who arranged for Wang Chuyang and Chen Zhi to be detained in a detention room. If Wang Chuyang insists on making trouble, all the interests involved will be exposed and Lu Weidong will definitely be held accountable. Of course, as things developed to this point, Wang Chuyang did not dare to continue to appeal, not only for the sake of friendship but also because he did not want to implicate Lu Weidong. What is friendship in the face of self-interest? The key point is that Wang Chuyang understood that if he insisted on appealing, Lu Weidong would definitely turn against him immediately and turn from a friend into an enemy. This case of fighting was handled by LV Weidong. Now that the matter has become a big deal, it is hard to say how he will package the case. Now Wang Chuyang knows that Chen Zhi has powerful backers and he is no match for him. If his friends turn against him again, he will be doomed. There is no other way. I can only grit my teeth and swallow my anger, at least for the time being. As for how to take revenge on Chen Zhi in the future, Wang Chuyang himself didn't know and felt that there was little hope. Apart from being richer than the other party, he found that he was no match for Chen Zhi in a fight, and in terms of backers, Chen Zhi's backers were much more powerful than his own. He had no choice but to call a friend and ask his friend to pay Chen Zhi's medical expenses. When the friend heard this, he stared at Wang Chuyang as if he was a monster. "Did I hear it right? Didn't you say that your 2 arms were broken by the other party? Now you want to hold the other party criminally responsible and make him pay for our medical expenses. He didn't send you a penny, but instead you gave medical expenses to the one who was beaten. Did he break an arm or a leg? Didn't you just punch me twice? You deserved your arm to be broken. You got hit by 2 punches. And we still have to pay for his medical expenses? Is there such a thing in the world that is so confusing?" Wang Chuyang looked embarrassed. He couldn't explain this matter, so he could only say vaguely, "I have my own arrangements." You send the money first. The friend said, Yoko, this is not your style. We have always been bullying others, but when have we ever let anyone ride on our heads and shit on us? Not only can we not send him medical expenses, we have to ask them to send them first. Wang Chuyang said with a sullen face, I asked you to come here to do something, just do what you are told to do, why are you talking so much? Seeing that Wang Chuyang looked unwell, the friend said no more and went to pay the medical expenses reluctantly. Seeing his friend's indignant look, Wang Chuyang felt extremely uncomfortable and felt more disgusting than if he had eaten shit. After thinking it over, he vented his anger on Liu Hong. The more I think about it, the more I feel that this woman is a jinx. This matter was caused by her. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have suffered such a big loss. More importantly, if Lu Weidong hadn't found 1 million hidden under her bed the day before yesterday, he wouldn't have been so dissatisfied with himself. This bitch really screwed herself. Last night, Liu Hong ran directly to Wang Chuyang's ward. She knew that after Wang Chuyang was hospitalized with a broken arm, his wife had not shown up, so she became bolder and went directly to the ward openly. Some things cannot be explained clearly over the phone, and it is inconvenient to make a phone call. Moreover, when Wang Chuyang makes a phone call, his sister has to put the phone to his ear, which is even more inconvenient, so it is best to discuss it face to face. After Liu Hong arrived at the ward, Wang Chuyang's sister was very considerate and found an excuse to leave, leaving only 2 people in the ward. Liu Hong immediately said to Wang Chuyang in a rage, What happened? Why did you let Chen Zhi out? He escaped from prison on his own. He is back home now, and he almost beat me up just now. That bastard looked at me like a madman, and I knew he hated me to death. He went back. Wang Chuyang was also shocked. It's impossible for him to be released so easily. If he is released, Lu Weidong will definitely say something, there must be something wrong here. In the opinion of Wang Chuyang and Liu Hong, the 1 million yuan that Chen Zhi hid under the bed must have come from illegal sources. This reasoning is logical. Chen Zhi owed a lot of debts that he couldn't pay back, and his finances went bankrupt. He couldn't even come up with 10,000 yuan, let alone 1 million. And if he had money, he would definitely use it to pay off his debts and would not keep it at home. Even if you put it at home, why hide it under the bed? This is obviously a problem. Wang Chuyang immediately called Lu Weidong, told him that Chen Zhi had returned home, and asked what had happened. On the other end of the phone, Lu Weidong said unhappily, What's going on? Ask your girlfriend who knows everything, don't ask me. Wang Chuyang was choked and confused. Captain Lu, why are you so angry? Aren't we going to deal with Chen together now? Shut up. LV Weidong interrupted him with a roar before he could finish his words. The public security organs welcome you to provide valuable clues about crimes, but if you fabricate facts and report a case for ulterior motives, you will bear the corresponding legal responsibility. Wang Chuyang was even more puzzled. Why did Lu Weidong suddenly speak in an official tone? He looked at Liu Hong and said, Captain Lu, can you explain it more clearly? If there are any problems, we can correct them. Lu Weidong said, I don't know whether Chen Zhi has money or not. We don't have the power to check his accounts, but we can be sure that he has no debts. After saying that, Lu Weidong hung up the phone. Both of them were stunned. After a while, Wang Chuyang suddenly said to Liu Hong angrily, He has already hung up, why are you still holding the phone to my ear? Liu Hong finally came to her senses and quickly put the phone aside. Why did Captain Lu lie to us? Is he in cahoots with Chen Zhi now? Liu Hong asked. Chapter 49 This marriage cannot be divorced. Wang Chuyang said unhappily, How is that possible? They don't even know each other. Tell me the truth, does Chen owe any debts? Liu Hong was anxious, Why don't you believe me? If he didn't owe me the debt, would I treat him like that? Look at these harassing phone calls and collection text messages, did I make them up? Liu Hong took out her cell phone and showed Wang Chuyang the collection calls and text messages. Look, there was a collection call just now, and I didn't answer it. There were also these text messages, several of which were sent today. Wang Chuyang thought for a moment and said, Could it be that these collection calls and text messages are all scams? Maybe Chen's personal information was leaked, which is why there are so many scam calls. Liu Hong said, It's impossible. At the beginning, I received all these collection calls. They were all from loan platforms or third-party collection agencies. They had a bad attitude and came to my house, sued me, and even went to my workplace. To prove her words, Liu Hong clicked on a collection phone number and called back, but the call went through and no one answered. She changed another phone number and dialed the number. The call went through, but no one spoke on the other end. Liu Hong was confused. What's going on? Why didn't the other party say anything after I got through? Isn't the other party eager to contact the debtor? Wang Chuyang is quite knowledgeable. He said coldly, many collection calls were made but they just couldn't get through. Even if it rings, it's a machine on the other end, not a human call at all. Then how do I contact the debt platform? Liu Hong muttered to herself, or I can try to find a regular bank. She looked through their collection text messages and called the official customer service number of a bank listed on the text message. This time the call went through, but because it was not made from Chen Zhi's own phone, the customer service said that the debtor's information could not be retrieved. Now Liu Hong was confused and her cognition was somewhat shaken. Could it be that Chen Zhi didn't owe any debts, and all this was just a farce he staged himself in order to get a divorce and leave the house with nothing? If that's the case, it makes sense that Chen Zhi hid the 1 million in cash under the mattress. In other words, not only did Chen Zhi not owe any debt, he had more than 1 million in savings. But if he kept the money in his own account, Liu Hong might find it during the divorce, so in order to protect his property, he withdrew the 1 million in cash and hid it under the mattress in the second bedroom. Because Chen Zhi knew that Liu Hong never went to the second bedroom, he thought it was safe to hide there. The more Liu Hong thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. It also reminded me that Chen Zhi was very scheming. For example, he has been determined to avenge his father since he was a child. More than 20 years have passed, and he feels that he is not rich and powerful enough, and it is not the best time for revenge. Therefore, his family has been bullied over the years, but he never resists and has been enduring and lying dormant. Liu Hong could fully imagine how scheming and how strong the willpower of a person who had known how to endure and lie dormant since childhood was. For someone who has been able to endure for more than 20 years, it should be easy for him to create a debt trap to deceive his wife when he finds out that she is cheating on him. The more Liu Hong thought about it, the more she felt that the entire logical chain was impeccable. That was the case. She secretly felt lucky. If she hadn't left something at home, she would never have returned to that sad place, and she would not have searched the second bedroom, so she would not have discovered the trap that Chen Zhi had carefully laid out. Thinking of this, Liu Hong regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She stared at the 1 million all day long and didn't dare take a penny. Because at that time it was considered illegal income, and taking it would be a crime. Now that I think about it, if I had known that it was the money that Chen Zhi had saved without telling me, it would have been a great pleasure to move all the money away when he was away. With 1 million in hand, you can use it for attack or defense, and at the very least you can get 500,000. Such a good opportunity just slipped away. But at this moment, Liu Hong didn't dare to go home immediately to take the money away. She could not forget the cold look Chen Zhi gave her when she left. Originally, Liu Hong had gone to their hospital and showed up in public, intending to stay by Wang Chuyang's bedside. Since she had decided that Wang Chuyang was her next boyfriend, she would take advantage of the fact that he was injured and hospitalized to strengthen their relationship. But she didn't feel like accompanying him now. She had to go back to her temporary residence and plan for the future. Think about whether there is still possibility between me and Chen Zhi. After discovering that Chen Zhi was actually very rich, Liu Hong suddenly realized that Chen Zhi was extraordinary. He just graduated and joined a big company with an annual salary of 200,000 yuan. Later, he was banned from job hopping, but that had nothing to do with him. It was because his supervisor led the entire team to job hop, which angered the bigwigs in Jiangzhou's new energy industry. The new energy force they participated in, Japan Automobile, was disbanded on the spot. This only means that Chen Zhi was unlucky, not that he was incompetent. On the contrary, he was able to save 1 million even when he was unemployed and banned, which shows that he has an amazing ability to make money. The more Liu Hong felt that Chen Zhi was capable, the more she thought that Wang Chuyang was just average. I used to think Wang Chuyang was good at fighting, but I didn't expect him to be so vulnerable in front of Chen Zhi and both of his arms were broken in a short time. I originally thought that Wang Chuyang only made friends with rich and powerful people, and that he was well connected in every department. But he met Chen Zhi, and the two were locked in the same room. Chen Zhi broke his arm, and the case became an unsolved mystery, so he could only suffer in silence. Not to mention revenge, he doesn't even dare to file a complaint. How can he be called rich and powerful? Liu Hong completely suffered from insomnia that night. At dawn, she made her final decision that she would not divorce Chen Zhi no matter what. In the final analysis, Chen Zhi is still a potential stock. His height, appearance, and hidden abilities are all superior to Wang Chuyang. Wang Chuyang appears to be rich and powerful, and he runs a large gym, but he is a playboy, and it feels like he is just having a casual relationship with me. Moreover, he is not divorced yet. All these conditions indicate that he is unreliable. Think about Chen Zhi again. He has been devoted to me since we started dating, and he wants to get married, have children, and live at home with me. He is a truly reliable man. When she woke up in the morning, Liu Hong called her unit again to ask for leave, and then, guessing that Chen Zhi had gone out to work, she went home immediately. I took out the key to open the door, but it wouldn't open. Only then did I realize that Chen Zhi had changed the lock. But this did not pose a problem for Liu Hong. She immediately called a locksmith company, saying that she had left her keys at home and asked them to come and open the lock. Today's lock opening companies are more standardized, and when they arrive, they ask Liu Hong to prove that he or she is the owner of the house. Liu Hong was very angry. You are just a locksmith, how come you are more troublesome than the police? Do I have to prove that my father is my father? Just open the door and go in and look at the wedding photos on the wall and you'll know. If there is no picture of me on the wall, you can call the police to arrest me. They were making so much noise here that they alarmed the neighbors. They opened the door opposite to check what was going on. Liu Hong immediately found a witness and asked the person next door to prove that she was the hostess of the house. The person next door did not know that the couple was getting divorced, so he naturally gave her the witness. Once the locksmith had the guarantee, he opened the lock. When I opened the door and went in, I saw her wedding photo on the bedroom wall, which further proved her identity as the hostess. So according to Liu Hong's request, the lock core was replaced. After the locksmith left, Liu Hong rushed into the second bedroom impatiently and lifted the bed sheet to look for the bright red 1 million. But to her great disappointment, the 1 million yuan neatly placed under the bed had disappeared. Looking at the empty bed, Liu Hong was a little dazed. Did I feel like I was dreaming yesterday? There was no $1 million at all. It was just an illusion I imagined. Of course, her mind was in a mess, which was why she was in such a trance. Liu Hong panicked when she saw Chen Zhi transfer the property so quickly. She also regretted alerting Chen Zhi and letting him know that she had discovered the hidden property. I just don't know whether Chen Zhi has hidden the 1 million in cash somewhere else or deposited it in a bank. Chapter 50: Buying a new car. While Chen Zhi was not at home, Liu Hong started searching frantically. She searched every place that could be moved and opened. For example, she removed the lid of the toilet tank, and even though she saw that there was nothing in the tank, she still reached in to fish it out, hoping to fish out something that her eyes could not see. If she lived in a bungalow, she would probably have to pry up the floor tiles and dig 3 feet into the ground. After all the trouble, their house was in a mess. Finally, Liu Hong sat dejectedly on the floor tiles. I have to admit that I alerted the enemy. Chen Zhi has already transferred the money and it is definitely impossible to find it at home. Liu Hong began to think seriously and used the process of elimination to guess how Chen Zhi would deal with the 1 million. One is to hide it in cash, and the other is to deposit it in a bank. She thought about it, and with just one night left, she couldn't think of any other safe place for Chen Zhi to hide his money. It is unlikely that the cash can be hidden, so the only possibility left is to deposit it in the bank. Thinking of this, Liu Hong became excited. Although they have submitted a divorce application, they have not yet obtained a divorce certificate. During the 1-month cooling-off period, if one party disagrees, they must file for divorce. Now they are still husband and wife. She must get half of the 1 million Chen Zhi earned during the marriage. As long as you can find evidence of the savings, you can get the 500,000 yuan for sure when you file for divorce. The more Liu Hong thought about it, the more excited she became. She got up, stepped on the mess on the ground and left, heading straight for the hospital. She knew that Wang Chuyang had a wide network of contacts and acquaintances in various units, so she wanted Wang Chuyang to find his acquaintances in the bank to check Chen Zhi's account balance. At this time, Chen Zhi was accompanying Sinyu in the hospital and had no idea what Liu Hong had done when she got home. He was helping Xu Maihuan count money. Wang Chuyang's friend sent him 30,000 yuan. Xu Maihuan was very excited. Sinyu only had a skin injury. He needed an for drip to reduce the inflammation and would be fine in 2 or 3 days. It would not cost more than a few thousand yuan. The 30,000 yuan is enough to cover the loss of work, so she doesn't have to worry anymore. Xu Maihuan took the money, her hands shaking a little. The other party looked disdainful and said, "Please count the money carefully. Count it in front of me. I won't acknowledge it when you leave. Please write me a receipt." "Okay, no problem. I'll write you a note." Xu Maihuan readily agreed, looking for a pen and paper, and handed the money to Chen Zhi. "Chen Zhi, help me count it and see if it's enough." Chen Zhi felt ashamed for her while counting the money. He knew that Xu Maihuan was not someone who had never seen money, nor was she blinded by it. "I just thought the other party wouldn't pay compensation. I heard that the other party is rich and powerful, has connections with the police station, and is also a gangster. How can such a person pay compensation after beating someone up?" Sinyu was beaten and suffered. He was hospitalized and couldn't deliver goods, so he lost his salary and attendance bonus. Xu Maihuan stayed by his bedside, and she also lost her salary and attendance bonus. Xu Maihuan doesn't earn much. She works as a stockist in a small supermarket, making 2,000 yuan a month. If she doesn't take a day off, she will get a 200 yuan attendance bonus, so the most she can earn is 2,200 yuan. Because of the beating, the couple lost their attendance bonus and had to pay for the medical expenses out of their own pocket. Their family has a mortgage and car loan, and they have 2 children to raise. Sinyu's mother helps take care of the children and cooks. After deducting the mortgage and car loan, her salary is just enough to cover the family's expenses. Now, in addition to this matter, I have to borrow money to get by this month. Xu Maihuan was naturally excited because she didn't expect that the gangsters would pay compensation after beating people up. After counting the money, the man left with the receipt written by Xu Maihuan. Seeing Xu Maihuan so happy, Chen Zhi poked Sinyu and said, "Your wife has made me lose face. Why didn't I notice that she was so greedy for money before? She must have never seen 30,000 yuan before." She was so excited that her hands were shaking. Sinyu pretended to be ashamed. "I feel ashamed too. It's so cheap." Xu Maihuan glared and said, "What do you two know? This is a surprise, you know. That's why I'm a little excited. When I first arrived, I heard that the person who beat me up was rich and powerful, owned a gym, and had a gang background. I thought it was all over and the beating was in vain. Even though the police are taking statements, I feel that they are just going through the motions and are not doing any real work. I didn't expect to get compensation. Sinyu and I both received lost wages. I don't feel anxious about staying with him anymore, because I can make up the money anyway." As she said that, she urged Chen Zhi, "Go quickly, go, do what you need to do. Didn't Sinyu say you wanted to follow Zhenyu to kill chickens? Then you should contact Zhenyu and go to the factory to take a look. If it's suitable, do it. If it's not suitable, come back and drive to deliver goods." Chen Zhi pointed at Xu Maihuan and said to Sinyu, "Listen to what she said, it's so high-sounding and seems to be for my own good. In fact, this woman has a lot of little ideas in mind. She was afraid that if I stayed here with her, I would take away her credit, and then the police would see it and not reimburse her for the bedside keeping fee and lost wages. Lao Huan, am I right? Get out, the farther the better." Xu Maihuan kicked Chen Zhi out fiercely. "You and Sinyu are the same kind of people. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth." Chen Zhi walked out and waved to Sinyu, "Then I'll be busy now. Call me if you have anything." Although Chen Zhi is not short of money now, the fact that he paid Sinyu's medical expenses and lost wages is different from the nature of Wang Chuyang's compensation. Seeing Xu Maihuan and Sinyu happy after receiving the compensation, Chen Zhi felt relieved. "At the beginning, when I saw that Wang Chuyang had connections in the public security brigade and was confusing right and wrong and wanted to detain Sinyu and impose a fine, the feeling of powerlessness and anger was really terrible. Now the situation has turned around, the other party has broken both arms and has to pay compensation. This feeling is so great." Chen Zhi left the hospital and drove straight to the used car market. Liu Hong has always driven this X-Trail to and from get off work, and Chen Zhi only drives it occasionally when he has something to do. Unexpectedly, Liu Hong drove the car to take another man home to do that kind of thing. This made Chen Zhi very angry. He felt that the car was defiled and dirty. Must sell immediately. Necessary items such as the dashcam must be taken down, as they are evidence of Liu Hong's infidelity. Although they may not be used, they must be kept. After the car was sold, the ownership could be transferred immediately and the license plate had to be cut off. Chen Zhi asked the other party for the original license plate with a corner cut off. Because he wanted to buy a new car right away, and he didn't want to leave it on the street. With this original license plate, he could enter the community and the underground garage through identification. After selling the car, Chen Zhi went straight to the Audi 4S store. He liked Audi Q7 before, and now that he has the means, he has to buy one. Among BBA, Audi is relatively restrained and not as flamboyant as the other two brands. Moreover, some entry-level cars of the other two brands feel like they are just bought for the car logo, which instead exposes the fact that the owners want to show off but have no money. When he arrived at the 4S store, Chen Zhi pretended that he was just looking at the car and did not show that he wanted to buy it immediately. Coincidentally, Jiangsu Audi 4S store is offering a limited-time promotion. The most expensive 55 TFSI premium model of Audi Q7 has an official price of over 800,000 yuan, but the promotional price is only 619,900 yuan, and it also comes with a lot of gifts. If it is paid in installments, the price will drop below 600,000. When Chen Zhi heard that installment payment would be cheaper, he was tempted. He feels that installment payment is very necessary for him now. After all, we haven't divorced completely yet, and the car we buy now is considered marital property. Although the division of property has been notarized, it would be annoying enough if Liu Hong continued to argue about the car. After paying off the first 3 installments, which is 3 months later, the full amount can be repaid. By that time, the divorce will be complete, so there is no need to worry about Liu Hong dividing the property. He did the math and decided that if he paid off the first 3 installments and then the full amount, the discounted car price would basically cover the interest and penalty. He also knew that among those who bought cars in installments, very few would repay the loan in advance, and those who could repay the loan on time were considered high-quality customers. So Chen Zhi immediately decided to pay in installments and bought this premium model. Because it is a limited-time promotion and cars are available, all procedures can be completed on the spot at the 4S store. In less than 2 hours, Chen Zhi picked up the new car and got a temporary license plate. Coming out of the Audi 4S store, driving his new car, Chen Zhi felt very refreshed. We first drove onto the elevated expressway and took a nice spin. After driving around for more than an hour, I had a general understanding of the functions of this car, and I had a preliminary feeling of being one with the car. He happily bought a lot of braised food and other dishes, as well as a can of draft beer, preparing to go home to relax and celebrate. When he arrived at the gate, he placed his original license plate in front of the car, and successfully entered the community. However, as soon as he drove into the gate, he saw Liu Hong standing on the side of the road, waving at him. Chen Zhi, please stop the car and let me get in. Chapter 51. I'm not that stupid. In fact, Chen Zhi had already caught a glimpse of Liu Hong just now. When he got out of the car and put on the license plate, he felt someone was staring at him. He glanced over there and saw Liu Hong standing on the roadside inside the gate, stunned, staring at him as if he were a monster. Chen Zhi smiled secretly and thought, this woman wouldn't think that I stole a new car from somewhere, right? Now seeing her waving to stop a car, Chen Zhi would definitely ignore her. Not only would he not stop the car, but he would step on the accelerator, speed up and drive past quickly. After parking the car in the underground garage, Chen Zhi carried the purchased food and a large can of draft beer upstairs and went home. But he couldn't open the door. He felt strange, how come the lock he just replaced broke? But I also think it is unlikely, as the inability to open the door should have nothing to do with the new lock or the old lock. He put everything on the floor and started trying various ways to open the lock. But no matter what I did, the key wouldn't turn, as if the key was not the right one. Chen Zhi was at a loss. It seemed he had to call the locksmith company and ask them to come and take a look at what was going on. At this time, the resident next door came out and greeted Chen Zhi. At the same time, he saw Chen Zhi unlocking the door and asked curiously, "What's going on? It doesn't work again. Liu Hong just replaced the lock this morning. Does the new lock also need to be run in?" Chen Zhi was stunned, the lock was just changed. Did she change the lock this morning? Yes, she asked a locksmith to replace it. The locksmith asked her to prove that she was the owner of the house, otherwise they would not replace it. I was the one who proved it. Well, Chen Zhi was speechless. This woman is really haunting. I saw her running away with her tail between her legs last night, and I thought she was scared, but I didn't expect her to come back again this morning. I changed the lock myself and wouldn't let her in, so she actually asked the locksmith company to change the lock. Now I can't get in myself." This suddenly reminded Chen Zhi that the X-Trail had been defiled by that couple and he sold it because he thought it was dirty. The same could be said about the house. It was also soiled by that couple. And ever since Liu Hong filed for divorce, he no longer plans to live here and is preparing to sell their house. Now it seems that I have to hurry up and sell their house to avoid this woman harassing me all the time. After all, the two have not yet obtained the divorce certificate. I can't do anything about how she got into their house they used to live together and how she changed the lock without permission. But if I move to another place and she dares to enter without permission or even change the locks, that would be considered illegal. After all, he moved to another place and lived separately. The new residence was a private space, and Liu Hong had no right to enter without permission. Just as he was thinking about calling a locksmith company to open the door again, the crisp sound of high heels was heard in the corridor, and Chen Zhi knew that Liu Hong had come up again. Liu Hong greeted her neighbors with a smile, as if nothing had happened. Then he said to Chen Zhi, "How did you get up so quickly? I forgot to tell you that I changed the lock today. You definitely won't be able to get in if you use the original key." In front of his neighbors, Chen Zhi didn't want to say anything more. But after the two men opened the door and entered the house, Chen Zhi's anger suddenly rose up again. Because he saw that the house was in a mess, and everything in the shoe cabinet, refrigerator, and closet had been taken out and thrown on the floor. Even if you were robbed 3 times by thieves, it wouldn't be like this. There is no need to ask, Liu Hong came back to find the 1 million while I was not at home. Chen Zhi was so angry that his hands were shaking and his fists were clenched so hard that they made crackling sounds. If he didn't have a bottom line that he couldn't hit women, he would have beaten this woman to a pulp. Looking back, what has she done these days? Even if a person has no morals and no ethics, he should at least retain some humanity, right? Why do women become so hateful once they reveal their hideous faces? Liu Hong looked at Chen Zhi's clenched fists and couldn't help but feel her scalp tingling. She knew that she had challenged Chen Zhi's bottom line time and time again, and this boy was already on the verge of exploding. In the past, he seemed to be patient and restrained when encountering problems, but once this kid took action, he was extremely ruthless. Didn't Wang Chuyan's 2 arms get broken? She quickly began to clean up, saying nicely as she did so, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to come back so early. I just rushed back to clean up. Actually, this is true. She thought Chen Zhi had gone to work again and would not come back so early, so she wanted to clean up the house quickly before Chen Zhi came back. She also went to the supermarket to buy various ingredients such as meat, fish, and red wine, preparing to cook a table of delicious dishes. The two of them had a warm dinner together and drank some red wine. While you are slightly tipsy, say some sweet words. Hasn't Chen Zhi been coveting her body these days, but been rejected time and time again? Tonight, I will take advantage of my drunkenness to satisfy him once, and make our reunion better than a new one. As long as Chen Zhi is satisfied, and then he can play the emotional card and bring out both sets of parents. They said that their divorce would hurt their families, and that their relationship had not broken down to the point where they had to divorce. In the past, because of the family debt, both of them were under great psychological pressure and in a bad mood. Looking back now, these are all normal ups and downs in life. They can be overcome if you think positively. The two of them can be considered a couple who have been through thick and thin together, and their relationship can still go further. After playing the emotional card, take the initiative to tease, and the couple will go crazy again, and they can basically repair the rift between them. Liu Hong thought of this operation perfectly, so she started warming up while cleaning up. Husband. But as soon as the words came out, Chen Zhi stopped him immediately. Stop, I don't deserve it, please respect yourself and don't recognize relatives randomly. Okay. Liu Hong hesitated for a moment and continued, I admit that I have been a little out of control these days. Maybe I am still too fragile and can't stand the pressure. But there are some things I must clarify for you. I have nothing to do with Wang Chuyan. I am just a client of his gym. We met when we went to work out. You know that those of us who work out with him have had dinner with him a few times. And we have helped each other a few times, that's all, nothing else. He beat Chen Zhi because Chen Zhi reacted too strongly when he saw me and him together, which made him angry. As you know, gym owners like him have quick tempers and like to use force. At that time, I was also angry with Chen Zhi and felt that he had wronged me. Later, you followed him to the public security brigade. I deliberately sat with him and made sarcastic remarks to you. I was also emotional and wanted to make you angry. You didn't believe me, and I was very sad. I filed for a divorce, but you didn't even try to keep me, and I was even more sad. I just want to piss you off, that's all. Liu Hong defended herself while cleaning up. Chen Zhi didn't say anything and didn't refute or interrupt her. What is the relationship between her and Wang Chuyang? I have solid evidence in my hands, so there is no need to say more to her. Chen Zhi didn't drive Liu Hong away immediately because he saw that she was working very hard. So he let her clean up first and she could leave after she was done. He walked around the house with his arms folded, looked into the master bedroom, and found that Liu Hong's things had returned. Apparently she had taken it back this morning. It seems that this woman wants to save the situation again. As for why, is there any need to ask? Isn't it just like finding out that you have 1 million in cash in your hand, knowing that you are not only not in debt, but you have savings? This snobbish woman immediately didn't want to get divorced anymore and wanted to come back and live with him. Chen Zhi couldn't understand why everyone, who had received higher education, could be so stupid and obviously snobbish in their actions. Besides, there is no such good thing in the world. You can leave when you want to, come when you want to, and cheat when you want to. Do you think I'll be stupid enough to believe you just because you're full of lies? Chapter 52. I'm doing this for your own good. Chen Zhi knew that the 1-month cooling-off period set up by the Civil Affairs Bureau was intended to create obstacles for divorce. Many impulsive couples reconcile within this month. Another possibility is that if one of the man and woman changes his mind and refuses to agree to a divorce, the marriage cannot be divorced. So even though I and Liu Hong have submitted a divorce application, as long as she says she doesn't want a divorce, I can't get one even if I want to. Then the next step would be to file for divorce, and their marriage would be delayed for several more months. Now, whenever Chen Zhi sees this woman, he becomes filled with negative emotions, including disgust, annoyance, and hatred. He doesn't want to maintain a legal marital relationship with her for even a day longer. It seems that we can't drive her away for the time being. If I drive her away, she will be more certain that she is rich, and that will pester me even more. The only way is to make her disappointed in me again and turn against me again. It is too easy for a woman who is so snobbish and repeats herself to do this. In a short while, Liu Hong had cleaned the house tidy. Seeing how hard she works, quickly and well, shows that she is very motivated. After the house was clean, Chen Zhi ignored her. Since he had bought ready-made meals, he simply opened a draft beer on the dining table and started eating and drinking. Liu Hong rushed out of the kitchen and shouted, "Don't eat yet, look at the fish and prawns I bought, as well as your favorite pork belly and bean sprouts. I'll make it soon, and we can eat it together while it's still hot, how nice it is." Chen Zhi took a sip of draft beer, smacked his lips and said, "Eat what you bought, these are enough for me. Besides, I don't dare eat what you cook. If it's drugged, I'll regret it forever." Liu Hong's face turned dark, she swallowed and wanted to say something. But seeing that Chen Zhi was determined and couldn't stop eating and drinking, she couldn't go up and snatch the cup and chopsticks from his hands. There was no choice but to go back to the kitchen and continue working. Although Chen Zhi didn't eat what she cooked, fortunately Chen Zhi was drinking. As long as Chen Zhi drinks and gets a little drunk, Liu Hong thinks she still has a chance. She quickened her pace and put aside the dishes that took a long time to prepare. She hastily made a few relatively simple dishes and quickly brought them to the table. But Chen Zhi didn't eat anything she cooked. He said that he was afraid that she would drug him, and it seemed like he was just saying it out of anger, but in fact he was really on guard against this. Chen Zhi has learned a lesson about this woman's shameless behavior, so he must not be careless. Liu Hong took off her apron and went back to the bedroom to change into a particularly sexy home dress. Then she returned to the dining table, opened the red wine she bought, and said to Chen Zhi while holding the bottle, "Don't drink so much. Cold draft beer is bad for your stomach. Let's have some red wine." Chen Zhi glanced at her coldly, "Can't red wine be drugged?" Liu Hong felt choked again. Since Chen Zhi was so wary of her, she knew it was useless to say anything more. So, the two former couples sat at the same dining table, each eating their own food. While eating, Liu Hong started playing the emotional card, saying how much harm would be done to the elders on both sides if they divorced and so on. Especially when it comes to Chen Zhi's grandfather, who is almost 80 years old and has always been looking forward to holding a grandson. She is the grandfather's only granddaughter-in-law. The grandfather treats her better than his own granddaughter, and she also regards the grandfather as his own grandfather. As she spoke, Liu Hong seemed to be moved, her voice trembled, and tears came down. Chen Zhi remained silent, letting her talk to herself. His can of draft beer was 20 kilograms. He had already drunk most of it by now and was a little tipsy, with a slightly red face. Listening to Liu Hong's sentimental speech, Chen Zhi seemed to be touched and his eyes became red. Of course, he is not pretending. He does not have such superb acting skills that he can cry instantly like a professional actor when he needs to be sad. His eyes are red now, he is really thinking about his grandfather. My grandfather had a rough life. More than 20 years ago, his mother cheated on him and hooked up with a rich man, which caused great harm to him. Unexpectedly, more than 20 years later, my grandfather's granddaughter-in-law would make the old man suffer the same injury again. Chen Zhi felt sad for his grandfather and couldn't bear it. He thought that if Liu Hong had not cheated on him, and was only asking for a divorce because he was under great debt pressure and could not make ends meet, in this case, if he could keep her, he would never divorce her. But cheating is the bottom line that men cannot cross. As the internet has said, there are only 0 times and countless times of cheating. Once a woman cheats, she will never be able to change in her life. And Chen Zhi absolutely cannot tolerate it. He could break up with Shen Qinglin in order to take care of his family, but he really couldn't forgive Liu Hong for the sake of considering his family's feelings. What's more, the reason why Liu Hong didn't want to divorce was that she thought she was rich now and didn't want to divorce for the sake of money. What's the point of keeping a woman like this? However, Chen Zhi thought so in his heart but did not say it out loud. He stared at Liu Hong with his red eyes. Tell me the truth. You've said so much and you still say you don't want a divorce. Is it because you want to take care of the feelings of both sides' elders, or because you found out I have $1 million in savings? Liu Hong looked at Chen Zhi emotionally, stretched out her hand and tried to hold Chen Zhi's hand, but Chen Zhi quickly pulled his hand away, leaving her empty-handed. I'm telling you the truth, but don't be sad, both of the factors you asked about are present. In fact, you don't know how sad I felt after we submitted our divorce application. Then you said that if we divorced, both sides' elders would be hurt. I didn't say it, but I was thinking about it in my heart. That is to say, I must definitely consider the feelings of my elders. In addition, I felt that I couldn't make ends meet before because of the huge debt and too much pressure. Not only was it impossible for me to make a living, but the other party also kept demanding payment, leaked my contact list, and threatened to call my boss at work. If it comes to that, I won't be able to do my job. By then, we will be in debt and unable to pay it back. We will both be unemployed, and not only will we not be able to take care of our family, we won't be able to make a living either. Do you think I cannot collapse when thinking about this? I don't know if you can understand me, but I have a clear conscience. I just want to survive. It's not that I'm heartless, nor that I can only share wealth with you but not hardships. You have to understand me, as a weak woman, how painful it was for me when I decided to divorce you. You mean, if I didn't have that $1 million in savings and was still in debt, you would still insist on divorcing me, right? No, I don't think that way. Liu Hong quickly confessed, I just mean that before the divorce, I was probably very fragile and had a very low tolerance. At that time, I only thought about how life could not go on and was immersed in the pain of not being able to survive. But after experiencing what happened in the past few days and the intense pain of going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to apply for divorce, I learned my lesson. I found that I could not bear the pain of divorce, which was far greater than the pain of debt. When I discovered this fact, I immediately became much stronger and felt that being in debt was not that scary. As long as the two of us are of one mind and one heart, we can face the hardest and most difficult days together and get through them together. Discovering that you had $1 million in savings was just the trigger that made me make this decision. Chen Zhi sneered, have you made up your mind to quickly find a connection through the back door and report the case to the police, hoping that the police will arrest me? Chapter 53. Do you hold a resentment that much? No, no. Liu Hong kept shaking her head, don't you feel my good intentions? Ever since we met, I have been very concerned about you, fearing that something might happen to you. When I saw the $1 million cash hidden under the bed, I was horrified. My first reaction was, have you taken risks and committed crimes because of the huge pressure of debt? If that's the case, you definitely won't just do it this time. If you succeed this time, you'll do a bigger one next time, and by then you'll even risk your life. You don't know how worried and scared I was at that time. I am really afraid that day will come. If that happens, I will not live anymore. So I have to stop you from going further down the wrong path, and I can only go to the police as a family member. If they find out there's something wrong with you, it can be considered as you surrendering yourself because it was your family members who reported the case. I just wanted to save you, afraid that something might happen to you. I was so worried about you, can't you feel it at all? Liu Hong became more and more emotional as she spoke. She broke down and burst into tears, covering her face and crying sadly. Looking at the tears dripping from her hands, Chen Zhi couldn't help but admire this woman. Why didn't I realize before that she had such a high talent for acting? It was obvious that what she said were all lies, but as she spoke, it seemed that even she believed them and was moved to tears. With this level of acting skills, most professional actors probably can't do it. When she had almost finished crying, Chen Zhi took out a tissue and handed it to her. Don't cry anymore, just tell me directly, what are you going to do next for the development of our relationship? Liu Hong wiped her tears and choked up as she said, what else can I do? I must withdraw my divorce application immediately and never do such a stupid thing again. Then we can live a good life together. Even if we can't pay off our debts in the future, neither you nor I will want to escape because we can't bear the pressure. Chen Zhi was silent and fell into long thought. Liu Hong kept staring at his face with eager and tender eyes. After a long while, Chen Zhi said, don't you want to ask me where that new car I just drove came from? I guess you must be very interested in my current financial situation, right? Liu Hong said, as a couple, we should be transparent with each other. Maybe you were angry because of my previous emotional problems, so you hid some things from me. I can't blame you for this. If you have to blame someone, blame it on the fact that we were too young and failed to remain calm in the face of pressure. But there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Now that we have reconciled, as a couple, we should have the right to know each other's situation. This is also a necessary prerequisite for our relationship to deepen. That is to say, I hope you will tell me the truth. Chen Zhi thought about it again, then said thoughtfully, let me think about it again. As he said that, he stood up, left the dining table, and went back to the second bedroom. Soon, the sound of Liu Hong cleaning up the dishes was heard in the restaurant. After a while, she finished cleaning up, brought Chen Zhi a cup of hot tea, and then said caringly, aren't you going to take a shower? I'm going to take a shower. Chen Zhi seemed to have not yet come out of his emotions. He did not answer, but just snorted coldly. Liu Hong looked at him with complicated eyes, sighed slightly, and turned to take a shower. There was a sound of water splashing in the bathroom. After a while, there was a humming sound of a hair dryer. Liu Hong walked out of the bathroom, stroking her hair. She changed into a sexier home outfit that exposed more and better showed off her curvy figure. She went straight to the second bedroom, stood in front of the bed, stroked her hair, and said to Chen Zhi in a gentle voice, let's go back to our room. Chen Zhi glanced at her coldly, don't dare. We have already applied for divorce, so we are not qualified to go to your room. And there are precedents for being on the trending searches. The marital rape case was sentenced to 3 years in prison. I don't want to be on the trending searches. Liu Hong immediately acted like a spoiled child. Why are you so petty? Wasn't I full of emotions at that time? The pressure is so great that I really have no mood to do anything else, so my words were a bit harsh. Have you been bothered by that sentence? No, I forgot it long ago. Chen Zhi refused to admit it. Liu Hong seemed to be so angry that she laughed. You look like you have forgotten it a long time ago. Okay, then I'll take the initiative and let me rape you. As he spoke, he began to take off his home clothes and was about to throw himself on the bed. Chen Zhi seemed to be frightened and sat up directly from the bed. What do you want to do? I'm telling you to stop messing around. I really don't want to be on the hot search list. Please leave my room immediately. Liu Hong stopped what she was doing, her eyes started to turn red again, and she said in a hoarse voice, do you bear a grudge against me that much? It's hard to say whether I will bear grudge or not, but I am a rather rigid person and I can't change my mind for a while. Let's talk about it later. You get out now. Liu Hong put her clothes in order and said in a sour voice, okay then. I was originally considering your feelings, fearing that you would feel suffocated after not being with me for so many days. Since you haven't adjusted your mood yet, why don't you wait until tomorrow to withdraw your divorce application, okay? We'll talk about tomorrow. Liu Hong walked to the door and stopped, then turned around and asked, "Can you tell me where the Audi Q7 you just drove came from?" "That's the new car I just picked up, the highest-end premium version. Among all the Audi Q7 models, this one is the most expensive." "Oh. Can you tell me where the million is hidden?" "I'm sorry, this is confidential for the time being. I can't tell you." Liu Hong was silent, then sighed leisurely, "We both have to take a leave tomorrow, and we will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to withdraw the divorce application as soon as it opens in the morning." After saying that, she reluctantly returned to her room. Chen Zhi sneered in his heart. Will he withdraw his divorce application as soon as he gets to work tomorrow? Well, let us see how you change tomorrow. Early the next morning, Chen Zhi sent a text message to the bank's loan officer. Chen Zhi's mortgage has been overdue for more than a month. In the first month after the overdue period, the credit officer called Chen Zhi to remind him to repay the loan as soon as possible. This month, the bank's credit staff stepped up their collection efforts and clearly told Chen Zhi that they would arrange for staff to collect the debt at home in the next few days. Chen Zhi knew that if credit cards and online loans were overdue, it would basically be third-party collection agencies that would collect the debts. But home loans are different, because home loans are borrowed from local banks. Their collection efforts will be greater and more direct, and will cause the greatest harm to Chen Zhi. So, after winning the prize, Chen Zhi immediately paid off all his overdue credit card and online loans on his mobile phone, but he deliberately did not pay his mortgage. In fact, he just wanted the local credit officers to come to his house to collect the debt, and then he would repay the full amount directly, using his wealth to give the bank's debt collectors a slap in the face, so that he could vent his anger. Because they are staff of a local regular bank, although their collection efforts are strong and their tone is tough, they will never engage in illegal collection activities such as leaking contact lists or harassing family members and units. But Chen Zhi hopes that they will also collect the debt illegally. So he sent a text message to the loan officer in charge of the mortgage. He was currently dealing with other debts, and his wife would be responsible for communicating all issues regarding the mortgage. He also told the other party that he was going to transfer the house to his wife's name, so he hoped that the other party would not contact him in the future and just contact Liu Hong and communicate with her. He didn't answer the bank's calls or reply to text messages these past few days, and was temporarily out of touch. Now he took the initiative to reply to the text message and attached Liu Hong's phone number. So, as soon as the bank's collection staff got to work this morning, they immediately called Liu Hong. Chapter 54. You are the person I admire most in my life. Liu Hong was anxious to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to cancel her divorce application, so she urged Chen Zhi to go out early in the morning, hoping to get to the Civil Affairs Bureau as soon as possible. As soon as the Civil Affairs Bureau opened, they lined up and got their business done quickly. Just as she was going there, the bank's debt collection staff called Liu Hong. At this moment, she and Chen Zhi were almost at the Civil Affairs Bureau. It was Chen Zhi who drove her there. From last night to this morning, Chen Zhi kept saying that he was afraid Liu Hong would poison him and refused to eat the food she cooked. But since Liu Hong wanted to withdraw her divorce application with him, once the divorce was withdrawn, they could become normal husband and wife again, so Chen Zhi no longer stopped Liu Hong from getting in his car. You know, this is the newly purchased Audi Q7, and it's the top-of-the-line model. As soon as Liu Hong sat on the passenger seat, her eyes widened and she kept looking around. She was so excited that she felt like she could hardly breathe. I kept muttering to myself, this car is so nice. She couldn't help but ask Chen Zhi, how much is this car? Did you buy it with the 1 million? Chen Zhi listened with disdain on his face. In your eyes, apart from the 1 million, I can't afford to buy a car. No, I believe in my husband's ability. Liu Hong hurriedly shook her head and said sincerely, this car is amazing, much bigger than the Q5, and much more upscale. Thinking back to the past, Liu Hong felt quite satisfied driving the X-Trail to and from get off work, since at least she had a car now. But after meeting Wang Chuyan, I saw him driving an Audi Q5, and then looked at my own car, and suddenly I felt shabby. Wang Chuyan is only in his early 30s, but he already owns a fairly large gym. According to his plan, he will soon open branches and turn it into a chain in the future. Look at them, they have achieved success in their careers at a young age and can even drive luxury cars. Liu Hong admired Wang Chuyan from the bottom of her heart, and after a few interactions, she became Wang Chuyan's thing. But now that she has an Audi Q7, Liu Hong finally understands what it means to shop around before you buy. Compared with the Audi Q7, the Q5 is small and low-end. This brand new Audi Q7 is shiny and looks high-end. The car was speeding along the busy streets facing the rising sun. Tall buildings stood on both sides of the street. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the branches and leaves, shining on the car body. The shiny car glass was shining and was particularly dazzling. Liu Hong couldn't help but sigh, this car has great sound insulation. When I sit in the car, I can't even hear the sound of the engine. The chassis is also stable enough, and it runs like flowing water. Chen Zhi said nothing, just smiled coldly. He knew in his heart that this vain woman had been completely conquered by this car. To put it bluntly, I was conquered by the owner of the luxury car. As expected, Liu Hong's eyes were full of admiration when she looked at Chen Zhi. His tone became respectful. Can you tell me the truth? Did you take on a big job as a part-time worker? Liu Hong sat in the passenger seat, still looking around the car from time to time. The disappointment and contempt she had for Chen Zhi a few days ago had long since disappeared. She knew very well that Chen Zhi actually had great professional ability and potential. Chen Zhi majored in computer science at Beijing Normal University for his undergraduate degree and obtained his master's degree in control science and engineering from Beijing Institute of Technology. When he was studying for his master's degree, Chen Zhi actually published a paper at a top international conference in the field of artificial intelligence. His ability is truly amazing. In this difficult time when graduates are unemployed, Chen Zhi was sought after by major new energy manufacturers as soon as he graduated, which shows how recognized his professional ability is. In order to take care of his family, Chen Zhi returned to his hometown in Jiangsu and joined Leguan Automobile, one of the top 3 new energy companies in the country, and worked in the company's intelligent manufacturing team, with an annual salary of 200,000 yuan when he first joined the company. At that time, his future was bright. This is also the reason why Liu Hong started pursuing Chen Zhi madly after she met him. Although Chen Zhi's family situation is not good, his personal abilities are indeed a potential stock that Liu Hong is optimistic about. Later, Zhepeng Automobile, a joint venture of 2 top domestic conglomerates, moved into the industrial city of Jiangsu with great force and poached people with high salaries. Chen Zhi's team, led by their supervisor Xiao Yi, collectively jumped ship. At that time, the Human Resources Department of Leguan Automobile tried hard to retain this manufacturing team that was crucial to the company. Even the boss Zhai Xiangxing personally stepped in, but ultimately failed to keep them. This is why Zhai Xiangxing was so angry that he said, "Unless you work at Zhepeng until you die, you will never find a job in the entire Jiangsu new energy industry." Liu Hong was very supportive of Chen Zhi at the time, and felt that if Chen Zhi followed the team to make such a choice, he would have greater development in the future. But who could have imagined that Zhepeng Automobile was suddenly disbanded, Chen Zhi and his colleagues lost their jobs, and were banned from Jiangsu's new energy industry under the leadership of Zhai Xiangxin. At that time, Liu Hong also persuaded Chen Zhi to leave Jiangsu and go to other big cities to develop the new energy industry. However, Chen Zhi believes that once you leave Jiangsu and go to other large companies, it may be difficult to come back within a few years or even more than 10 years. Then he would not be able to take care of his family nearby. His family situation is indeed special, and it can be said that Chen Zhi is the only pillar of the family. When he first lost his job, Chen Zhi felt that he could not enter the new energy industry openly, but he could participate in the research and development teams of certain companies on a part-time basis. So he also tried to make money by helping other manufacturers or institutions with research and development part-time. However, because Zhai Xiangxing's influence in the industry was so great, when the other party knew Chen Zhi's identity, they did not dare to hire him part-time. So, he couldn't even find a part-time job. But now that Liu Hong is sitting in this brand new Audi Q7, she firmly believes that Chen Zhi must have found a very strong company to work for him part-time in research and development, and that he has achieved certain results and received a considerable salary. Now, if they can afford such an expensive car, how generous must the reward be? The more Liu Hong thought about it, the more she felt that her guess was correct. The look in her eyes when she looked at Chen Zhi was full of admiration and awe. She even felt that she had underestimated Chen Zhi before. Now, he might have created a new world in the industry. Who knows, it may bring you more unexpected surprises in the future. As they were almost at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Liu Hong's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar local number. Liu Hong answered the phone and casually said to Chen Zhi, "Have you paid off all your debts?" But sometimes there are still calls from people collecting debts. It seems that debt collection has a certain inertia, and it cannot be stopped all at once. Hello, who is this? On the other end of the phone, the bank debt collector's voice was polite but unquestionably tough. Hello, is this Ms. Liu Hong? I am a bank staff member responsible for mortgage collection. Your husband Chen Zhi's mortgage has been overdue for more than a month, and we have contacted him many times before but received no response. I received a text message from him today, informing me that you will be responsible for communicating regarding the subsequent mortgage issues. We will arrange staff to collect the debt at your door in the next few days. Please handle it as soon as possible. Liu Hong's smiling face froze in an instant. She widened her eyes in disbelief and quickly turned to look at Chen Zhi, her eyes filled with anger and questioning. She shouted back into the phone, "You must be mistaken. He just bought a luxury car, how could he not even be able to pay off his mortgage?" Chapter 55, Buying a Big House. The debt collector still patiently explained, "Ms. Liu, the overdue records in our system are clear and there will be no mistakes. If you still haven't repaid the money before the end of get off work today, we will initiate the relevant legal procedures. We hope you will pay attention to this." Liu Hong frowned and raised her voice, saying, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. He has made a lot of money during this period, how could he not be able to pay back this little mortgage? You guys check it out again." The debt collector maintained a professional tone and responded, "Our records are accurate, and we can provide you with detailed details of the overdue period and amount. If you have any questions about the repayment amount or process, you can contact the bank's customer service at any time. But the top priority right now is to deal with this overdue payment as soon as possible." After hanging up the phone, Liu Hong was so angry that her breathing became rapid, her plump breasts heaving violently, and she seemed so angry that she couldn't speak. After a long time, the car arrived at the door of the Government Affairs Hall. Liu Hong seemed to be suddenly awakened. She raised her hand abruptly and slapped the dashboard hard. He shouted at Chen Zhi viciously, "Well, you, Chen, you've been plotting against me for so long. You said you took on big jobs as a part-timer, made a lot of money, saved more than $1 million, and bought a luxury car. Who said I took on a big job as a part-time worker? I didn't say that." Chen Zhi interrupted and defended himself. "Shut up." Liu Hong continued to roar, "You are still in debt, even your mortgage is overdue. Are you trying to trick me into not getting a divorce and allowing me to continue serving you and your family as a free babysitter? I know that you have been playing the emotional card with me because you want to maintain a complete family and are afraid of hurting your family. But you, who can't even support yourself, still want to take care of this and that. Look at you now. You have achieved nothing after being banned from the industry and have fallen to the bottom of society. You do all kinds of menial jobs and yet you are still plotting against me. I thought you were really capable of turning things around, but it's all fake." Chen Zhi was still trying to defend himself. "Who said it was all fake? Look at this car, wasn't it just bought? Bullshit. If you really bought this car, I will eat it alive." Liu Hong's bright red lips moved up and down, as if she really wanted to eat the car. "I was really blind to fall in love with you. This marriage is definitely over. Don't try to drag me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to withdraw the divorce application. It's impossible. Open the car door and let me out." Chen Zhi seemed a little flustered by this sudden change, but he still pretended to be calm and tried to stop Liu Hong from getting off the car. "Liu Hong, please listen to my explanation, it's not like that. Although I don't make as much money as you think, the overdue mortgage payment was a misunderstanding. My financial situation is a bit messy right now, so I want to organize it. It is troublesome to have overdue mortgage payments. The local bank will really come to you. I just want you to deal with it first and I don't plan to ask you to repay their mortgage. I have a lot of money now, and the fact that I just bought such an expensive luxury car is proof of that. You can't prove anything." Liu Hong raised her hand to stop Chen Zhi. She was trying to suppress her emotions and her speech slowed down. But the ferocity on her face revealed her inner thoughts. "Chen Zhi, I beg you, let me go. Don't be so stubborn. If you have money, why don't you pay off your mortgage first? The monthly mortgage is only a few thousand yuan, and you are not asked to pay the full amount. If you can't even afford it, how can you afford such an expensive luxury car? I bet my head on you that this car is definitely not yours. I don't know where you borrowed it from to trick me. Also, I don't know where you borrowed the 1 million cash under your bed, but you put it there on purpose for me to see. You have been a liar from the beginning to the end and have been lying to me all the time. I, Liu Hong, swear to heaven that from today on, I will cut off all ties with you, Chen Zhi, and will have nothing to do with you anymore. Whoever continues to harass the other party will be struck by lightning and die miserably. Liu Hong's words were so harsh and vicious that Chen Zhi's face turned red, and he seemed to be angry and embarrassed. Liu Hong, how can you turn against me so easily? What did you say last night? We both agree that divorce will hurt the elders on both sides. Is it wrong for me to think so? Divorce not only affects the two of us, but also the parents of both sides, and they will also be hurt. We won't get divorced. We'll face problems together and fight together. That's what you said, too. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Liu Hong slapped the dashboard angrily, and looked like she wanted to use the 18 dragon subduing palms to smash the car to pieces. Mr. Chen, please stop using sweet words to coax me, okay? Can't you just let me go and give me my freedom? Chen Zhi seemed to be angered as well, and said coldly, who came here to withdraw the divorce application? Who urged me to go out early in the morning and be the first in line here? Just after receiving such a phone call, you turned hostile and spoke so viciously. From the tone of your voice, I can see that you wish I would be struck by lightning. Is there such a deep hatred? Liu Hong was so angry that she was shaking all over. She stretched out her slender fingers and pointed at Chen Zhi. Mr. Chen, I'm telling you, I won't believe anything you say, and I will never forgive you. Just wait for your own destruction. With your character, you will definitely end up in poverty and loneliness. This is all your own fault. You still want me to withdraw my divorce application with you? Go ahead and dream on. At this moment, the ferocious look on her face was completely different from her previous admiration for Chen Zhi. Her ruthlessness and snobbery were fully revealed. Liu Hong turned around and started kicking the car door. Open the door and let me get out, or I will smash the car. I know you borrowed this from someone else. If you smash it, you won't be able to pay for it in your lifetime. Click. Chen Zhi unlocked the car. Liu Hong opened the door and got out of the car. She turned around, slammed the door shut, her high heels making crisp, click-click sounds as she stepped on the ground, and left quickly. Looking at Liu Hong's back, Chen Zhi knew that this woman would take a taxi back and would definitely pack up and leave that home again. To her, there was nothing to miss about that home. The house has been a burden from the beginning. I have been paying off the mortgage for more than a year. Now that house prices have fallen, not only has the down payment been lost, but even selling the house is not enough to pay off the remaining bank loan. Chen Zhi sighed deeply, leaned back in his chair, and calmed himself down. I just acted with her and it felt quite intense. By now, he had a deeper understanding of this woman and a deeper understanding of human nature. If you put yourself in her shoes, you will realize that you are not a saint and sometimes you cannot avoid being realistic when considering issues, but you will never be as ruthless and explicit as this woman. At this moment, Chen Zhi's disgust for Liu Hong had reached an indescribable level. Liu Hong avoided her former home as much as possible, and Chen Zhi had the same feeling. Perhaps this is the opposite of loving the house and loving its people. He no longer wants to go back to that house. Because he felt that as long as he went back, the shadow of that extremely snobbish woman would linger in the house, and that feeling would definitely be terrible. Chen Zhi turned on the dashcam and replayed the process of Liu Hong going crazy in the car just now. He must find a place to store these evidences. If he really has money, he believes that soon Liu Hong will find out that he is rich. Without asking, the attitude of the powerful woman will definitely change 180 degrees. By then, no matter whether it was the dirty things between her and Wang Chuyang recorded in the Xtrail's dashcam in the past, or the whole process of her going crazy in the car now, he would play them back to her and help her recall them. Chen Zhi started the car and drove straight to today's South Real Estate Company. He has a classmate who works as an agent there, so he goes to ask if there is any suitable house available. I want to buy a bigger one so that when necessary, for example in winter, I can allow my grandpa, dad, brother and others to come to the city to spend the winter. They have never lived in a house with central heating. Chapter 56, Yao Chen Group again. Chen Zhi's classmate who works as a real estate agent is a girl named Lin Shenran. In fact, there are only a few female classmates from Chen Zhi's junior high school who he is still in touch with now. But he and Lin Shenran not only kept in touch, they also added each other on WeChat and occasionally chatted with each other, just because they used to be deskmates. When we were deskmates, we had a pretty good relationship. Chen Zhi is good at studying and handsome, so Lin Shenran is somewhat interested in him. It's just that Chen Zhi's family conditions were not good, so he naturally didn't fall in love early in junior high school, and he never had a boyfriend until high school. However, the relationship between the two classmates has always been harmonious. After graduating from junior high school, they went to different high schools. Now they don't have much interaction and only chat occasionally on WeChat. Chen Zhi first called to confirm that Lin Xinran was in the company and told her that he would come to see her in half an hour. After arriving, Chen Zhi found a place to park the car. As soon as he walked into the company, Lin Xinran saw him and hurriedly stood up from his workstation and went to greet him. Lin Xinran was in a good mood when she met her old classmates again after a long absence. She said with a smile, "You are a rare guest. What brings you here? Where are you from?" Chen Zhi looked at her, wearing a blue business suit and smiling, and blurted out, "You've become prettier. When did you, the former duck lady, become a swan?" Lin Xinran glared at him in reproach. "Just praise me if you want to, why are you saying it so harshly?" Chen Zhi smiled and said, "This is my speaking style. You know that?" "Of course I know. I've learned it since I was a kid." In just a few words, the two seemed to have returned to the time when they were junior high school classmates more than 10 years ago. Lin Xinran asked Chen Zhi, "What do you want to talk to me about? Do you want to treat me to a meal, or do you have something to ask?" Then, he extended his hand to guide her, "Come sit in the small living room over there." As Chen Zhi followed him, he said, "I'm definitely looking for you about the house. I want you to help me sell my current house, and then look for a good house to buy a bigger one." "Oh, really?" Lin Xinran stopped and said, "Then come sit at my workstation first and I'll check it for you. It seems that you have become rich, and you want to move to a bigger house within 2 years of marriage. How big do you plan to move to?" Chen Zhi said, "Try to grow up a little bit, then grandpa, dad, brother and sister can all come and live with us." Lin Xinran turned her head and glanced at him, saying exaggeratedly, "You've really made a fortune. With so many people living here, you need a big flat." Then, she looked around, approached Chen Zhi and whispered, "Do you want a villa? A high-quality house, the kind you can get at a bargain price." Villa. Chen Zhi had never thought about it. Although he has no pressure to buy a villa with his current wealth, his mentality has not yet changed from that of an ordinary citizen. "When I wanted to move to a bigger house, I instinctively thought of a large flat and never dared to think of a villa." However, when Lin Xinran told him that there was a good bargain on a property, he couldn't help but be tempted. Seeing Lin Xinran's mysterious look, he whispered, "If we can really find a bargain, we can consider a villa." At her workstation, Lin Xinran retrieved information about the houses in Chen Zhi's residential complex. She looked at it and said, "The lowest transaction price for a house of the same type in your community is 730,000. But some homeowners still list their homes for nearly 800,000 yuan. After all, they spent more than 1 million yuan to buy them. The price has fallen so much in the past 2 years that many homeowners are still unwilling to face reality. How much are you going to put this house for?" "Let's see if it falls below 700,000, Chen Zhi said. "I want to sell it as soon as possible." Lin Xinran glanced at him in surprise. "Why are you in such a hurry to take action? Your house has advantages in location and floor, so it can definitely be sold for more than 730,000. Falling below 700,000, the loss is too much." Chen Zhi smiled and said, "It's just to sell it quickly. I'm looking for an old classmate to use a backdoor. In my opinion, I want to change the house quickly." Lin Xinran was somewhat helpless. "Do you still need to put it up for sale at this price? Our company can buy it directly." "That's great. When can I collect it? I have to pay off the loan quickly." "You still have a mortgage on this house?" Lin Xinran was very surprised. In her opinion, since Chen Zhi wanted to move to a bigger house, he must have become rich. If he was rich, why would he still have a mortgage on this house? Chen Zhi understood her thoughts. "Don't look at me like that. To be honest, I not only have a loan on this house, but it's also overdue for more than a month." Lin Xinran was so surprised that her mouth opened into an O shape, and she looked at Chen Zhi in disbelief. "Old classmate, you are not kidding, are you? With your intelligence and ability, you not only have a loan for this house, but it is also overdue for more than a month. I can't believe it." Chen Zhi said seriously, "I am telling the truth, I am not joking. Since your company can collect it directly, please help me with the process, and I will repay the loan as soon as possible, and then close the deal." Lin Xinran nodded. I'll do it and communicate with the supervisor to see what the highest price I can give you is. Of course, I have to go see the house first. Also, you said you want to move to a bigger house, are you kidding? I'm not kidding. I'm going to sell this house and buy a bigger one. Didn't you just say that I could find a villa for a bargain? Tell me about the villa. Lin Xinran made a hushing gesture to Chen Zhi, indicating that Chen Zhi should follow her to the reception room. When they arrived at the reception room, Lin Xinran closed the door and asked Chen Zhi to sit on the sofa. She said seriously, "Old classmates, we can talk about anything. Don't hide anything from me about your situation. Joking is joking, but we have to be serious when talking about work. I think that your mortgage is overdue and your financial situation must be problematic. How can you afford to buy a big house, let alone a villa? Can you tell me the details?" Chen Zhi said, "The specific situation is that I want to move to a bigger house, and if I can buy a villa, I would also consider it. I have a question for you. If you want to sell their house, why are you being so secretive? As if you are afraid of being overheard." Lin Xinran said, "Since you have the ability to consider the villa, I will tell you about the owner. But I'm telling you this because I trust you, so you have to keep it a secret for me. You must know the owner of this house, he is Lin Fengwen, the boss of Yaoqian Group. He and I are from the same village and are from the same family. I call him second uncle. He trusted me, so he entrusted the house selling information to me and asked me to find the seller quietly. If the deal is done, it can be paid through our company account, and he will not reduce the agency fee. But he didn't want the information to leak before the deal was done. There are 2 reasons. The most important thing is that his company is in financial difficulties and he can't raise money from bank loans or personal loans. You must know Day Group, which is one of the top feed, breeding and cold chain companies in the country. Day Group knew that his company was about to collapse, and wanted to take the opportunity to spend 100 million to acquire it. But Lin Fengwen wanted to make one last attempt and sold his house and car to keep the company running. He felt that the current market downturn had lasted too long, and that a rebound was imminent, so he wanted to hold on a little longer. To put it bluntly, he wanted to take a gamble. It won't be too late to sell the company to Day Group after the money is spent. So this is a business secret, and he can only let me help him sell the house secretly. There is also a secondary reason. As you know, Lin Fengwen has been engaged in breeding since he was young. He started from scratch and has been doing it for more than 40 years. He is a well-known figure in our town and county. Now that he has to sell his house, he still can't save face and wants to keep it a secret as much as possible. Oh, it's him. Chen Zhi pinched his chin and nodded. This was the second time he had heard about the difficulties faced by Lin Fengwen and Day Group. When he first heard Zhen Yu talk about it, he was tempted to get involved, but since he knew nothing about breeding, he quickly gave up the idea. Unexpectedly, buying a house now would be related to Lin Fengwen again. Chapter 57 Report Chen Zhi to the bank. Lin Xinran poured Chen Zhi a glass of water and then sat opposite him. She leaned forward slightly, stared into Chen Zhi's eyes, and said, "Old classmate, I have told you everything. Now I need to confirm with you again. You said you want to move to a bigger house, and you would even consider a villa. Is this true? We can joke around normally, but when it comes to matters involving the Yaoqian Group, it's no joke. After all, this is related to a big company, and it can also be said that this is the last wealth of my second uncle. If the Day Group knew that he was struggling to survive by selling houses, he would have even less bargaining chips in negotiations with the Day Group. So no matter whether you buy the villa in the end or not, this is a secret I told you out of trust, and we have to keep it together. Besides, if you can come up with the money, I can take you to see the house this morning." Looking at the fair and pretty face so close to him, Chen Zhi felt dazed and a sense of intimacy arose spontaneously. Looking back to when I was in junior high school, we were all still young. Thinking back now, we feel like sisters who grew up together as childhood sweethearts. I have to say, girls change a lot as they grow up, and become more and more beautiful. When she was in junior high school, Lin Xinran had an ordinary appearance, was short and had dark skin. But now, at the age of 29, she has become mature and charming, and her skin has not only not deteriorated with age, but has become whiter, tenderer and more delicate. Chen Zhi said, "I'm not kidding you about buying a house. From the beginning I planned to move to a bigger house. After listening to my needs, you suggested that I consider a large flat, so let's look at a large flat. Later you said we could find a villa, so let us consider a villa. But I'm worried whether you have the ability to do so. Lin Shinran frowned and said, you have been overdue for more than a month. I think your credit is definitely not good. I guess you can't get a loan. Can you come up with more than 10 million in cash? Chen Zhi was shocked when he heard this and said, why does it cost more than 10 million? Is this what you call picking up a bargain? The most expensive villa in Jiangsu is only a little over 20,000 yuan per square meter, right? Even if we calculate it at 20,000, the villa is over 500 square meters, and the total price is only about 10 million. Lin Shinran explained, you are right, when we bought the villa, it was nearly 30,000 per square meter. But now, the price he was planning to pay was cut in half. In fact, he has two villas, both in Faili Manor. One is a 2-story apartment with an area of 350 square meters, the other is a 3-story apartment with an area of more than 400 square meters. The two villas cost more than 20 million yuan to buy. Even if the house prices have fallen now, if you meet a truly sincere buyer, you can still sell it for 13 or 14 million. But now, he only wants to sell it for 10 million, and he will also keep all the furniture and appliances in the villa. Chen Zhi asked in confusion, since it's so cheap, it's obviously a bargain, why doesn't your company keep it for themselves? Lin Shinran replied, if we buy it for our own use, it is indeed a bargain, but if our company keeps it, it will be considered an investment. Now that the economy is in a downward phase, wealthy people are selling off their properties. Except for the really super rich people who buy villas to live in themselves, villas now have no investment properties at all. At that time, I didn't tell my supervisor about the owner's situation in detail, but I just mentioned that there might be a villa that could be found at a bargain price. The supervisor's attitude was very clear. Our company would not acquire such assets because the investment was large, the payback period was long, and most importantly, they were difficult to sell. If you buy something but fail to find a suitable customer for a long time and keep it in your hands, it will become a non-performing asset. It will seriously slow down our company's capital turnover rate. Chen Zhi nodded and said, I understand. Since you can go see the house this morning, please take me to see it. But my family is small, so one set is enough. Lin Shinran hesitated for a moment and said, that's fine, I'll sell one set for each. In fact, I originally hoped to meet a big client and buy these two villas together, even if the price could be slightly reduced. But it's hard to find a customer who can buy two sets at once, so he'll sell as much as he can. After all, he's in urgent need of money now. Okay, wait a moment, I'll contact them and take you there. While Chen Zhi and Lin Shinran were discussing the villa, Liu Hong was making a scene in the bank. Because the bank's debt collector reported his work number at the beginning when he called, Lin Shinran found their leader and directly reported the debt collector. She took out the notarized divorce agreement between her and Chen Zhi, as well as other divorce certificates, and was extremely excited. She poked the certificates with her slender fingers and said to the bank leader, Boss, please read carefully. Although Chen Zhi and I have not yet obtained a divorce certificate, we have already clearly divided all aspects such as property and debts, and we have nothing to do with each other anymore. But the debt collector from your bank called me to harass me and made all kinds of threats just based on a text message from Chen Zhi. One moment he said he would come to your house, the next moment he said something else. It's fine if you come over, you can go ahead, I haven't lived there for a long time. It used to be my home, but now it is a completely strange place to me. If you want to seal it up, seal it up. If you want to auction it off, it's up to you to do whatever you want. But please stop harassing me, a person who has nothing to do with you. You have seriously affected my work and life. Liu Hong talked a lot and the bank's leaders were annoyed by her. There was no choice but to call the debt collector over and ask him to apologize to Liu Hong and promise not to harass her again. The bank leaders also stood by and said a lot of good things. Seeing that her goal had been basically achieved, Liu Hong sneered and said, originally I didn't want to tell you about this, but I didn't expect that Chen would use this method to trick me, so I will tell you the truth. He actually has money, but he just doesn't want to pay it back. He has at least 1 million in his hands now. The bank people were shocked when they heard what she said and didn't believe it at all. Liu Hong knew they didn't believe her, so she took out her cell phone and showed them the photos and videos she had taken when she found 1 million cash hidden under the bed. Liu Hong also told the bank staff that she was worried that Chen Zhi's money was not obtained legally, so she put the interests of the country above her own and reported the case to the police. Of course, in the end the police found no evidence that the money came from illegal sources, but this does not mean that he obtained the money through legitimate means. The bank leaders and the debt collectors looked at each other, and their faces became very solemn. He said, no matter where he got the money from, if he has the money but refuses to repay the loan, he is already suspected of committing a crime. This is a malicious loan fraud. Liu Hong said, I don't care about these things, they have nothing to do with me. He paid the down payment for their house from the beginning, and he has been paying the mortgage all along. It has nothing to do with me. The bank staff thought that the information provided by Liu Hong was very important, and immediately retrieved Chen Zhi's account to check his financial situation. Chapter 58. Is this your car? After checking the documents, the bank found that Chen Zhi did have a lot of overdue debts. It's just that because his debt had just become overdue and had not yet reached the stage of being uploaded to the credit report, the bank did not discover it before. I also saw that he had paid off all his debts a few days ago, except for the mortgage. I wonder why? After Lin Shenran learned about these circumstances, she immediately cooperated with the bank and provided them with another important piece of information. Yesterday afternoon I found him suddenly driving back a newly purchased Audi Q7, and he told me that he bought it. I feel like this car is not from a legitimate source, either it was obtained through illegal means or it was borrowed from someone. The bank then continued to check Chen Zhi's relevant information and found that he did have an Audi Q7 in his name, but he had just purchased it with a mortgage yesterday. When Liu Hong heard that the car was actually bought by Chen Zhi, she was extremely surprised. But when Liu Hong heard that Chen Zhi bought the car with a mortgage, she found it incredible and asked, how is this possible? He is already in debt, can he still get a loan to buy a car? The bank staff explained to her, his debt was just overdue, and he paid it all off very quickly, so there is no problem with his credit. Liu Hong really couldn't understand Chen Zhi's series of actions. A few days ago, Chen Zhi's debts exploded, he lost his job and was banned from the industry. These are real things that happened. In other words, it is absolutely true that Chen Zhi's life and financial situation are in trouble. No matter how he raised the money and paid off his debts temporarily, it was impossible for him to have enough money to buy another Audi Q7. Even if it was a mortgage loan, Liu Hong felt that Chen Zhi could not afford it for the time being. However, knowing that Chen Zhi bought the car with a loan also indirectly proves that he really has no money. And that 1 million was definitely not his own. If he was really rich, how could he take out a loan to buy a car? After all, car loan interest rates are extremely expensive, and anyone with some money would not choose to buy a car with a loan. Intuitively, Liu Hong felt that Chen Zhi was a bit desperate. Perhaps the divorce was too much of a blow to him and he was traumatized. Or maybe he just wants to use luxury cars to show that he is rich so as to avoid divorce. Liu Hong sneered secretly. She thought that in order to avoid divorce, Chen Zhi deliberately got 1 million in cash and pretended to hide it under the bed to mislead her. Now, regardless of his already deteriorating financial situation, he took out a loan to buy a nice car. This guy really goes to great lengths to avoid divorce. Liu Hong believes that since Chen Zhi is so desperate to create the illusion of being rich, he will soon face a second debt crisis. And this time it will definitely be more serious than the first time, he will owe more debts, and he will never have any chance to turn things around in his life. Anyway, no matter how this kid pretends, Liu Hong won't be fooled again. After leaving the bank, Liu Hong went directly to their hospital. She decided that from now on, she would focus her attention on Wang Chuyang. Since she has already taken a day off today, she might as well go and stay by Wang Chuyang's bedside. From now on, as soon as she gets off work, she will stay by Wang Chuyang's bedside at night. Only now did she understand that Wang Chuyang had a more thorough understanding of the problem. The day before yesterday, when Liu Hong learned from the police that Chen Zhi's debts had been paid off and there was no evidence to prove that Chen Zhi's 1 million cash was not obtained legally, she made her own judgment. Considering Chen Zhi's abilities, she believed that Chen Zhi must have bypassed the industry ban, secretly found a unit to help with research and development, and made a lot of money. That's why he was able to pay off his debts so quickly and save 1 million in cash. However, Wang Chuyang used his bank connections to help her check Chen Zhi's account and found that there were only a few thousand yuan in his account. Therefore, Wang Chuyang believed that Chen Zhi was deliberately making things mysterious in order to make Liu Hong misjudge him and thus achieve his goal of not wanting to get a divorce. But Liu Hong did not accept Wang Chuyang's opinion. She felt that Wang Chuyang did not understand Chen Zhi's abilities, but she knew very well that Chen Zhi was no ordinary person, he just had bad luck in his work in the past few years. As long as Chen Zhi is given a chance to display his intelligence and talents, making money will not be a problem for him at all. Yesterday in the hospital, she expressed her agreement with Wang Chuyang's opinion on the surface, but in fact she had already made up her mind to go home and explain everything to Chen Zhi. Then the two people reconciled and continued to maintain their marriage. Liu Hong is very smart. She knows Chen Zhi too well. As long as Chen Zhi is debt-free and starts making money, his future will be limitless. If she gave up Chen Zhi and wanted to rely on Wang Chuyang, there would actually be a lot of uncertainty. The first is that Wang Chuyang is too fickle, which is difficult to grasp. Another point is that he still has a wife and they haven't divorced yet, which is also a big variable. After much thought, I decided that it would be more cost-effective to hold on to Chen Zhi, who has already started to make money. But Liu Hong didn't expect that what Wang Chuyang said was actually right. Chen Zhi was indeed setting up a trap to make her misjudge so as to avoid divorce. Fortunately, I did not refute Wang Chuyang at that time, and even expressed my approval of his opinion. Wang Chuyang didn't know that I moved back last night and wanted to resolve the past grudges with Chen Zhibing. Therefore, the relationship between Wang Chuyang and I is still very harmonious at present. From now on, I should hold on to this high-quality man wholeheartedly. After Lin Shenran finished the call, she said to Chen Zhi, "Let's go, we've already agreed. Uncle is busy and usually not at home, but Aunt is at home." When the two of them came out of the company, Lin Shenran asked Chen Zhi, "Did you drive here? Should we take the same car or drive separately?" Chen Zhi said, "Take my car and I'll take you back later." "Why are you so unromantic?" Lin Shenran made an expression as if he was looking at a monster. She shouted, "I haven't seen you, old classmate, for more than 10 years, and now you're asking me to help you buy or sell a house. After we finish looking at the house, it will be noon. Don't you plan to treat me to a good meal?" "I really don't have such plans." Chen Zhi said seriously, "As the saying goes, good wine should not be wasted, and beautiful women should not be treated rashly. As an ordinary person like me, I never dared to hope that I would have the opportunity to have lunch with a beautiful lady like you." Lin Shenran burst out laughing at his amusement and said, "You are much more fun than when you were in school. When you were in school, you always looked worried and had a sullen face all day long. Don't you realize I'm always trying to make you happy? But my efforts were always in vain. Now, you are making me happy instead. I am really happy to see you become so sunny." The two of them talked and laughed as they came to Chen Zhi's car. Lin Shenran looked at the Audi Q7 in disbelief, then turned to look at Chen Zhi. "Is this your car?" Chapter 59, The End of a Hero. "This car has keyless entry." Chen Zhi walked over and opened the door directly. "Who cares whose it is? Get in first." Lin Shenran said in an exaggerated tone, "Wow, old classmate, great. You just bought a new car. It looks like you really made a lot of money." Chen Zhi touched his nose and said a little embarrassedly, "No, I didn't make much money. I bought this car with a loan." Lin Shenran admired the interior of the car carefully again, and said sincerely, "It's not that I haven't ridden in a luxury car before, but sitting in the luxury car of my deskmate, I feel a little different and at ease. It's a pity that you bought it with a loan. If you paid in full, I would feel more at ease." Chen Zhi said, "Don't worry, I'm not borrowing money from you. I'm not afraid that you'll borrow money from me. I'm mainly worried about whether you can afford to buy a villa. You have to take out a loan to buy a car, so where do you get the money to buy a villa? Don't worry, as long as the house is good and the price is right, I will definitely not make it difficult for you." The car soon arrived at Feili Manor. Lin Shenran took Chen Zhi to the parking lot outside the community with ease. Feili Manor is one of the most high-end residential communities in Jiangsu City. The management and security measures are very strict, and outside vehicles are not allowed to enter at all. The two made a detailed registration at the entrance of the community, and the security guard also called the owner to confirm before letting them in. This was the first time for Chen Zhichang to come to such a high-end residential area, so he couldn't help feeling a little curious. As he walked, he carefully observed the environment inside the community. I saw that the greening of the community was done very well, and it was lush and green everywhere. In addition, many fountains with gurgling water, small bridges and flowing water have been built, which are full of poetic scenery. The community is divided into two types of villas, single-family villas and townhouses. Regardless of the architectural style, the distance between buildings is particularly large. You know, the distance between these buildings is the actual land acquisition cost of the developer, which is also one of the important reasons why the housing prices in Fei Manor are relatively high. When he arrived at Lin Fengwen's house, Chen Zhi saw that it was a 3-story detached villa. The villa's yard is particularly large, and it has carefully crafted landscapes such as pavilions and rockery. Just by looking at the design of this yard, you can tell that the owner of this house is wealthy. Of course, this is also completely in line with Lin Fengwen's identity. After all, decades ago, he was already a well-known local breeder. After years of continuous development, Yaoqian Group has become a large enterprise integrating breeding, hatching, broiler and duck processing, and cold chain, building a complete industrial chain from seed cultivation to terminal product distribution. Just as Zhenyu said, this is a large and powerful company. However, the market is now experiencing a downturn that has not been seen in decades, and it has lasted for too long, which has directly led to the breakdown of Lin Fengwen's capital chain. To the point where I have fallen into the difficult situation today where I have to sell my house as a last-ditch effort. Lin Xinran rang the doorbell of the villa and introduced it to Chen Zhi. This is a 3-story house, and they are living there now. There is another 2-story one on that side. Originally, the second uncle bought the 2-story apartment for his son. He has a son and a daughter, the daughter is older and the son is younger. But his son is in Japan, and because of the current economic downturn, the second uncle doesn't want his son to come back. So he planned to sell both houses, give 5 million to his son, and use the other 5 million to keep the company running until the last moment. If the market still doesn't improve after spending the 5 million, he will sell the company and go back with second aunt to transform the barren mountain. He has now contracted all the barren hills, so he has made preparations for both scenarios. Soon, someone came out and opened the door for them. The person who opened the door was a woman in her 50s. Lin Xinran whispered to Chen Zhi, "This is the nanny of the second uncle's family." The two followed the nanny into the villa and saw a woman in her 60s coming out to greet them. Lin Xinran shouted from a distance, "Second auntie." Chen Zhi knew that this should be Lin Fengwen's wife. Lin Xinran introduced, "Second aunt, this is my classmate Chen Zhi, he wants to buy a house." "Chen Zhi, we are classmates, you should also call her second auntie." Chen Zhi quickly called out, "Second aunt." He looked at the woman carefully and saw that she was plump and had a kind look between her brows. And looking at her speech and behavior, she is very simple, even with that rusticity unique to farmers. It is obvious that she has walked out of the countryside step by step. Because Lin Fengwen is a pharma entrepreneur with a net worth of over 1 billion yuan, and he is also a member of the Municipal People's Congress. He is very famous locally. So regarding Lin Fengwen's entrepreneurial journey, Chen Zhi, as his fellow villager, has been filled with his legendary experiences since he was a child. He also knew that Lin Fengwen had already married this second aunt when he was just a small chicken farmer. Second aunt was from a neighboring village and was also a native farmer. After she married him, it was natural for her to help him raise chickens. At the beginning, the couple supported each other and moved forward step by step. Later, his family's business grew bigger and developed into a group company. Second aunt basically stopped participating in the company's management and returned home to become a full-time housewife. To use the slightly envious and sour words of the local rural women, they say that others have already made it through and just need to enjoy their lives at home. Judging from second aunt's complexion, she has indeed lived a pretty good life over the years. She should be in her 60s, but she doesn't look old and there are not many wrinkles on her face. But at this moment, second aunt was not in a very good mood and looked a little listless. When she talked about her family selling the house and Chen Zhi coming to see the house, her eyes instantly turned red. Especially when she heard that Chen Zhi was from Nantan village, she became even more excited. With red eyes, she said to Chen Zhi, "Then we are fellow villagers. My mother's hometown is Huer village, and your second uncle is from Dongling village. We are from the same town as your Nantan village. Child, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. My family used to be well known for being wealthy in our town, who would have thought that we would end up like this? After you go back, you have to keep it a secret for our family for the time being. I really can't let go of this face. As for your uncle and I going to renovate the barren mountain in the future, let others say whatever they want." Chen Zhi could see that this second aunt was essentially a simple and kind rural woman, and naturally she also had her simple sense of shame. Seeing second aunt speak so sadly, Chen Zhi also felt a little uncomfortable. Lin Xinran next to her kept sniffing, and it was obvious that her nose was also sore. But now is not the time to be pretentious, after all, they are here to do serious business. As long as you find a good house and can close the deal quickly, it can be considered a help to the family. Chapter 60. Let us go home and take a look. Chen Zhi followed him from the first floor to the third floor, and couldn't help but admire him sincerely in his heart, saying that he was indeed a pharma entrepreneur with a net worth of over 10 billion. Whether it's the decorative materials, mahogany furniture, or various state-of-the-art home appliances, his house, although not top-notch luxury, is also luxurious. It can be seen that his family spent a lot of money on decoration, furniture, and appliances. At the price he wanted to sell it at now, he was really losing too much. Lin Shenran was right. If you buy the house for your own use, it is indeed a good opportunity to get a bargain. However, Chen Zhi thought about it and realized that his family didn't have many people, and his grandfather and father might not be willing to live in the city. Even if they came to stay occasionally, they might not be used to it. In other words, at least for now, it is most likely that I live alone. A 3-story building of more than 400 square meters is so empty and it is really not suitable for me to live in it alone. So he suggested going to see the one with the second floor. This 2-story villa is also a single-family villa, and the area of the single floor is larger than that of the 3-story villa. Similarly, the decoration materials are very luxurious, but the style has a fresh taste. This is also consistent with what Lin Shenran said. This house was prepared by Lin Fengwen for his son's family. After all, young people preferred this style. The house is fully stocked with furniture and appliances, but you can tell at a glance that the house has basically never been lived in, and everything is still brand new. Chen Zhi immediately fell in love with this house. Such a nice house, so well kept, and barely lived in. In other words, Lin Fengwen spent a lot of time and effort to prepare a small home for his son, but his son was not able to live in it, and in the end he got to pick up a ready-made home. Moreover, I have no psychological burden in picking up this bargain. After all, as long as I quickly complete the transaction with the other party in cash, I will be doing them a big favor. However, Chen Zhi still felt a little bit unbelievable and didn't believe that he could encounter such a good thing. Of course, he didn't think Lin Shenran would lie to him, but it was still necessary to finalize it with Lin Shenran. He pulled Lin Shenran aside and asked her in a low voice, "Are you sure there are no other problems with this house? For example, there may be a mortgage, or their house may be sold to multiple buyers. Don't worry, it's not that I don't trust you. After all, Lin Fengwen has run such a large group company for decades, and now it has reached the end of its rope. If he is forced into a corner, there is no guarantee that he will resort to some unconventional means. So, whether or not to buy this house depends entirely on you, a professional." Lin Shenran said, "I understand what you mean. You are just worried that I will let my guard down and become overly emotional because I am from the same family as second uncle. Don't worry about this, feelings are feelings and business is business. I have been working in real estate for more than a year or two, so I am clear about this. Not to mention buying a house for you, even if it is for any other client, I will also strictly control it. Otherwise, if any problems arise, not only will I be in trouble, but the company will also be implicated. I will strictly check all the inspections about the house. From your tone, you are interested in this second-floor apartment." "Yes, I like this one. We don't have many people in our family, so if we all move in, it will be big enough for us to live in. The 3-story building is a bit too big for my family, so I won't consider it. What about the price? Do you have any other ideas?" Chen Zhi waved his hand and said, "Your uncle's family is already in such a state, do we still have the nerve to take advantage of the situation? The price they have offered is already a huge loss, and I feel embarrassed to lower the price further. Since this price is already a bargain, I am content." Lin Shenran couldn't help but punch Chen Zhi's chest twice with her pink fist. "I didn't expect you to be a nouveau riche. At such a young age, you can buy such a nice villa in full. I really envy your wife. How did she have the foresight to choose you?" Chen Zhi didn't say anything, but just gave her a meaningful smile. Lin Shenran went over and told second aunt that Chen Zhi had decided to take their house. It was obvious that second aunt was a little sad. She could only bring Chen Zhi to see the house. When it came to the actual transaction of the house, the owner, Lin Fengwen, would need to come forward. For example, the two parties need to communicate some preliminary details about the house transaction, such as payment method, delivery time and other general intentions, all of which have to be discussed by Lin Fengwen and Chen Zhi. So, the second aunt called Lin Fengwen, told him the situation here, and asked him if he had time to come back. Lin Fengwen on the other end of the phone said, "I'm not busy now, please let Shinran wait at my house for a while, I will be back soon. Give her the phone and I'll talk to her directly." The second aunt handed the phone to Lin Shinran, who called out, "Second uncle." Lin Fengwen said, "Shinran, you are so efficient that you found a buyer so quickly. I have to thank you, you helped me out of my urgent need." Lin Shinran hurriedly said some polite words, saying that this was her job and it was nothing. Lin Fengwen said, "Okay, let's stop being polite. I heard from your aunt that the buyer was your classmate, right? You two can have some tea at home and sit for a while. I'll be back soon. It's almost noon, I'll treat you two to a meal and talk about the house." After finishing the call, Lin Shinran saw the second aunt walk to the other side, where she was secretly wiping her eyes. She told Chen Zhi, "Uncle Er will be back soon, we just need to wait here for a while." Then she hurried over to comfort Aunt Er. This scene made Chen Zhi feel a little guilty. But then he thought that if he bought the two-story villa in full, the transaction could be completed quickly as long as both parties reached an agreement. It would be much easier than those that still required loans, and in essence he was helping Lin Fengwen. Thinking of this way, I feel much more relieved. His eye swept between the exquisite ornaments in the house and the well-kept garden outside the window. When he thought that in a few days, this house would belong to him completely and would be his home, his heart was instantly filled with incomparable joy. Anyway, he had nothing to do while waiting, so he started to check out the various details in the villa upstairs and downstairs. Touching the smooth wooden handrails of the stairs, looking at the spacious and bright floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, as well as the fully equipped furniture and home appliances, and imagining every detail of his future life here, Chen Zhi actually felt a little unreal. After all, just a few days ago, I was still a debtor with huge debts. But now he drives a luxury car and wants to buy a villa. Destiny is really a magical thing. When you work hard, life is still a mess, but happiness will suddenly come to you inadvertently. While he was daydreaming, his phone rang. He looked and saw that it was his neighbor next door calling. When I picked up the phone, I heard the neighbor's anxious voice, "Xiao Chen, where are you? Go home and have a look. 3 people who came from nowhere were standing at your doorstep, drilling and grinding at your security door. At first I thought your lock was broken again, but then I realized that wasn't the case. They actually installed external locks on your security door, from top to bottom. I stopped them and asked them what they wanted to do. They said that Liu Hong paid them to come, saying that there was 1 million cash in the house and they were afraid it would be stolen, so they had to install a lot of locks. This is obviously wrong.